Volume 4, Author Blue Film, Chapter 153, Divine Power, Part 4. The power of divinity can also be imbued into weapons. You know what that means, don't you, Kettle? Of course, the grace of Kaloja. It had once been imbued in Kettle's axe. The method is similar to imbuing divinity into a body. Just think of it as putting it into a weapon instead. Kettle closed his eyes and prayed. He hoped for the power of the gods to dwell in his weapon. At that moment his axe began to radiate a golden aura, ki-eyeing. "Oh," Kettle exclaimed. His axe, once jet black, now glowed with a golden light. The contrasting colors highlighted each other beautifully. Raxa murmured in awe, "You're adapting quickly." Many believers struggled with this. "There's nothing difficult about it. With this I can defeat evil, right?" Yes, although demons will defend against it if you can break through their defenses and strike at their essence, it's possible. "Oh ho," Kettle grinned broadly. He could now face demons on his own. Raxa continued explaining. "Besides simply imbuing weapons with divinity, there's much more you can do. Simple restrictions and vows can also be made." Restrictions and vows? Yes. It was possible to impose a restriction on someone, making them unable to lie, or create a bell that could detect lies, among other things. Kettle's eyes sparkled, like the restriction Naplas placed on the bandits. Of course, there are limits. If the target didn't agree or if they were of a certain level of strength, they could resist or see through it. But up to a certain level, it was effective, and you can also use a veil of deception to conceal yourself. Additionally, you can heal minor injuries or illnesses. There's a lot you can do. The versatility of divinity is one of its greatest strengths, Raxa smiled. "Then let me explain how to handle it." Raxa taught Kettle how to wield divine power and its applications. Kettle absorbed each lesson into his mind and practiced. The process was incredibly enjoyable for him. The fact that he could use various techniques through divinity was secondary. What made him truly happy was the act of handling divinity itself, the power of a great god. He was wielding the mysteries of fantasy with his own hands. It felt like he had become a character in a novel. Yes, this was what he had always wanted, to wield the mysteries of a fantastical world. That opportunity had been given to him since he first arrived in this world. Only the cursed snowy plains had ruined everything. But no more, the dreadful snowfields could no longer be an obstacle for him. Now he could enjoy this world. Kettle eagerly learned how to handle divinity, and Raxa was amazed at his speed. "You're learning quite quickly." Divinity was simpler to utilize compared to aura or mana, but it was still relative. As one of the great mysteries of the world, it wasn't inherently easy. Perfectly wielding divinity required considerable effort and time. Some believers took years just to handle divinity. Yet Kettle was learning at an astonishing pace. Even compared to outstanding believers, there was little difference. This greatly surprised Raxa. "I thought you'd be slow because you're a barbarian." Learning was an accumulation process. The more one studied, the faster they learned, and those who hadn't studied much were slower. Considering that Kettle, a barbarian, probably hadn't studied much, his speed seemed almost genius. "You're remarkable. This must be your first time learning something like this, and you're this fast." Kettle smiled silently. He continued to learn and practice how to wield divinity. At one point, the divine power ceased to emerge. What's happening? The divine power stored in the bracelet has its limits. Once it's fully consumed, you can't use it for a while. It'll recharge over time, right? Yes, according to records, it takes about a day or two. I see. There were some limitations. He would need to use it judiciously. Then we'll stop here for today. All right, when the divine power recovers, can we continue learning? Of course, Raxa smiled. "Come to me whenever you wish. Considering the grace we've received from you, this is a very minor thing, so don't feel burdened." From then on, Kettle's routine became simple. When his divine power recovered, he would go to Raxa to learn how to handle it. Once the divine power was fully consumed, he would rest in his quarters or help with the restoration of the sacred ground. Then, when his divine power recovered again, he would learn more from Raxa about its applications. It was a repetitive cycle, but it was a precious time for Kettle. In fact, it was to the point where Raxa seemed a bit exhausted. "You've almost learned everything already," Raxa muttered with a tired expression. It hadn't been long since Kettle began learning divine power, yet there was little left to teach. What remained were minor applications and practical experience. "Well, it's fun, but there are clear limitations." Divinity was certainly versatile. It could heal wounds, lift curses, and even combat evil. It could impose restrictions and vows, but there was always a prerequisite condition. It didn't work beyond a certain level. Healing was only effective for minor wounds, and only simple curses could be lifted. Restrictions and vows worked only if the other party accepted them or if they were below a certain level of strength. Due to the peculiarities of Kettle's body, even physical enhancement was impossible. Though the versatility was high, the limitations were equally clear. Raxa said apologetically, "You rely on sacred relics to wield it. Given the limits on the quantity and quality of divine power, there's no helping it. I see, Kettle clicked his tongue. In the end, I'll have to handle aura or mana. Since it was a power received from others, it couldn't be helped. He needed to discover his own mysteries. How much is left? At this speed, I'd say about a day or two more. 2 days, huh? In that time, his learning of divine power would be complete. There would be no reason to stay here any longer. I should start preparing to leave. He had stopped the invasion of evil, faced demons, encountered a god, and gained divine power. It would be hard to be more satisfied than this. But as with any beginning, there must be an end. It was time to leave. Where should I go next? There were many places to go. He could seek out the Thieves' Guild or head to the underground city. He could go to the Magic Tower to learn magic or to the Elven Sanctuary. Arkamis had asked him to visit, so he had a good reason. As Kettle pondered his options, Raxa suddenly remembered something. Now that I think about it, we're expecting reinforcements from outside. Reinforcements? Isn't everything over? We were too busy cleaning up to inform the outside world. That's probably why they had won. The planes corrupted by evil were gone, but that fact hadn't been communicated to the outside world. Kalosia's sanctuary was in a remote area far from any village. Unless someone came directly, there was no way to know. And since it was corrupted by evil, no one dared to visit. As a result, Kalosia's sanctuary appeared to still be under attack to the outside world. Kettle chuckled. Schrödinger's cat. From the outside, you couldn't know if the cat in the box was alive or dead. Kalosia's sanctuary was in a similar state. Raxa tilted his head. Schrödinger, what's that? Just talking to myself, but they're really late. It's been almost a month since everything ended and only now are reinforcements coming. Indeed, Raxa gave a wry smile. Kettle stroked his bracelet and asked, so who's coming? Raxa replied, and Kettle's eyes widened. An inquisitor of the sun god and a magician from the magic tower. An inquisitor? Yes, why? Nothing, it must be someone else, Kettle muttered to himself. In the forest, sunlight streamed down through the trees. A woman with silver hair was standing under the sun. She had her eyes closed, praying quietly. Behind her, a man with brown hair asked, Aquas, are you finished? Yes, the woman opened her eyes, revealing red irises. I've finished my last prayer, thank you for waiting. It's nothing between us. Then let's move. Aquas, the chief inquisitor of the sun god, stood up. Let's go save those who are being attacked by evil. The magician from the magic tower nodded. They began to move forward, pushing through the forest. The man muttered as he parted the undergrowth with his staff. We're almost there, we'll soon reach the sanctuary of Kalosia. They were the reinforcements sent to aid the sanctuary of Kalosia, which was under attack by evil. Aquas muttered with concern. I wonder if the sanctuary has been able to hold out. I doubt it, said the magician with a vague expression. The Cradle of Darkness launched a determined attack. Without significant support, it's hard to imagine the sanctuary has survived unless the great god intervened directly. It might be partially destroyed, or in the worst-case scenario, it could have fallen entirely. If that's the case, it could be disastrous. A demon might have descended. Aquas gripped the symbol of the sun god hanging around her neck with a serious expression. We might have to risk our lives. The man grinned at Aquas. Don't worry, Aquas. I'll protect you even if I have to risk my life. His voice was smooth and filled with affection, causing Aquas to smile awkwardly. Thank you, but I'm fine. The sun god will protect me. If push comes to shove, you can rely on me. It's natural for earthly beings to help each other, right? Ahaha, thank you. As they conversed, they arrived at the top of a hill. Beyond this hill, they would see the plains where the sanctuary stood. They crossed the hill with determination. Before them lay the plains where the sanctuary of Kalosia was located. What? Aquas and the magician's eyes widened in surprise. There was no sign of the evil that had supposedly taken over the plains. Instead, they saw an ordinary plain with the sanctuary of the gods standing intact. What's going on? They were bewildered by the unexpected sight. The magician stammered. What? There's no sign of evil energy. Did evil not invade at all? No, I don't think that's the case. Upon closer inspection, they could see numerous traces of battle around the sanctuary. The land was so dug up and damaged that it was hard to call it a plain anymore. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place, which made it all the more incomprehensible. Did the sanctuary manage to fend off the Cradle of Darkness's attack on its own? Is that even possible? But they couldn't learn more just by observing from a distance. The magician spoke. We need to go and see. Yes, they crossed the plains and approached the sanctuary. As they got closer, they noticed the bright atmosphere within the sanctuary. Aquas approached with a confused expression. She spoke to a holy knight of Kalosia standing guard at the entrance to the sanctuary. Chapter 154, Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Tower. Part 1. Oh. Nice to meet you, the approaching holy knight greeted them with a smile. You're outsiders, what brings you here? His tone was very bright. Aquas replied reluctantly. Well, we came to offer support, but is this the sacred ground of Kalosia? It was a stupid question. They already knew the location, so they were aware it was Kalosha's sacred ground, but still they had no choice but to ask. The current scenery was hard to understand. Ah, yes. You came to offer support, did you? The Holy Knight's expression was rather ambiguous. He didn't look relieved or pleased to receive support at all. After a moment of contemplation, the Holy Knight spoke with an apologetic face. Sorry for the late notice, everything is over. What? Please follow me, I will guide you to our Holy Knight. The Holy Knight knocked on the door. With a creaking sound, the path to the sacred ground opened. Aquas and the magician entered the sacred ground somewhat bewilderedly, and what they saw were believers restoring the sacred ground. Their expressions were not gloomy at all. Rather, they were as bright as they could be. Aquas asked cautiously. Did you win against the invasion of evil? Yes, the Holy Knight nodded vigorously. The forces of the dark magicians, the cradle of darkness, attacked our sacred ground. The darkness surrounded the plains and besieged us. Then in our isolated state, even a demon descended to attack us. A demon descended? Yes, a demon of the demonic lines, Rubitra. What? Aquas was horrified, the demon Rubitra. A demon of the highest rank with superhuman strength, who single-handedly destroyed a church 200 years ago. She knew that name. The magician was also astonished. Rubitra descended? Ah, but how? How could they have one with so little damage? In response to this question, the Holy Knight smiled. It is all thanks to the grace of Lord Kalosha. Moreover, we had the help of a collaborator. A collaborator? Yes, the Holy Knight shouted with a full face of emotion. A barbarian blessed directly by Lord Kalosha. A barbarian? The magician frowned at such an absurd statement. It was hard to find a combination more mismatched than a sacred ground and a barbarian, but Aquas kept silent. A barbarian, a person crossed her mind, but she immediately dismissed the thought. There was no reason for that person to be here. It was just her overactive imagination, but if by any chance it was true, could it be? Just as Aquas was about to ask the name of that barbarian, the Holy Knight stopped walking. Here we are, they arrived at the training ground. Voices could be heard from there. Oh, so there's a way like that. Yes, though Mr. Kettle's amount of divine power is a bit tight, it should be usable. Think of it as a trump card. Not bad, it's quite usable. Aquas stopped walking. It was a voice she remembered. The Holy Knight spoke up. Mr. Raxa, the supporters have arrived. Their gazes turned, and Aqua's eyes met Kettle's. Oh, their eyes widened at each other. Ah, you've come. Raxa approached with a welcoming yet ambiguous expression. The Inquisitor of the Sun God and the Magician of the Tower, is it? Thank you for coming to help. I am Raxa, a holy knight of Lord Kalosha. Raxa greeted them. The courtesy was that of the Sun God's etiquette. In this world there were many gods, and naturally the followers of each god did not get along well. Each church believed without a doubt that their god was the greatest, leading to numerous conflicts and in the past several holy wars. Due to the accumulated damage from such wars reaching an unavoidable level on the continent, all the churches gathered and made one decision. Respect each other's churches. Whatever one's heart may hold, let us accept and respect each other's gods and churches. As a symbol of this, whenever followers of different churches meet, they must greet each other according to the other church's etiquette. Therefore, followers were knowledgeable about the customs of all churches. Without fully learning them, one would not even be allowed to leave the church. This was the etiquette and rule for those who worshipped gods in this world. As a follower of Kalosha, Raxa followed the sun god's customs, so Aquas should also follow Kalosha's customs. But Aquas didn't. To be precise, she didn't even think she should. She blurted out in surprise. Key Kettle. Aquas, Kettle approached with a delighted expression. It's good to see you again. Ah, it's good to see you too, Kettle. Aquas greeted him flustered. Kettle smiled warmly. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you here. How have you been? I'd love to catch up over drinks. Kettle treated Aquas with a very casual attitude, and there was someone who didn't like that. Ahem. A magician cleared his throat, uncomfortable with Kettle's behavior. Aquas, who is this barbarian to act so familiar with you? His gaze held a sense of rejection towards Kettle. Aquas stammered. He helped me before, you could say we're friends. Far friends? The magician was taken aback by Aquas's acknowledgement. Raxa, who had been watching silently, murmured curiously. A friend of Kettle's, that's unusual. I have friends too, you know, Highs is one of them. Oh, sorry, it just seemed odd. A barbarian like Kettle and an inquisitor of the sun god being friends was a curious combination. With those words, Aquas finally came to her senses. She hurriedly apologized and showed proper etiquette. Forgive me for the late greeting, I am Aquas, an inquisitor of the sun god. Pleased to meet you, Raxa smiled. So you know Kettle? Yes, I didn't expect to meet him here though. Fate works in mysterious ways, I assume you are here to help us. Yes, Aquas nodded. The Church of Kalosha was on the brink of destruction, surrounded by evil. Aquas and the magician had come to aid them. Thank you, but unfortunately it is too late. I apologize for not informing you sooner. Although we heard some details from our guide what exactly happened. You must meet the saint to discuss that. Please follow me. Kettle, we must excuse ourselves for now. No problem, I'll see you later, both you and Aquez. Kettle smiled warmly. Aquez nodded. Aquez and the magician from the tower met with the saint of Kaloja and heard her story. Aquez was deeply shocked. Late at night, she murmured to herself in their lodgings. It was truly a major incident. It wasn't just the cradle of darkness attacking the sacred land of the gods. There was a bigger plan. It was an invasion to reverse the nature of this land and transform the sacred land of the gods into a sanctuary of evil. Even the demon Rubitra of the demonic lines was merely a tool to facilitate that process. If we had failed, the entire continent could have been shaken. If this place had turned into an evil sanctuary, demons of Rubitra's caliber could have continued to descend, perhaps even more powerful demons. Fortunately, they had succeeded in preventing that horrific plan in advance. Aquez felt deeply relieved. However, the magician had a doubtful expression. Isn't that a lie? Such a grand plan was foiled with just this level of damage. Is that even possible? The magician argued. Think about it, we're talking about the demon Rubitra of the demonic lines, the demon that destroyed a church 200 years ago. Do you really think it's possible to fend off such a demon with just this level of force? Though it puzzles me as well, they swore by the code of truth and deception. There were no lies in the saint's words. As long as the divine code was in place, idle speculation was meaningless. The magician fell silent at this but didn't give up. Then isn't it possible they are mistaken? While the code of truth and deception ensures no lies, it is possible to be mistaken while believing it to be true. That's right, they said the barbarian greatly contributed to defeating the demon. Does that make any sense to you? The magician sneered. The mysterious power emanating from that barbarian is nothing more than third-rate. Do you really believe that such a barbarian helped fend off a demon's attack? It's impossible. The magician spoke firmly as if his thoughts were the absolute truth. Either there's some mistake or the evil forces withdrew on purpose. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Aquez remained silent. Kettle was indeed strong. His strength was on a level that overwhelmed the named demon Ashishire, but Rubitra was a demon far more powerful than Ashishire. Aquez herself was unsure if Kettle's strength was sufficient to face a demon from the demon line. A conversation with the saint of the sun god surfaced in her mind, an existence beyond the prophecy. The next day, Aquez left her lodging to find Kettle. The saint said he was an existence beyond the prophecy. The cradle of darkness had attacked the Kaloja church with full force. There were several superhuman-level dark magicians, and at the end, even Rubitra, a demon of the demonic lines, descended. It was an assault that the current Kaloja church could not withstand, yet they had overcome it with minimal damage, and they said it was all thanks to Kettle. They mentioned Kettle's name, not that of Kaloja, their lord. What could it be? Her mind was in turmoil. The words of the saint of the sun god kept resurfacing. She didn't know that Kaloja had bestowed grace upon Kettle and had direct conversations with him. Shadrans had deliberately not mentioned this, knowing what Kettle and Aquez were aware of. Thus, Aquez decided to speak directly with Kettle to understand the situation. Hearing from others and talking to the person involved were vastly different experiences. She planned to confirm it with her own eyes. Aquez wandered around searching for Kettle, and finally she found him. The moment Aquez saw Kettle and was about to question him, she fell silent. "Oh, Aquez, did you sleep well?" Kettle asked with a smile. Aquez couldn't answer. All the thoughts in her mind vanished. "Ah," she muttered, speechless like a mute. In Kettle's hand was a radiant divinity similar to what she possessed. "That, you noticed, what do you think, isn't it impressive?" Kettle beamed like a child proudly showing off a toy. Aquez was at a loss for words. Chapter 155, The Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Magic Tower, Part 2. What is that?" Aquez managed to blurt out. Kettle responded with a look that seemed to say, "Isn't it obvious? It's divine power." "No, that's not what I meant." That wasn't what Aquez was asking about. She swallowed her words with difficulty. That radiant light, a miracle that shouldn't exist in this world, it was divine power. As a believer in the sun god, there was no way she could mistake it for something else. That's why she had to ask. "How do you have divine power?" "I received it." "You received divine power from whom?" "From Kaloja." "Are you talking about Kaloja, the god of lies and deception?" "Yes." "Is there any other being named Kaloja?" Kettle asked in a puzzled tone. Aquez shook her head. "No, it's not that. In this world, a god's name itself held independent value. The name Kaloja could only belong to the god of lies and deception, so Kettle must be referring to that god. That much was certain, but that only made Aquez more confused. "So, you're saying that Kaloja granted you divine power? That's what it feels like." Aquez couldn't understand. The sentence didn't make sense to her. She repeated the words like a parrot. "How can you have divine power?" "Oh. You were asking how I can wield it." Kettle, understanding, tapped the black bracelet. "It's a holy relic of Kaloja. I received it directly as a reward for saving a sanctuary." By having this, I can wield divine power, Kettle kindly explained, and with that explanation Aquez became even more dizzy. She asked in a groan, Kaloja personally gave you a holy relic? Yes, that's what. I heard you talked with Shadrens, didn't she tell you? No, I didn't hear anything about this. I guess she wanted you to hear it from me directly. Kettle explained to Aquez what had happened. And the more she listened, the more bewildered she became. Oh, was my explanation difficult? Let me make it simpler. And no, I roughly understand. Barely managing to calm herself, Aquez began to speak with a face that still showed her disbelief. Kettle arrived at Kaloja's sanctuary. He stopped an invasion of evil and defeated the dark magicians. In the end, he faced the demon, Rubitra. During the battle with Rubitra, Kaloja granted Kettle the power to defeat the demon. Thanks to that, Kettle was able to defeat the demon. After stopping the invasion of evil, Kettle conversed with Kaloja, the god of lies and deception. At that time, Kaloja, as a reward for saving the sanctuary, gave him a holy relic. Because of that, Kettle could wield divine power. Kettle marveled at her summary. Correct, you understood very well. I can't believe it. Aquez's face twisted. Even as she summarized it, she found it hard to believe. It felt like being told that a lion and a rabbit not only lived together, but also introduced each other to their families and lived in the same burrow. But she couldn't keep denying it. The great divine power contained in the bracelet was proof of Kettle's words. She couldn't understand it, but it had happened. The miracle of a lion and a rabbit living together in the same burrow had occurred. It felt like a lie. But there were no contradictions. It matched the explanations given by Shadrens, the saint of Kaloja. Wait a minute. Then what did the saint of the sun god mean by what she told her? The saint of the sun god had said that Kettle was an entity beyond understanding, with unclear intentions. But after hearing the story, it turned out that the great celestial being Kaloja had met Kettle directly, conversed without issues, and even rewarded him with a holy relic. Could the saint have been mistaken? There was no way a great god would fail to grasp Kettle's true nature. From a believer's perspective, it was inconceivable that a celestial being could not discern something. Aquez's mind became more complicated. Kettle tilted his head. Why do you seem so troubled? No, it's nothing. Aquez shook her head. I think I was just overthinking things. She realized she had been too concerned about the words of the saint. Come to think of it, Kettle had helped her. He had also come to Kaloja's sanctuary afterward and contributed significantly to stopping the plans of evil. Yet she had shamelessly doubted Kettle. Aquez suddenly felt ashamed of herself. That was such a foolish thought. Yes, an entity that defies divine revelation. Such a thing couldn't exist in this world. The saint must have been mistaken about something. Aquez nodded calmly. It seems Kaloja played a big role in defeating Rubitra. It must have been dangerous, but I'm glad you're safe. Kettle was undoubtedly strong. He had the power to toy with Ashishire. But Rubitra was a demon of a different caliber than Ashishire. It was impossible for Kettle, who couldn't wield divine power or mysticism, to face Rubitra alone. Although she sensed a small amount of mysticism within Kettle, it was so insignificant that it wouldn't have made a difference in battle. Therefore, Aquez believed that Kaloja had bestowed a powerful blessing upon Kettle. Kettle nodded in agreement. The blessing was indeed great. No matter how overwhelming his power was, without the ability to wield mysticism, he couldn't reverse summon the demon. Ending a futile fight, the blessing certainly played a significant role. Indeed, but even so, it's amazing that you faced the demon. Even with divine power, being able to somewhat match Rubitra was a remarkable feat. It meant Kettle's personal strength reached the highest levels of superhuman capabilities. Aquez was purely impressed. Their conversation began to wrap up. Kettle smiled. Anyway, it's good to see you again. I didn't expect to meet you like this. I feel the same way. How did you end up here? I came to help a friend. Do you remember Heis? If you mean Heis, I remember a follower of Kaloja talking with you at the Barkan territory. Kettle nodded. Your memory is good. Yes, I met her by chance. It was a dangerous situation, so I came to help a friend. Aquez was impressed by his answer. That's very noble of you, risking his life to help a friend. It was an incredibly commendable act. It was something worthy of great respect from many people. Aquez's eyes shone with admiration towards Kettle. Of course, while he indeed had such noble intentions, his personal desire to witness the clash between gods and evil played a larger role. There are truths in the world that are beautiful because they are unknown. So what brings you here? Did the church send you to help? No, this is a personal journey unrelated to the church. Aquez began to speak. I'm on a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage? Currently, evil is invading the world. It's a very dangerous situation. Because of the vile interference of evil, even the divine revelations of the Great Ones are being distorted. Until now, the continent had followed the divine revelations to counteract evil. But now, if they moved according to those revelations, it would be too late. They didn't know what might happen in places beyond their sight. Even in the Barkan territory, had Kettle not been there, it would have been a disaster. Thinking of this, Aquez set out on a pilgrimage, traveling the world, finding places in turmoil and helping people. That was her pilgrimage. Kettle was impressed upon hearing her story. That's admirable, taking action on her own to quell the chaos in the world, helping those in need and saving groups in crisis. It was truly exemplary behavior as a follower. From Kettle's perspective, it was a commendable mindset. But are you sure it's okay? It seems quite dangerous. I'm prepared for it. Moreover, I have also reached a great level. No way, Kettle's eyes widened. Aquez spoke. During my pilgrimage, I have reached the realm of superhumans. In the Barcan territory, Aquez was already a first-rate warrior. After many events, she had reached the realm of superhumans. Oh, really? That's amazing. Congratulations, thank you, Kettle rejoiced as if it were his own achievement. Aquez felt a bit embarrassed by his reaction, but she didn't feel bad. She smiled. Kettle asked, by the way, who is the magician beside you? They don't seem to be a follower. Oh, this is a magician I met at the Magic Tower during my pilgrimage. They offered to help me, so we are traveling together. Oh, Kettle's eyes gleamed. A magician from the Magic Tower. Traveling together on a dangerous journey, they must be quite exceptional. Yes, traveling together on a dangerous pilgrimage, it was certainly an impressive feat, but Aquez had a somewhat ambiguous expression. After that, they shared various small stories. Both of them had been through a lot, so there was much to discuss. Meanwhile, believers occasionally came by. Good morning, Mr. Kettle. Hello, they greeted Kettle with enthusiasm. Their eyes shone with deep respect and reverence. Aquez muttered, feeling a bit perplexed. It seems the believers have a lot of trust in you, Mr. Kettle. Believers of the gods showing such reverence towards a barbarian rather than a saint. It felt like a dream. It's a bit overwhelming for me too. It wasn't like this before, but it got worse after I had a conversation with Kaloja. Oh, you talked with Kaloja, conversing with a god. Even within the church, only a chosen few had such an opportunity. Despite the high expectations placed on her, Aquez had never conversed with a god. The barbarian in front of her had seized such an opportunity. Aquez asked in a worried tone, are you all right? It must have been quite overwhelming, speaking with a great celestial being. It was a heavy burden for a mortal. Even a mere voice, not a full manifestation of such a being, could suppress a mortal. Even the saint of the sun god would break out in cold sweat each time she spoke with the sun god. She wouldn't leave her chambers for a whole day afterward. And Kettle wasn't even a believer. He didn't know how to conduct himself in front of a god, so he must have been extremely anxious about potentially committing blasphemy. She asked in a concerned tone, but Kettle shook his head. It was nothing. It was an enjoyable conversation. Aquez froze. An enjoyable? Yeah, we had a good rapport. Good rapport. I'd like to meet again. Pardon? She had a bewildered expression. Chapter 156. The Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Magic Tower. Part 3. He enjoyed the conversation with the deity and wished to meet again. Even more surprising was that this came from the mouth of a non-believer barbarian. Aquez simply couldn't comprehend it. Why is that? No, it's nothing. Aquez quickly shook her head. Though Kettle found the reaction odd, he didn't give it much thought. Talking to a god must be quite unusual. Well, Shadrins had been shocked, so it wasn't different for Aquez. That he had such an experience made him feel good again. Kettle cheerfully said, I hope you get to try it once. It's an enjoyable and fun experience. Aquez responded with silence. Anyway, it seems we made a pointless trip. Aquez had come to help the sanctuary of Kaloja, but everything had already been resolved. Her visit ended up being meaningless. No, it's fortunate that it was resolved without any major issues. Does that mean your pilgrimage is over now? No, it doesn't, Aquez denied it. The world is still chaotic. Evil continued to invade the world. The sanctuary of Kaloja was just the first target. Minor incidents were still ongoing. So where are you heading next? Kettle asked, though it was a question without much meaning. Following a pilgrimage sounds fun, but I want to enjoy something different soon. A pilgrimage of the sun god's devotee. It would probably involve a journey against evil. He had had enough of evil. He wanted to enjoy something different now. At this point, the elven sanctuary attracted him the most. He was curious about what differences there would be compared to a divine sanctuary. Kettle asked the question without much thought. But Aquez's answer stopped Kettle's brain momentarily. Aquez spoke, the city of mermaids. Mermaids? After a brief silence, Kettle spoke, his voice trembling slightly. There are mermaids? Yes, there are. They must live underwater, right? Isn't that obvious? Aquez replied as if wondering why he asked such a question. Her expression suggested it was as obvious as birds flying in the sky. That attitude made Kettle's heart tremble even more. He tried to calm his emotions and asked, are the mermaids asking for help? I don't know the details, but it seems there's a problem. There's a coastal city that has been trading with the mermaid city. They had been trading without issues for decades, but suddenly all communication with the mermaid city was cut off. They sent ships and people, but no one returned. Even skilled mercenaries couldn't make a difference. Judging there was a problem, the city's lord requested help, but the chaotic world left no resources to aid a remote city. Thus, Aquez planned to visit that city and help. I see, Kettle nodded, so that's it, it's an unknown problem. Right, it could be dangerous for you as well. It's possible, but I don't mind, it's a pilgrimage I've committed to, Aquez said calmly. Kettle shook his head. No, it's far too dangerous, you could be in serious danger. I appreciate your concern, but great, this is perfect, I'll help you. What? Aquez's eyes widened. It was an entirely unexpected statement. Why you'll help? Yes, is there a problem? No, but it will be an extremely challenging journey. We'll have to sail and face unknown enemies. The distance is considerable and the travel time alone will be significant. Aquez stammered. Moreover, I can't afford to give you any reward. Her pilgrimage was a personal journey unrelated to the church. With no support for her pilgrimage, she had no means to offer a reward. Her personal funds were nearly depleted. Kettle laughed heartily. It doesn't matter, I didn't come to the sanctuary of Kalosia expecting a reward. I came because Heise asked for help of my own accord. Although Heise had desperately refused Kettle's help, it somehow turned into Heise asking Kettle for help. You are my friend just like Heise. I can't just stand by and cheer while my friend embarks on a dangerous pilgrimage. I don't need a reward, I would like the opportunity to accompany you on your journey. Ah, Aquez's voice trembled, her face filled with deep emotion. To accompany a friend on a dangerous pilgrimage without any expectation of reward, what a noble act. Aquez was genuinely moved, she felt ashamed of herself. I misunderstood such a person. She silently apologized to Kettle in her heart. If you really mean it, thank you so much. Please let me know if it becomes a burden at any time. No, it's perfect timing for me as well. Kettle smiled brightly, genuinely happy inside. Mermaids, a fantasy race with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Kettle had always been curious about mermaids since childhood. Are mermaids mammals or fish, or perhaps they could uniquely be amphibians? Do they breathe like whales on the surface, or do they breathe underwater? If they had gills, where would they be located? In most myths, female mermaids are depicted as beautiful, while male mermaids are depicted as ugly. Is that really true? How could they live in the deep sea with a human upper body and a fish lower body? They were one of the most contradictory beings in the world of fantasy. Kettle had always wondered how mermaids could exist. On Earth, such speculation was meaningless. Since they were mythical beings, people could interpret them however they wanted. But here, mermaids were real. How did they live, and in what form did they exist in the sea? It was a chance to resolve his childhood curiosity. His heart was pounding with excitement, and it showed in his demeanor. So, are we leaving right away? I think it would be good to move quickly. No, not yet. As Kettle urged, Aquez hastily shook her head. Since we're here, I think we'll help with the restoration work of the sanctuary before we leave. Ah, that makes sense. Thinking about it, Kettle hadn't finished helping with the work either. He calmed his excitement a little. So we'll leave in a few days. Probably, in the meantime, you should finish your tasks as well. All right, Kettle nodded. Let's do that. The discussion was concluded. Aquez expressed her gratitude again. Thank you, Kettle. Even though I can't offer any reward, you're willing to help. I won't forget this kindness. It's something I want to do, so don't worry about it. Come to think of it, I should introduce myself to your companion as well. Aquez was not alone. Next to her was a magician from the magic tower. Aquez seemed to realize something and made a sound of realization. Come to think of it, there's that person. What's the matter? Aquez had a slightly awkward expression. She shook her head. No, it's nothing. I'll go inform that person. We can do the introductions tomorrow. The next day, Kettle and Aquez met again. Between them stood the magician from the magic tower. Aquez introduced Kettle to the magician. This is Mr. Kettle, whom I mentioned yesterday. He's a friend of mine and has the power to face demons, so he'll be a great help on our journey. Aquez looked at Kettle. And Mr. Kettle, this is Mr. Baker, a magician from the magic tower. He's part of the Sterile School which studies the stars. He has reached the realm of a superhuman and has been a great help on our journey. Oh, Kettle's eyes shone. It was the first time he had properly seen a magician from the magic tower. Although he had met the Tower Master, he wasn't a typical case, and he didn't have time for a proper conversation with the alchemist in the capital of the Denayan Kingdom. Kettle smiled. Nice to meet you, I'm Kettle. Since they would be on a long journey together, Kettle intended to get along well, but Baker had an unwelcoming face. I'm a companion traveling with Aquez. We've been together for several months. Baker spoke with emphasis, as if stressing that his relationship with Aquez was much closer than Kettle's. Kettle didn't mind. I see, you must be very close. I look forward to working with you. Baker frowned at that attitude. It seems barbarians don't understand subtlety. Let me make it clear. I have no intention of getting close to someone like you. His expression was filled with deep disdain and contempt. How dare a barbarian try to get close to a magician from the magic tower? Know your place. Is that so? Then I'll have to try harder. Despite the clear rejection, Kettle didn't seem to care. Instead, he wore an amused smile as if he found the reaction entertaining. This made Baker even more flustered, just as Baker was about to hurl another insult at Kettle. Aqua's side. "Mr. Baker, Aquas." Baker flinched and his expression quickly turned to one of confusion. "You agreed yesterday, didn't you? Mr. Kettle and I are friends, please don't act like this." "Sorry." Baker's voice instantly turned meek. He glanced at Aquas. "Take care, that's all right, I'll be going now." Baker hurriedly left. Watching his retreating figure, Kettle spoke up. "He doesn't seem to like me. Mr. Baker was uncomfortable with you joining us. He eventually accepted it, but I didn't expect him to act this way in front of you. I apologize for the unpleasant experience." Aquas looked genuinely sorry as she bowed her head. "Truly, I'm sorry. If this makes you uncomfortable, you can still refuse to join us." "I don't mind. Is it because I'm a barbarian?" "No, that's not it." Aquas hesitated for a moment, then sighed and spoke. "It's just that he has a lot of interest and attachment to me. He probably doesn't like the idea of anyone else joining our journey." "I see." Kettle smiled. "It's love, probably. Love stories are always interesting. Not for me." Aquas shook her head. Seeing Mr. Baker's reaction, it seems there will be more conflicts. "I'm sorry to make you uncomfortable. You can still refuse if you want." "Refuse?" Kettle laughed as if the suggestion was absurd. "Why would I do that? The Inquisitor of the Sun God, and a magician from the Magic Tower who loved her. What an interesting story. It only made him more curious." "Love stories are one of the joys of fantasy." Kettle grinned widely. Aquas wore a perplexed expression. "It seems you're enjoying having an entertaining spectacle. That's a misunderstanding." "Is it really?" "Absolutely." Kettle nodded energetically. Aquas looked at him with a dubious expression. Chapter 157, The Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Magic Tower, Part 4. Kettle told Shadrins that he would soon be leaving the sanctuary. Shadrin's eyes widened in surprise. "You're leaving? I'll stay for a few days to help with the restoration, but once everything is done, I'll be leaving." "Is that so? Why, you seem very surprised." "Honestly, I didn't think you'd leave." Shadrins had believed that Kettle would remain in the sanctuary of Kaloja. It wasn't just a vague assumption, it was a somewhat rational expectation. Kettle had saved the sanctuary of Kaloja. His achievements would be highly regarded until the end of their church. Moreover, he had conversed directly with Kaloja and was even granted access to their sacred relics. Kettle's current position in the church was just below that of the saintess. Joking aside, even if he did nothing and simply stayed in the sanctuary, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. He would have no restrictions and would be respected by everyone. Powerful people usually seek power and recognition befitting their strength. While someone of Kettle's caliber would be greatly welcomed anywhere, there was no guarantee he would receive the same sincere respect elsewhere. After all, he was still a barbarian, an outsider, and barbarians were often targets of exclusion. Hence, Shadrins thought Kettle would stay in the sanctuary. Hearing that he was leaving so soon was indeed startling. "Things are tough right now, but soon we'll be back on our feet. Then whatever you wish for Kettle will be achieved and you will be highly respected even outside." It was a tempting offer. Most people would be swayed by such words. But Kettle shook his head. "That sounds appealing, but the world is in chaos and my friends need my help, so helping them is my duty." "I see." Shadrins realized that Kettle had originally come here to help Heis. He ended up receiving a great reward, but he hadn't helped them with any expectations in mind. Right. This man was like that. He wasn't someone who sought power or recognition. Shadrins looked at Kettle with a gaze filled with admiration as if looking at a saint. "I understand. It's unfortunate, but I have no right to stop you." If Kettle stayed in the sanctuary, it would be a huge benefit to the church. Having someone of his strength within the church would greatly increase its influence, but they couldn't force Kettle to stay. After considering this, Shadrins gave a bitter smile. There was indeed a way to keep Kettle. By falsely claiming that the church was still in danger and that they needed his help, Kettle would stay. He was that kind of person. But just as Kettle was that kind of person, she could not become someone who lied to keep him there. "This also disqualifies me as a follower of the god of lies and deception." Kaloja would be disappointed in her for this. Shadrins mentally apologized to Kaloja but did not change her decision. "Then please wait a moment. We will prepare a farewell for you." Kettle nodded. The final moments at the church passed by. People were saddened by Kettle's departure with some even shedding tears. However, by Shadrin's command, no one stopped him. The magician looked displeased at Kettle joining them but did not voice any direct objections, perhaps wary of Aquas's reaction. And a week later, the restoration of the church was complete. Kettle was ready to leave. His final farewell was attended by the Saintess, Raxa, Heis, and Na Los. Shadrin spoke. "Kettle, thank you sincerely. The Church of Kaloja will never forget you. Please accept this." Shadrins handed Kettle a symbol of Kaloja. "Upon close inspection, you'll see that it's layered multiple times." Indeed, The symbol was composed of many thin layers overlapping each other, forming a single emblem. The number of layers was about 100. This is the symbol we give to our benefactors. The more layers it has, the higher the status of its owner. No one had ever received a 100-layered symbol before. We will support you, Raxa said. You are an honorary member of our church. If you need help, we will do our utmost to assist you, even if the church faces destruction. It's a bit overwhelming, but thank you. Naples also expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Without you, the church would have perished. Even though we said we couldn't offer any reward, you still helped us. Truly, thank you. Lastly, it was Hai's turn. Hai's bowed deeply. Thank you. As I mentioned before, I had my doubts about you. Kettle had a different set of values. In his perspective, there was no distinction between good and evil. This was why Hais had been afraid of what Kettle might do in the sanctuary and had initially rejected him. But it was not like that. Kettle had helped them without expecting anything in return. While his values were different, he was not a bad person. She felt ashamed of herself. If you wish, Kettle, I will remain your friend. If you find yourself in danger, I will risk my life to help you. Thank you, you are still my friend. Kettle smiled gently. After the final farewell, Kettle left the sanctuary. Outside, Aquas and Baker were waiting. Have you finished your goodbyes? Yes. Kettle turned to look at the sanctuary. It was the first divine sanctuary he had experienced in this fantasy world. It had been an incredibly enjoyable time. Now that he was leaving, he felt a bit of sadness. But just as there are meetings, there are also partings. As Kettle was about to leave the sanctuary behind, Aquas's eyes widened. A song was emanating from the sanctuary. That song, Aquas knew what the song meant. It was a hymn dedicated to an outsider by the church. But she was bewildered because it was not usually sung. While the Church of the Sun God had a hymn for outsiders who had saved the church, it had not been sung for hundreds of years. Being a hymn for outsiders, it was reserved for truly exceptional circumstances. And now that hymn was being sung for Kettle. Moreover, Baker murmured in astonishment. The song is quite loud. Is the entire sanctuary singing? It seems so. Numerous voices overlapped, creating harmonies. The entire sanctuary was singing for Kettle as if they were singing to their god. Aquas suddenly held her breath. The gaze, a mighty gaze, was upon them. It was felt from the high heavens. The meaning was clear. Kaloja was watching them. The gaze seemed to be seeing off the departing Kettle. Although Kettle didn't understand the detailed meaning like Aquas, he could sense the emotions contained within it. Farewell, the sanctuary of the gods and the god. Kettle turned and walked away. I should have stayed a bit longer. It would have been interesting to see how the church would act after realizing the truth about lies and deception. Leaving now made him feel a bit regretful, but Kettle shook his head. There's a saying that it's best to end things at a point where you feel just a bit of regret. Ending things now and returning later could also be enjoyable. Kettle organized his thoughts. He still had something to look forward to. How long does it take to get to the coastal city from here? The mermaid. He was now on a journey to meet them. Aquas, still recovering from the shock, stammered. It's quite a distance. For an average person, it would take about 3 months. We need to hurry then, probably so. They were all superhumanly strong. The tough journey posed no obstacles, allowing them to travel in a straight line. Pushing through the underbrush, Kettle asked, So what's the problem in the mermaid city? Sorry, you don't know. I haven't been told anything. Oh, only then did Aquas realize she hadn't explained the situation to Kettle. Wait a minute, so this barbarian had agreed to help without even knowing what the problem was. What's wrong? Nothing. Aquas barely managed to hide her surprise. Kettle spoke. Is it related to evil? Are they targeting the mermaid city? No, it's not that. Aquas continued speaking. My pilgrimage is to help people in a wavering world. It isn't necessarily related to evil. Then what is it? There are more threats to the world than just evil. Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Land? At Aquas's words, Kettle's face changed slightly. I know. It's a heterogeneous place that exists on the continent. You know it well. Yes, it's a heterogeneous place. As she said that, Aquas glanced at Kettle's face. The White Snowfield that you came from is also one of the Forbidden Lands. That's right. Do you know anything about other Forbidden Lands? I don't know, Kettle shook his head. He knew about the White Snowfield, but nothing about the other Forbidden Lands outside of it. It seems that the Forbidden Lands are also separated from each other. She gathered her thoughts and began to explain. It would be nice if the other Forbidden Lands could help us like Kettle did, but it seems they do not. Recently, a kingdom called Ludian was attacked by the presence of one of these Forbidden Lands. One day, the heterogeneity of the Forbidden Land swallowed the entire kingdom. The kingdom fell and all those who remained inside died. In a single day, the entire nation faced the threat of destruction. But fortunately, the master of the tower foresaw the signs and responded in advance. While they couldn't prevent all damage, they managed to save a member of Ludian's royal bloodline. I see, so that's how the rumor spread. It seemed that clear information about Nano had not been disseminated. Well, there was no need to spread it, something that replaces everything. If known, it would only cause chaos. They are extremely dangerous existences. Aquas swallowed. The royal castle fell in a single day. The continent was in a state of emergency. Other kings began to prepare for fear that they might suffer the same fate. It was a threat different from evil. Aquas sighed. Just dealing with the existence of vile evil is overwhelming, and now the presence of forbidden lands is appearing on the continent. It is truly a chaotic state. Aquas spoke with concern about the presence of the forbidden lands. Indeed, it is quite a dangerous state. Kettle agreed with Aquas's words. For a moment, Aquas paused. It was quite odd for the presence of a forbidden land to call the presence of a forbidden land dangerous, but she quickly continued speaking. Yes, recently it seems that the city of mermaids is also being threatened by the presence of such a forbidden land. Aquas said. I heard that a primate living deep in the ocean is surrounding the city of mermaids. As Aquas finished speaking, something appeared before Kettle. Kettle looked at the system window before him with a peculiar expression. Quest 787. Respond to the other. Chapter 158, The Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Magic Tower, Part 5. The library of the Barcan territory there, he once read a book explaining the forbidden lands that exist on the continent. Among these realms was something called the Deep Sea Domain, where primates supposedly lived and breathed. They're targeting the Mermaid City. I'm not entirely sure, but it's almost certain. What kind of creatures are they? By primates, she must have meant animals like monkeys. The idea of such creatures living in the depths of the sea was hard to picture. When asked about it, Aquas answered, we don't know that much either. Until now, the existence of the forbidden lands had been confined within themselves, never coming out onto the continent. Only a few suicidal adventurers ever entered the forbidden lands, so information about them was scarce. The reason we discovered their involvement in this issue was because a missing sailor barely managed to return to the city by clinging to a plank from his wrecked ship. The hypothermic sailor, trembling and terrified, reported that primates had attacked them underwater. However, he had been so traumatized and panicked that no further information could be extracted. I see, Kettle muttered as if he had understood the gist of it. That sounds quite dangerous. We're prepared for it, Aquas said, clutching the emblem hanging around her neck. I will do my best to help as well. Thank you sincerely. A warm atmosphere flowed between Kettle and Aquas. In contrast, the magician of the Magic Tower, Baker, maintained a dissatisfied silence. Kettle, recalling Baker's presence, asked in a friendly tone, You're Baker, right? What do you think? I'm curious about the perspective of a magician. Don't talk to me, Barbarian, Baker said coldly, displaying a clear refusal. Aquas was taken aback by his attitude. Mr. Baker, it's fine, Aquas, it seems we still have some distance to bridge, Kettle said with a smile. It's going to be a long journey. We'll have plenty of time to become friends. Baker's face twisted at Kettle's casual demeanor. To be honest, Kettle had no particular thoughts about Baker. He actually wanted to befriend him. As a magician from the Magic Tower, Baker could provide valuable information about various magic and insights into the inner workings of the tower. Kettle held no hostility, only goodwill. However, the same couldn't be said for the other party. Baker gritted his teeth. Damn Barbarian, why did he have to join our journey? Aquas's pilgrimage aimed to preemptively address the chaos of the world. There was no gain or reward in it, and it required traveling across the entire continent, which was both time-consuming and life-threatening. It was a pilgrimage only a devout believer of the god could undertake. The reason Baker, a magician, joined such a pilgrimage was simple. He was in love with Aquas. Baker's parents were magicians of the Magic Tower, and he had spent his entire life there. With his parents' teachings and his exceptional talent, he had reached the level of a superhuman at a young age. He was recognized by the tower and was considered a future leader of his school of magic. Baker was content with this life. He believed he would spend his whole life researching magic in the tower. However, one day he met Aquas, who had come to the tower seeking support for an artifact. At that moment, Baker fell in love with Aquas at first sight. Silver hair that shone like the moon, eyes like precious red gemstones, skin as white as snow, a calm expression that seemed to accept all the sins of the world. Aquas appeared like an incarnation of beauty, and Baker's heart pounded. At the age of 32, he experienced his very first love. Since then, he ignored all the concerns and objections from his school and decided to accompany Aquas on the pilgrimage. For someone who had lived a sheltered life, the journey was extremely tough, but just being with Aquas made him incredibly happy. It felt like a dream, and Baker wished it would last forever. But that dream ended with the arrival of Kettle. Baker glared at him. Damn Barbarian. Their once two-person journey now had an intruder. What irked him more was Aquas's friendly interactions with Kettle. She always acted somewhat reserved towards me. The reason for this was Aquas felt burdened by Baker's overly sentimental demeanor, but Baker didn't know that. All he felt was jealousy towards Kettle. HMPH, Baker snorted to compose himself. After all, he's just a barbarian. Aquez was an inquisitor of the sun god, highly regarded within the church, having reached the level of a superhuman at a young age and was seen as a future leader of the church. Similarly, Baker was a superhuman magician from the Magic Tower, considered a future leader of his school and potentially a member of the tower's leadership. In contrast, that barbarian was nothing more than an ordinary barbarian. He had neither possessions nor authority. A foolish barbarian. Baker was clearly superior. The difference would become more apparent over time. Baker composed himself and spoke in a subtle tone. Although he had received considerable support from the Holy Land of Kaloja and even the attention of Kaloja, the god of lies and deceit, he believed it was a natural reaction for an outsider to come to their aid in a time of crisis. While it was excessive support to be simply understood in that context, Baker tried not to dwell on it. Normally, as a magician, he would have judged the situation objectively, but that was impossible for him now. A young man in love can sometimes be the most foolish of all. He composed himself and spoke in a subtle tone. Come to think of it, Aquez, do you remember what I said before? I told you that I met the Tower Master. I remember. You said he came to meet you personally when you reached the superhuman level. Even in the Magic Tower, where all the magicians on the continent gathered, it was rare to produce a superhuman. Moreover, Baker had reached the superhuman level in his 20s. It was an incredibly young age, and he garnered much attention within the tower. That's right. The great Tower Master personally came to see me and praised me. He said he had been waiting for a talent like me and had great expectations. Is that so? That's amazing, Aquez genuinely admired. The Tower Master was the one who created the Magic Tower, where all the magicians gathered, and was known to have approached the great secrets and truths of magic. He was one of the most famous heroes in the world. For such a person to personally seek out and praise Baker was certainly something to be proud of. Satisfied with her reaction, Baker glanced at Kettle. How about that? I am such a great person. Know your place and bow your head even now. Baker glared at Kettle triumphantly. However, Kettle tilted his head with a puzzled look. Is that really true? Did the Tower Master say that? Baker flinched. What do you mean? It just seems strange. The Tower Master Kettle had seen was not someone who cared about individual power or levels. He knew this because the Tower Master had shown disdain for Maximus, a true superhuman, by saying he had no value. It was hard to believe that such a Tower Master would praise Baker as he claimed. Baker closed his mouth. The truth was, Kettle was right. Although the Tower Master did meet him, he didn't particularly praise him. After a few conversations, the Tower Master left, seemingly unimpressed. Baker had lied to impress Aquez. It's true. Why would I lie about that? Baker said firmly, though his voice had a slight tremor. Well, if you say so, Kettle said, not paying much attention. Whether the Tower Master had praised him or not didn't matter to him. Baker felt a strange sense of humiliation from Kettle's indifferent attitude, as if his bragging meant nothing. Baker ground his teeth. HMPH, the pitiful barbarian must be jealous that a great hero praised him. At least that's what Baker thought, but that thought was soon shattered. After traveling some distance, they took a break. Kettle asked Aquez, may I ask you something? What is it? I want to ask about the use of holy power. I've learned it, but you might know a different method. Aquez was a follower of the sun god. The use of holy power could differ since they served different gods. Kettle was curious about this. Aquez nodded understandingly. First, show me how you manifest holy power. Kettle clenched his fist and a brilliant light shone above it. It was the power bestowed upon those who served a god. It was holy power. Baker's eyes widened. Wait. Holy power? Oh, you didn't know. Aquez realized she hadn't explained it to Baker. She explained that Kettle had greatly assisted in the Holy Land of Kaloja, and in the end, Kaloja had personally allowed Kettle to use a holy relic, granting him holy power. Hearing the explanation, Baker's jaw dropped. Is that even possible? A god allowing their holy relic to someone who wasn't even a follower? It was unheard of. Aquez gave a wry smile. I think so too, but it actually happened. Baker closed his mouth. Although it was indeed impressive that the Tower Master had personally come to talk to him, Kettle, who had received a holy relic directly from a god, was even more remarkable. In this world, the value of gods was immense. Being acknowledged by a god was an enormous honor in itself. If Kettle were to spread that fact, he could garner more respect than Baker. Kettle, in a tone suggesting he wasn't sure, said, even if you say so, it doesn't mean much to me. I find it more impressive that Aquez can use the Holy Scripture. When he first met Aquez, he didn't think much of it. He merely thought that, as a powerful believer, she could use the Holy Scripture. However, after visiting Kaloja's holy land, he understood clearly. The Holy Scripture was an incredibly precious and special power. In the entire Kaloja Church, only the saintess could use the Holy Scripture. Aquez, who could wield it, was undoubtedly an exceptional believer. Well, Aquez trailed off. Objectively speaking, being allowed to use a holy relic despite not being a believer was more impressive than wielding the Holy Scripture. So what are you curious about? Since the gods we serve are different, does the use of holy power vary too? Yes. While the great celestial power is the same, it is bestowed by different gods. However, the basic results are similar. Kettle could use Kalosha's holy power to create a bell of the heart that detected lies. Aquas, using the sun god's holy power, could illuminate everything and see transparently if a lie was contained in the words. The results were similar, but the methods were different. Kettle found this interesting. So there are such differences. Generally, the results seem to be similar. Not all churches are like that. Some possess very special, even alien-seeming powers. A prime example is the church that serves Federica. What kind of church is that? Kettle and Aquas continued their conversation joyfully. Meanwhile, Baker couldn't join in and felt left out. After a pleasant exchange with Aquas, Kettle noticed Baker remaining silent. "Oh, sorry, I got caught up in the conversation. Do you have any questions?" Kettle asked. "And no, it's fine," Baker replied, his voice lacking energy. Chapter 159, The Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Tower, Part 6. Baker looked extremely gloomy. It was inevitable. In this world, gods held higher value than any other being. If Kettle was truly acknowledged by a god, he would possess more authority and honor than a superhuman-level magician. It wouldn't be strange if Kettle ignored him. HMPH, fine. Baker, the magician who delved into the truths of the world, decided to acknowledge Kettle a little, but only that much. He was superior to a barbarian after all. They continued their journey. Aquas, who was calculating the remaining distance, spoke up. "We still have a long way to go. We need to pick up the pace." They were inland, and their destination was a city by the sea, so the distance was considerable. At this speed, it would take months. Baker's eyes gleamed at Aquas's words. "Really? Then how about we get serious? How about this?" Baker spoke as if the idea had just come to him. "Let's have one person keep going until they run out of stamina. When someone gets tired, we'll rest. How about that?" It doesn't sound bad. What do you think, Kettle?" "I don't mind." With Kettle agreeing, Aquas nodded. "All right. Since we have a long way to go, let's do that." The decision was made. Baker, whose plan was going smoothly, clenched his fist out of sight. Got it. He was a magician. As someone who was holed up in the magician tower researching, his stamina wasn't great. The sterile school he belonged to didn't particularly have any magic to strengthen or support the body. But even so, he was a superhuman-level magician. Even if he simply and bluntly strengthened his body with mana, he could travel much farther than a barbarian who couldn't even handle the mysticism. Baker's plan was simple. He intended to show Aquas the unseemly sight of the barbarian collapsing from exhaustion and make her lose affection for him. Then let's go. He stepped forward energetically. This time he was determined to show his superiority. They advanced towards their destination. They didn't rest, traveling an unimaginably long distance at a tremendous speed for hours. It was possible because they were all top-tier warriors, and the first to get tired was none other than Baker. Huff huff, Baker struggled to catch his breath, barely managing to look at Kettle with eyes full of disbelief. Why isn't he getting tired? They had been running for half a day without rest. Even a top-tier warrior would have long since collapsed from exhaustion at this distance. Yet Kettle was fine. On the contrary, he was the one getting tired. Before he knew it, his mana, which was like a spring, had run dry. Sweat flowed and his breathing became rough. He tried to endure it desperately, but his pathetically weak body quickly reached its limit. Huff, Baker clung to a tree and bent over. Kettle stopped moving forward. "You seem exhausted." "We should rest here." Huff huff, he wanted to deny it, but he couldn't even speak properly. Aquas nodded. "It's late, so let's rest here." "Good idea, I'll prepare the sleeping arrangements." Kettle took out a sleeping bag. Baker was speechless at his relaxed attitude. How is a barbarian who doesn't even handle the mysticism so fine? He wasn't even sweating. His breathing was perfectly normal. Aquas was also looking at Kettle in amazement. "You seem perfectly fine, Mr. Kettle. Impressive. This body is all I have. You seem fine too. Divine power is a special force." Divine power recovered much faster and consumed less than mana or aura. Only at the level of a sacred scripture did it have significant consumption. Oh, so that's how it is. Divine power was a force bestowed by another, and it seemed to have a high baseline. It must have been a fierce battle. Shadrans and Raxa were completely exhausted and couldn't even draw on their divine power. It was clear how intense the battle with the demons had been. Baker sat on the ground, barely recovering his mana. Aquas approached him with a concerned look. "Are you all right? You should drink plenty of water." Thank you." Baker felt both pleased and embarrassed by Aquas's concern. "You seem quite exhausted. All right, I'll cook dinner tonight." "Everyone rest. Who would want to eat a barbarian's cooking?" Baker muttered weakly. Aquas didn't say anything in response. Barbarian cooking couldn't really be called cooking. There were no seasonings and the meat was not even cleaned. They often threw it onto the fire without draining the blood. It was no exaggeration to say that eating a wild animal that had died in a forest fire wouldn't be much different from a barbarian's cooking. Naturally, one would have an aversion to barbarian cooking. However, Kettle confidently rolled up his sleeves. I'm good at cooking, so just watch. Kettle took ingredients and cooking utensils out of his artifact pouch. He began to skillfully prepare the ingredients. Aquez and Baker, who were watching with reluctant faces, were surprised. They were amazed that ingredients kept coming out of the small pouch and that Kettle's cooking skills were quite good. The ingredients were neatly prepared and he was tasting the seasoning regularly. Anyone could see that he was skilled. You're better than I thought. Didn't I say I'm confident in my cooking? Soon, a white stew was bubbling in the pot. Here. Eat, thank you. Aquez cautiously tasted the stew. After a moment of chewing, her eyes widened. It's delicious. Isn't it? Kettle smiled as he brought a bowl to Baker. You should eat too. I seasoned it lightly so it should be fine on an empty stomach. Who would want to eat barbarian cooking? Baker thought to refuse, but his mouth wouldn't open. Ah, a delicious smell wafted in front of him. The appetizing white stew was right there. He grabbed the bowl as if mesmerized. That night, Baker ended up eating 3 bowls of stew. The next day, Baker woke up with a gloomy face. Eating barbarian cooking as if it were delicious was a humiliation. The greatest humiliation was losing his dignity as a magician and eating 3 bowls of barbarian cooking. HMPH, Baker was a magician. He could observe and judge things objectively. He decided to acknowledge Kettle a little more. But that's all. Even so, he was superior. This barbarian might have the recognition of a god, great stamina, and good cooking skills, but that was it. Although these were considerable advantages, Baker did not yield at all. After all, Kettle was just an ignorant barbarian with no knowledge. As they continued toward their destination, Baker spoke to Aquez. Aquez. Shall I continue the story about the stars from before? Ah, yes, please. Where did I leave off? You said this land revolves around the sun. That's right. As I mentioned before, this land revolves around the sun. Not only this land, but there are many stars revolving around the sun. We've confirmed more than 10 stars so far. Really? Aquez listened attentively to Baker's story. Baker was a magician of the sterile school which specialized in observing the stars. He knew a lot about stars and the sun. To Aquez, a devotee of the sun god, Baker's knowledge was very attractive. Baker raised his voice deliberately for Kettle to hear. How do you think that's possible? Isn't it the power of the sun god? What kind of power do you think it is? I'm not sure. What is it? It's simple. The sun has a gravitational force. This immense force holds dozens of stars, preventing them from escaping the sun. Amazing, Aquez murmured in awe, thinking that all of this was due to the great power of the sun god filled her with pride as a believer. After a moment of contemplation, Aquez asked with a curious tone, Then I have one question. You said the gravitational force from the sun maintains the distance of the stars, right? Yes, that's right. You understand well. Then I'm curious, why don't we get closer to the sun? If we are being pulled in, shouldn't we eventually get closer to the sun? Baker hesitated. He had studied that part too, but it was such a long time ago that he couldn't remember it for a moment. As he was trying to recall, Kettle spoke up. Orbital revolution. What are you pretending to know, barbarian? Aren't you talking about orbital revolution, the force that each star exerts? Ha, Baker scoffed at Kettle. The knowledge he had learned was from the great sterile school. An outsider, especially a barbarian, couldn't possibly know about it. Baker thought Kettle was pretending to know something with some half-baked knowledge he had picked up somewhere. Then explain it. What is orbital revolution? It's the ratio of the forces exerted by masses on each other. Let me explain simply. Aquez, if you and I were to grab each other's arms and spin around with pure strength, who would be the center of rotation? It would be you, Kettle. Kettle's strength was greater than Aquez's. If they exerted force and spun, Aquez's body would naturally revolve around Kettle. It's the same. A massive object has an inherent pulling force. The sun is the largest and most powerful star, so the surrounding stars revolve around it accordingly. So this star doesn't get pulled into the sun because this star also has a pulling force. Even if I pull you towards me, if you resist, we maintain a certain distance, merely rotating around each other. It's the same concept. Aha, I see. Aquez was impressed. It sounded plausible. She looked at Baker. Is Kettle correct? Baker didn't answer. His face was stiff. Aquez was puzzled. Baker, he might be right. Baker recalled what he had learned. He realized that Kettle's explanation was accurate. Seems correct, Kettle muttered as if he found it curious. He wasn't entirely sure since he was explaining using the principles from Earth. He couldn't be certain if this world operated under the same rules. But based on the conversation, it seemed similar. The sun god, the great sun god. What relationship does this deity have with the sun? Interesting. Kettle became intrigued by the gods. Meanwhile, Baker couldn't hide his shock. How on earth? The information Kettle had just explained was something that even the sterile school, with its vast knowledge of stars, required long years of education to understand. For an outsider, a barbarian, to know such precise information was unbelievable. That's fine. Even if this barbarian had knowledge, it didn't matter, he was still superior. The love-struck young man reassured himself, I'm still superior, right? But the confidence he once had was no longer as strong as it used to be. Chapter 160, The Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Tower, Part 7, This barbarian was special. He was recognized by a god and could handle holy relics. He was also an excellent cook and possessed knowledge that only a highly educated person could have. Is he really a barbarian? If not for his appearance, one might mistake him for a scholar who had practiced self-discipline for a long time. Here, take this. When it was time to eat, Kettle handed Baker a bowl of stew filled with rich, dark brown meat. Baker, driven by pride, wanted to refuse, however his hands accepted the bowl willingly. Kettle's cooking was too delicious to turn down. Baker felt a pang of self-loathing. No, he tried to pull himself together, he still had the upper hand over the barbarian. I can use magic, he could wield the mystical power that the barbarian couldn't. Magicians used magic and barbarians wielded weapons. It was an obvious fact, but Baker needed to believe in his own superiority. But that belief soon shattered. They moved directly towards their destination, sometimes passing through forests. Late at night, they prepared to sleep in the middle of the forest, surrounded by the sounds of insects. Aquez frowned slightly. There are quite a lot of insects. Given the warm weather, the forest was teeming with insects of all sizes, enough to obstruct their vision. I'll take care of it. Aquez was about to pray to the sun god to create a barrier against the insects when Kettle stopped her. No, leave it to me. Pardon? Kettle began to take out catalysts from his pouch. As Aquez and Baker watched, their eyes widened. Kettle was meticulously using the catalysts to create a barrier. Baker couldn't believe it. Alchemy, as he finished speaking, a breeze began to rise around them. The gentle wind drove the insects away from their area. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. It's done. I used alchemy to create a wind barrier. Small insects won't be able to fly through it, plus the cool breeze will help us sleep comfortably. Thank you, but you can use alchemy too. Aquez was genuinely surprised. Kettle responded as if it were nothing. Just at an apprentice level, it's not that great. Even so, it's impressive. Aquez found it fascinating that a barbarian could use alchemy. Baker, on the other hand, swallowed hard. How? While Aquez was simply amazed, Baker couldn't let it go. He was a magician. He knew how challenging it was to reach even an apprentice level in magic, how much perseverance it required. Many aspirants at the magic tower failed to become even apprentices. Reaching an apprentice level in magic was impossible without serious dedication and long-term study. Although the alchemy Kettle displayed wasn't impressive to an extraordinary magician like him, the fact that a barbarian could handle mysticism at all was a huge shock. Even if the barbarian possessed some mystical ability, he had thought it was negligible. He couldn't imagine the barbarian had studied magic seriously. At most, he believed the barbarian might know a bit about physical enhancement. Baker fell silent, his final belief in his superiority, knowing the great art of magic, had been shattered. Am I really superior to this barbarian? He was a magician. Objectively comparing himself to Kettle, he realized there was no clear advantage. No, that couldn't be. He couldn't accept being inferior to a barbarian. Baker desperately tried to find a flaw in Kettle. Yes, after all, he was still a barbarian. No matter how knowledgeable, magically skilled, divinely recognized, or good at cooking he was, his fundamental nature wouldn't change. Though he might be hiding his barbaric nature, he wouldn't be able to conceal it completely. Eventually, he would reveal his brutality. Baker was convinced of this, and soon an opportunity arose. Give us your money. And your food too. Bandits appeared, blocking their way. Naturally, they posed no threat. Among them were 3 individuals with strength surpassing that of any superhuman in the nation. A mere handful of bandits could be dispatched with a flick of a finger, however, Aquez groaned. The bandits wore tattered clothes. Their bodies were covered in grime, likely from not having bathed for a long time, and their limbs were so thin that they seemed to lack any flesh. The weapons they brandished were crude spears made from roughly carved wood. Their appearance clearly did not suggest they had become bandits by choice. What should we do? In response to Kettle's question, Aquez sighed. Let's subdue them first. A golden light enveloped her body. Realizing they had picked the wrong target, the bandits tried to flee in panic, but they were all captured. The golden bindings restrained the bandits and forced them to kneel. They don't look like typical bandits. They're probably refugees who couldn't endure exploitation and fled. Kettle nodded in understanding. They seemed to be like the residents of the village he had stayed in while heading to the sacred grounds of Kaloja, which had been plundered by bandits. There are many like them, quite a few. Refugees driven from villages had little chance of leading normal lives. The village Kettle had seen was among the top 1% of refugee settlements. Most refugees, even if they formed villages, collapsed under various harsh conditions and became bandits like these. So what should we do with them? Well, Aquez pondered. Until now, whenever we encountered bandits or marauders, we executed them on the spot without question. Oh, really? They dared to hide under the great sun, fleeing the law and committing evil. There was no reason to show mercy. Aquez spoke calmly as if it were a matter of course. There was no guilt about killing. Kettle smiled. This world was a medieval fantasy. Human rights were not of great importance here. But these aren't people who became bandits by choice. While Aquez was lost in thought, Baker spoke up. In the end, they're still bandits, right? Being weak didn't make one righteous. These people were still bandits who attacked others and stole their goods. Isn't there no need to feel burdened about it? Well, that's true. Aquez, you're too soft-hearted. We're the victims here, aren't we? Aquez fell silent. Baker's gaze then shifted to Kettle. Speak, Barbarian, say that you will take their heads, barbarians who love battle and thirst for blood, those who cannot forgive anyone who raises a weapon against them and must kill them. That's what barbarians in this world were. Baker was convinced Kettle would see this as a good opportunity and would want to kill the bandits himself. When Kettle made his move, Baker planned to intervene, calling him barbaric. The plan was complete. Baker's eyes said it all. Go ahead, Barbarian, say that you will kill them. Kettle, what do you think? Unable to decide, Aquez asked Kettle. Kettle responded, is there any need to kill them? Their lives are precious. As expected of a barbarian, you're so savage, huh? Baker, who had been ready to criticize, tilted his head. Did I hear that wrong? What did you say? Kettle kindly repeated himself. These are precious lives as well. Though we are victims, we didn't suffer any significant harm, so there's no need to kill them. What? Baker stuttered. Of course, that was Baker's own belief as well. He had grown up in the Magic Tower, never lacking for anything. Recognized for his exceptional talent, he had received much support from a young age, and so had the magicians around him. As such, he didn't understand the harshness of the world well. When he first went out into the world with Aquez, he was shocked by the cruel reality and helped many suffering and poor people. Baker was fundamentally a kind-hearted person who could sympathize with others' pain, but that was something Baker should say, not Kettle. Really, but isn't there no need to keep them alive? Even if we spare them, won't they just continue living as thieves? On the contrary, there's no need to kill them. We can just impose some restrictions on them, can't we? Is it our job to deal with such bothersome tasks? Baker tried to coax Kettle into saying he would kill them. That way, Baker could accuse him of being barbaric, but Kettle never said what Baker wanted to hear. Baker was almost going crazy trying to get Kettle to reveal his true nature. As Baker desperately tried to say something, he noticed a gaze and closed his mouth. Aquez was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Mr. Baker, why are you so intent on killing them? What? No, it's not that. Baker hastily looked at the thieves. They were trembling and staring at him with pale faces. Baker realized too late. In his attempt to paint Kettle as a villain, he ended up looking like the one insisting on killing the thieves. No, that's not what I meant. Of course, I agree with your point. They might commit more crimes even if we spare them. Aquez, can you impose restrictions on them to prevent them from committing any more thefts? Yes, I can. Then, please go ahead. I will provide them with enough money to settle elsewhere. Is that acceptable? Okay. Baker nodded weakly, knowing that if he said any more, he would just look like the one eager to kill the thieves. Aquez placed restrictions on the thieves and Kettle handed them some money. The thieves wept with gratitude. You are quite merciful. Aquez looked at Kettle with a surprised expression. Kettle was not your typical barbarian. He had a friendly relationship with the devotee of a god and approached her warmly. He helped them without expecting anything in return. But he did so because he considered them friends. Some barbarians were very kind to their friends. In contrast, these thieves had initially been hostile towards Kettle. There was no reason for him to be kind to them. Baker's words were harsh but not incorrect, yet Kettle chose to spare them, which was quite unexpected. I am not a good person. If this isn't good, then I don't know what is. You should give yourself more credit. Aquez smiled warmly, but Kettle muttered with a strange expression. I don't think so. He knew he was not a good person. He knew it better than anyone. Kettle didn't bother to correct Aquez's misunderstanding. The thieves were tearfully preparing to leave, continuously expressing their gratitude. Baker cautiously asked, is there any magical help you need? I can help too. Eek, I'm sorry, we're really sorry. The thieves, who had been crying with gratitude in front of Kettle and Aquez, trembled and begged in front of Baker. The situation had turned out completely opposite to what Baker had intended. Baker felt like crying. Chapter 161, Inquisitor of the Sun God and Magician of the Tower, Part 8, they continued their journey. After several days had passed and they were nearing their destination, Baker spoke to Kettle. Let's spar, huh? Both Kettle and Aquas looked puzzled at the sudden suggestion. Baker, with a serious expression, explained. We'll soon arrive at our destination. Once there, we'll assess the situation and move to resolve the problem. In the process, they would face a clash, the existence of the Forbidden Land, the primates living and breathing in the depths of the ocean. We don't know how strong they are. If the beings of the Forbidden Land were truly entrenched there, their strength was an unknown variable. Given that contact with the City of Mermaids had been completely severed, it implied they had enough power to control an entire city. There was a high probability that at least superhuman-level strength would be needed. While we're grateful for you joining us to help, from this point on we won't be able to protect you. Hence, there was a need to gauge Kettle's strength. Prove it to me, show me that you're a strong warrior who doesn't need our help, Baker declared. At first, Aquas tried to dissuade him, but then she held her tongue. Baker's words were reasonable. Although she knew Kettle's strength, Baker did not. With the unknown dangers ahead, it was necessary to understand the nature and quality of his power. There was ample justification. What will you do? Baker smiled grimly. The reason he proposed the sparring was partly due to what he had said, but there was a larger reason behind it. He wanted to see that barbarian flustered or frightened. He wanted to see that relaxed expression crumble and hear him stammer. Baker had no doubt he would win, because he was a superhuman-level magician. There was no way a barbarian who couldn't wield magic could win. Even if he had divine power, relying solely on holy relics was meaningless. Even if they started the sparring in close quarters, he was confident he could toy with him from start to finish. Of course, there were many oddities that made it hard to believe he was just a weak barbarian who didn't know magic. But in his current state, Baker couldn't think that far. The thought of somehow denting Kettle's pride dominated his mind. I must seem disgustingly petty even to myself. Baker gave a bitter smile. He was a magician, a person who could make objective judgments. Therefore, he knew better than anyone how petty his actions were, yet he found it hard to stop. He desperately wanted to confirm that he was superior to this barbarian. You can refuse. If you do, you'll just be excluded from the battle. It's not a bad thing, you'll be safe. Baker thought Kettle would refuse. Common sense dictated he wouldn't accept, and he would be satisfied with that. He wanted to see the barbarian's fluster and confirm that this barbarian wasn't perfect. That was why he proposed the sparring, but Kettle had no reason to refuse. A sparring match, that sounds great. I'll accept, huh, Baker stammered, his grim expression giving way to surprise. You'll accept? Of course. Having the opportunity to spar with a superhuman-level magician from the Magic Tower wasn't something Kettle would refuse. He was grateful that something he had secretly wished for was being offered to him directly. So, what about the rules? Is it until one side admits defeat? Yeah, good, then let's prepare right away. I saw an open space along the way, we can do it there. Kettle moved with a cheerful smile. Watching his retreating figure, Baker mumbled stupidly. What? Kettle and Baker stood apart with an open space between them. Baker, having regained his composure, gathered his mana. All right. Though things had taken an unexpected turn, this wasn't bad. He would just need to show his overwhelming strength and make him admit defeat. Aquas approached Baker with a worried expression. Mr. Baker, are you sure about this? Baker smiled. Don't worry, Aquas, I'll control my strength. No, I'm worried about you. Aquas swallowed her words with difficulty. She sighed softly and stepped back to give them space. The rules are simple. If you feel you've lost, declare defeat. We'll stop the battle immediately. Understood. You're really doing this. Seriously, I said understood. Kettle smiled broadly. There wasn't a hint of anxiety or tension in his expression. Baker was bewildered by his overly relaxed attitude. Kettle didn't seem like someone who was ignorant of the difference in their power. Does he have some hidden trick? He started to feel increasingly uneasy. Aquas announced, then begin. Hup, Baker swung his hand forcefully. The school of magic he belonged to was the sterile school which looked to the stars. Among those stars, this continent was also included. Rumble. The trees on the outskirts of the clearing were uprooted and flew towards Kettle. Kettle clenched his fist. Veil of light surround me. With a short prayer, a golden veil spread out from Kettle, a great divine barrier that blocked external attacks. It unfolded in the barbarian's hand. Baker bared his teeth. That's not enough, Rumble. The trees violently struck the divine barrier. Cracks quickly spread across it. Unable to withstand the assault, the barrier shattered. Crash, Kettle leapt to evade. Baker swung his hand again. The trees slammed into the ground, cutting off Kettle's retreat. Baker stomped his foot. The ground around Kettle began to collapse, pulling him into the earth as if it were a sand trap. Ha, Baker smiled confidently. As expected, the barbarian's strength was nothing special. There was no need for him to worry. Before long, Kettle's lower body was swallowed by the ground. Baker planned to show off his power and then stop. His goal was to demonstrate the gap in their strength. He had no intention of injuring him. Then Kettle clenched his fist. It seems the holy power of a relic is insufficient to block a superhuman-level attack. He slammed his fist into the sinking ground. Boom, a tremendous roar erupted. Debris flew in all directions. Baker, startled, protected himself with a magical barrier. Rumble. As the debris settled, Baker couldn't believe his eyes. A gigantic hole had formed in the ground. It was much larger than the one he had been creating, large enough to be called a small lake. You wield a fascinating power. Kettle smiled broadly as he looked at Baker. Shivers ran down Baker's spine. He hastily swung his hand again. Source of the star buried deep in the earth. Rise, clang, metal that had been buried deep in the ground pierced through to the surface, aiming to bind Kettle's entire body like wire. Oh, you can do this too, Kettle swung his arms in amazement. The wires snapped and shattered like twigs. Damn it, Baker kept trying to overwhelm Kettle, but all his efforts and attempts were easily thwarted by simple punches. Aquaz watched with a knowing expression. She had expected this. There was no way Kettle, who had even overpowered the demon of gravitas, would struggle against such straightforward attacks. Rumble, Baker felt like he was losing his mind. His great magic was being effortlessly destroyed in front of the barbarian. As Kettle shattered the whirling wind bullets, he waved his hand. Is this all you've got? Kettle looked at Baker. In that moment, Baker genuinely felt threatened. It was like a ravenous beast drooling right in front of him. He shouted, "O stars beyond, I open a space here for your realm to take root." Aquaz, who had been watching quietly, was shocked. A massive power was gathering in Baker. It was clear to anyone that this was beyond a simple sparring match. Wait a minute, she hurriedly tried to stop him, but Baker wasn't in a state to listen. Let the harsh environment descend upon this star, and space opened up. Crack, the space began to freeze. Frost formed in the air and the wind solidified and fell. It was an extreme cold, a temperature close to absolute zero. The environment of a frozen star somewhere far beyond rushed towards Kettle. This is bad. No matter how strong Kettle was, a direct hit from that force could be dangerous. Aquaz hurriedly tried to intervene and drew her mace. Impressive, Kettle stepped forward with a smile. He tensed his arms and swung them. Boom, a blast of wind erupted from his punch. It ruthlessly dispersed the extreme cold from the distant star. Aquaz's eyes widened in surprise. Baker muttered dumbfoundedly. At the same time, Kettle grabbed his head. Bang. Baker's body was slammed into the ground. Aquaz was horrified. Kettle. It was Kettle, the attacker, who looked surprised. Why couldn't the magician dodge this? The magicians Kettle had encountered so far had all responded to this speed. Of course, it wasn't the magician themselves, but the power of reaction magic. But from Kettle's perspective, it was still surprising. Although he had reflexively held back his strength at the last moment, rendering Baker unconscious but not seriously injured. Aquaz was relieved that the sparring match had ended without major issues. Kettle is the winner. Sorry about that. I didn't expect him to be unable to react. I don't think a magician can react at that speed. But it seems he's not seriously injured, so we just need to wait for him to wake up. It looks like we'll have to stay here for tonight. They cleared the damaged forest and set up their camp. Sitting on a blanket, Aquaz looked at Kettle with awe. You are incredibly strong. Given that he had toyed with the demon of gravitas, it was a foregone conclusion that Kettle would overwhelm Baker. Aquaz was once again amazed by his strength. Where are this barbarian's limits? And Kettle was equally astonished. The sterile school does it require a lot of preparation for the incantations? Yes, since it involves bringing the power of an external star, the magical preparation is quite extensive. It's broad in scope and highly powerful. An external star, Kettle muttered with a curious expression. An external star, meaning those that shine beyond the sky. The magic Baker had used opened a space and summoned the environment of a star somewhere in the universe to this place. Is such a thing possible, summoning the environment of a star at an immeasurable distance? As a modern man, Kettle understood how extraordinary that was. What is magic? Where are its limits? He felt an intense fascination and curiosity about magic. Maybe I should visit the magic tower next time. They had said that with artifacts he could handle magic. Kettle laughed joyfully. This world truly brought him joy. Aquaz, looking at the unconscious Baker, muttered, I feel somewhat sorry. Please don't hold too much against him. He probably just wanted to impress me. Is there any reason to hate him? A magician who left the magic tower for the first time in love, doing anything to make a good impression. It was amusing to Kettle, as it was the first time he had seen such a case. To Kettle, it was rather endearing. Love is also something that must exist in stories. To be the protagonist of such passionate feelings, you must feel good. I appreciate his affection, but I cannot accept his feelings. Aquaz spoke with a sigh. It wasn't about liking or disliking him. I am a follower of the sun god. My remaining life belongs entirely to him. Love or affection held no value for her, and Kettle looked at her with a peculiar expression. You've dedicated your remaining life to the sun god. Yes, Aquas spoke calmly. I am the property of the sun god. My own emotions or thoughts are of no importance. Is that so? Kettle smiled. He noticed the contradiction in her words but chose not to point it out. Believe in whatever brings you peace. That too would be a source of enjoyment for Kettle, and a few hours later Baker woke up. Kettle apologized to the dazed man who had just regained consciousness. Sorry, I didn't control my strength properly. Did I lose? Indeed. I see. Baker hung his head in gloom. After that, Baker was completely deflated. He followed them silently with a depressed look on his face. Aquez looked at him with pity. Their journey continued without any major issues. Baker, perhaps having fully acknowledged Kettle, said nothing more. Finally, they arrived at the coastal city. Wow, Kettle marveled. A vast sea stretched to the horizon. It was a magnificent sight, but the sea was very quiet. Despite the sun being high in the sky, not a single ship was in sight and there were no fish to be seen. Only small boats could be seen from a distance at the dock. A silent fantasy sea spread out before him. Chapter 162, A City by the Sea, Part 1, It lived under the sea. Living in a cold, deep, and dark place where not even a ray of light could reach, it believed its small world was everything like a frog in a well. But one day it realized. When what had existed since the beginning perished on the surface, the constraints that had once confined it disappeared. The narrow well shattered to pieces. A vast sea spread before them to the horizon. Baker looked incredibly moved. Seeing the sea for the first time, he was naturally overwhelmed by its vastness. Kettle, too, murmured in awe, "This is my first time seeing the sea." "What, you've never seen the sea before?" "Yes." Of course there was the sea on Earth. There was the sea in the White Snowy Field, but that place was a forbidden land, so it didn't count. To be precise, it was his first time seeing the sea in a fantasy world. It doesn't look much different from the sea on Earth, but thinking of it as a fantasy sea made it feel different. Kettle looked at the sea with a delighted face, while Aquez looked at him with a puzzled expression. First time seeing the sea, Kettle was a barbarian from the White Snowy Field, and the White Snowy Field was connected to the sea. From Aquez's perspective, Kettle's claim of seeing the sea for the first time was a bit hard to understand. Maybe he's never been to the part of the White Snowy Field that connects to the sea. The White Snowy Field was extremely vast. Aquez concluded that Kettle must not have reached the area where the sea was. They approached the seaside city. As they got closer, Kettle's face lit up with joy at the deepening scent of the sea. When they reached the city's entrance, they encountered the guards. "Who goes there? Nice to meet you," Aquez greeted politely. "I am Aquez, an inquisitor of the sun god. We have come to help upon hearing that the city is in danger." What? Inquisitor?" The guard's eyes widened. Aquez introduced Baker. "This is Mr. Baker, a magician from the Tower of Magic." "A magician from the Tower of Magic." The guard's eyes widened even more. "And this is the barbarian Kettle." "What?" The guards momentarily stiffened. They looked at them with bewildered eyes. We'll inform the Lord immediately." They ran into the city in a hurry, watching their retreating figures. Kettle murmured, "They seem flustered." "Of course they do." Aquez gave a wry smile. An inquisitor, a magician, and a barbarian, a rather unusual combination, she thought. It wasn't long before the guards returned. "The Lord wishes to see you, please come in." They entered the city. Aquez, looking around, murmured in surprise. "It looks better than I expected. No, it looks prosperous." "Indeed, I thought the situation wouldn't be good." The presence of the forbidden land had taken over the sea. The city's primary means of trade had been blocked. Given that goods were not moving properly, Aquez expected the internal situation to be bad, but it was the opposite. There were no vagrants in sight. The citizens looked cheerful. Their clothes were clean and the buildings were well maintained. There wasn't a single piece of trash on the streets, and the smell of food wafted from everywhere. It looked more prosperous than the capital of most kingdoms. They entered the Lord's castle, puzzled, and they met the Lord. Aquez, upon meeting the Lord, spoke with a peculiar expression. "You seem to be a benevolent person." Ha. The Lord was 3 times the size of Aquez. He wiped the sweat from his plump cheeks with a forced smile. Nice to meet you. I am Dorban Vulcan, the Lord of the Vulcan territory." "Nice to meet you. I am Aquez, an inquisitor of the sun god." Please have a seat over here." The Lord guided them to the sofas in the reception room. He tried to appear calm, but his voice trembled. Sitting on the sofa, Aquez spoke. "Despite the unfavorable situation, your territory seems very prosperous. Your governance must be excellent." It was a formal greeting. There wasn't any particular meaning behind it. However, the Lord trembled. He had a face as if something had pricked him. "Is that so? Thank you for coming all this way to help us." The Lord desperately wiped the sweat streaming down his face. He looked extremely flustered, and with good reason. "What is going on?" the Lord screamed internally. Of course, it was true that he had sought external help because there were problems in the city. But the help he had hoped for was at most some knights or soldiers from the kingdom. But for an inquisitor of the sun god to come, they were a powerful force, but also an equally terrifying one. The sun god's church was currently the most influential church on the continent. The earth goddess's church also had significant influence, but in terms of sheer power, the sun god's church was the greatest. And inquisitors were the most radical faction within the sun god's church, judging heretics and burning the enemies of the church. Their authority within the church was immense. If Aquez judged him a heretic, the sun god's church would immediately send troops. They would burn the territory to the ground and exterminate his entire family. All such acts would be summarized in one line: judging the heretics of the sun god. Of course, there would be many political repercussions afterward, but the inquisitors had that much authority. A single wrong word could lead to the destruction of his territory. And a magician from the Tower of Magic, where all the great magicians gathered. The magicians of the tower had a strong sense of camaraderie towards their school. Any rudeness could lead to the entire school becoming hostile to the city. In the past, there was a lord who mistreated and despised a magician from the tower. The school was outraged upon learning this. And the lord's territory received no rain. The drought persisted until the lord personally went to the tower to beg for forgiveness. It was a massive overreach, but the kingdom remained silent. It was too foolish to antagonize the school of the Tower of Magic over a single territory. Both were members of groups with enormous power. Even as individuals, they were extraordinary warriors that the kingdom could scarcely match. They were too much for the lord of a small city to handle. His territory lacked the backing of a sword master like Barkin territory. A single mistake could lead to the destruction of his territory, so he couldn't help but tremble like a leaf. And what's with this barbarian? And between the two stood a barbarian. Barbarians did not acknowledge the existence of gods and denied them. Naturally, the believers who served the gods were enemies to the barbarians. Magicians were not much different. They who pursued knowledge and the secrets of magic were merely weak, skinny beings to the barbarians. The two groups that had the worst relationship with the barbarians. Yet here was a barbarian with an inquisitor and a magician. No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Does this barbarian have something too? Each one of them had greater influence than the Lord himself. Naturally, his gaze shifted to the barbarian. The barbarian was looking at him with an interested face. A strange sense of pressure filled the space. At first, the Lord thought the pressure came from the inquisitor and the magician, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't. It was the barbarian's pressure. The Lord shrank back as if he were sitting opposite a beast. What is this guy? The Lord had seen barbarians before, but this one was different in quality. He didn't even seem like the same species. Comparing as pure individuals, the barbarian in front of him was scarier than the inquisitor or the magician. Moreover, it was a barbarian, a being with whom conversations were pointless. If a problem arose, he could at least talk and negotiate with the inquisitor or the magician. They could somehow solve it through dialogue, but not with a barbarian. They preferred axes and fists to words. At any moment, the barbarian could mockingly call him a fat pig and swing an axe at him. The Lord had experienced such treatment from a barbarian before, so he couldn't help but be terrified. This person is a barbarian. Kettle, please take care of me. Kettle bared his teeth. Eek, the Lord shrieked. Aquez gave a bitter smile. He won't harm you. There's no need to worry. Is that so? The Lord's face didn't show much trust in Aquez's words. It's been a while since I've seen such an attitude. Even in conversation, the Lord continued to be wary and fearful. This hadn't happened in the holy land of Kaloja. Kettle found it refreshing after a long time. Relax, anyone would think I'm going to eat you. Kettle tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Ha ha, the Lord laughed dryly with a pale face. Kettle tilted his head. I made a joke, but he seems even more scared. Was my joke wrong? It's more that your demeanor doesn't make it sound like a joke. Aquez said soothingly, you really don't need to be so afraid. He's a very reasonable person. Aquez, an inquisitor of the sun god, vouch for him. He won't cause any trouble. Is that so? I feel like some kind of beast. If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. No, it's fine. I know I don't look very friendly. Kettle spoke leisurely, and the Lord watched with a perplexed expression. What is this? An inquisitor and a barbarian were having a friendly conversation. It was hard to believe even while seeing it. And what's with that magician? Now that he looked, the magician was squatting. He seemed visibly lacking in confidence. He kept glancing at the barbarian as if he was watching his every move. A magician is watching a barbarian. An inquisitor of the sun god, who should judge heretics and reject those who deny the gods, was defending a barbarian who denied the gods and hated believers. A magician who pursued knowledge and despised barbarians was watching the barbarian's every move. What was this? It seemed as if the barbarian was leading the two superhuman beings. The Lord felt dizzy. Chapter 163, A City by the Sea, Part 2, Aquez spoke calmly. Then could you tell us the situation? Oh yes. The Lord hastily collected his thoughts and expressed his gratitude. First of all, thank you once again. Thank you for coming all this way to help us. I will surely reward you in the future. After all, they had come all this way to help him. They were good people. The Lord wiped his sweat and got to the point. There was a city of mermaids near the sea by our city. We had maintained contact with them for generations. Was there any problem? Of course not. Who would be foolish enough to antagonize mermaids in a seaside city? Anyone that stupid couldn't survive by the sea. Kettle raised an eyebrow. It was a peculiar tone, as if implying that they shouldn't upset the mermaids. Kettle, curious, asked, "It seems you have a good relationship with the mermaids. You don't make them slaves or anything, right?" Everyone present made an aghast expression at his words. What are you talking about?" The Lord spoke with a face that said this made no sense. "Who in their right mind would do such a thing? Is that so? I heard there are cases of elves being taken as slaves, so I thought it might be the same with mermaids. But it seems not. That could never be the case. Mermaids are different from elves. Elves lived on land like humans. Since their activity areas overlapped, they had many points of contact. And the land was practically dominated by humans. Elves, with their beautiful appearance and unchanging youth, were extremely attractive to humans, so humans had been capturing elves and enslaving them for a long time. Even when elves tried to retaliate, humans lived in groups protected by city walls, making attacks difficult. And even if they somehow managed to attack, they would face double the retaliation. Moreover, elves were a forest-dwelling race. If the entire forest was burned down, there was nothing the elves could do. In the relationship between humans and elves were at a disadvantage. This wasn't just the case for elves. Any race that lived on land, like elves or dwarves, would suffer losses to humans. Kettle whistled after hearing the explanation. What a terrible race. Well, I can't deny it from their perspective. Aquez gave a bitter smile. Although it was now forbidden to enslave other races, it was more like turning a blind eye. There were still many humans who secretly enslaved elves. Elves and dwarves had every reason to resent humans. But it was different for mermaids. Though they were as beautiful as elves, their fishtails made them less attractive. They lived deep in the sea, making them hard to capture. Above all, mermaids were a sea-dwelling race, not land-dwellers. Humans had conquered the land, but they couldn't do anything about the sea. If mermaids decided to hold a grudge and started attacking ships, humans would be helpless. In fact, in the past, there was a superhuman who became infatuated with mermaids. He captured mermaids and kept them in a small aquarium as decorations. At first, the mermaids endured, but when he eventually captured the mermaid princess, the mermaids began to antagonize humanity as a whole. From that point on, humans couldn't sail their ships. The moment they ventured into the sea, they were all attacked and sunk by mermaids. The sea had always been an important trade route. When it was blocked, humans panicked and tried to fight back. But since mermaids lived deep in the sea, retaliation was difficult. In the end, the situation was resolved only by sacrificing the superhuman to the mermaids. Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled. A superhuman was a rare and special existence in the kingdom. The fact that they had to be sacrificed showed that there was no other way to deal with the situation. After that, we made an agreement with them. We've been living without major issues ever since. Humans received help from mermaids for fishing, and mermaids received goods from humans that were hard to make in the water. Their relationship was equal, but humans tended to yield a bit more. I see. Kettle laughed cheerfully. He had broken another fantasy stereotype. I should write this down in my notebook. The Lord, who had been watching Kettle with a puzzled expression, regained his composure. Anyway, we haven't had any major issues until now, but about a month ago a problem arose. All contact with the mermaids was completely cut off, and none of the ships going out to sea returned. At first, they didn't know what the problem was. They even mistook it for the mermaids starting to antagonize them. They lost many ships trying to figure out the situation before they finally realized. A primate living in the deep sea was dominating the waters in front of their sea. Are you sure? Pretty sure. The sole survivor said so, though he lost his mind and became a wreck afterward. The Lord spoke bitterly. Moreover, when we checked the map, the location of that forbidden land wasn't far from here. The Lord himself realized this late. Because the existence of the forbidden land didn't come out into the open, there was no need to worry about it. But now those beings had begun to show themselves towards the continent. For the Lord, it was like a bolt from the blue. Baker, who had been silent, opened his mouth. Have they never come? Pardon. Baker's voice was so small that it was hard to hear. Baker squeezed out his words. Have they never come? Oh, they have not been seen in this territory. It seems they have settled around the Mermaid City. That's strange. If the existence of the Forbidden Land had been released, they would be wandering the entire sea. But as it stood, they were staying around the Mermaid City. Since there were no reports of problems from other places, that guess was probably correct. Aquez frowned. Though it's fortunate, it's also a dangerous situation. The fact that these foreign beings from the Forbidden Land weren't spreading across the continent through the sea was indeed fortunate, but it was also dangerous. The fact that they stayed in a specific area meant they were not mindless beasts. We can't know at this point what these primates wanted, why were they staying in the mermaid city, and whether the mermaids were still alive. They couldn't know any of these things. Aquez nodded. All right, we will help you. Thank you, thank you. The Lord was moved and bowed deeply. Aquez shook her head. It is only natural to help people in danger. You need not worry. Oh, the Lord started to tear up from the emotion. Aquez spoke. Then can we secure a ship? Ultimately, they had to sail out to sea to confirm things. Kettle showed interest. Oh, a ship. A ship, a voyage towards the wide sea, traveling the fantasy sea. Kettle's chest swelled with anticipation. Ah, but the Lord had a hesitant expression. He sweated profusely and spoke in an apologetic manner. Well, I'm sorry, but it's difficult at the moment. We barely have any ships left. At first, they sent out many ships to check the situation without knowing anything, and none returned. The territory wasn't that large. Ships were very expensive, and it took a long time to build them. Building a single cargo ship could shake the territory's finances. All those ships had been destroyed. Then how about a simple boat? It takes at least a few days by boat to reach the mermaid city. Moreover, the sea is quite rough, so it's only safe with a proper sailboat, while we do have a few ships left if anything happens to them. They were nearing their limit. If even one more ship was destroyed, the territory wouldn't be able to cope, and it's hard to find sailors. Ah, navigational skills were essential for going out to sea. They needed to recruit sailors, including a helmsman and a navigator, but it was practically a suicide mission, so finding willing participants wasn't easy. Even with a superhuman, if the ship sank, there was nothing they could do. While Aquez and Baker themselves might survive, the sailors would drown. Recruiting sailors was a task in itself. Aquez groaned. It's not easy. We've requested support from the kingdom. We're expecting to receive ships and supplies, though. It might take some time. The fact that she had come here in the first place showed that the kingdom wasn't providing much support. It was uncertain how long it would take. While Aquez was pondering, Kettle spoke. It can't be helped. We could forcibly request ships and sailors from them, but it would cause problems for their livelihood. That's true. At present, the existence of the Forbidden Land doesn't seem to be spreading through the sea. While we don't know what might happen, it means we have some leeway. Kettle spoke calmly. It would be best to stay in the territory for now and assess the situation, or we could go out and recruit people ourselves. There's no need to rush. I'd like to explore the city a bit too. They had come all the way to this seaside city. He wanted to see how the people lived here and what kind of fantasy seafood there was. Though these thoughts influenced his words, the reasoning itself was quite logical. The Lord's eyes widened. A barbarian is speaking logically. You're right, Aquez agreed. She made a decision. Then we'll stay in the territory for a while, assess the situation, and gather information. Is that all right with you? Of course, stay as long as you like. I'll have a room prepared for you in the castle. The Lord's expression brightened as the conversation seemed to wrap up smoothly. He spoke in a much brighter tone than before. As they were being led to their rooms by a maid, Kettle suddenly turned his head as if he had remembered something. Ah, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Can I ask, what is it? The existence of the Forbidden Land has blocked the proper movement of goods, correct? Yes, it's a very difficult situation, the Lord nodded. As a seaside city, most of their transactions were conducted via ship. With the sea blocked, it was a very unsettling situation. And it's been a month since it was blocked. Yes, we pray every day for it to be resolved. That's strange, pardon? Kettle stared at the Lord with a curious expression. He seemed to be enjoying himself, because despite that, the territory looks perfectly fine. Chapter 164, A City by the Sea. Part 3. A month had passed since the primates living in the deep sea took control of the area in front of the ocean. During that time, they couldn't properly use the sea. Since the city by the sea relies on the ocean for most of its goods, there should have been problems with supplies and food. However, the territory was in perfect order, better than the capitals of most kingdoms. Come to think of it. That's true, Aquez mumbled as if she had just realized something. The Lord visibly trembled. He desperately spat out. We had stockpiled supplies well in advance, so there are no immediate issues. We are still managing to procure goods through land routes. Even so, using routes that aren't normally used must be quite expensive. It doesn't seem to be much of a burden, though. You must have stockpiled quite a lot of capital. That. The Lord's body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Kettle smiled brightly. Well, it's all thanks to your excellent governance. It's a sincere compliment. Don't worry about it. Thank you. The Lord expressed his gratitude in a dying voice. Aquez found the attitude strange but didn't say anything. Given the issue of the existence of the Forbidden Land, it didn't seem all that important. Kettle's party left the reception room. The Lord, left alone, waited until the sound of footsteps faded away. Only when complete silence fell did he finally collapse in relief. I thought I was going to die. He spat out the words as if he were vomiting. Despite his initial worries, the conversation itself had ended without problems. He had even received an offer of help without any coercive demands. This was the best possible outcome. No, that's not right. The relieved lord suddenly snapped back to his senses, Kettle's last question that had provoked a strong reaction for a reason. He was not in a position to be so confident with a follower of the gods. I need to make contact quickly, the lord said, moving in a panic. Kettle's party, guided to their room, gathered to discuss their future actions. It seems we'll be staying in this city for a while. It seems so. As Kettle said, we should look around the city, gather information, and find people who can help us. Yes, that's what we should do. What about you, Kettle? I plan to do the same. I'll gather information while walking around. Of course, his actual purpose was more for sightseeing. It was his first visit to a seaside city in a fantasy world, and he intended to enjoy it. Kettle smiled joyfully. Aquez turned her gaze away. Then what about you, Baker? Emmy, I don't really have any plans. He didn't share Aquez's conviction to quell the continent's turmoil. He had simply followed Aquez because he liked her and had no intention of acting actively. He just wanted to lie on a soft bed as soon as possible, since it had been a while since they were in a city. Kettle looked at Baker for a moment. I'd like to get along with you. It was the first time he'd met a proper magician from a mage tower. Naturally, he wanted to get to know him better. There would be times in the future when he might need to visit the mage tower, and the more connections, the better. After a brief contemplation, Kettle made a decision. If you don't have any other plans, how about walking around the city with me? What? Baker jolted as if struck by electricity. You want to go together? I understand that you may not have good feelings towards me, Kettle said calmly. I get it. You might see me as an intruder in your journey with Aquez. You might even dislike me because I'm a barbarian. But from now on, we are comrades who will fight together, risking our lives. The existence of the Forbidden Land. Its strength was unknown, but given that it had swallowed an entire city, it was likely at least superhuman. So why don't we have an open conversation and resolve our feelings? That's a good idea, Aquez agreed with Kettle's suggestion. She was also concerned about Kettle and Baker's relationship. Since they would be fighting back-to-back, having a hostile relationship would be detrimental. Okay, Baker stuttered. I mean, I'm not feeling that way now. Indeed, he had been hostile towards Kettle initially because of Aquez. But not anymore. In a duel with Kettle, Baker had been overwhelmingly defeated. He didn't even realize how he had fallen. When he realized that Kettle could kill him without him even noticing, Baker felt extreme fear. Though he had been traveling with Aquez, as powerful as he was, he had never faced a threat to his life. This was the first time he truly felt the fear of death. It was overwhelming for a magician who had grown up pampered in the Mage Tower. At that moment, Baker was simply terrified of Kettle. The thought of moving around alone with him was unbearable. He wanted to refuse immediately, but he was too scared. In the end, Baker held back his tears and nodded. All right? Oh, thank you for understanding. I won't disappoint you, Kettle said with a cheerful laugh. After that, they went out into the city. Aquez decided to act alone, as there was no reason to stay together just to gather information. Kettle walked around the city with Baker. Naturally, they drew a lot of attention. People rubbed their eyes in disbelief, then backed away in fear once they realized what they were seeing. An empty space quickly formed around Kettle. Where are we going? Baker asked in a barely audible voice. All he wanted was to finish quickly and return to his bed. A tavern, of course, that's where we're going. Kettle had already asked a servant for directions. His steps were light with anticipation. A tavern in a seaside city, people of the sea were known to be extremely rough. What kind of happenings would occur in this tavern? It would likely be very noisy and there might be brawls. Kettle looked forward to it, feeling as if he were on a sightseeing trip. Baker, on the other hand, looked at him with a pale face. Kettle arrived at the tavern with high expectations, but the place did not meet them. Sitting at a table, he mumbled, "It's quiet." Quite a few people were drinking, but it was very quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Kettle was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected situation but soon understood. Well, the mercenary guild was quiet too, so there's no reason for this place to be noisy. The mercenary guild in the Barcan territory had been very quiet as well. The stillness here felt similar to that. It was odd, but Kettle accepted it. It's a fantasy tavern, so it might be different. Is there some kind of legal restriction? It's very quiet. Come to think of it, a constantly noisy tavern would be annoying for the nearby residents. Noise from neighbors had always been one of the biggest sources of stress. Satisfied with his newfound understanding, Kettle smiled. Meanwhile, Baker internally objected. I don't think that's it. Though it was his first time in a seaside tavern, he could tell that Kettle's reasoning was off. The patrons were glancing at Kettle nervously. Some even hastily paid their bills and hurriedly left. It was obvious that they were keeping quiet because they were wary of Kettle. Baker, as an objective magician, wanted to point out the facts, but he kept silent out of fear of Kettle. I should write this down in my notebook. Kettle, having concluded that seaside taverns were quieter than expected, suggested, "Let's have a meal since we're hungry." Kettle ordered a dish, and soon a trembling waiter brought it out quickly. It was a stew with a whole fish cooked in seasoning. Baker frowned at the strong smell. He cautiously picked some fish meat and put it in his mouth. He gagged. It tasted extremely fishy, salty, and revolting, like garbage rather than food. Seafood spoiled quickly, making storage difficult. While magic could keep it fresh, that was a luxury for nobles. Commoners had to heavily salt their fish to preserve it, making it an acquired taste. Just like the ancient Roman garum fish sauce, it could be nauseating for those unaccustomed to it. Baker glanced at Kettle, hoping he felt the same, but Kettle's reaction was completely different. "Oh, this is quite a taste." Kettle was savoring the fish with a pleased expression. "Tea tasty? Not bad." Kettle ate more fish. Despite the strong, unpleasant flavor, it felt special to him. No matter how bad or strange the taste, as long as it was a fantasy dish, it was enjoyable. Some people even liked trying new, bad-tasting foods for the experience, and Kettle was one of those types. "It's better than the stuff I had on the White Snowfield." Ancient fish sauces and salted fish from the Middle Ages might have tasted like this. Kettle smiled as he ate the fish. "Aren't you going to eat?" Baker was merely poking at the food with his fork. He jumped when Kettle addressed him. "Oh, I'm not hungry. I guess magicians have small stomachs. You should eat well to stay healthy." "All right. I'll eat." Kettle's concern was genuine, but Baker, scared, quickly shoved more food into his mouth. The horrible taste of fish sauce filled his mouth, making him feel like he was drinking seawater. The long-fermented smell assaulted his nose, making him want to vomit. He barely held back his gag reflex, tears streaming down his face. How can he say this is okay while eating that? Kettle's cooking was good enough for Baker to enjoy. Seeing him eat this disgusting dish happily was incomprehensible. Has he lost his sense of taste? Baker began to seriously doubt Kettle's taste buds. Chapter 165, A City by the Sea, Part 4. As he walked, Baker constantly fought the urge to vomit. It had been quite some time since he'd eaten, but his stomach was still churning. After finishing his fish stew, Kettle ordered various other fish dishes. Baker managed to claim he was full and only sampled a few bites, but even that was enough to upset his stomach. Kettle didn't stop there. He wandered around the village, entering shops and buying assorted foods from street vendors. It looked like he was simply enjoying a tour of the city. "What are you writing?" Baker, glancing at Kettle now and then, cautiously asked. "Is this really how you gather information?" It seemed like they were wasting time. But Kettle looked at him as if he was talking nonsense. "I've already gathered plenty of information." I've been gathering it all along. What didn't you notice?" "I thought you came along because you understood." Kettle looked at Baker with a puzzled expression. Baker felt a pang of irritation. He didn't want to admit that the barbarian had noticed something he, a magician, hadn't. Baker asked challengingly, What did you find out? Tell me," but his voice was meek. "The fish stew we had at the tavern, the quality of the fish was very poor." "What?" "It was probably on the verge of spoiling. While fermenting and drying fish can extend its shelf life, it was still fish. There were clear limits. They tried to mask it with a lot of fish sauce, but the quality was still too poor." "You can tell that?" Baker couldn't believe it. The fish stew was smothered in fish sauce. The smell and taste were so overpowering that it was hard to even taste the fish. And he could tell the freshness of the fish from that. Was that really possible for a human tongue? "I ordered other fish dishes to confirm. There was no significant difference." "Oh, so that's why you ordered so many dishes at the tavern?" "Exactly." Baker was speechless. He had thought Kettle's taste was so ruined that he genuinely enjoyed the dishes. Although that guess wasn't entirely wrong, Kettle had indeed enjoyed the dishes. It just wasn't the only reason. The Lord's statement that the sea was blocked was true. The Lord hadn't lied. The city's sea was being controlled by something. This was evident from the fish's freshness, but the meat and vegetables, food from the land, were fresh. Kettle had eaten grilled meat and stir-fried vegetables from a street vendor. The freshness wasn't modern level, but it wasn't to the point where it was inedible. The number of livestock raised in this city is very small. Vegetables, too, are hard to grow on the coastal soil. This means they import supplies from outside. "Oh yeah, that's true. I saw cart tracks on the roads. The tracks were quite deep, indicating that they carried large amounts of goods at once. This city receives ample supplies from outside." "What?" He could deduce that just from cart tracks. Baker's eyes widened. He quickly ran Kettle's words through his mind to check their credibility. As a result, he realized Kettle's deductions were probably correct. "You weren't just sightseeing, huh? That's part of it, but I had to gather information too. I observed everything. Though it was also fun. It was wonderful when hobby and purpose aligned." Kettle laughed cheerfully. Baker looked at him in astonishment. Are you a detective on the side? Just simple observation, it's not that hard. No, Baker was a magician, someone who made intuitive judgments about things. Because of this, he understood. The ability to make these kinds of observations wasn't common even among magicians. Not just focusing on the visible phenomena, but understanding why they happened, the environment causing them, and predicting the outcomes. To judge and deduce all of that and be close to the right answer was extremely difficult. Ordinary people focused only on the visible phenomena without thinking beyond them. Simply put, Baker was an exceptional magician. Even he had been so distracted by Kettle's presence that he hadn't thought at all, but this barbarian did it effortlessly. Why is someone like him a barbarian? If he looked normal, he could be called a sage without it being strange. Baker stared at Kettle blankly. Finally, snapping out of it, he asked, "But what does this have to do with getting a ship?" Their ultimate goal was a ship. Kettle's deductions were impressive, but they didn't seem directly related to their objective. Kettle spoke leisurely. The fact that they can receive many supplies from outside means they have the capital to do so. But how does a coastal city with its sea blocked afford such capital? The sea had been blocked for over a month now. A typical coastal city should have been impoverished by now, but aside from the poor quality of fish, this city was quite prosperous. It was a very strange situation. Didn't the Lord say they had stocked up on supplies beforehand? Are you saying a typical coastal city stocked enough supplies to remain prosperous for over a month? Baker fell silent. Even he knew that made no sense. Kettle laughed cheerfully. I don't know the exact method, but it's worth investigating. We might find a way to get a ship in the process. Yeah, I see. Let's keep exploring. We'll find something. All right. Kettle didn't seem to have any intention of returning to the castle. Baker, who was starting to want to head back, followed him with a gloomy expression. As they walked through the city, Kettle suddenly stopped. He was quietly observing the cityscape. Something's odd. What is? The buildings on this side and that side are different. Following Kettle's lead, Baker began to observe as well. His eyes widened. You're right. The buildings on the side they had been walking on were well maintained and clean, just like the rest of the city. But the buildings on the other side were different. They looked strangely dilapidated. The construction methods seemed different and the buildings had a different style. There was garbage on the streets and a faint, unpleasant odor wafted from that direction. The people on that side of the road looked somewhat unsavory. It felt like the city was divided into different districts. Kettle narrowed his eyes. That side is closer to the sea. Isn't it just that buildings closer to the sea are less well maintained because they can't use the sea? That could be it, but we should check. Just as Kettle was about to cross the road to investigate, he stopped. Baker, following behind, bumped into his back. Why did you stop suddenly? A commotion. Kettle was looking into the distance. Baker focused his ears. He could hear it too now. It sounded like a quarrel. Baker looked at Kettle to ask if he understood what was happening. At that moment, Baker felt a chill. Kettle was smiling. He looked genuinely pleased, as if he had been waiting for this conflict. Baker realized Kettle could never be a sage. His nature was closer to that of a barbarian. Let's go check it out. Kettle cheerfully started walking. Aquez was wandering the city alone. She had made considerable efforts to gather information but had come up empty-handed. Naturally, she hadn't found any solutions either. She steadied herself. If a few hours of wandering the city could provide a solution, they wouldn't have sought outside help in the first place. From the start, she had anticipated a long journey. She was prepared for a long-term endeavor. She took a short breath and steeled herself. With her mind calmed, the city came into focus. Anyway, this place is really clean. The roads were well maintained and there were no vagrants or beggars to be seen. The people's expressions weren't grim. It was hard to believe this was a city with a blocked sea. Though it was strange, Aquez found the city's appearance pleasing. Before this journey, she had always acted under the orders of the church. She had traveled the world through controlled environments and restricted routes, and thus had never faced the harsh realities of the world directly. But this journey was her own. She had seen the brutal and harsh realities up close. Although not as shocked as Baker, she too was quite taken aback. She was overcoming it with strong willpower, but she couldn't help but feel a growing weariness inside. Thus, a happy village like this was a very welcome sight. She looked at the city warmly, and people were glancing at her. Her silver, flowing hair and red eyes were like jewels. She was extremely beautiful. She looked like a fairy straight out of a fairy tale. Her appearance was impossible to ignore in such a small town, and such beauty often caused trouble. Hey, a thug clearly up to no good approached her. You seem to be a stranger here. Need someone to show you around? The thug grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Aquez gave a wry smile. She was dressed in the uniform of the Sun God Church, specifically the attire of an inquisitor. Those who recognized it would never approach her, but occasionally thugs who lacked such knowledge would be lured by her appearance. I'm sorry, but I must decline. I appreciate the offer, though. She declined politely, but a rejection was still a rejection. The thug's face twisted with anger. Hey, do you know who I am? How dare you refuse me? I'm an important person around here. He yanked on his collar, emphasizing the embroidered insignia of a sword and cannon. I'm not sure, but, what a joke, coming to this town and not knowing this insignia. You better remember it from now on. The thug proudly declared, I'm a member of the Valkyrian pirate gang. What? Aquez's face hardened. Thinking she was scared, the thug grinned. Come on, follow me, just pour me a drink or something. Don't worry, I won't get violent. I'm a gentleman. I see, so you're a pirate. Now you understand, hurry up, and the thug trailed off. Red eyes were glaring at him. The emotion in those eyes was ice cold. He felt a chill run down his spine. His instinct screamed that he had made a mistake. Stammering, he said, no, never mind. I've changed my mind so you don't need to. He couldn't finish his sentence. Aquez grabbed his head and slammed it down. A pained groan escaped him. Aquez whispered, no, I can't refuse your offer. I'd be really grateful if you could show me around the city. She smiled coldly. Chapter 166, Pirates, Part 1. Kettle and Baker moved to the place where the commotion was happening. People were forming a circle in fear at that location. May we pass through? Eek, Kettle asked politely. The people freaked out and pressed themselves against the wall. Kettle whistled as he passed through the crowd. This is quite a strange sight. I'm sorry, Aquez was pinning a man to the ground. The man was begging with tears and snot running down his face. What's going on? It's a pirate, Aquez said coldly. Baker's eyes widened. What? Why is a pirate here? I don't know, he picked a fight with me. Well, that's quite an impressive suicidal act. A pirate picking a fight with an inquisitor. It could only be considered a desire to commit suicide, Kettle asked. What do you plan to do? Since this happened in the territory, we should leave it to the guards. They should be dealt with according to the territory's law. Aquez said calmly. They took the pirate and handed him over to the guards. We caught a pirate. He was brazenly walking around the city. Please take care of him. They had captured a criminal roaming the city. Naturally, the guards should have been pleased and grateful, however. Thank you, the guard had a vague expression. Despite catching a pirate who was causing trouble in the territory, the guard didn't seem happy but rather troubled. Aquez found this attitude puzzling but withdrew without saying much. Only Kettle watched the situation with a curious expression. Having handed over the pirate, they moved to a tea house to exchange information. When Kettle sat down, the chair creaked, causing the owner to look anxious, but there were no other issues. Aquez muttered as if she couldn't understand what had just happened. How can a pirate walk around the territory so boldly? It was impossible for a pirate to roam confidently in a lawful territory. It is unusual, Kettle replied appropriately and changed the subject. So did you gather any information while you were alone? No, unfortunately I didn't get any useful information. How about you, Kettle? We didn't either, Baker answered instead. Kettle had gathered some information, but it wasn't helpful in obtaining a ship. Baker looked at Kettle for agreement. However, instead of answering, Kettle made a small exclamation. He nodded to himself and spoke. I think I've got a rough idea. You think you know? I'm not certain, but I might have information that could help us get a ship and crew. Baker was dumbfounded. He had been with Kettle the whole time but had noticed nothing. What did he figure out this time? He was simply baffled now. What did you find out? Aquez asked, just as Kettle was about to answer. There they are, a loud voice came from outside. So you were hiding here? Obvious thugs entered the tea house. They glared menacingly at Aquez. It seems they're after you. Indeed, Aquez sighed. The thugs approaching aggressively hesitated. Their eyes widened. They were staring at Kettle. Kettle smiled and asked, It seems you have business with us. What is it? Wait a minute. They hurriedly turned around and whispered among themselves. The funny thing was, their whispers were all audible to the superhumans present. What's this? There was no mention of a barbarian being here. I didn't know either. Are we backing off? After coming this far, it's fine. Even if he's a barbarian, this is our turf. He won't be able to act freely. Having reached a conclusion, they cleared their throats and approached again. Kettle smiled. Finish talking, you stay out of this, they said forcefully to Kettle. Despite their strong words, their voices trembled. Kettle spoke calmly. Don't be so hasty. How about we discuss this outside? The owner looks anxious that the furniture might get damaged. Fine, they snapped and quickly went outside. Aquez followed them with a reluctant expression. As they stepped outside, the thugs' rough gazes turned towards Aquez. You bullied our comrade. You're pirates, aren't you? The thugs had emblems of swords and cannons on their collars. Aquez's eyes turned cold. The pirates nodded vigorously. We are the Valkyrian pirates. How dare you mess with our crew here? Do you have a death wish? That's my line. Why are lowlifes like you causing trouble within the territory? Aquez sighed, beginning to piece things together. The sea around the territory had been blocked by the presence of an entity from forbidden land, likely trapping the pirate crew who had secretly settled there. Unable to leave, they started wreaking havoc within the territory. This is convenient. Aquez planned to capture them and turn them over to the guards, then find out where the rest of the pirates were hiding and eliminate them. That seemed the best way to ensure the ongoing peace of the territory. Just as Aquez was about to subdue the pirates, one of them grinned wickedly. Ha ha ha, it's simple, the Lord is on our side. Aquez's face hardened. What do you mean? We're all in cahoots, outsider. The Lord already agreed with us, so even the guards won't touch us. This whole territory is our pirate den. Shock spread across Aquez's face. The pirate continued with pride. Bow your head and apologize. Say you're sorry for messing with us, then maybe we'll let you go. Not you, Barbarian. Well, thank you, Kettle smiled. The pirates pressured Aquez even more. Hurry. Bow your head, right now. Aquez, who had been silent, finally spoke. Your words must be true then. Aquez shook her head. No, they aren't. Let me be the judge of that. Aquez raised a hand. Pillars of judgment for the evils of the world. A brilliant golden light burst forth. 5 pillars of light descended from the sky, crushing and binding the pirates. What's this? The pirates were shocked by the pillars of light that restrained them. Even the dullest among them recognized the divine aura. A priest of the gods, an inquisitor of the sun god, in the name of Aquez I ask you. In inquisitor, those who judge heresy and punish evil. The pirates turned pale. Only now did they realize they had messed with the wrong person, but it was too late. Aquez asked coldly, under the great sun all shadows are erased. Are your words true? Why, yes. Our pirate crew made a deal with the Lord. Bound by the divine power that compelled truth, their mouths opened automatically. The pirates wanted to scream, but their mouths did not obey their will. We stay in the territory and receive benefits. In return, we supply the territory with goods we plundered as pirates. Ah, it was true. Aquez's face twisted in agony. Even Baker looked shocked. Only Kettle murmured in understanding. So that's why the supplies were so abundant. It makes sense, considering they were getting free goods through piracy. Ah, how could this happen? The Lord colluding with pirates. Aquez was in utter despair. The Lord, who was supposed to protect the citizens and uphold the law, was in league with criminals, benefiting from their plunder. It was hard to accept, and his face contorted in anguish. It is indeed surprising. Truly. How could this happen? I wonder how long they've had this arrangement. Judging by how natural it seems, it must have been a while. Yes, that's correct. Noticing Kettle's expression, Aquez was taken aback. Kettle looked genuinely amused. Kettle asked, so what do you plan to do? These pirates might have misunderstood something. Her constraint ensures only the truth is spoken. However, if the other party believes a falsehood to be true, it has no effect. She decided to confirm things with the Lord as a last resort. And if their words are true, I will do what must be done as a follower of the sun god. Aquez spoke coldly. Kettle smiled. I see. And what do you plan to do, Kettle? I have one last thing to confirm. Once I do that, I'll return to the castle. I'll leave meeting the Lord to you. Understood. I'll have everything resolved by the time you return. I'll go with Aquez. Thinking it was a chance to separate from Kettle, Baker quickly spoke up. Kettle left for the interior of the territory. Aquez and Baker went to meet the Lord. Aquez sharply questioned the Lord, asking if what the pirates said was true. The Lord, trembling, nodded his head. Aquez's face twisted in agony. What is this, Lord? How could someone like you be in league with pirates? Please calm down. The Lord tried desperately to calm Aquez, but Aquez didn't listen. To her, the Lord was now close to being an evil figure allied with pirates. There was no reason to listen to him. Oh no, these idiots, the Lord screamed inwardly. He had already contacted the pirate leader. He told them that an inquisitor of the sun god, a magician from the magic tower, and a barbarian were coming, so they should stay quiet and not cause trouble. But it seemed the lower-ranked members didn't know about this order and had acted anyway. Now he had to deal with the fallout. This is unforgivable, a territory colluding with pirates. How could this happen? Pirates, people who plunder civilians and take lives, they were unmistakably evil. For the territory to be allied with such pirates was unacceptable to Aquez. Please calm down, that's not it. The Lord desperately tried to stop Aquez. You are mistaken, Aquez, it's not such a big problem. It's not even a special case. What are you talking about? How can a lord colluding with pirates not be a problem? Aquez shouted furiously. I will inform the church of this. I will uncover everything the Lord has done and make sure you pay for your crimes. The Lord's face turned extremely pale. He reacted more severely than expected. No, that's not it. We have the kingdom's permission. What nonsense. The kingdom would never permit collusion with pirates. How about calming down a bit? A low voice echoed through the place where angry voices had been resounding. Though the voice wasn't loud, it was clear in their ears. Kettle, be Barbarian. Kettle was there with a smile on his face. There is probably no falsehood in the Lord's words. I confirmed it. Chapter 167, Pirates Part 2. Did you confirm it? Yes. At Aquez's question, Kettle nodded. The pirates have settled and are staying within the territory. The buildings across the main road of the territory were incongruous. Compared to other buildings, they were dirtier and the quality of the people didn't seem very good. It was only natural. The ones staying there were not citizens but pirates. Seeing that they've even built buildings and stayed, it looks like it's been over a year. The name pirate would cry. Is that so? Aquez ground her teeth. It became even clearer. This territory was colluding with pirates. She spoke with a devastated expression. How could the Lord, who should protect the city and uphold the law, accept and trade with pirates? This is unacceptable, she declared sharply. I will expose all your crimes. I will call the sun god's inquisitor. You will receive the punishment you deserve for your sins. No, the Lord shouted with a very aggrieved expression. The king has permitted it. Everything is already settled. It's not a problematic matter, as the inquisitor says. The king permitted it. That's impossible. Aquez dismissed the Lord's excuse. Kettle's voice was heard by her. Is that so? I think there's a possibility. What? Aquez's expression wavered at the unexpected words. The Lord, who didn't expect the barbarian to defend him, also widened his eyes. What do you mean by that? I don't think it's impossible, Kettle said leisurely. He looked at the Lord. Dorban Vulcan, you said. I'll ask you, among the territories along the coast, how many deal with pirates? Quite a few. There are hardly any cities that don't. The Lord answered quickly. Kettle smiled. As expected. That's nonsense, Aquez denied sharply. How can territories collude with pirates? Kettle, do you believe that excuse? I don't see a reason not to. Aquez's eyes narrowed. Kettle was siding with the Lord. He was defending an obvious collusion with evil. Kettle. Are you defending evil? A chilling gaze was directed at him. The atmosphere cooled sharply. Aquez's gaze at Kettle was like that of an inquisitor judging heresy. What the hell is going on? Baker screamed internally, caught in the middle. He thought they would just scold the Lord and be done, but Kettle suddenly intervened, distorting the atmosphere. He prayed with an anxious face for Kettle to step back. It's the face of an inquisitor. It's the first time it's directed at me. However, Kettle seemed rather amused by Aquez's reaction. I'm not defending, I'm just stating simple facts. If you're so doubtful, you can ask the sun god's power directly. Fine, Lord. I ask you, under the great sun, all shadows are erased. Are your words the truth? It was the sun god's commandment. One could not speak lies and could only utter the truth. Aquez was certain that words opposite to what the Lord had been saying would come out, but when the Lord opened his mouth, her belief was shattered. Yes, most coastal cities are dealing with pirates. Only a few are not. What? The sinking atmosphere shattered. Aquez's face was filled with bewilderment. Baker also looked surprised. The territory trades with pirates? No, that can't be. Aquez denied it, but her words lacked strength. With the sun god's commandment enforced, lies couldn't be spoken. The Lord's words were the truth. Why? As the Lord quickly tried to speak, Kettle spoke first. The reason is simple. The sea is vast. And in that vast sea, countless pirates exist. The country tries to control them, but it's difficult. Unlike land, where soldiers could be moved freely, it was different at sea. To go to sea, the Navy had to be summoned first. However, since they had to stay at sea for several months, it was not easy to recruit people. At sea, it was hard to receive supplies, so they had to load a lot of food and supplies on the ship in advance, and the quality would inevitably decline. There were countless environmental variables, such as rough waves and the open sea. Moreover, if the pirates crossed into another country's waters, they couldn't be touched. From the country's perspective, it was difficult to control the sea completely. In contrast, it's not so difficult for pirates. Pirates living at sea were skilled at navigation. They weren't protected by law, but conversely, they had no reason to be bound by it either. They could resupply through plunder and, if necessary, escape to another country's waters. Even in modern times with advanced technology, it was troublesome. In a medieval setting, it was even more so. That doesn't mean it makes sense not to use the sea. The sea was the most cost-effective means of distribution. Despite the risk of pirate attacks, its value was more than enough to justify its use. However, ignoring pirates entirely was not an option, so coastal countries found themselves in a tough spot. Aquez, who was about to argue, closed her mouth. She quietly listened to Kettle's words. Well, that doesn't mean the pirates live peaceful lives either. It was fundamentally a precarious life. If a raid failed, they starved to death on the ship. Even if they succeeded in plundering, they couldn't dispose of valuables like gold and silver on the ship. So they needed to sell the plundered goods. Then who would they sell it to? The coastal cities, Aquez muttered. Kettle nodded. That's right, pirates would sell the goods plundered from merchant ships to merchants in nearby cities. From the merchant's perspective, there was no reason to refuse. They could buy large quantities of goods at an unbeatable price. Refusing would be disqualifying as a merchant. Aquez wanted to argue she would refuse, she would catch and punish the pirates on the spot, but she wasn't foolish. She knew most merchants would close their eyes and accept the trade. But those are stolen goods, Aquez argued, but her voice lacked its previous strength. Kettle answered leisurely. The moment it enters the merchant's hands, it becomes something he rightfully purchased. It was a form of laundering, and those goods would invigorate the city. That peculiar relationship must have been very old. It probably continued since the birth of pirates. Kettle asked the Lord, "Is that right?" "Why, yes." As expected, Kettle laughed cheerfully. He had knowledge of history accumulated from Earth. Therefore, he knew that in the past, pirates often colluded with territories for numerous transactions. It wasn't a difficult guess for him, but it wasn't so for the Lord. How can this barbarian know so perfectly? The current relationship between pirates and territories was formed after many conflicts. It wasn't an ancient history but a current issue. It wasn't long ago. The number of organized books on the matter was very few, and even if they existed, they weren't open to the public. In other words, unless one lived in a coastal city, they wouldn't know why this form of relationship was established. In fact, it was only after hearing Kettle's explanation that the magician from the tower and the sun god's inquisitor understood. Not because they were foolish, but because it was hard to grasp the local circumstances without knowing the background. This barbarian understood it perfectly, even better than the lord of the coastal city. What kind of person is he? The Lord looked at Kettle in disbelief. Aquez, who had been silent, spoke up. I understand. The merchants of the territory traded with the pirates, and those goods circulated in the territory. Though hard to accept, Aquez understood that such things happened often. But even so, this territory is a different matter. The Vulcan territory had pirates who even built buildings and settled down. It went beyond simple trading. That's not so surprising either. It's a continuation of mutual interests. As long as the pirates' activity areas existed, they would keep meeting the same pirates. As they continued trading, they would naturally become acquainted and develop a rapport. Sometimes, even if they came to raid, they would leave seeing the merchant's face. As such events repeated, both pirates and merchants would start to think the same thing. They would make a contract. Pirates would not touch the merchant's ship and would even protect it. In return, they would sell the plundered goods only to that merchant. A perfect symbiotic relationship was formed. Then the territory had no reason to remain indifferent. Practically, the pirates had become their allies, so they provided them with lodging, shelter, and daily necessities. Is that really possible? Baker looked puzzled. Though the explanation sounded plausible, it was hard to believe that a territory and pirates could collude in such a way. It's not that difficult. There might even be pirates who have received titles from the country. Baker's eyes widened. Pirates receiving titles? Yes, that's correct, the Lord quickly said. Not here but in a neighboring kingdom, a pirate who donated many supplies was granted a title and given governance over a city he frequently visited. I believe he still rules there. Oh, really? Kettle's face showed curiosity. He knew that pirates had been granted titles during the days of the British Empire. He wondered how things were here, and it seemed similar situations occurred. People everywhere are pretty much the same. He felt delighted. He liked fantasy, but he also loved Earth's history. It felt like he was in the middle of history. The Lord, on the other hand, was just bewildered. How does he know all this? Could he be pretending to be a barbarian while actually being a kingdom official on patrol? The amount of information he possessed made it seem plausible. Well, it seems this territory is in a similar situation. Since the kingdom intervened, it appears the nation itself permitted it. Why, yes, the Lord replied with a face full of resignation. Aquez remained silent. After a while, she spoke in a trembling voice. The nation itself colluded with pirates. It's not that unusual, it's a kind of gray area. Such situations aren't limited to pirates. There were countless cases of employing criminals with exceptional skills for cleanup jobs or hiring capable war criminals to send them to the frontier battlefields. Aquez was shocked once again by Kettle's words. How could such things? What, you didn't know at all? And no, I didn't. She had always followed the orders of her church. And the Church of the Sun God had never shown her these gray areas of the world. The church, considering her a highly promising talent, had decided there was no need to confuse her by showing her these things. Oh, and Kettle, realizing this, smirked. So the churches here also control information for their followers. This wasn't much different from Earth either. Kettle felt amused. Aquez remained silent, clearly shocked. After a while, she finally spoke up. But it's still evil. It's a nuanced evil. It's not nuanced. Even if most cities practice it, even if the nation permits it, evil is still evil. She was an inquisitor of the sun god. Her duty was to eradicate the shadows, the domains untouched by the sun. My duty does not change. The Lord's face, which had been relieved thinking the matter was resolved, gradually hardened. I will not back down. Evil is evil. This was the answer formed by Aquez's identity and values, built since childhood, her education, and her achievements as an inquisitor. She fortified her resolve. I see, Kettle nodded. Then you are prepared to accept this territory's destruction. And with Kettle's words, her resolve was easily shaken. What? Destruction of the territory? Why are you saying such things? Didn't I say I would explain? Seeing Aquez react as expected, Kettle found something amusing. Let me explain step by step. Kettle said with a smile. Baker looked at him, puzzled. What? Kettle seemed very excited, as if he couldn't wait to explain what he had discovered, and Baker had seen that expression before. It was the same expression the head of a magic school had when eagerly explaining a newly discovered magical structure. Kettle's expression now was identical to that of the head of the magic school. Chapter 168, Pirates. Part 3. The location of this territory is not very good. It was close to the borders of other countries. Naturally, it also overlapped with maritime borders, making fishing difficult. A slight mistake could lead to invading another country's territory, so the boats had to move cautiously, resulting in fewer fish catches. Moreover, the sea was full of pirates. Even if they managed to catch fish, they often encountered pirates on the way back and lost everything. To make matters worse, Dorban's father had little interest in reviving the territory. Thus, when Dorban inherited the land, the state of the territory was abysmal. The roads were filled with vagrants, and many people ate rotten fish covered in fish sauce because they had no other food. Of course, this often led to serious illness and even death, but even that was rare. The dish Baker had at the tavern with the strong fish sauce was due to this past. I heard that hungry people sometimes exchanged their children to eat. What? Aquas looked shocked. The territory she saw was very peaceful and bright. It had provided her with immediate comfort. It was hard to believe that such a territory was in such a terrible state decades ago. The Lord stammered in surprise. You know very well. People don't like to mention the past because it is so painful. Old people know many things and often want to share their memories with someone. Kettle, who had wandered off alone, met a blind old woman resting on a rocking chair in the park. He heard various stories about the history of the territory from her. From here on, it would be better for you to speak. Oh, okay, the Lord quickly continued. When I became the Lord, the city's condition was unspeakable. As Mr. Kettle mentioned, it wouldn't have been surprising if it collapsed at any moment. The Lord desperately sought ways to revive the territory, but no matter how much he thought, there was no answer. The kingdom had abandoned the territory, so there was no support. After much contemplation, the Lord made a decision. There was a pirate gang that frequently raided the territory. I went to them myself. Leading a small boat, the Lord went directly to the pirates' hideout. Despite the risk of losing his life, he acted for the sake of the territory. After a desperate conversation with the pirate leader, they managed to strike a deal. Many of the pirates longed for life on land, so miraculously it worked out. The name of the pirate gang was the Valkyran Pirates. After that, it was a tumultuous time. Since he pushed ahead despite the vassals' opposition, there was internal resistance. Being pirates, there were many minor incidents and accidents within the territory, but the Lord persevered. He overcame the opposition of his vassals and gained the recognition of the kingdom. He managed and guided the pirates to follow the laws of the territory. In the end, the current state of the territory was achieved. To have developed the territory this much, they must be quite capable pirates, Kettle said cheerfully. The Lord's words are likely true. Despite the pirates, the people's expressions did not seem uneasy. In fact, although the pirates had threatened them, they were not particularly violent. They just used the Valkyran pirates' influence to pressure them. Even after Aquas captured and subdued a pirate, the others did not draw their weapons. They said they would withdraw if Aquas apologized. Aquas's eyes were shaking. Kettle spoke calmly. I don't mean to say that pirates are good or that they should be protected. They are certainly close to evil, but Aquas, there exists a gray area in this world. Pirates who plunder merchants and steal cargo are evil. But those who revived a decaying territory cannot be called evil. The bandits you spared mercy for were probably evil to someone as well. The bandits they encountered on the way to the territory. Someone might have lost their food and been killed by them. But Aquas spared them, not because of the teachings of the church, but by her own will. That contradicted her words that only the church's will was important and that she herself was insignificant. Baker was dumbfounded hearing Kettle's words. Is this guy really a barbarian? It would be easy if the world could be divided into good and evil, but that's impossible. Or is it possible? Kettle, who had said that, smiled mysteriously. God and demon, they would be the unchangeable absolute good and absolute evil in this world. It was indeed an amusing world. Aquas barely managed to open her mouth, but she couldn't continue. I am a follower of the sun god. I must follow the will of the great sun god. I must eradicate all darkness from this world. The sun god might be able to do that. A great celestial being could probably distinguish between good and evil. But aren't you human? Aquas's eyes shook violently. You said you follow the sun god's will and that it doesn't change, but this world is fluid. That means you could become evil as well. Well, it's a bit of an exaggeration. You are certainly closer to good, but that's just how the world is. Aquas seemed to catch her breath as if her throat was choking. No, pirates are evil. They must be driven out of the territory and brought to justice. That was what she had been taught all along. But if doing so would lead to the destruction of the territory, could she bear that responsibility? Impossible. If she were a god maybe, but she was just a mere human. Ah, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, faced with this contradiction, dropped her head powerlessly. As she showed signs of calming down, the Lord sighed in relief. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to Kettle. His gaze at Kettle was filled with wonder. What is this barbarian? Believers trusted and followed their gods, considering such actions their duty, but believers were ultimately human. Naturally, contradictions were inevitable. Recognizing contradictions was not difficult. Learning about theology meant studying those contradictions first. However, knowing them and persuading a believer were two different things. The more devout the worshippers, the more they ignored these contradictions even when they were aware of them. And inquisitors were among those who worshipped the gods the most. Naturally, they did not conflict or waver upon receiving external criticism. Often, they would become angry and accuse the critic of heresy, but Aquez appeared deeply shaken by Kettle's words. It meant that this barbarian had such a strong influence that he could shake the beliefs of an inquisitor. It was no surprise. Kettle had been recognized directly by the gods and even permitted to have their sacred relics. Even if the gods she served were different, they were still celestial beings. Being pointed out by such a person would naturally shake Aquez. Who exactly is this guy? If not for his appearance, one could believe he was a scholar from somewhere. Baker approached Aquez with a worried expression. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. But the shock on her face did not disappear. She mumbled a question. In that case, Mr. Kettle, what do you think should be done? It wasn't a confrontational tone. Rather, it was like a child whining, seeking an answer. What would you do, Mr. Kettle? I don't know the answer either, but at least I know what would be beneficial for us. In that case, please show me your way, Mr. Kettle. Sure. But I think I'll need your help for that. Help, Kettle spoke to Aquez. Her pupils widened. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. At that time, chaos erupted in the pirates' hideout within the territory. Damn it. These idiots, Captain Valkyrin of the Valkyrin pirates gnashed his teeth. The pirates asked frantically. What do we do, Captain? What do you mean, what do we do? We have to run. Do you think the Inquisitor will just sit still after knowing about us? Pack your things now. What? The pirates were flustered. Do we really need to flee? We have a contract with the Lord, don't we? Won't he protect us? At their hopeful words, the captain's face contorted in frustration. You idiots, do you not know Inquisitors? Do you think such a contract will protect us? If the Inquisitor judged them as evil, they wouldn't care about laws, contracts, or borders. They would act solely to punish evil. Even if the Lord tried to protect them, it would be impossible. Doing so would only result in the entire territory being burnt down. Realizing this, the pirates' faces turned pale. Pack your stuff. Get ready to sail now, but the sea. We have to evade somehow, or do you want to burn to death? Yes, sir. The pirates scrambled in panic. Among them, a pirate was seen running towards the captain. The captain's face twisted in anguish. It was clearly bad news. The pirate spoke and the captain almost felt like crying. The Inquisitor and her party have arrived. The captain sat in a small reception room with a gloomy face. Soon the Inquisitor would enter this place, and from that moment the countdown to his death would begin. Life. He didn't want to end up as a pirate. His parents were pirates, so he had worked on ships since he was young and naturally became a pirate. But he wanted to explore broader waters. So when the Lord approached him, he saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and seized it. This decision almost led to a rebellion, but the captain did not back down and managed to come this far. But now everything was being destroyed because of one Inquisitor. He felt so depressed that he almost wanted to cry. Still, if it was his end, he decided to face it with dignity. The captain steeled himself. Creak, the door opened. The captain flinched reflexively but soon composed himself and spoke. Greetings, Inquisitor of the Sun. Oh, are you the captain of the Valkyrin pirates? The captain was surprised. The first person he saw was not the Inquisitor but a barbarian. Why a barbarian? And the captain was even more surprised by what happened next. The Inquisitor entered the reception room after the barbarian. In such situations, the one who entered first was usually the leader of the group. It looked as if the barbarian was leading the Inquisitor. Kettle smiled broadly. Nice to meet you, I'm Kettle. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Chapter 169, Pirates Part 4. This is the first time I've seen a reception room like this. Every reception room he had visited until now was neat and luxurious. But this place was just a makeshift reception room. It couldn't be in good condition since it was a pirate's building. Even so, it was something new for Kettle. He smiled brightly, and Kettle was the only one enjoying the situation. Aquez kept her mouth shut. Baker had a look that said he didn't know why he was there, and the captain couldn't understand the situation at all. What on earth is going on? He had been prepared for the arrival of the Inquisitor, but why was a barbarian here? And who was the man next to him? He couldn't make sense of it. Kettle, as if reading the captain's mind, spoke up. Let's start with introductions. Kettle smiled faintly. The captain involuntarily shuddered. It was an instinctive fear. I am Kettle, a barbarian. This is Aquez, an inquisitor of the sun god. And this is Baker, a magician from the Tower of Magic. Nice to meet you. The captain's eyes widened at those words. Magicians from the Tower of Magic were treated with great respect in any kingdom. They held authority equivalent to that of nobles. An inquisitor of the sun god and a magician from the Tower of Magic together in one party. And the barbarian spoke as if he were the leader of such a party. What kind of party is this? Why such a party was formed was beyond his understanding. No, the captain hastily organized his confused thoughts. He struggled to appear calm as he spoke. I am Valkyrin, captain of the Valkyrin pirate crew. Welcome to our territory. Oh, Kettle made a small exclamation. It was a very confident attitude. Of course, Valkyrin was trembling inside, but he forced his dry tongue to move. So, what brings such distinguished guests to this humble place? For a simple reason, Kettle said leisurely. We are here to deal with the pirates that have settled in the territory. As expected, the moment he heard those words, Valkyrin moved. He kicked back his chair and lunged across the table, gripping the handle of the sword at his waist to draw it. His speed was astonishing, even slightly surprising Aquez. Strike first, win first, take the barbarian hostage. The aura of mystery he felt from this barbarian was very weak. It was something he could handle. He planned to capture the barbarian and negotiate somehow. Oh, Kettle, the target of Valkyrin's attack, purely admired. Fast. Kettle extended his finger. He pressed the tip of the sword handle that Valkyrin was gripping to draw. Clang. The half-drawn sword was shoved back into its sheath. Valkyrin's body couldn't withstand the force and was thrust back into his chair. The chair screeched as it slid back with a loud crash. Quick judgment and matching action. Excellent, Kettle admired the movement that was truly befitting a pirate, and Valkyrin looked at Kettle in disbelief. W8. This barbarian had pressed the sword handle back into its sheath and made his body sit back in the chair. This incredible feat of strength was achieved with just one finger. What? This barbarian was no ordinary person either. As Valkyrin's mind raced, Kettle spoke leisurely. It was a joke. We have no intention of harming you. Valkyrin, who had been preparing for the next move, paused. No intention of harming us. If we did, we wouldn't have sat here. Valkyrin belatedly collected his thoughts and assessed the situation. Despite facing a pirate, the Inquisitor, who should have responded, had only shown a surprised expression at the sudden attack but made no other move. She just watched with calm eyes. We came to talk to you. Please have a seat first. Valkyrin hesitated before sitting properly in his chair. Kettle began to explain. We came here to help the territory. We've heard that an alien presence has settled in the sea in front of the territory. You know about that, huh? Yes, that's true. We came here to resolve that issue. Valkyrin had a rough idea. It seemed the Inquisitor of the Sun God had heard the news and come to help. I still don't understand why they're in this party. It wasn't uncommon for believers to go on pilgrimages to quell unrest, so it wasn't particularly special. But there was something puzzling. But why do they want to talk to me, a pirate? Seeing Valkyrin's expression, Kettle seemed to guess his thoughts and spoke. But upon arriving, we found ourselves in a difficult situation. To resolve it, we need to go out to sea, but none of us know how to sail. Moreover, there's no suitable ship in the territory. The help of others was indispensable. However, since it's an extremely dangerous task, we can't force good people to do it. Valkyrin's eyes widened. He finally understood why they had come to him. Kettle smiled faintly. So we need your cooperation, you are pirates. You must know how to handle a ship. You probably have pirate ships ready, so when we go to deal with the anomaly at sea, we would like you to assist us. This barbarian intended to use them, the pirates, as guides. You are pirates. Criminals, after all. Even though you have a contract with the territory and are staying here, it doesn't mean your crimes are forgiven. The Inquisitor here could punish you right now and there would be no problem. Valkyrin couldn't deny it. Even though the kingdom permitted it and they had a contract with the territory, it was still a gray area. If the Sun God's Inquisitor decided to deal with them, the kingdom would surely stay silent and turn a blind eye. So you're saying if we want to live, we should bow our heads? Valkyrin gritted his teeth. His eyes sharpened. He would rather die than become a hunting dog to achieve their goal. Valkyrin was about to firmly refuse when Kettle's next words stopped him. It seems there's a misunderstanding. We have no intention of doing that. Kettle's following words made him pause. Trying to resolve this through threats would be too barbaric. Kettle spoke slyly. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to him. Baker muttered awkwardly, No, you are a barbarian. We need your help, but we have no intention of threatening your lives. Kettle ignored Baker's words. Besides, if we did, we wouldn't be able to trust you. They were heading to the sea to confront the anomaly. Many ships had gone, but only one person barely returned alive. It was practically a suicide mission. If the pirates decided to take them out to the open sea and die together, those who didn't know the sea would have no way to stop them. We need to build mutual trust. Valkyrin's face showed confusion. He couldn't understand what Kettle wanted. Kettle spoke leisurely. So it's a deal. A deal? I'll ask you, Valkyrin, captain of the Valkyrin pirate crew. Kettle smiled as he asked. Do you have any intention of quitting piracy? That's such a sudden question. What kind of deal is that? Asking a pirate if he wants to quit being a pirate. It seemed like a meaningless question. Instead of answering, Kettle looked around the reception room. The buildings are well built. The pirate crew's size seemed quite large as there were many buildings, and none of them were built carelessly. It was close to a planned city, constructed with systematic design. No matter how you look at it, these buildings aren't just temporary lodgings for pirates staying briefly before heading out to sea. They seem built for long-term residence, and most importantly, they show signs of everyday life. Traces that appear only when someone has lived and stayed for a long time. Those traces were in the pirate buildings. From what I know, the anomaly at sea has only been around for about a month, but judging by the signs of daily life, it's been at least over a year. It seems you haven't been sailing much during that long period. Valkyrin remained silent. Kettle smiled faintly. Valkyrin, when was the last time you set sail? You're quite observant. It was as Kettle said. Valkyrin didn't want to live as a pirate anymore. His parents were pirates, so he naturally ended up living as a pirate too, but he was tired of life at sea. He wanted to settle down and live a stable life on land. So he persuaded his crew to make a contract with the Lord and settle in the territory. Although they occasionally sailed for plundering, they spent most of their time in the territory. You are still a pirate. Even if you want to quit, it's not easy because of your crimes, so we will help you with that. Helping Valkyrin to live legally on land, that was what Valkyrin had always wanted. If that were true, he would happily set sail with them. However, Valkyrin's expression was not bright. It sounds appealing, but I don't think you can make it happen. For Kettle's offer to come true, he needed to have significant influence. No matter how he looked at it, Kettle, a barbarian, didn't seem capable of that. I could manage it, though. But Kettle was capable too. He had done a great favor for the kingdom of Denian. If Kettle asked, King Barbossa would accept the pirates, or he could do it through the Church of Kaloja. His influence on the ground was not insignificant, but this time I'll give the opportunity to someone else. Aquez. Kettle looked at Aquez. Is that all right? Yes, that was the agreement. Aquez nodded. She looked at Valkyrin. Valkyrin, captain of the Valkyrin pirate crew. Aquez, the inquisitor of the sun god, swears in the name of the sun god. It was a declaration made in the name of a god. Breaking it would result in excommunication. It was a statement with significant weight. If you help us, I swear in my name to absolve you of your crimes. What? Valkyrin's eyes widened. It was the most surprised he had been so far. And for good reason. An inquisitor punishes heretics. Naturally, they also have the authority to forgive and convert them. If Aquez's words were true, they could be pardoned for their crimes as pirates and live legitimately on land. Aquez confirmed this thought. If you wish, you can receive the baptism of the sun god's church. Once recognized by the church, you can also obtain citizenship in the kingdom. Of course, you will need to pass the appropriate qualifications and tests, but if you truly intend to live on land, it shouldn't be too difficult. Valkyrin stammered at the unexpected words. Kettle shrugged his shoulders. Well, in the end, it's a gamble. You might be killed by the anomaly at sea. But so what? Pirates ultimately gamble their lives for a big fortune, don't they? Kettle whispered softly. It's a profession that balances life and treasure. And right now, the weight of that treasure has become heavy enough. Don't you think it's worth risking your life for? It was like a devil's temptation, poisonous but too sweet to refuse. Valkyrin had no choice but to ask. Are you really a barbarian? Kettle laughed. So what will you do? Valkyrin remained silent, but his hesitation was brief. The goal he had pursued all his life was right before him. As the barbarian said, the weight on the scales was heavy enough. There was no reason to refuse. All right, I'll accept. Aquez's eyes widened at his response. Kettle murmured happily, good, but there's a problem. A problem. Convincing your crew, that's also an issue, but there's a bigger problem. We don't have a ship. You don't have a ship. To be precise, we don't have a ship suitable for deep-sea travel. The pirate ships were built for speed, so they were lightly armored and small. The place blocked by the anomaly was in quite deep waters. Their ships were inadequate for the task. We'll do our best to reinforce the ships, but it will take time. Is there no other way? No, well. There is one. What is it? Follow me. With an ambiguous expression, Valkyrin got up from his seat. They followed Valkyrin outside. After walking for several minutes beyond the territory, they encountered a strange sight. Baker was astonished. Why is there a ship on the plain? A huge sailing ship lay sprawled in the middle of the plain, Valkyrin explained. A year ago, a hurricane hit the territory. It passed with minimal damage, but one sailing ship was blown away and thrown onto the plain. Is that even possible? The ship was enormous. It was big enough to hold hundreds of people. The idea that such a ship could be blown onto a plain by a hurricane was hard to believe for Baker, who knew nothing about the sea. Valkyrin nodded. It actually happened. There's no significant damage to the ship itself, but there's no way to get it back to the sea, so it's been left here. The ship was so large and heavy that even dozens of strong men couldn't move it. In the end, they had no choice but to abandon it in tears. You guys are stronger than us. Can you take that ship back to the sea? If so, we can start preparations immediately. Well, Aquez and Baker both wore ambiguous expressions at Valkyrin's words. Both of them were superhumanly strong, possessing powers beyond ordinary humans, but the ship was huge, capable of holding hundreds of people. No matter how strong they were, moving such a weight was beyond their abilities. To do so would require someone far stronger than them. I thought so. Valkyrin didn't look too disappointed. Just as he was about to say they'd have to wait, Kettle spoke up. What? We just need to move that ship. That's not too difficult. Kettle walked over to the ship with long strides. He grabbed the ship. Hup. With a short grunt, the onlooker's eyes widened. Rumble, dust scattered. The ground, pressed down by the weight, revealed its shape. Valkyrin stuttered. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The ship was enormous. It was the only large sailing ship in the territory, and its construction had taken several years. Its weight easily exceeded 300 tons. The people of the territory had both revered and feared the hurricane that had moved such a massive ship onto the plain, and now that ship was being held by a single person. Thud, Kettle took a step. The ground trembled under the weight, but Kettle moved with a calm expression, and several tens of minutes later, thud, the ship was back where it belonged in the sea. Now you can prepare, right? Kettle said, lightly dusting off his hands. Valkyrin was too shocked to respond. Chapter 170, Voyage, Part 1. It took several hours for Valkyrin to recover from the shock. Once he had composed himself, he went to persuade the pirates. Initially, they were bewildered. Setting sail to the middle of the sea to exterminate the existence of the Forbidden Land with an Inquisitor, it sounded like a suicide mission. However, upon hearing the terms of the deal, the pirates accepted. After all, they were the ones who had stayed on land, enjoying the comforts of life, instead of following Valkyrin to the sea. They wouldn't miss the opportunity to walk proudly on land with the recognition of the faithful. With Valkyrin's excellent speech and the promise of a handsome reward, he was able to persuade the pirates without much trouble. The next task was to repair the ship. Although the sailing ship had not suffered significant damage from the tornado, it had been left unattended for a long time and was aged in several places. It needed repairs, but that wouldn't take too long. With all the pirates working on it, it could be finished in a few days. Compared to having to procure a ship from scratch, this was almost instantaneous. That's good, yes. At Kettle's words, Aquez nodded slightly. Kettle continued. The territory will be maintained without much disturbance. The citizens will continue to live satisfactory lives. Unlike in the past, the resources in Vulcan's territory were abundant. There was no need to rely on looting. They could make a living by taking on escort missions with the former pirates now as citizens. This was actually beneficial for the citizens. Although there was some unease about having pirates living right next to the territory, the benefits outweighed the risks, so they had endured it. With that unease now resolved, it wasn't a bad thing for them. And for the pirates, it's a huge benefit. They gained the opportunity to live legitimately on land. Although they couldn't engage in the same plundering and criminal activities as before, they could live peaceful lives under the proper welfare of the territory. It's a benefit for us too. Otherwise, they might have been tied to the territory for several months to procure a ship and crew. Now that time was reduced to mere days, which was good for their journey as well. I think it's not a bad thing from your perspective either. Yes, you're right. She was able to protect the peaceful image of the territory she had been watching with warm eyes. There were also practical benefits for her. From ancient times, converting non-believers and making them believers was one of the most honorable deeds for a believer. She had converted an entire pirate group and had them baptized by the sun god. When this became known, she would gain great honor. Although she didn't particularly desire it herself, it was objectively a deed that would elevate her honor. It's beneficial for all of us. What about me? Baker, who had been listening quietly from the side, thought grudgingly. The journey's purpose was Aquez, so there was no benefit for Baker. But since it wasn't the right time to say anything, he kept his mouth shut and grumbled internally. Aquez, who had been silent, began to speak softly. I thought. The pirates should be punished. For her, the option of converting them didn't exist. She would have punished the evil and erased their existence from the territory. If it hadn't been for Kettle, she would have actually done so. If that had happened, what would the outcome be? You probably would have achieved your goal. Even without Kettle, that fact wouldn't change. She would have dealt with the pirates and procured a ship. If necessary, she could have forced the pirates to atone for their crimes by making them help with the voyage. She would have found a way to bring the sailing ship that had been swept away by the tornado back to the sea. There wouldn't have been much noise about it either. An inquisitor dealing with pirates was an act of justice so obvious that the kingdom would remain silent and the citizens would turn a blind eye. she would have achieved her goal. But the outcome wouldn't be the same as now. The pirates, for better or worse, were heavily involved in the territory. Having stayed for over a year, they were already part of the territory. If they disappeared, the territory would be significantly shaken. The Lord could also be punished for colluding with the pirates and dragged away. The territory would fall into chaos without its Lord. Aquez would also have struggled to procure a ship and crew, being tied to the territory for a long time. It was a simple result of good and evil. Aquez bit her lip. I once visited a village during my journey. She began to talk about her past. Near the village, a dungeon had been left unattended for a long time, causing monsters to come out and harm the villagers. So she helped them. She entered the dungeon alone and defeated the boss. The dungeon disappeared without its master. No more monsters came to torment the people, but she didn't receive praise and gratitude from the villagers. Instead, they resented her. This was because the dungeon had been a source of valuable materials. The village, which had no particular specialty, relied heavily on the dungeon's resources. They had hidden the dungeon's existence and endured the harm to gather materials. Naturally, they didn't appreciate Aquez, who destroyed such a source of income. She left the village under resentful gazes. Although she was sad, she thought it was inevitable. The dungeon was a clear evil. She believed without a doubt that punishing such evil was justice. She had undoubtedly done good. But the result wasn't favorable. You are indeed good, you are enforcing justice, that fact is undeniable. But there was no guarantee that good would necessarily be helpful. Is the one who punishes a child stealing for their starving sibling a good person? Or is the one who understands the circumstances and overlooks the theft a good person? No one could know for sure. This world lives alongside shades of gray. What is good is not necessarily good, and the same goes for evil. I hope you understand that. Aquez groaned as if she had realized something. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. That was interesting. Persuading Aquez had little meaning for him. He just wanted to talk to the pirates. He wanted to make a deal with those outside the law, that was all. Persuading Aquez and pointing out her contradictions was just to prevent her from punishing the pirates before he could have a proper conversation with them. But it was different for Aquez. To her, Kettle was the one who had made her realize her naive behavior and lack of understanding of the world. Aquez looked up at Kettle with a peculiar gaze and, as if making a decision, spoke up. Mr. Kettle, yes, your words are valid. I do not know this world. I am merely a naive person blindly following the will of the gods in a human body. No, that's not true. You are a good person. No, it is true. Therefore, I need to know about the outside world, but for someone as naive as I am, it is difficult. I need someone to teach me. Something seemed off about her words. Kettle was taken aback. Aquez's eyes sparkled. Mr. Kettle, may I have you as my teacher? What? Kettle responded, bewildered. The pirates continued to repair the ship. Among them was a large barbarian. Oh, so that's how you do it. Why, yes. May I try it? Suit yourself. Kettle cheerfully watched their repair process and sometimes participated himself. The pirates were flustered by the sight of the barbarian. They didn't know much, but since he was part of the Inquisitors group, they assumed he must be quite strong. Typically, such powerful individuals weren't interested in labor like this. Yet Kettle was joyfully observing and participating in the repairs as if he found the process itself enjoyable. The pirates looked at Kettle with puzzled expressions. Meanwhile, Aquez was watching Kettle with a look of realization. Working hard alongside others, such an attitude is necessary to understand the world. No, that's not it. I'm just doing it because I find it fun. Kettle looked at Aquez with a bewildered expression. I keep telling you I am not great enough to be your teacher. Why not find someone else? No, Mr. Kettle, you have enlightened me who does not know the world. I want to learn a lot from you. Aquez was resolute. She was determined to learn something by staying by Kettle's side. Mr. Kettle, you can ignore me. I will simply observe and follow you personally. You don't need to mind me. Oh, if that's the case. Kettle reluctantly backed down. I didn't expect this. He had only persuaded Aquez to talk to the pirates, but now she had realized many things and began to follow him around with shining eyes. This was unexpected for Kettle. Since she showed no sign of backing down even when he told her off, Kettle eventually gave up. From then on, Aquez started following Kettle closely. She observed and marveled at every little thing he did, whether it was repairing the ship, walking around the territory, entering a tavern to eat, or buying daily necessities. She attached great significance to each action. It was like a baby duck following its mother. Although it felt a bit burdensome at first, the repeated actions soon seemed somewhat endearing. It's been a while since someone looked at me like this. It wasn't that there had never been anyone who followed him around, calling him their teacher. In the white snowy plains, he was the chief of his tribe. He had immense power and many children revered him and wanted to follow him. I wonder how that kid is doing. The white snowy plains. There was one child there who especially followed him, even more than their own parents. When Kettle left, the child made a huge fuss, insisting on coming along, and Kettle had to beat him to calm him down. He suddenly wondered what the kid was doing now. Aquez, who was following Kettle around, helped with the ship's repairs. Baker, not wanting to be left out, reluctantly joined in as well. Why am I doing this? Baker, who had wanted to rest comfortably in their quarters, felt very wronged. Nevertheless, with the three superhuman individuals working together, the ship quickly regained its original form and preparations for departure began. That man, Aquez noticed a pirate. It was the pirate she had captured and handed over to the guards. Without Kettle, she would have executed him on the spot. Valkyrin spoke up. He's our navigator. Without him, we can't sail. He's the only navigator in our crew. I see. Aquez looked at Valkyrin. Valkyrin, you are strong. His speed when he ambushed Kettle had surprised even her. She judged him to be at least of second-rate level. With that level of strength, he didn't need to be a pirate to survive. Why does someone like you live as a pirate? Because I was born into it and raised that way. Valkyrin spoke indifferently. My parents were pirates. Naturally, I grew up as a pirate. Before I knew it, I was the captain, despite wanting to leave behind all responsibilities and duties. But I couldn't abandon the crew who called me their captain. It's a common story. I see. It is a common story, Aquez murmured as she moved away. It's time to pray with the citizens of the territory. I will be absent for a while, master. Stop calling me master. Aquez left, and Valkyrin's face twisted in a strange expression. A sun god's inquisitor calling a barbarian master. And it was Aquez, the genius touted to become the next chief inquisitor. Even Valkyrin knew her reputation. It was hard to believe that such a person was calling a barbarian master. If this gets out, it will cause quite a stir. There would undoubtedly be those who didn't view it favorably. Although with this barbarian's strength he could suppress them all, Kettle spoke. So you lived the life of a pirate. It's a pity that you couldn't choose your own path. I offer my condolences. Are you really a barbarian? Valkyrin was dumbfounded. Offering condolences was not something one would expect from a barbarian. Well, whatever, in the end I'm benefiting because of you. You must have been the one who persuaded the Inquisitor. Thanks, I'll guide you as best as I can. Don't worry. I'll do my best to ensure you don't die either. That's a comforting thought. Valkyrin left to give orders to the pirates. Kettle, left alone, gazed beyond the horizon of the sea. The city of mermaids, and the primates living in the depths of the sea blocking the way. They were akin to the demonic beings of the white snowy plains. It wasn't the first time he had faced such beings. He had dealt with the nanos before. But the nanos had not piqued his interest much. How would this encounter be? A hint of interest appeared on Kettle's face as he gazed at the sea. Chapter 171, Voyage, Part 2. We're setting sail. With all preparations complete, the ship set out to sea. Accompanied by the Lord's worried send-off, they left the territory. Baker watched the waves parting with fascination following the ship's movement. Aquez, who was also on a large ship for the first time, seemed a bit amazed. Kettle enjoyed the sea breeze with a pleasant expression. He was heading towards the fantasy sea. The very fact brought him immense satisfaction. How long will it take? The wind is just right and the sea is calm. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a storm. Calculating the distance to the mermaid city, it should take about a week. A week, huh? We'll arrive soon. But the sea is a place where you never know what might happen. Since ancient times, sailors had always had a very luxurious meal before setting out to sea. This was because each voyage could mean risking their lives. Since you never know what might happen, it's best to calculate double the time. Kettle nodded. Fair winds. The sea is calm. Good. Unfurl the second sail. Aye. The sailors moved quickly, maneuvering the ship. Kettle watched them with a smile. It felt like stepping into a movie screen. The current situation brought him nothing but joy, and so the ship moved forward. At some point, however, the ship's speed gradually slowed. Baker, who had been fascinated by the rocking floor with the waves, looked puzzled. Why are we slowing down? It's a headwind, Valkyrin frowned. The wind was blowing in the opposite direction of their course. In this situation, the sails were of no use. He quickly gave orders. Furl the sails, go below deck and start rowing. Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled. He promptly spoke up. Can I try rowing? You want to row? Yes. Well, you can if you want, but you don't have to. Valkyrin looked reluctant. Rowing was extremely hard work. Even if a ship was floating on water, it still weighed several hundred tons, and moving it with human strength was tough. There was a reason why slaves were historically tasked with rowing. Valkyrin couldn't understand why a barbarian would want to do such a thing. Kettle laughed heartily. You've worked hard repairing the ship, haven't you? You started sailing without getting a proper rest. It's better if you get some rest. You're risking your lives to help us, so this much I can do. At those words, the sailors showed expressions of gratitude. The fact that this barbarian was willing to take on the hard labor everyone else avoided for their sake was a commendable act. Even Aquez admired him. So that's how you view the world, sacrificing yourself for others. Amazing? No, that's not it. But Kettle had no particular thoughts on the matter. In the modern era, many people paid good money to experience tough jobs that were once avoided. To Kettle, rowing was just that kind of experience. However, if he expressed it that way, people might think he was weird, so he just dressed it up a bit. Regardless of his intentions, others saw it as a self-sacrificial act, so the sailors cautiously came up to thank him. Kettle accepted their thanks with a smile and went below deck to row. Although Aquez and the sailors offered to help, Kettle declined, so he was alone. Aquez asked with a puzzled expression, "Can you row by yourself? I thought you needed to row both sides." "There's a mechanism in place, so it's not impossible, but rowing this ship alone," Valkyrin found it hard to believe. But soon enough, the ship began to move forward at a fast pace, making Valkyrin's doubts seem unfounded. "It's faster than with a tailwind." Even though Kettle was rowing alone, the ship moved faster than when the wind was pushing it. It seemed unbelievable. Well, upon reflection, Kettle had once lifted the entire ship. So moving the ship by rowing wasn't impossible. It was just so far outside the realm of common sense that they hadn't thought of it. Several hours passed until the tailwind returned, and during that time, Kettle rowed alone. When the wind finally picked up and Kettle came back up, the sailors looked at him with awe. Rowing alone for hours. Is that possible for a human? They were all rugged seamen. They had the strength and prided themselves on their masculinity. To those sailors, Kettle was nothing short of a giant. They looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Kettle didn't stop there. He took on trivial tasks like unfurling the sails and loosening ropes himself. To him, these were enjoyable experiences, but to those around him, he appeared to be a considerate barbarian. And Aquez was following Kettle around like a chick follows its mother. A barbarian who took the initiative to help others. And a heretic inquisitor of the sun god following such a barbarian like a baby bird. The sailors watched this peculiar sight with awkward expressions. "What's that all about?" "Don't ask." Valkyrin dismissed the sailors' curious question. They continued forward, no particular issues arose. At first, Baker marveled at the ocean scenery, but as the view became repetitive, he got bored and retreated to his cabin, not coming out. Then 2 days later, a pirate appeared before them. Ding, 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 a bell rang. The lookout atop the mast shouted loudly, "Pirates, pirates have appeared." Pirates, Kettle's eyes gleamed. Looking behind their ship, one ship was following them. Valkyrin clicked his tongue. "Those bastards, they've finally shown up. I heard travel was blocked due to the presence of the Forbidden Land. They're staying within a certain area around the Mermaid City." The fishing area in Vulcan's territory happened to be within that range, causing significant damage. As long as they avoided that area, sailing was possible. Of course, the Forbidden Land could expand at any time, making it very dangerous, so most ships stayed off the sea, but pirates lived on the sea, taking such risks. There were still many pirates roaming the ocean. Valkyrin frowned as he saw the flag waving from the enemy ship. "It's the Kakin pirates, troublesome bastards." They were a rival pirate gang that had been clashing with Valkyrin's crew for a long time. Their territories overlapped and their forces were similar in size, making them mortal enemies. If they clashed, a battle would likely ensue. Valkyrin shouted, "Unfurl the sails, they're still a good distance away." "Shake them off." The pirates moved quickly, trying to widen the gap, but no matter how much time passed, the distance didn't increase. "They're getting closer." Damn it, Valkyrin realized too late, their ship was enormous. It was a large sailing ship weighing several hundred tons. It was sturdy and stable, but slow. In contrast, the enemy pirate ship was small and light. In a speed race, they were bound to lose. What a stupid mistake. In the excitement of their first voyage in a while, he had forgotten something so basic. "Everyone, open the gun ports." The pirates hurriedly prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Kettle's chest swelled with excitement. A naval battle, a fight between ships on the sea. It was a chance to see it firsthand. He was very excited. The approaching ship soon got close enough to see each other's faces. The man who seemed to be the enemy captain shouted loudly, "Valkyrin, you coward who reeks of dirt, I don't know why you've come out to sea, but today is your death day. We'll make fish food out of you." "That's my line, you vile Kakin." With the captain's shouts, the battle began. Boom. Gun ports opened and cannonballs flew. The pirates scrambled. Since they weren't on a warship, they had fewer cannons and were slow, making them easy targets. The situation wasn't favorable for them. It was a very dangerous situation, but there were some who showed no change in expression. "Master, may I take care of this? I told you to stop calling me master. Master is master. But if you insist, I'll call you Mr. Kettle as before." "Please do." Aquez stepped forward. Kakin sneered as he saw this. "Valkyrin, you've got a woman on board. You're disgracing pirates. Fire all at once." Bang, bang, bang. Cannonballs flew. Until now, they had luckily avoided them, but this time they were on a direct collision course. The sailors' faces turned white. Aquez quietly murmured, "O sun god, grant your servant a radiant shield of protection." A shield of light surrounded the ship. Crash, crash, cannonballs struck the shield and bounced off harmlessly. What?" Both sides of the pirates widened their eyes in astonishment. Kakin, dumbfounded, shouted in a panic, "Reload." Fire again, boom, cannonballs flew, but nothing changed. The shield around the ship remained unscathed. The sailors cheered in amazement. Ooh, this is the power of the gods, Mr. Baker, if you please. Got it. Baker stepped forward. Wretched pirates, he muttered disdainfully as he lightly waved his fingers. Pierce. Then a hole appeared above the enemy ship. A massive ice pillar fell from it, piercing through the ship. The enemy's ship began to sink slowly. The sailors looked at Baker in shock. They knew he was an extraordinary magician, but they had never seen his power in action. Being pirates, they had never encountered a proper magician, so they couldn't gauge his true strength. They had always half dismissed him as a lazy bum who did nothing but laze around the ship. But now he had sunk a ship with a single powerful spell. The pirates looked at Baker with awe and fear. Baker accepted their gazes with satisfaction. You must pay the price for acting without knowing your opponent. Oh wow, a spell that summons ice pillars. Baker, who had been acting confidently, stammered nervously at Kettle's question. Well, technically, it's a part of a glacier stored in a subspace that I summoned onto the enemy ship. Oh, so it's that type of magic, efficient, impressive. Kettle marveled sincerely. Baker shuddered. Really? Impressive, you summoned an ice pillar in the air and used the falling energy due to its weight to attack without consuming mana, right? It's an efficient spell. Baker's eyes widened. You know it well. Remarkable. Kettle praised him sincerely. Baker's face took on a complex expression. This incredibly terrifying barbarian who could kill someone as easily as snapping a child's wrist was praising his magic. It gave Baker a strange feeling. It was similar to the feeling he had when his master praised his magic in his childhood. A peculiar emotion began to settle in Baker's gaze as he looked at Kettle. The enemy's ship, pierced by the ice pillar, slowly began to sink. The sailors cheered in victory. Thinking it was over, Aquez withdrew the shield of light. At that moment, Kakin made one last desperate move. I won't die alone, thump. A harpoon was fired from the sinking ship. Aquez, not too concerned, erected a barrier. A mere harpoon couldn't penetrate her defense, but something was off. The force contained in the harpoon was unusual. Baker's eyes widened. A magic weapon? Why would pirates have something like that? Damn, Aquez hurriedly tried to set up a proper barrier, but the harpoon was already too close. It shattered her initial defense and shot towards the ship. Kettle calmly watched the harpoon. Crash, a huge shockwave followed. The ship rocked violently. Sailors screamed as they lost their balance and fell. Some were pushed to the edge of the ship. Valkyrin, barely clinging to the railing, staggered and stood up. Then he couldn't believe his eyes. Kettle was standing there holding the massive harpoon with one hand. No way. Could someone hold such a massive harpoon enough to rock this large sailing ship with one hand? Is it possible for a superhuman to do that? Valkyrin stammered in amazement at the strength, but even the superhumans Aquez and Baker were shocked. What in the world? What is this? The harpoon was a magic weapon. Its mass was enormous and its speed was incredibly fast. Even for superhumans, it was a difficult attack to handle without preparation, but Kettle had caught it with his bare hands. Why didn't his body get thrown back? Given the harpoon's weight, even if he caught it, physics dictated that his body should be pushed back. Yet Kettle hadn't moved an inch. It was an incomprehensible sight. We don't need this, so I'll return it to you. Kettle pulled back his arm and threw the harpoon. Thump, the ship rocked again from the force. Sailors, barely standing, screamed and fell. The harpoon, flying back several times faster than it came, pierced straight through the enemy ship. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the ship exploded. The sea erupted as if a volcano had erupted. Seawater rained down on them. When the sea calmed down, there was nothing left of what could be called a ship. Only debris scattered everywhere. To an unknowing observer, it would look like sea trash. Thus, the Kakin pirates who had clashed with the Valkyrin pirates over territory for a long time were annihilated. Kettle dusted off his hands with a satisfied expression. Everyone stared at Kettle in astonishment. Leaving the scattered debris behind, they continued towards their destination. The sailors looked at Kettle with eyes as if they were seeing something non-human. He caught a flying harpoon and threw it back. What kind of strength is that? Even the superhumans Aquez and Baker were astonished, so the ordinary human sailors were even more shocked. Valkyrin laughed incredulously. Can the strong of this world wield such power? I've lived in too small a world. The world is vast indeed. No, that's not it. Aquez cut in firmly. Chapter 172, Voyage. Part 3, Kettle's power was unique, even on a continental scale. At least Aquez had never seen anyone handle such power. As the Inquisitor of the Sun God, having witnessed all sorts of formidable beings, she had never seen anyone like him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was truly one of a kind, yet he can't handle the mysteries. It felt like a very low-quality joke. As the ship moved forward, the debris scattered across the sea gradually disappeared beyond the horizon. Baker, who was watching it, muttered incredulously. It was a magical weapon, yet he grabs it with his bare hands and throws it away. Wasn't it an ordinary harpoon? You didn't know. Baker was even more flabbergasted by that remark. A harpoon that could even penetrate Aquez's defenses was thought to be ordinary. For Kettle, such strength didn't hold much meaning. Baker explained with a bewildered expression. It was probably a magical weapon. One made properly in the magic tower. Not just a weapon designed as a material, but a magical weapon combining magic and material. Its power was on a different level compared to ordinary weapons, used only in large-scale sieges. The harpoon that had just flown was one of those magical weapons made in the magic tower. As a magician of the magic tower, Baker could tell it had the power to sink a huge ship with a single strike. Kettle looked intrigued. So that's what it was, but why did a pirate have such a thing? They probably got it while looting a cargo ship. I remember hearing that Kakin had acquired a valuable weapon before. Valkyrin interjected to explain. Kettle nodded as if understanding. It was the result of piracy, but a harpoon shape, why make a weapon in that form? Probably to hunt creatures like the kraken. Unlike whales, ordinary harpoons don't work on them. A kraken? Kettle's eyes widened. Are such monsters real? They exist in the deep sea. It's very difficult to catch them and transport them, but a successful hunt can make you enough money to live off for half a lifetime. Valkyrin added with realization. Come to think of it, there's supposedly a kraken near here beyond the Mermaid City. I see, Kettle smirked. Seeing that expression, Valkyrin shivered for a moment. I hope he's not thinking of hunting the kraken after this is over. He regretted saying anything. They continued on their way. After that, there were no particular problems. They almost faced danger from polluted water, but Aquez's purification prayer solved it. The crew was amazed by the power of the great god. Some of them went to Aquez to hear about the doctrines of the sun god. After this was over, they would receive baptism. Some were already preparing to convert. Aquez gladly explained the doctrines to them. Eventually, they arrived. Here we are in the middle of the sea where there had been no contact. This is the boundary. Ships that crossed here never returned to land. Only one survivor had come back, and he was completely insane, a wreck. Proceed slowly. Yes. With the crew's tense faces, the ship moved slowly forward. They scanned the surroundings quickly to catch anything unusual, and they realized, it doesn't look like there's any problem. The fish are visible beneath the sea. The wind is calm. The breeze is normal. To an unknowing person, it looked like an ordinary sea. Valkyrin was perplexed. What's going on? Did we get the location wrong? No, sorry, but I've often looted ships heading to the Mermaid City. I can't have missed the coordinates. This was definitely near the Mermaid City. As Valkyrin frantically looked around, he noticed something strange. Why are there no shipwrecks? Many ships had sunk here. Given the number, debris should have been scattered everywhere, but there was no wreckage in sight, even beyond the horizon. Aquez spoke up. Maybe they drifted with the currents? No, it's too clean for that. Some remains should still be there. Something was off. It was as if nothing had happened, and that was very strange. Valkyrin squinted his eyes. Let's keep going for now. Something will appear near the Mermaid City. How far is it? Just 1 more hour ahead. Is there a way to call the mermaids? Normally, they'd come out to greet us as we get close. But given the unusual situation, I'm not sure. We'll have to go and see for ourselves. Sounds good. Kettle smiled broadly. They continued to advance and nothing happened. Feeling something was off, Aquez looked at Baker. Mr. Baker, do you sense anything? No, there's nothing on my detection. Same here. Both of them had extended their senses widely. They were probing deep into the sea, ready to detect any problem immediately. However, nothing came up. While it was a relief, it also felt uneasy, like not realizing a blade was at one's throat. Then, at a certain moment, Kettle made a peculiar expression. Nobody noticed. As the ship continued forward, it suddenly came to a halt with a jolt. Whoa, whoa, the sudden stop made the pirates stagger. Valkyrin frowned. What is it, rocks? No, there were no rocks when we checked the visibility. Then what is it? I'll try turning the ship. The helmsman turned the wheel, but no matter how much he turned it, the ship wouldn't move. It was as if something was stuck. They panicked. What is this? What's happening? Valkyrin urgently looked at Aquez and Baker, but both shook their heads. I don't sense anything. Neither do I. What the hell is going on? They moved to find the cause. Aquez also looked around, and she found it. Kettle was standing by the railing, staring intently at the sea below. Is there something down there? Do you want to see for yourself? Aquez, with a puzzled look, gazed down in the direction Kettle was looking. Her expression froze. What's wrong? Baker also checked the direction they were looking at, and his face turned pale. Realizing that they were looking at something, Valkyrin and the crew approached them. When they looked into the sea below, their faces also turned white. Someone swallowed hard. They couldn't even scream. One of the crew members trembled and stepped back. A monkey? Kettle looked at the sea under the ship with a curious expression. There was a monkey swimming with massive legs and holding the ship with its hefty arms. It wasn't a rock they had hit. The monkey was holding the ship. Valkyrin groaned and muttered. A primate, alive in the deep sea. This being of the Forbidden Land was right under their ship. They all realized that it was this monkey that had sunk the ships coming near here. No one dared to speak. They were afraid that any movement might provoke the monkey, so they didn't even blink. It was alien to them, something they couldn't understand. The crew felt like their hearts would stop. Aquez spoke slowly. "Mr. Baker, can you detect it?" "And no, I can't," Baker stammered. Both Aquez and Baker had kept their detection spells active, yet the monkey still wasn't showing up. How is that possible? If it had even a bit of mystery, it should have been detected. Shock and fear gripped the ship. Only Kettle was examining the monkey with interest. "It's huge." The monkey was incredibly large, about half the size of the ship they were on. Its brown fur swayed with the waves, and its enormous eyes, large enough to fit a person inside, looked up at them blankly. Is this another existence of the Forbidden Lands? The suffocating standoff lasted for several seconds. Finally, the monkey began to move. Crack. A disturbing sound started to resonate from under the ship. Realizing what the monkey was doing, Valkyrin shouted urgently, "It's trying to break the ship." Crack, crack. The monkey was gripping the ship harder. The bottom of the ship creaked and started to leak. Only then did Valkyrin understand how the ships had sunk. The monkey was gripping and tearing at the bottom of the ships. With water leaking in, there was no way to resist. The crew, unable to hold back their screams, started to move frantically. "Aquez!" With Baker's shout, Aquez moved, swinging her hand fiercely. "O sun god, shine your light on my enemies without mercy." Zing! With her words, a beam of light struck down. The mighty divine power hit the monkey square between the eyes, and with a crashing sound, the monkey's body slid back. But Aquez's expression remained grim. She opened her eyes wide. Not even a scratch. There wasn't a single drop of blood from the monkey's forehead where the light had struck. Baker, who had used Aquez's intervention to gather his mana, shouted quickly, "O freezing environment of the star beyond, descend upon the sea below." Crackle. With his chant, the spell manifested. The space opened and an intense cold spread, freezing the sea around the monkey instantly, forming a glacier. Crack, but it was no use. The monkey, trapped in the glacier, frowned as if annoyed. The glacier trembled and quickly cracked. Crash. The glacier shattered. Baker shouted in shock. "That's impossible." It was an attack from two superhumans. Though they hadn't been able to attack properly due to the urgency, to not leave even a scratch was beyond belief. The monkey, irritated by the interference with its goal, distorted its face. Screech! A horrific scream echoed. Even underwater, the howling struck their ears directly. The crew covered their ears at the inhuman sound. As the monkey grabbed the bottom of the ship fiercely, Kettle grabbed the railing and launched himself into the sea. "Sorry, but I can't let you destroy the ship." Kettle clenched his fist. As he fell, he struck down with his fist. The sea exploded. Chapter 173. Voyage Part 4. Boom! The sea erupted. The ship swayed from the impact, more intense than when the harpoon was thrown. The sailors were tossed aside. The ship teetered on the brink of capsizing but managed to regain its balance. "No, no way." Valkyrin looked at the erupting sea in disbelief. A simple punch had made the ship sway like that. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Rumble. The sea settled. Kettle, having returned to the ship, looked down below the railing and murmured, "It's gone. Did we take it down?" "No, it ran away. It's quite sturdy." He had adjusted his strength considering the proximity to the ship. The underwater impact had also weakened the force, but even considering that, it was a powerful strike. A blow that could have ruptured the innards of a large whale, yet the monkey had managed to escape. Fear slowly crept onto the faces of the sailors, who had just begun to calm down. A giant monkey had been holding onto the ship from below. It was incomprehensible, and they didn't want to understand it. The sailors moaned as if they had experienced a nightmare. Aquez looked at the sea and muttered, something like that was ruling the seas around here, a life form they had never seen before. "It's tough." The attacks from Aquez and Baker hadn't even pierced its hide. They hadn't been able to exert full force due to the urgency of the situation, but even so, it was incredibly tough. And it had completely bypassed their detection. Baker murmured in disbelief, "How can a creature like that exist? A being beyond the scope of their understanding." That was the true nature of the Forbidden Land. Valkyrin gritted his teeth and regained his composure. "We need to repair the ship first. Water is coming in from the bottom." Though they had driven the monkey away, the bottom of the ship was torn open and water was flooding in. At this rate, they would sink. The sailors, belatedly realizing this, scrambled to move. "Sorry, but it looks like we don't have time for that." Kettle was staring blankly at the sea in the distance. "It's not over yet." What? They realized it belatedly too. The sea in the distance was parting. 3 monkeys were approaching them, their faces turned pale. It's not just one. The monkeys were not individuals but a group. 3 monkeys were closing in fast. The sailors let out cries of despair. One was dangerous enough, but with 3 attacking, the ship wouldn't stand a chance. The only fortunate thing was that, unlike before, they weren't sneaking up on them. They had time to respond. Aquez quickly raised her hand towards the sky. Material Chapter 1 Verse 1 Behold the birth of the radiant golden realm, Wiang, a golden light enveloped the ship. It was a divine barrier, the shield of the god that had withstood the devil's attack when facing Ashishire. The monkeys collided with the shield. Boom, the shield trembled. The monkeys ferociously pummeled it from underwater. Cracks began to spread across the shield. Aqua's eyes widened. How dare you strike the shield of a god? Even if they had a natural advantage, Ashishire hadn't managed to breach it and had targeted her directly. But it was still the shield of a god. Though cracks spread, it held firm, protecting the ship. It bought Baker enough time to prepare his magic. O stars beyond, I open this space so your realm may manifest here, rain of rocks. Descend upon this place, a space opened. From a distant, hot and solid star a rain of rocks was summoned. They all aimed at the monkeys. Boom, the sea shook violently. The magic cast by a magician with a full incantation had immense power. Whoa, the sailors cheered at the powerful display. No matter how formidable the monkeys were, they couldn't have emerged unscathed. But Baker's face was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. As the power subsided, the monkeys reappeared. They had only minor scratches on their bodies, that was all. The full-force magic of a magician had only managed to inflict slight wounds on the monkeys. Instead, it seemed to have enraged them as they began to wail. Screech, their cries reverberated underwater, shaking the sea. Boom, the monkeys pounded on the shield fiercely. The cracks on the shield grew larger and larger. Kettle's expression turned grim. This is troublesome. Kettle, can you drive away the monkeys? Aquas hastily looked at Kettle. If Kettle, who had driven away one monkey with a single strike, could handle three, there should be no problem. But Kettle shook his head. I can do it, but the ship will capsize. Even when facing one monkey, the ship nearly overturned. With three, even if he succeeded in driving them away, the ship would likely capsize. We might survive, but the crew will die. But, moreover, even if we drive them away, it won't solve the problem. What? Aquas looked in the direction Kettle was staring, her face turned pale. No, it can't be. It was a cry to call their kind. From beyond the sea, dozens of figures were approaching. They were all monkeys. The crew couldn't even scream anymore. Kettle pondered for a moment before looking at Valkyrin. For a ship this large, there should be an emergency escape boat. The ship they were on was very large. Traditionally, in case of emergency, an escape boat would be prepared. There is, Valkyrin nodded promptly. It's below the deck. Then lead the way, Aquas, hold them off a little longer. Understood. Kettle followed Valkyrin below the deck. Descending quickly, they found a large boat in a spacious storeroom. This is it. It's quite large. Enough for everyone. But how do you plan to use this? Even if we sneak away, we'll be discovered quickly. This sea was within the monkeys' territory. Even if they launched a small boat to escape, they would be discovered quickly. I have a plan, but we need to carry this up. Kettle clenched his fist as he contemplated for a moment. The situation has come to this, so breaking things doesn't matter. Kettle swung his fist not towards the sea, but towards the sky. Screech, Aquas gritted her teeth and strengthened the shield. Crrrkk, crack, but the cracks continued to spread. The monkeys clinging on kept pounding, and it was reaching its limit. Just when she was wondering how much longer she needed to hold on, the bottom of the ship broke. Crash, Kettle came up from the broken floor, carrying a small boat. Sorry, it took some time. No, it's fine. But we're at our limit. What are you planning to do? Everyone get on this boat. Yes, the crew hurriedly ran over and boarded the escape boat. It wasn't very large, but it was enough for all the crew members. Aquas, you come too? Yes, Aquas boarded the boat. At the same time, the shield shattered. Crash, crunch, crack, a terrifying sound came from beneath the ship. The crew realized the monkeys were devouring the ship. Baker trembled and asked, what do you plan to do with this? If we go through the sea, we'll be discovered quickly, so we'll fly. Hold on tight to the boat if you don't want to become ghosts. The crew, realizing the meaning of his words belatedly, hurriedly grabbed the boat and tied themselves with ropes. Kettle held the boat and kicked off. Boom, whoa-heh, the boat flew into the sky. Kettle, holding the boat, jumped with force, but it wasn't an ordinary jump. In an instant, the boat soared high into the sky. Unable to withstand the force, the ship split in half and sank. Looking down at the sea while holding onto the boat, Valkyrin swallowed his breath. Dozens of monkeys gathered around the ship, tearing apart the deck and stuffing it into their mouths. The boat, which had soared high into the sky, began to descend slowly. Baker, yes, Baker, who was staring blankly at the sea below, turned his head. I can't make a safe landing, so I'm counting on you. Open up. Empty space between the stars. Baker, startled, began chanting a spell. Just before the boat collided with the sea, an empty space manifested below it. Woong, woa, eek, the boat shook, but it rested on the empty space without breaking apart. After a moment, the mana dissipated. Sploosh. With a small splash, the boat landed on the sea. Kettle smiled in satisfaction. We did it. No way, he could have told me beforehand. Baker looked at Kettle with an aggrieved expression. Well done, Baker, it was perfect timing. Are really? However, Baker's aggrieved expression quickly disappeared, replaced by a slight smile at Kettle's praise. The crew, realizing they had survived, collapsed in relief. We're alive. What on earth just happened? They were too exhausted to speak for a moment. After a few minutes, Valkyrin managed to pull himself together. Where are we? I don't know. I just aimed for the direction of the mermaid city. I can't see anything, Valkyrin murmured, looking dismayed. Their ship was nowhere in sight. They had flown out of visible range with a single jump. The power was hard to comprehend. I understand why we couldn't see the ship's wreckage. It was because the monkeys had devoured it completely. But what do we do now? Can we navigate? There's nothing to get our bearings. The compass seems to have been lost during the jump. What about provisions? Do you think there are any? No provisions, no way to determine their coordinates. Essentially, they were adrift on the open sea in a small boat. They had survived but now faced another problem. The crew began to panic. Valkyrin gave a helpless laugh. We'll have to fish, I guess. No, I don't think that will be necessary, Kettle spoke up. Our host has come to find us. What? You mean the monkeys? Had they come here to capture them as well? The crew was about to panic when Kettle shook his head. Not the monkeys, the rightful inhabitants of this area, those who were here before the monkeys had come. Plop, a small splash sounded next to the boat. From beneath the sea, a woman emerged. I was told the sea, which should remain silent, had become noisy because of those creatures. It seems dear guests have arrived. I'm curious how you managed to come here on this small boat. The woman revealed her half-naked upper body. Her legs were those of a fish. Kettle smiled. His heart was racing. Nice to meet you. Welcome, humans, the woman greeted them softly. I am a survivor from the city occupied by the monkeys. I am called Marrow. You may know us as mermaids. Chapter 174, Mermaid, Part 1. Realizing that the constraints blocking the world had disappeared since the dawn of time, it came outside, and it couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? The place where it had lived was very dark and cold. It never knew if it could catch prey immediately, and the frigid temperature could freeze it to death if it let its guard down. In fact, the survival rate of its kind was very low. But the outside was bright and warm. Prey was abundant and the temperature was high. It was an incredibly distant place, and it was surprised once more. What are these weak creatures? The place it came from had no prey. If it wasn't careful, it would be eaten by competitors. But outside there was nothing but prey. Lightly touching them would crush them, spilling their insides, and putting them in its mouth brought a sweet, meaty flavor. It was the best thing it had ever tasted. It finally realized that the outside was a much weaker place compared to where it had lived. It was immensely delighted. It was moved by the breaking of the world's constraints and devoured the outside creatures. The feeble prey struggled and resisted, but it was meaningless to it. What a weak world this is. What delicious prey this is. It felt as if it had become a king. It joyfully rampaged. Across the vast continent, a confined being was unleashed. It's a mermaid, a mermaid. Kettle quickly examined the mermaid who had thrust her head in. The mermaid was half naked, wearing a bikini made of woven seaweed, naturally revealing a lot of skin, yet she did not look vulgar or obscene. It seemed very natural, almost like everyday clothing. Her appearance was also quite beautiful. Her ears are like a human's. In some creative works, mermaids have gill-like ears, but the mermaid's ears were just like a human's. Her upper body was human, while her lower body was fish. A fantasy being, a mermaid, was in front of his eyes. Kettle was deeply moved and continued to gaze at the mermaid. The mermaid, feeling uncomfortable, slightly averted her gaze. She doesn't seem afraid. Elves would feel intimidated and scared when facing him. Being close to nature, they were sensitive to such intimidation. But the mermaid, though slightly uncomfortable, did not seem to be as scared as the elves. Are mermaids not beings of nature, or are they different from elves? Kettle smiled broadly. The mermaid, trying to ignore him, turned her gaze to look at the people on the ship. I see a few familiar faces. At her words, Valkyrin and the sailors flinched. They were pirates. They had raided cargo ships transporting goods needed by the mermaids several times. Naturally, the mermaids would not have good feelings toward them. After glaring at the sailors for a moment, the mermaid shook her head. Let it be. In this situation, it's a small past matter. It seems information hasn't spread well outside, but this place is currently very dangerous. I can't guarantee your lives, so I recommend you leave quickly. No, we know everything, Aquas calmly said. We came here to help you, the mermaid's eyes widened. Really, we've asked for help from the outside several times, but all efforts failed and we had given up. A survivor provided some information about what is here. Based on that information, we came here. Aquas stood up and respectfully bowed. I am Aquas, an inquisitor of the sun god. We came to help the mermaids. Oh, the sun god. His Grace, the mermaid showed an expression of deep emotion. Thank you for the great god's interest. The sea near here is monitored by monkeys, but you managed to avoid them. It must have been thanks to the sun god's blessing. We encountered the monkeys. What? The mermaid paused. You encountered them, but how did you get here? You couldn't have escaped them with the ship's speed. We flew through the sky. Pardon, for a moment Marrow didn't understand the meaning and asked again. Aquez gave a wry smile, even she would have reacted that way. It was that incomprehensible a statement, but since it was the truth there was nothing else to say. We flew through the sky to escape. Oh. I see, the bewildered mermaid accepted it somewhat. She assumed they must have used some method to escape and took flying through the sky as a metaphor. Anyway, if you manage to escape, it means you have enough power. That's fortunate. Honestly, the situation here is very dire. What exactly is the situation? I would tell you right now, but it's hard to say when the monkeys might lay eyes on this place. Let's move to a different location. Marrow looked at the sea below. I will take you to our dwelling. We can talk in detail there. Wait a moment. By dwelling you mean underwater? Baker was horrified. Humans couldn't breathe underwater. His concern was valid, but Marrow dismissed it lightly, flicking her tail. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Blessings be upon you. With those words, a strange light enveloped the people on the ship. Then let us go. The mermaid grabbed the boat and pulled it down. The boat slowly sank into the sea. Naturally, the humans were drawn into the water along with the boat. Whoa, whoa, the people who had been holding their breath in panic soon realized. What? We can breathe. They found they could breathe and see underwater. Baker was astonished. Mermaid magic? It's not magic. It's a blessing. As they descended deeper into the sea, Marrow explained. Mermaids were beings that lived and breathed in the deep sea, but half of them were human. Since there was a boundary between land and sea, many tragic stories had arisen between humans and mermaids. A god who pitied them granted mermaids a blessing. It was a blessing that allowed land beings to survive underwater. Thanks to this divine blessing, mermaids could interact with land beings without much trouble. They could live in the sea and trade with coastal cities because of this blessing. Oh, I see. Aquez and Baker were impressed as they realized this, allowing land beings to live underwater. While they were admiring the great power of the god, someone tapped Marrow on the shoulder. When Marrow looked at the person, she saw Kettle staring at her. It was then that Marrow realized. Kettle had not received the mermaid's blessing. Oh no, Marrow was flustered. It had already been 10 minutes since they descended into the sea. A normal human would have fainted from lack of air by now, so why was he fine? Marrow hurriedly tried to grant the blessing, but it didn't work. What? Just a moment. Instead of waiting, Kettle closed his eyes and began to pray. Kidding. Holy power enveloped his body. The sailors and Marrow widened their eyes. Holy power, this works, it's done, problem solved. Kettle opened his mouth. Marrow stared at him blankly, stammering. Why? My body is a bit special, such power doesn't work well on me. I've resolved it with holy power, so it's fine now. By using a holy relic from Kalosia, he cast a false veil around his body as if he were on land. Holy power can even do this, Kettle laughed joyfully. Truly, it was a versatile power. No, but... Marrow looked at Kettle in disbelief. She was amazed that a barbarian could wield a holy relic, and she was astounded that the mermaid's blessing didn't work on him. The blessing was a power granted by a god. If it didn't work, it meant that the god's power didn't work, which was impossible in a world that existed by divine grace. Even if you question it, I don't know either. Kettle shrugged. There was no point in asking since he didn't know either. Marrow stepped back, feeling perplexed. The sailors now looked at Kettle as if they were seeing a monster. Well, let's continue descending. The boat continued to descend deeper into the sea without any problems. The ocean gradually grew darker. They had reached a point where light could no longer penetrate from the surface. Without the blessing, they wouldn't have been able to see anything. They began to see sea creatures they had never seen before. At first, the sailors were amazed by the underwater scenery, but gradually their expressions turned to fear. How far down are we going? The sea is very deep. We still have a long way to go, Marrow spoke calmly. The further they descended, the more uneasy Baker and Aquez began to feel. A primal fear overtook them. Only Kettle was happily observing the depths of the sea. Marrow, watching him with a mixture of bewilderment and caution, carefully asked, What do you see? The sea was incredibly dark. Without the blessing, Kettle should not have been able to see anything. Yet he responded calmly, I can see well. There are many fish I've never seen before. It's fascinating. As if he were genuinely having fun, he observed the dark abyss. Marrow looked at Kettle with the same eyes as the sailors, seeing him as a monster. Eventually, they reached the sea floor. The boat landed with a small sound. This way, please. I will guide you to our dwelling. Marrow swam forward, flicking her tail. They carefully followed her, treading on the sea floor. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a small underwater cave. A small merman boy appeared from inside, perhaps sensing their presence. Marrow, you're back. What's going on? These people have come to help us. Marrow spoke calmly. The boy's eyes widened. Oh. Does that mean we can be saved now? His voice was quite loud, and several mermaids emerged from the cave. They exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Kettle's group. Oh, they've come to help from the outside. Please kill those damned monkeys. They were warmly welcomed into the underwater cave. The resting mermaids gathered around to see them. Valkyrin, observing the number of mermaids, frowned. Is this everyone? This place was once called the City of Mermaids because it was home to so many of them. At least 1,000 mermaids lived here, but now it seemed there were fewer than 100 mermaids in the cave. Marrow spoke with a bitter expression. The situation is dire. Are they all dead? No, I don't think so. Most of them are still trapped in the mermaid city. Trapped in the city, are the monkeys treating them as slaves? There is someone who can explain more clearly than I can. I will guide you to our city's administrator. Please hear the details from them. Marrow spoke calmly. Kettle, Aquez, and Baker went to meet the administrator. The sailors were excluded. Their role was to bring Kettle's group to the mermaids. Their task was complete. Thanks to the mermaids' hospitality, the sailors were guided to a room in the underwater cave. Valkyrin spoke to Kettle one last time. I hope everything goes well. Don't worry, it will be fine. Think of it as an unusual trip and get some rest. You're the only one who could think like that. Is that so? Kettle laughed heartily. They were led to the deepest part of the underwater cave. There, a middle-aged merman was waiting for them. Nice to meet you, humans. I am Cuculitan, the leader of the bluish-green city, or rather, the former leader now. Cuculitan smiled bitterly and bowed politely. Thank you very much for coming to help us. Think nothing of it. Cuculitan cautiously asked, could you introduce yourselves? It was certainly a good thing for humans to come and help the endangered mermaids. However, not all goodwill necessarily brought aid. Given the situation, Cuculitan needed to confirm if they had enough power and background to help. I am Aquez, an inquisitor of the sun god. I have reached the level of a superhuman. Oh, an inquisitor of the sun god, Cuculitan exclaimed. The Church of the Sun God was the most powerful church on the surface. An inquisitor at the superhuman level would be a significant asset for the church. If trouble arose, they could expect support from the church. Next, Baker spoke. I am Baker, a superhuman magician of the sterile school, gazer of the stars. Oh, a great magician of the tower, Cuculitan exclaimed again. The Tower of Magic, created by the great hero, was renowned even in the sea. A magician from there would surely wield great power. Given the rarity of magicians from the tower, the school might also aid them if needed. Both were formidable and authoritative individuals, more impressive than Cuculitan had expected. With hopeful eyes, Cuculitan looked at Kettle, expecting him to have similar power and authority. Kettle spoke. I am a barbarian, Kettle. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Kettle looked as if to say, what more do you need? For a moment, Cuculitan was at a loss for words. Chapter 175. Mermaid, Part 2. Cuculitan looked unsure of how to respond. A normal barbarian would have no reason to come and meet him alongside an inquisitor of the sun god and a magician of the tower. It would have been enough to wait inside the cave like the other sailors until the problem was resolved. But Kettle stood confidently in front of him as if that was all that mattered. Understanding his reaction, Aquez added, he has enough strength. He will be of great help, perhaps even more than the two of us. Really? Does he have some hidden power? Kettle didn't seem to exude an extraordinary aura, but since Aquez spoke so highly of him, he must possess some special power. Cuculitan smiled warmly at Kettle. Whatever the case, you've come to help us, thank you. The brief introductions and greetings were over, now it was time to get to the point. Kettle asked, so what exactly happened? Cuculitan sighed and began to explain. We were residents of a city with a bluish-green hue, just an ordinary mermaid city that existed everywhere. The mermaids lived peacefully, interacting with humans. Although there were many pirates, it was not a big issue for the mermaids living beneath the sea. Occasionally, it was bothersome when supplies didn't arrive, but it wasn't a major problem. They considered it human affairs and didn't pay much attention. They lived peaceful and leisurely lives. The mermaids firmly believed they would live like that forever, but that belief was shattered. In the deep sea beneath our city, there existed a forbidden land. Deep-sea primates that live and breathe. They existed beneath our city, but we didn't pay much attention to them. The Forbidden Land's existence was confined within its boundaries. It was an absolute truth that had never been broken since the continent existed. Therefore, the mermaids didn't think much about the Forbidden Land. They were slightly uneasy, but it was just to that extent. Some even took pride in it. When mermaids from other cities visited, they introduced it as a tourist attraction, and young mermaids often raced near the Forbidden Land to test their courage. But one day, that peace was shattered. One day, suddenly, they crawled up from the deep sea primates. Those monkeys climbed up from the deep sea. Since the city was directly above the Forbidden Land, they were attacked by the monkeys without any time to respond. The monkeys began massacring the fleeing mermaids. It's not that we didn't resist. The city's warriors gathered and desperately tried to drive out the monkeys, but no attack worked on them. The monkeys responded to their desperate attacks as if they were just tickles. Cuculitan lamented, I had considerable strength, but it was meaningless. There were no superhuman-level warriors, I presume. It's a small city. Cuculitan muttered dejectedly, it wasn't unusual. A superhuman-level warrior was rare, perhaps one in the entire kingdom. It wasn't likely to find one in a mere city. As a result, the mermaid city was ravaged by the monkeys. The beautiful city fell into the hands of the monkeys. We barely managed to escape their surveillance, but many mermaids couldn't. Many mermaids were hiding in the city, avoiding the monkeys' gaze. They wanted to save them, but the monkeys' vigilance made it impossible to even approach. Cuculitan smiled bitterly. My daughter is trapped there too. I see. Please, I beg you, save our city, save my daughter. Understood, that's why we're here. Aquez nodded readily. Cuculitan grasped Aquez's hand with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, thank you. When all this is over, we will give you the mermaid relics our city has held since its creation. At those words, Kettle's eyes sparkled. That's a pleasant promise. It's always good to have a reward. They had roughly understood the situation and circumstances. Now it was time to gather information about the enemy. Aquez asked calmly, do you have any information about them? First, their bodies are extremely tough. Even first-rate strength couldn't penetrate their hides. We are aware of that part. A superhuman-level strength was required to even scratch them. Their bodies were incomprehensibly tough, and their eyesight is extremely good. There were instances where they spotted mermaids kilometers away and quickly rushed to devour them. That's unexpected, Kettle murmured. The deep sea is an extremely dark place. It's hard to see even an inch ahead. Thus, deep-sea creatures usually have degenerated eyes and developed other senses, but the monkeys seem to have highly developed eyes instead. But perhaps because of that, their hearing isn't very sharp. We made quite a bit of noise while escaping, but they didn't react much. The monkeys screamed when they attacked the ship. It was to call their companions. The sound was extremely loud and sharp. Conversely, it seemed that unless the sound was that loud, they couldn't hear it. And they live in groups. They seem to have settled in the city, using it as their base. If so, why didn't they just stay down in the deep sea? Why did they come up and trample our city? Cuculitan's voice rose momentarily, overcome with emotion, but he quickly regained his composure and shook his head. I'm sorry, no, I understand, it's a tough situation, and there are monkeys that seem to act as scouts, but there's something peculiar, they always move in pairs. In pairs? Aquez tilted her head in confusion. Kettle, who had been silent, spoke up. They're a buddy system. Excuse me, if their enemy attacks the scouts, one must escape to report it, but what if the enemy is too strong for either to escape? One sacrifices themselves and the other escapes. Exactly. And no, Aquez was taken aback. What Kettle described was a buddy system, a fairly common tactic, something Aquez was aware of, but she hadn't understood it earlier, and there was a reason for that. Are you saying the monkeys have that level of intelligence? A buddy system requires significant intelligence. It was hard to believe that the primates of the Forbidden Land had such intelligence. There could be other reasons, but for now, let's assume that's the reason. We need to verify it. They needed to learn more about the monkeys. They decided to head to the mermaid city that the monkeys had taken over. Cuculitan asked worriedly, are you sure it's all right? We need to confirm it, and we'll be fine. As you said, they have sharp eyes but dull ears. We have ways to conceal ourselves. I see, then I'll guide you, Cuculitan said with a determined look. Aquez did not refuse his offer. They set off toward the mermaid city full of concern. Aquez whispered a small prayer. Cavot in chapter 1 verse 12. The great sun has various forms of light. Its essence is hard to discern due to numerous reflections. Keying light enveloped the group. It's done. With this the monkeys can't see us. But it doesn't block sound, so be careful. Ooh, this is the power of the scripture. Cuculitan was moved. Following Cuculitan's guidance, they headed towards the mermaid city. Although it was quite a distance, they all moved swiftly as they were all strong. As they advanced, Kettle gazed at the sea with awe. This is the sea of fantasy. It was incredibly beautiful. Seeing his face, Cuculitan smiled warmly. The underwater world is very beautiful. Anyone seeing it for the first time can't help but be amazed. It's a shame the situation is like this, otherwise I would have guided you more. No. It's not my first time seeing it. Oh really? But it is my first time seeing this sea. There was a sea even in the White Snowfield. He had often descended into the deep sea to gather food there. But that was the sea of the White Snowfield. Horrible creatures lived there. It was far from beautiful. In contrast, the scenery he was seeing now was so beautiful that he was immensely satisfied. As they advanced, they spotted a monkey. It's a scout. Two monkeys were swimming quickly. A large whale was desperately fleeing from them. In no time, a monkey caught up to the whale and swung its fist. The whale's body shuddered with the impact. The other monkey grabbed and tore the whale's belly. Crunch, bee-woo-woo, a painful wail echoed. Aquez grimaced at the brutal sight and Baker looked horrified. Only Kettle watched with an interested expression. Soon the whale went limp. Satisfied after devouring the whale, the monkeys started dragging it away. They seemed to be taking the food back to their nest. It looks that way, let's head in that direction. They followed the blood trail swaying in the current. Along the way, they encountered more scouts. Observing them, Kettle made an observation. They are quite organized. Yes, the scouts are patrolling at regular intervals, maintaining a certain distance from each other. They weren't just wandering around aimlessly. They had a systematic plan and were patrolling the area. Cuculatin's eyes widened at this statement. Is that so? It's easy to tell if you calculate the time and distance between when the scouts appear. Cuculatin trailed off. The merfolk hadn't realized that the scouts were patrolling at regular intervals. It wasn't because they were stupid, but because it was difficult to gather such information from only a few encounters with the scouts. But this barbarian had figured it out immediately. What is this? Was this barbarian the brains of the party, a barbarian of all people? Cuculatin was confused. Aquez's expression grew serious. Is that so? Was it possible that the creatures from the Forbidden Land had such intelligence? If that were true, it was a significant problem. They advanced more cautiously, and soon they arrived at the Mermaid City. Cuculatin's eyes trembled. The Mermaid City was a place of great beauty. Homes were built from sea soil and giant crustacean shells, creating a harmonious blend. Humans who occasionally ventured underwater often marveled at its beauty, but not anymore. The scouts threw the large whale into the middle of the city. The monkeys, excited by their prey, ran around wildly. Crunch, crash. The city was being destroyed. Our city, Cuculatin groaned. As Aquez observed the city, she noticed something odd. They're not eating the whale. The monkeys had gathered around the whale, but none of them touched it directly. They seemed to be under some kind of control. As they watched curiously, one monkey caught their attention. Thud, thud, it was significantly larger than the others. Its body was covered with numerous scars. It pushed the other monkeys aside with a fierce expression and approached the whale. Crunch. The large monkey began to tear into the whale and eat it. The other monkeys waited silently. They realized it's the leader monkey. It was the leader of the monkeys. As the leader, it had the privilege of first dibs on the prey. As they watched the leader, Kettle murmured, "Those are recent wounds." You're right, there were still fresh scabs on the leader's back. They looked like they had been caused by long, sharp claws. Maybe it's from fighting among themselves. Barbaric creatures like them might have fought over who gets to be the leader. The others didn't pay much attention to the wounds. But Kettle stared at them intently. Those wounds. They looked familiar. They were wounds of a shape he remembered. Chapter 176, Mermaid, Part 3. Where did I see it? Was it when I was going through a raid dungeon? I don't know. He couldn't quite remember. That was unusual. Kettle remembered every event he experienced outside. Not being able to recall something was impossible. The leader monkey, having filled its belly enough, withdrew. The other monkeys rushed in. Crunch, crunch. In an instant, the large whale disappeared without a trace of bones. Their appetite was enormous. The monkeys, with their bellies full, roamed the city again. Observing them, Aquez muttered, "It doesn't seem like they're simply destroying the city." Crunch, crunch. The monkeys were destroying the mermaids' houses and structures, but it wasn't aimless destruction. They were using the materials to construct a building. Watching the scene for a moment, Aquez gasped. They're building a house. Indeed, the mermaids' houses are too small for those giants to enter. The monkeys were using the materials from the mermaid city to build their own homes. Kettle mumbled with an intrigued face. It seems they're thinking of making this place their base. The monkeys weren't just staying temporarily in the mermaid city, they were trying to turn it into their own village. Cuculatin was horrified at this fact. Are those creatures trying to take root in our city? It seems so. They're destroying your houses and building their own. Wait a moment. Then what happened to the survivors? The mermaids trapped in the city were hiding in the buildings. But if the monkeys were destroying the buildings to make their own houses, it was uncertain whether the survivors were safe. Can we check on them? Aquez had a hesitant face. The advantage of divinity was its versatility. In most situations, divinity could solve the problem, but it wasn't omnipotent. The power of the sun god couldn't locate the hidden mermaids. Since it was underwater, even mystical detection didn't work well. Aquez looked at Baker, but Baker shook his head as well. My magic is specialized for attack. I could sense presences on land, but underwater it's difficult. Oh, the fact that they couldn't know about the survivors filled Cuculatin's face with despair. Don't worry, many are alive. Then Kettle spoke. The content of his light words took them a moment to grasp. Alive. The mermaids in the city are alive. They're hiding among seaweed and coral, avoiding the monkey's eyes. There seem to be at least 300 of them. What? Cuculatin looked at the mermaid's city in bewilderment at Kettle's words, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't see any mermaids. He asked with a puzzled face. How did you notice that? Did you sense their presence? Of course not. Even I can't grasp such a large city underwater. Then how? I heard the sounds the mermaids were making. Pardon, I heard the whispers and movements among them. Counting those sounds, there are at least 300. If you include those who are holding their breath, there could be more. You can hear those sounds? Yes. Kettle had a face that asked if there was a problem with that. You're stranger than those monkeys. Baker mumbled quietly in the silence. Even Cuculitan, a sea creature, couldn't hear the mermaid's sounds, yet Kettle, a land dweller, could hear them. It was hard to believe. Cuculitan stammered. Are you sure you didn't mistake other noises for the mermaid's sounds? Is there a mermaid named Raffarilla? She's staying with another mermaid named Chimere, relying on each other. They're struggling due to a lack of food. Oh, Cuculitan's mouth fell open. Seeing this, Aquez and Baker also realized that Kettle truly heard the mermaid's sounds. Baker looked at Kettle with a mixed expression. Of course, it wasn't impossible in this world. A person enlightened with mysticism could observe all information within a certain range, but that's possible only if one is enlightened with mysticism. This barbarian had perceived it purely with his physical senses. What on earth is this barbarian? It was hard to tell the difference between a monkey that could see dozens of kilometers away and Kettle, who could hear small sounds underwater. Could it be that this guy is a being from the Forbidden Land? Baker thought quietly. Thanks to Kettle, they realized that many mermaids were still alive. They needed to prepare to respond as quickly as possible. The number of monkeys staying in the city was 30. Including the scouts, there were about 40 in total. They had completed their assessment of the numbers. Now it was time to gather accurate information about the enemy. They needed to check how strong they were and how tough their skin was. We need to experiment with one of the monkeys. That sounds good, I'll lure one, please do. Is it really okay? The monkeys are very fast. Wouldn't it be safer to prepare together? Cuculitan looked worried when Kettle volunteered, but neither Aquez nor Baker seemed concerned. Let's watch. Outside the city, not only were the scouts wandering around. Some monkeys were also roaming alone as if they were taking a stroll. Kettle brought one such monkey. Thud, the monkey swam quickly, trying to catch Kettle, but it couldn't catch him and was dragged around here and there. Cuculitan stammered, unable to comprehend the scene. A monkey can't catch a human. Mermaids were sea creatures and boasted incredible speed. There were very few beings that could catch a mermaid underwater. Those very mermaids couldn't escape the monkeys and were easily caught. The monkeys were not only strong but also fast. Even Cuculitan, who prided himself on being the fastest in the city, could be caught if he wasn't careful. Yet the monkey couldn't catch Kettle now. It doesn't seem like he's using any mystical power. How is this possible? Kettle's abilities were very peculiar. His hearing was good enough to catch the sounds of mermaids underwater. But because of this, Cuculitan thought his personal combat strength wouldn't be great. There were many cases where someone specialized in a specific area lacked significantly in other aspects. Cuculitan thought Kettle was one of those cases. The fact that the amount of mystical power he possessed was at a third-rate level reinforced Cuculitan's belief, but the monkey couldn't catch up with him. Is he really human? He should be, probably. Aquez's reply lacked confidence. Even she couldn't understand him. The monkey, angry at not being able to catch its small prey, lunged more aggressively. And finally, it reached them. I brought it. Kettle landed lightly. Aquez quickly shouted. Material 4, Chapter 2, Your light envelops the guilty. A pillar of light surrounded the monkey. The monkey's eyes widened even more. Realizing something was wrong, it screamed and pounded on the pillar. Keek! But the scream didn't spread beyond the pillar. The monkey pounded on the pillar fiercely, but while it shook, it didn't crack. Aquez observed this calmly. It can't break this level of scripture. Previously, the monkeys had broken through a shield of scripture, but that was the first chapter, first verse. The power of scripture strengthened with the number of chapters. As she observed the monkey, Aquez realized one more thing. I don't sense any mystical power. These monkeys had such strength purely from their physical bodies. Unconsciously, she looked at Kettle. Why are you looking at me? Nothing. It's nothing. Aquez quickly averted her gaze. Kettle slowly approached the monkey, getting so close it startled those watching. Staring at the monkey, Kettle spoke. Nice to meet you. I'm Kettle, the monkey responded with a scream and a swing of its fist instead of words. We can't communicate. How could you expect to communicate with a beast? I had hoped. Previously, the nano they met had been able to communicate. He had hoped the monkeys might too, but it seemed impossible. Baker gathered mana to form a blade. It rushed toward the monkey, inflicting small wounds all over its body. Aquez raised her hand. Spear of light. The spear of light pierced through the limbs of the monkey, pinning it to the ground. The monkey struggled, but the spear held firm. With this level of mystic power, I can wound it. A sufficiently powerful superhuman could inflict wounds without any problem. Having finished her rough assessment, Aquez gathered divine energy and entered the pillar. The monkey struggled, but it was bound by the spear of light and couldn't move. What are you trying to do? I'm going to use divine energy to understand the monkey's emotions. Is that even possible? It's similar to detecting lies. If it had any mystic power, it could resist, but this monkey doesn't. Aquez placed her hand on the monkey's head. At that moment, the monkey thrashed violently. It seemed to instinctively sense danger, almost going berserk. Screech, crack, the monkey's muscles swelled up. The spear of light shattered with a scream. The monkey sprang up and lunged at Aquaz with bared teeth. Damn! Aquaz hastily gathered her hands to defend, but the monkey's body was suddenly slammed back down. Boom, are you all right? Kettle had grabbed the monkey's head and smashed it into the ground. Aquaz, who had been staring blankly, quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It seems like a special move, allowing it to momentarily exert greater strength than usual. We need to check this too. The monkey struggled and thrashed but couldn't get up. As Kettle gauged its strength, he wore a puzzled expression. He had lived in the Forbidden Lands. He had even faced beings from the Forbidden Lands outside the White Snowfield like Nano. He thought he had a general understanding of the level of the Forbidden Land, so he couldn't help but be puzzled. Is it only this much? Then I'll continue the examination. Aquaz placed divine energy on the head of the monkey that had been smashed into the ground. After a moment of silent contemplation, Aquaz spoke. I sense various emotions: anger, frustration, hunger, and Aqua's eyes momentarily wavered. Fear. At those words, Baker tilted his head. It doesn't look like it's afraid. The monkey, pinned to the ground, continued to thrash about. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem to be afraid of them. This isn't a recent emotion, it seems to be quite an old one. Why had there been a situation where this monkey felt fear before meeting them? A being from the Forbidden Land that had crawled up, ruled the Mermaid City for over a month, and reigned as the tyrant of the sea. It felt fear of something. It was incomprehensible. Chapter 177, Mermaid, Part 4. It, who had been devouring the fragile and delicious prey outside, realized that some of the prey had escaped. It remembered that they couldn't escape before, but it seemed some restriction had been lifted, allowing them to flee all at once. However, it didn't care. There were no more restrictions. It would find and devour the remaining prey and then search for the others afterward. It was very happy. Baker spoke nonchalantly. Isn't it just an illusion? The more scared an animal is, the more it thrashes around, probably something like that. Well, I suppose so. I'm still inexperienced. It seems I didn't grasp the situation properly. Aquaz took her hand away and looked at Kettle. Is this all right? Kettle nodded with a peculiar expression. Aquaz raised her hand, creating a spear of light that pierced through the monkey's chest. Crack, red blood flowed out. The monkey, its chest pierced, twitched, and struggled, but soon its movements gradually ceased. It has a heart. Its basic bodily structure seems to resemble that of a monkey. Aquaz shook her hand and pulled out a dagger. I will proceed with the dissection. Those with weak stomachs, please step out of the pillar of light. An hour later, Aquaz emerged from the pillar of light and said, the basic bodily structure is similar to monkeys on land. There aren't any significant differences. Really? Baker looked bewildered. Then how does it breathe underwater? I don't know, maybe the lungs serve a different function. I lack the specialized knowledge to determine that. But it wasn't of great importance. The crucial point was that the monkey's vital points were not significantly different from those of land monkeys. There were about 40 monkeys in total. They could exert a momentarily strong force. Their vital points were the same as land monkeys. Their bodies could be penetrated by a superhumanly strong person exerting proper force. Aquaz, gauging the information, nodded. It seems possible. Oh, Cuculiton's face brightened. It was only natural. Aquaz had just said that they could handle the monkeys. This is fortunate news, thank you. Then we will need support, right? How long will it take for external help to arrive? Cuculiton quickly asked. Behind Aquaz and Baker were the Sun God and the Magic Tower. Proper support from them would surely be a great help, but Aquaz shook his head. No. We don't need any help. Pardon, we three can handle this. I was worried because they were creatures of the Forbidden Lands, but they aren't that formidable. Wait, what? You don't need any help? Just the three of them handling 40 monkeys that had destroyed a city. It was hard to believe, but Aquaz's expression was calm. Baker looked a bit uneasy but did not refute. It meant her words were true. It's easier to gather them all and sweep them away at once since they might escape, but that poses a problem. How to gather those monkeys in one place? The Mermaid City was not an option. With mermaids hiding there, they had to lure the entire group of monkeys to a specific location. That was the problem. It would be easier to capture one and make it call its kin. Let's go find a monkey. No. That's unnecessary. What? I will handle it, Kettle said calmly. They moved to an empty spot in the sea through Cuculiton. It was a reasonable distance from the Mermaid City. Aquaz, surveying the area, nodded. This should do. What do you think, Mr. Baker? This is fine. Then let's get ready. Are you really sure about this? Cuculiton asked with a worried face. Handling the monkeys with just 3 people seemed impossible. From his perspective, they definitely needed support, but Aquaz's face was very calm. Don't worry, this will be over soon. All right. Cuculiton couldn't help but step back at such a calm remark. They began preparing for battle. Aquaz offered prayers to accumulate divine power, and Baker pre-chanted to store a great spell. The preparation took a considerable amount of time, about an hour. Kettle, with an intrigued expression, asked, Does it always take this long to prepare? We need to manifest not just simple power but perfect power. It's done now, sorry for making you wait. No need to apologize, so should I call them now? Yes, but is it really possible? Kettle had said he would call the monkeys. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of a way to call them. Kettle asked Cuculitan instead of answering. They have poor hearing but are aggressive, right? They come to catch anything they see. That's correct, but then it's fine. Catching a monkey to call them isn't a bad idea, but we can't be sure if the scouts will hear it. It's better to be certain. Everyone, cover your ears and protect your bodies. Kettle took a deep breath. He removed the false veil that covered his body. His body was exposed to the deep sea. The strong water pressure pressed down on his entire body, but he didn't flinch. Wait, Aqua's expression changed. She hurriedly spread a divine barrier around everyone except Kettle. Then Kettle opened his mouth. A roar burst out. A rough and loud shout echoed through the sea. The currents in the water suddenly surged violently as if a tsunami had occurred underwater. The sea trembled as if there was an earthquake. Rumble, the ground shook. The soil on the seabed trembled violently. The view became cloudy as a sandstorm rose. The roar traveled forward through the water. The seabed turned over, revealing what was buried. Fish swimming around couldn't withstand the vibrations and their insides burst, killing them. It was as if an earthquake had struck the sea. A natural phenomenon was occurring due to a human's roar. Cracks appeared in the divine barrier Aquas had set up. The great wall of the god was about to shatter from a mere shout. Aquas opened her eyes wide, and after a moment, rumble, a rough sound was heard as something approached them. They're coming, Kettle smiled. Aquas, who had barely uncovered her ears, couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? Could a human really possess such power? Baker, who had come to his senses late, murmured in disbelief. He really seems like a creature of the Forbidden Land. Baker spoke jokingly, but Aquas smiled bitterly for a moment. She knew that Kettle was a barbarian from the White Snow Plains. In that sense, Baker's guess was quite sharp. From a distance, monkeys were crying out and running towards them. Judging by their numbers, it seemed that all the monkeys from the city and the scouts had gathered. Then please, Kettle stepped back with an expectant look. Aquas took a short breath and stepped forward, monkeys from the Forbidden Land. Their skin was impenetrable by mere first-rate warriors, and their strength could shatter even holy books. They were indeed powerful beings, but she was stronger than the monkeys. She was an inquisitor of the sun god. A genius of the church who reached the realm of superhumans at around the age of 20. Material chapter 4 verse 2, your light envelops those who have sinned. Screech, a great barrier of light surrounded the monkeys. Aquas quickly continued speaking as if it wasn't over. Material chapter 12 verse 45, the great prison of the sun has been manifested, only those acknowledged by the sun god could pass through it. Rumble. Pillars of light successively struck down into the sea. Realizing something was wrong, the leader monkey let out a cry. The monkeys tried to follow the leader and escape, but the prison of light had already surrounded all the monkeys. Screech, the leader cried and struck the pillars as if trying to break out. Aquas didn't stop. Material chapter 6 verse 11, the impure beings dared to challenge the majesty of the sun god. The sun god, displeased, showed a veil equal to his authority. The pillars of light became even stronger. The leader monkey gathered its strength roughly. It used its ultimate power to strike the pillars. Boom. But the leader monkey's body was pushed back. Ooh, Kettle admired the overlapping power of the scriptures. Impressive, he thought. Even if Ashishire were to reappear, she wouldn't be able to scratch the divine power Aquas had just displayed. This is the power of a fully prepared superhuman. Kettle had met many superhuman warriors, but none of them were in their optimal state. Arkamis and the Saint of Kalosia had exerted all their strength to face sudden enemies, but they weren't fully prepared. This time was different. Aquas had gathered all the information about the monkeys and spent an hour preparing for the battle in advance. The power of a fully prepared superhuman was indeed a spectacle. Material chapter 22 verse 1. Thus the sun god protected his people. His light and heart will never be forgotten in their hearts. A brilliant realm of light was manifested beneath the sea. Aquas caught her breath. The monkeys beat the pillars frantically, but they did not budge. Then please, Baker, got it. Oh, Kettle's eyes lit up. The power of a fully prepared devotee was this impressive. How powerful would magic be when it was completed through preparation and design? Behold, Baker intoned. The condensed and prepared mana began to move according to the design. Stars beyond. Numerous phenomena that shake within them. The sterile school was the school that gazed at the stars, and the stars were immense. The sterile school had often been called upon in large-scale wars. The range of their magic was vast, making it difficult to utilize perfectly in small battles. Now, a suitable environment for the sterile school to exert its power had been created. Trembling heat waves, falling meteors, scorching land. Sea of high heat, cold, severe frost, Screech, the immense mana twisted space. It opened the space and drew out the power of the stars beyond. Cracks appeared above the monkeys' heads. Feeling the ominousness, the monkeys struggled harder, but the pillars held firm. Lives that cannot exist on our stars, extreme environments that exist only there, I call upon you here. Baker lowered his hand. Stars descend here, and the space opened. Crack, countless meteors descended through the open space. They exploded, sweeping through the inside of the pillars. Boom, screech. The fragments of the exploding meteors pierced the monkeys' bodies. It didn't stop there. Crack, the sea froze, and almost absolute cold swept through. But that wasn't all. The frozen sea boiled instantaneously. Extreme heat and cold, where no life could survive, clashed, destroying the environment. Rumble, harsh environments from a star where life could not exist, descended upon the tranquil continent. If Aquas hadn't blocked it with the pillars of light, the surrounding sea would have been ruined. Naturally, the monkeys of the Forbidden Land couldn't remain unscathed. The monkeys froze instantly. Exposed to the extreme heat, they melted and died while still frozen. Screech, scream, the monkeys fell in an instant. Cuculatin was astonished. This is. It was a level of power that he, as a first-rate warrior, couldn't comprehend. Kettle also marveled greatly. Ooh, magnificent. It was the first time he had seen such large-scale magic. Strictly speaking, it wasn't the very first time. The Tower Master had once used magic to put the entire royal castle to sleep, but that wasn't offensive magic, so it wasn't very impressive. This was different. It was large-scale magic that shook and destroyed the space itself, achieved through long preparation and design. It was truly a spectacle. Kettle excitedly patted the shoulder of Baker, who was catching his breath. Amazing. Truly amazing, Baker. Absolutely splendid, remarkable. Kettle was genuinely impressed by Baker's power. Hearing the praise and bewilderment, Baker's face slowly brightened. Oh, really? Yes. This magic exceeded my imagination. You are indeed an excellent magician. I'm genuinely impressed. I even respect you. Splendid. Oh. Hearing the praise, Baker trembled. He was afraid of Kettle. But when Kettle praised his magic on the ship, he felt a strange emotion. It was a feeling that was both embarrassing and pleasant. Since then, whenever he heard Kettle's praise, he felt similar emotions. And now, with Kettle praising him so highly, that emotion exploded within him. Every word of Kettle's praise stirred his emotions. It was similar to the feeling he had when his very strict master praised him for the first time in his childhood. He was enchanted by Kettle's words. I want to hear more. It was like a child yearning for their parents' praise. Baker gazed at Kettle as if spellbound. Screech, whimper, the energy subsided and the monkeys let out groans of pain. Baker's magic was incredibly powerful, but it wasn't enough to annihilate the monkeys completely. Quite a few monkeys were still alive, groaning in pain. Both Aquas and Baker had used up all their strength and had no energy left. Now it was his turn. Good job, everyone, Kettle comforted the two of them. He walked over leisurely. Well then, Kettle approached. Although the pillars of light had disappeared, the monkeys were too injured to escape. However, there was one monkey that remained unscathed. Screech. The leader monkey, clearly larger than the others, bore no injuries despite the severe magic. It was clearly stronger than the other monkeys and looked at Kettle with eyes full of hostility. But Kettle's expression was ambiguous. The leader monkey, is it? A primate breathing and living in the deep sea, a creature of the Forbidden Land like Nano. The strongest among them was the monkey in front of him. Kettle gave a curious smile. Are you really the leader of the monkeys? Screech. The leader monkey lunged at Kettle. Kettle calmly raised his hand. Well, all right, I guess I'll just have to find out now. Chapter 178, Mermaid, Part 5. Are you okay, Aquas? I'm fine, but what about you, Mr. Baker? That was quite a powerful spell. I'll be all right after a bit of rest. Baker groaned. A deep sense of exhaustion was taking over his entire body. Aquas wasn't much different. It was a power that had been drawn out with perfect preparation and planning. It was rare for divinity, which rarely depleted to be completely drained. But Baker looked at the devastated sea. There Kettle was fighting the monkeys. Watching the scene, Baker let out a dry laugh. Wasn't our presence actually unnecessary? Aquas couldn't refute and forced a bitter smile. Even after Baker's spell, about 10 monkeys had survived. Kettle was dealing with the remaining monkeys alone, and the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. I knew he was strong, but Kettle had defeated Ashishire, the demon of gravitas. From the way the fight went, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he played with her. Moreover, he had helped the Kaloja Church by contributing to the defeat of a top-tier demon. He had even been recognized by the gods for his efforts, so it was known that he possessed incomparable strength. But the power Kettle was displaying now far surpassed her expectations. What is that power? Superhuman level refers to those who wield inhuman power. Kettle's strength was beyond the comprehension of even those who were considered superhuman. Kettle was a barbarian from the White Snowfield, right? He was an existence of the Forbidden Land, and an existence of the Forbidden Land was overwhelming another existence of the Forbidden Land. Naturally, a question arose. What exactly is in the White Snowfield? Key, the monkeys cried out and rushed at him. Kettle lightly swung his fist. Boom, with a punch the sea shook. The monkey hit by the impact flew off, spewing blood from its entire body. It was buried under the sea and never got up again. The monkeys that withstood Baker's magic died in a single blow. Key, Ka, two monkeys grabbed Kettle's arms from both sides. They pulled with all their might, trying to tear him apart. But they didn't succeed. Instead, when Kettle lightly swung his arms, the monkeys were swung around like toys. Kettle swung them around and then slammed them into the ground. Sand exploded and scattered in all directions. The monkeys vomited blood and died instantly. Kea, the leader monkey, unable to stand the sight of its comrades dying, rushed at him again. Its speed was incomparable to that of the other monkeys. It took a rough step and threw a punch. Instead of dodging, Kettle met the punch with his own. Boom, fist met fist, and the leader monkey rolled and flew away. It is indeed strong, Kettle muttered, gauging the strength of the clash. It had far more power than the other monkeys. It was almost as strong as a superhuman-level swordmaster. It could even give Maximus a good fight. But that's all. Kea, the leader monkey, quickly got up and took a step. It leaped high and threw its body to crush Kettle. Kettle lightly reached out, grabbed the leader monkey's head and slammed it down. Boom, Key, the monkey let out a cry of pain and immediately got up. Despite the overwhelming difference in power, it charged again. Determination. It's the most important thing to survive in a harsh environment, but without matching strength, it's just a suicidal act. Kettle moved his foot. The leader monkey kicked, slid back. It sat down, groaning in pain, unable to get up immediately. No, this is. Aquas couldn't believe the battle unfolding before her eyes. The leader monkey was definitely strong. It was strong enough that even she couldn't guarantee victory if she fought it, and Kettle was literally playing with it. Baker was also watching Kettle with his mouth agape, dumbfounded. Kea, the leader monkey howled, its body swelled. It attacked Kettle with all its might, with even greater strength. Boom, Kettle didn't dodge. He took the leader monkey's punch with his bare body. His body didn't budge an inch. He grabbed the leader monkey's arm and twisted it. The monkey screamed and sank to its knees. Kettle's eyes grew cold as he watched. This is another existence of the Forbidden Land. It was a primate that had lived and breathed in the depths of the sea during the same era as the White Snowfield. Is this all? Facing it directly, Kettle felt disappointment. Nano, another existence of the Forbidden Land he had encountered before, was special. Its power wasn't particularly great, but it had a uniqueness that substituted all things. It had piqued Kettle's interest in its own way. But these monkeys, what were they? They were neither strong nor special. Even Nano's power alone was greater than that of all these monkeys combined. They were just monkeys living under the sea. Such monsters were plentiful even in the White Snowfield. They didn't even spark a hint of interest. I was hoping there'd be some trump card, but it seems there isn't one. In that case, there was no need to continue. Kettle tightened his fist. He struck the leader monkey's chest. Boom, the impact rippled through the sea. The leader monkey spat blood but suppressed it and charged again. Kettle clenched his fist once more. Boom. The violent shockwave was strong enough to push back Aquas and Baker, who were standing far away. The leader monkey stood still. Then, bleeding, it collapsed. The only one left standing was Kettle. The existence of the Forbidden Land that had ravaged the mermaid city was thus annihilated. Kettle smiled. It's over. Oh yes. Aquas stammered, nodding. The monkeys were exterminated. There were no longer any creatures defiling the mermaid city. Cuculitan quickly gathered the mermaids and returned to the city. He shouted loudly. Mermaids who had been hiding in the city, he told them to feel safe. All the monkeys were dead and gone. They had reclaimed their city. Hearing his shout, the mermaids began to appear one by one. Initially, their faces were filled with fear, but once they confirmed that the monkeys were all dead, their expressions brightened. Wow, we're saved. They hugged each other, rejoicing in their survival. Many mermaids had died, but about half had survived. It wasn't a small loss, but considering they had feared the total destruction of their city, it was a miracle. The mermaids were elated at their survival, and they expressed their gratitude to those who had helped them. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. The mermaids ran to Kettle and his companions, expressing their thanks. Aquas and Baker, though exhausted, smiled and accepted their gratitude. Sincere thanks from those they had saved were always heartwarming. Even the sailors, who were caught in between, received the mermaids' gratitude with bewildered faces. Thank you, Cuculitan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, we have reclaimed our city. I will soon prepare the artifact I mentioned, however. Since the city is half destroyed, it will take some time to find it. The monkeys had destroyed the city's structures and converted them into their own homes. The city was in a completely ruined state. There was a need to restore the ruined city to its original state. Aquas nodded. We will help you. Oh, thank you. They helped rebuild the city. With the assistance of 3 superhuman-level warriors, the reconstruction progressed rapidly. The mermaids rejoiced and praised them. And every night there was a festival. Although they hadn't fully recovered from the damage, the mermaids expressed their joy openly. They mourned the dead and celebrated the joy of survival. They acted as if all problems were solved, and indeed, it seemed that way, so no one pointed it out. Everyone enjoyed the festival together. And as the city gradually rebuilt itself, Aquas, now recovered, spoke. "I will go to the Forbidden Land to verify." "You mean you will descend to the depths of the sea?" "Yes." Aquas nodded at Kettle's question. The monkeys came from the deep sea, much deeper than the mermaid city. Since the leader monkey came up, it is likely that the rest have also surfaced, but it's necessary to verify. To do that, Aquas planned to descend into the deep sea. Originally, she intended to go alone, but when Baker heard of the plan, he immediately volunteered to join, so it became the two of them. "I see, that's brave of you." "Are really?" Baker grinned widely at the compliment. "Is it all right for just the two of you to go?" "Yes, it's sufficient. Kettle, please rest here in the city. We will take care of it." If that's the case, Kettle didn't insist on joining them. He had already completely lost interest in the monkeys. If it were a great fantasy realm, he might be curious, but he had no intention of exploring the Forbidden Land. "Then we'll be off. Take care. You don't need to worry." The monkeys have poor hearing. By completely concealing their presence, the monkeys wouldn't be able to detect them. This was understood from past experiences. Aquas and Baker headed towards the sea floor. Kettle saw them off. Seeing Kettle alone, Cuculitan asked with a puzzled expression, "Where did the others go?" "They went down to the deep sea to investigate." "Oh, so they headed to the Forbidden Land's base to personally go for verification." As expected, Cuculitan murmured in admiration. There was no worry on his face. Almost all the monkeys had surfaced. Even if some monkeys remained in the deep sea, they would be nothing more than remnants. Cuculitan firmly believed that Aquas and Baker could handle it without any issues. Kettle shared a similar thought. If it's those two, they could handle any remaining monkeys without a problem. However, his expression was ambiguous. Something feels off. The existence of the Forbidden Land that invaded the Mermaid City had been exterminated. The problem was completely resolved, but something felt off. Is this really all there is? Even without Kettle, two superhuman-level warriors could handle it. Was this truly the entirety of the Forbidden Land? Nano was special. It could substitute anything without even superhuman-level warriors noticing. The power it possessed when unified was incomparable to the monkeys. These primates had existed in the depths since the era of the White Snowfield, ancient entities of the Forbidden Land. Was their power truly only this much? Of course, they weren't weak. Their intelligence was quite high, potentially comparable to humans. Considering the uniqueness of the underwater environment, they were incredibly difficult to deal with. But for entities of the Forbidden Land, they were too weak. If there had been more of them, it might have been understandable, but there were only a few dozen monkeys. No, that couldn't be it. There's no way it's just this. He kept feeling an unsettling emotion. From experience, Kettle knew he shouldn't ignore this feeling. At that moment, Kettle realized the quest completion notification had not appeared. Chapter 179, Stepping Out into the World, Part 1. When Aquas informed him that the presence of a forbidden land had taken over the Mermaid City, a window appeared before him. Quest 787, Respond to the Other. It was the same quest window that had helped him since the White Snowfield and had occasionally appeared even after he ventured outside. The content of the quest was to respond to the other. Until now, Kettle thought the other mentioned in the quest referred to the monkeys. However, even after dealing with the monkeys, the quest completion notification did not appear. The quest was still ongoing. Kettle's eyes narrowed. Of course, it wasn't strange that the quest hadn't been completed. He hadn't confirmed the depths where the monkeys lived. He assumed they had all come up, but there could still be remnants. The most likely reason the quest wasn't completed was that some monkeys were still hiding in the deep sea. But something was bothering him. Kettle's intuition warned him that this wasn't the reason the quest hadn't been completed. Cuculitan, yes sir, do you have a map of the sea? A map, yes we do, Cuculitan responded, flustered by the sudden question. We have a map that outlines the entire nearby sea. Can you show it to me? Yes, Cuculitan wagged his tail and went into the city. He soon returned with a map. Here it is. Thank you, Kettle spread out the map. It was quite large, showing not only the nearby sea but also the continent on the opposite side. This allowed Kettle to realize. This sea is connected to the White Snowfield. At the edge of the map, a white continent could be seen. There were no obstacles between the Mermaid City and the White Snowfield, just a vast sea. Yes, that's correct. Is there a problem? Cuculitan seemed not to understand Kettle's concern. At least for now, there isn't. However, Kettle remained silent. Cuculitan, realizing what Kettle was worried about, smiled. Are you considering the possibility of something from the White Snowfield reaching here? That's an excessive concern. So far, we've never heard of anything emerging from the White Snowfield. The White Snowfield was vast. The Forbidden Land existed in the center of the continent and was connected to many places. If anything from there had come out, rumors would have spread long ago. But there had been no news, indicating that nothing had come out of the White Snowfield. Cuculatin spoke lightly. Maybe there's some special restriction because it's such an old and large forbidden land. Kettle didn't reply. His very presence here proved Cuculatin's assumption wrong. Kettle had believed he was unique, having escaped the White Snowfield through the format of the quest. Therefore, he thought other entities couldn't leave the White Snowfield. So far, he considered the appearance of other magical entities in the world to be unrelated to the White Snowfield. But what if that wasn't the case? Kettle recalled the words of the entity he defeated just before leaving the White Snowfield. The stopped wheel is starting to turn again, monster. Your desire will be fulfilled at the end of the distortion. At the time, he didn't care. His mind was focused solely on the thought that killing that entity would let him leave. In that moment, he wasn't in a normal state. But now those words came back to him. The restriction hasn't been lifted. Cuculatin's assumption wasn't entirely wrong. If the restriction had been lifted, the entities wouldn't have remained quiet. The fact that they still hadn't shown themselves indicated that the restriction still existed. But what if it had weakened? What if something was twisted? Kettle maintained his silence. Seeing his expression, Cuculatin stammered, sensing a foreboding feeling. Even if something did come out, wouldn't it be too far for us to worry about? As you can see from the map, it's extremely far. It would take a mermaid months to swim that distance at full speed. Mermaids are incredibly fast in the sea, outpacing most fish. For it to take them months meant it was truly a vast distance, but Kettle knew. The distance means nothing to the monsters from that place. Primate creatures living in the depths of the sea. They were similar to Nano in being entities from the Forbidden Land, but they were few in number and individually not very strong. Two superhuman-level strong individuals could wipe them out, and likewise the weak leader monkey, the familiar recent wound on its back. I'll be stepping out for a bit. Huh, Cuculatin was flustered. He tried to ask something, but Kettle stomped his foot. A thunderous noise echoed through the sea. The mermaids restoring the city were startled and scattered. Wah, what? By the time the sea calmed down, Kettle was gone. A little before Kettle and Cuculatin's conversation, Aquez and Baker were descending deeper into the sea. As they went down, it felt like they were reaching the very bottom of the world. They saw it, a twisted underwater cave. The entrance was enormous, about the size of a lake. They instinctively knew this was the entrance to the Forbidden Land. Mr. Baker, are you all right? Don't worry about me, Aquez, Baker said confidently. Aquez smiled faintly. Then let's go. With serious expressions, they stepped into the Forbidden Land. The moment they entered the underwater cave, they realized the air was different. It was as if the space itself was separate. The atmosphere inside the underwater cave was different from outside. It felt like a wall divided them. Aquez groaned. This is the Forbidden Land, the other that had existed on the continent for a very long time. They were now inside the Forbidden Land. Aquez and Baker cautiously entered. Baker spoke playfully. We could make a living as storytellers later, don't you think? We're probably the only ones who have entered the Forbidden Land in the deep sea. That's true. It's something to brag about to our comrades when we get back. Aquez agreed. Though they were tense, they weren't particularly anxious. This Forbidden Land was the home of the monkeys, and they had already exterminated the monkeys. They knew their strength and level. Even if there were remnants, they could defeat them without much difficulty, and if it got tough, they could just hide and escape. So their expressions weren't dark at all. They continued descending deeper into the sea. It's deeper than I thought. It's not small, considering those big creatures lived here in groups, but it's even bigger than I imagined. The underwater cave was wider than they expected. They kept descending, yet the bottom was still out of sight. As they continued going down, something strange happened. Aquez frowned slightly. I smell something rotten. Yeah, what's that smell? Baker grimaced as well. It was a highly unpleasant smell, like rotting flesh. Pieces of what seemed to be prey left behind by the monkeys began to float in front of them. How filthy did those monkeys live? Baker muttered in disgust. The smell intensified as they descended, and it wasn't just the smell that was strange. Our vision. It's getting darker. The blessing they received gave them adaptability similar to mermaids. Mermaids have the ability to see through the sea regardless of the darkness. It's an innate ability they've had since the beginning of their species. The fact that their vision was darkening meant that even for mermaids, this place was so dark that it was impossible to see. Unaware of this fact, they merely thought it was dark because they were in deep waters. The deeper they went, the darker their vision became, and the stench grew stronger. Eventually, they could see nothing. At the end of this descent, we've arrived. They reached the bottom, but it was so dark that nothing could be seen. I'll light it up. Got it, and the smell is horrible. What is it? Are they storing rotten fish? I'll check it out. The brilliance of the sun god shines even in the absence of light. Aquez prayed. At that moment, a powerful light shone above their heads. Aquez and Baker gasped. As the darkness lifted, revealing what had been hidden, they could see. They had reached the bottom of the forbidden land, and there were the corpses of the monkeys. Wow, what is this? They couldn't help but be bewildered. This was the monkeys' habitat, their sanctuary, so to speak. Yet the floor was covered with the corpses of monkeys. Could it be that they discarded monkeys whose lifespans had ended beneath the sea? That doesn't seem likely. The monkey corpses didn't look that old. They didn't even seem to be more than a few months old. Wait a moment, in that case the rotting smell. It wasn't the smell of fish caught by the monkeys, it was the smell coming from the monkey corpses. How many monkeys are there exactly? Baker muttered in disbelief, his face aghast. Despite the vast expanse of the floor, it was packed full of monkey corpses, at least hundreds, possibly over 1,000. There were this many monkeys, they groaned. Each individual monkey was a challenge even for superhuman-level beings, and there were possibly over 1,000 of them. If they had all come out, even they wouldn't have been able to handle it. They would have devastated and collapsed the entire sea. But that's why there were questions. Why were all the monkeys dead here? Judging by the state of the corpses, it hadn't been long. They seemed to have died all at once, judging by the degree of decay. It meant that several hundred monkeys had been slaughtered within a few months. The calm expression they had before disappeared from their faces. Did they not escape? There are piles of corpses. It seems they attempted to escape, but something blocked them. The corpses were piled up within a certain area. It seemed like they had attempted to flee but were blocked by something. However, there was no visible barrier blocking their escape. Aquez and Baker walked slowly across the floor with rigid expressions, and they saw it. One monkey's corpse was right in the center of the floor. That monkey was exceptionally large. It was twice the size of the leader monkey they had seen. Its physique was extremely robust and muscular. This is, they realized, the leader monkey they had seen wasn't the true leader. It was merely a survivor who had led the remnants. The real leader was here, reduced to a corpse. Crunch, crunch, a monster was devouring the corpse of the leader monkey. Chapter 180, Stepping Out into the World, Part 2. At first, they didn't understand the scene unfolding before their eyes. The corpse of the alpha monkey was being devoured by another monster. It was a sight too alien for them to comprehend. Crunch, crunch. The one eating the alpha monkey's corpse had the shape of a monkey, but it was very different from the monkeys they had encountered so far. First of all, it was smaller. It was about the size of a typical continent monkey, only reaching their waists. The peculiar feature was its long claws. It had claws as long as its forearms. With each movement of its claws, the tough skin of the monkey tore apart like ripe meat. Is it a baby? No. I don't think so. Though the monkeys of the Forbidden Land were abnormally large, they had ordinary brown fur like regular monkeys. But this one was different. This small monkey had no fur. Its skin was smooth and white as if painted, and the texture of its skin writhed in a bizarre manner. It was more alien than the monkeys of the Forbidden Land. It looked like a grotesque creature disguised as a monkey. Wait. Then could it be that this creature killed all these bodies? It seems so. Nearly 1,000 monkeys of the Forbidden Land. If they had reached the continent, they could have overturned the entire sea with their numbers, but a single monster had dealt with them. They swallowed hard. This creature in the shape of a monkey was more dangerous than the primates living in the deep sea. They instinctively tried to retreat. At that moment, the creature devouring the alpha monkey's entrails raised its head. Screech, Aquez, and Baker reflexively held their breath. The creature seemed to sense something strange and turned its head. Its eyes were completely white. Wail. The creature let out a cry. It was like the cry of a child. It seemed to sense an unrecognized presence and looked in their direction, puzzled. A tense moment passed, and finally the creature opened its mouth. Screech! A roar erupted. It swept forward, striking the sea. It shattered the camouflage veil Aquez had cast. Crash! The veil shattered into pieces. Aquez watched the scattering fragments of light in disbelief. It shattered her barrier with just one roar. Wail! The creature looked at Aquez and Baker. Its eyes were filled with curiosity. The creature thought, these prey. It was the first time it had seen such forms of prey. They were strangely covered. Curious, but the creature didn't think any further. They were new prey. That meant it was time to taste them. It opened its mouth, revealing hideous teeth. Aquez's instinct screamed a warning. She quickly raised her arms. Descend upon me. Boom, a golden pillar descended upon her underwater. Golden armor covered her entire body, and a shield and mace were in her hands. The creature had already flown close, slashing with its claws. She quickly raised her shield. The blood-stained white claws clashed with the shield. Clang. Gah! Aquez's body was sent flying. Unable to withstand the shock, she spat out blood. Barely maintaining her stance, she looked at her shield in disbelief. The shield was completely dented. The shield had withstood the attacks of a named demon like Ashishire without a scratch, but it was damaged by a single blow from this creature. Wail! Instead of targeting the staggered Aquez, the creature attacked Baker. Its rough claws swung down. Baker was a mage. His physical reaction speed was inevitably slow. As the claws were about to tear his body apart, a spell was activated. It was a reaction spell Baker had set up. When attacked, it surrounded his body with a sturdy mana shield. Fitting his cowardly nature, the shield was extremely tough. Crash, ayog, and that shield shattered in a single strike. Baker's body rolled on the ground. The creature didn't stop there. It instinctively sensed that Baker was the weaker prey and slashed its claws towards his neck. Just as his neck was about to be pierced, Aquez charged forward. Aquez, having restored her shield with divine power, struck the creature. The creature's body was sent flying. Aquez, Baker stood up, almost in tears, but Aquez's expression was grim. No reaction at all. She had struck it directly with her shield, but there was no satisfying impact. It meant the monster had evaded the shock by throwing its body backward at the moment of collision. Indeed, it was now glaring at them with an unscathed appearance. What is that thing? I don't know, but it's dangerous. It was hostile towards them. That was all they needed to know. Baker gritted his teeth and gathered mana. The monster opened its mouth again and charged at them. Aquez, Carmenune chapter 3 verse 11, the servant of the sun god stands firm in their place. Boom, light enveloped Aquez's entire body. She had enhanced her defensive abilities with the power of the scripture. She collided with the monster head-on. Clang. Aquez let out a pained groan, unable to withstand the force. But unlike before, she stood her ground firmly without being easily pushed back. The vanguard was blocking the enemy's attacks in front. It was time for the rear guard to wield their power. Baker quickly cast his spell. O star beyond, with your gravitational pull, descend here. Boom, the spell manifested, and the monster's body momentarily shrank. The powerful gravity of a star somewhere in the universe was pressing down on the monster's entire body. Just as Baker's face was about to brighten, thinking they had succeeded in suppressing it, the monster roared and exerted strength throughout its body. Crash, a massive shockwave swept through the space. Baker, barely maintaining his balance, widened his eyes in shock. Did it break the spell with sheer strength? The monster had broken Baker's spell with greater force than the pressure exerted on it. The monster, seemingly annoyed, struck Aquez irritably. Her shield, reinforced with divine power, quickly deformed. They desperately fought back. The two superhumans perfectly coordinated their attacks, pressing the monster, but it didn't reach. The monster fought back ferociously. Each swing of its arm seemed to tear the sea apart, and her shield was on the verge of breaking. Baker unleashed freezing cold. The sea froze instantly, but the monster calmly shattered the frozen sea and advanced, seemingly unaffected by the cold. What is this thing? Baker couldn't believe it. It was so strong that even the two of them couldn't handle it. Moreover, the monster wasn't even using any mystical powers. It was overwhelming them with sheer physical strength alone. It felt similar to when they had faced Kettle. The monster struck Aquez. Her body staggered heavily, exposing a momentary gap. The monster didn't miss the opportunity and charged at Baker. Baker, in a panic, activated teleportation. The sleeve of his arm was torn. A moment's delay would have resulted in his arm being cut off. He would die. A sense of crisis engulfed Baker. He hurriedly grabbed his necklace and imbued it with power. With a clinking sound, the necklace broke off. Explode! He threw the necklace's gemstone at the monster. The spell contained within the gemstone activated at his command. A complex magic circle manifested, binding the monster. It was a one-time artifact given by the Archmage, who worried about Baker leaving the magic tower to pursue the heretic Inquisitor. It contained a spell to bind enemies with multiple layers of magic circles. The artifact, created personally by the Archmage, was valuable enough to buy a castle. However, crack, crack, crack. The magic circles broke and shattered in an instant. Baker was now dumbfounded. What is this thing? However, the monster seemed to have some difficulty breaking free completely. It was still bound by the magic circles. Deciding it was their chance, the two quickly unleashed their full power. Descend, fragment of the star beyond. Lobani chapter 11 verse 2, the sun god's wrath pours down in a divine rain. A fragment of a star manifested. The divine rain poured down. The combined power of two superhumans was enough to devastate the area, and the monster exposed to that power directly endured it. It roared, dispelling the divine rain. It charged through the freezing environment with its bare body. Though it sustained injuries, they were merely scratches. The monster arrived in an instant, and Aquez hurriedly raised her shield. The monster brought its claws together. Crack. The claws shattered the shield and pierced Aquez's abdomen. Aquez gasped. She tried to retaliate despite the pain, but the monster violently twisted its claws. Feeling her intestines twist, Aquez collapsed. Baker screamed and cast a spell. Push, boom, the shockwave sent the monster flying. Baker hurriedly supported Aquez, but a significant amount of blood was spreading into the sea. It was a severe injury. Hurry, use heal, sun god. But the monster had no reason to wait. It bared its teeth and charged at them. The fear of death overwhelmed Baker. He hesitated for a moment. The monster's speed wasn't that fast, likely due to the residual effects of the attack. If he activated teleportation now, he could survive. But then Aquez would die, the Aquez he had fallen for at first sight. He weighed his life against hers, and the answer came faster than he thought. Damn it! Baker closed his eyes tightly and shielded Aquez with his body. Aquez's eyes widened. It was the moment he braced himself for the pain he would feel. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted. Aquez and Baker's bodies were pushed back. When the pain didn't come, Baker opened his eyes. Kettle, that was close. Kettle stood before them waving his hand. Kettle, he had almost died. Baker felt like crying for a moment. No, in fact, tears did well up. Kettle looked at Baker. He stood with his arms spread, seemingly trying to protect Aquez. Kettle smiled. Were you trying to protect her with your life? That's quite manly. Thank you. Despite the situation, Baker felt good about Kettle's compliment. Aquez, her wounds healed, grasped her mace with a pale face. Kettle, you came. I had a bad feeling and rushed over. Seems I made the right choice. That thing is dangerous. What is it? Is it one of those creatures' offspring? Kettle had entered the Forbidden Land to find Aquez bleeding and Baker trying to protect her. It was such a critical situation that he had charged in without identifying the enemy. He still didn't know what they were facing. No, it's a completely different monster. Aquez, struggling to stand, held her damaged shield. It's a monster I've never seen before. How on earth could such a monster? It's strange, really strange. Something like that shouldn't exist in this world. They couldn't understand it. It was more alien and twisted than the Forbidden Land's creatures. It shouldn't exist in this world. Kettle looked intrigued by their words. Really? Seems quite powerful. It is, it feels. Like fighting you, Kettle. Me? Kettle turned his gaze, puzzled. The monster, having been blown away, emerged from the debris. Screech. Kettle's expression grew peculiar as he looked at the monster. Well, this is nostalgic, but not a face I wanted to see. The monster and Kettle locked eyes. Chapter 181, Stepping Out into the World, Part 3. A creature resembling a monkey, not only with white fur but also white eyes and long claws. Kettle knew what it was. It was a monster from the White Snowfield. Kettle had been trapped in the White Snowfield for an incredibly long time. Only after an incalculable amount of time had passed did he finally fulfill the conditions to come to the fantasy world he had longed for. Having been there for such a dreadfully long time, he had no intention of getting entangled with the White Snowfield ever again. Yet here he was, encountering a monster from the White Snowfield once more. It was a very strange feeling. Why is that thing here? That's dangerous, Mr. Kettle. It's hard and fast. Although it resembles a demon monkey, it's a completely different entity. Aquez tried to quickly explain about the creature, but Kettle spoke as if he already knew. I know what it is. What, you know about it? Yes. I know it very well. How? Aquez's eyes widened. It was an extremely alien creature. There couldn't be another one like it in the world. It seemed impossible for Kettle to know it. Then a piece of information flashed through Aquez's mind. The barbarian in front of her was not a barbarian of the continent. No way. That's a monster from the White Snowfield. I don't know why it's here, though. Is that really true, the White Snowfield? A massive forbidden land in the center of the continent. In the past, an emperor who sought to conquer the continent tried to subjugate the White Snowfield but failed and returned as a broken man. Since then, countless adventurers and strong individuals have challenged the White Snowfield, but most never returned. Now a creature from that place stood before them. W8. What do you mean? Baker, who had been quiet, asked with a startled face. A monster from the White Snowfield? That thing? Wait a minute, how do you know about it? Oh. I forgot you didn't know. Baker didn't know that Kettle was a barbarian from the White Snowfield. As Baker's face slowly turned to shock, his eyes moved to Kettle's gray hair. You no way, as you guessed. Kettle smiled faintly. Baker swallowed hard. I'd love to have a leisurely chat about this, but it seems we don't have time. Wag. The monster considered Aquez and Baker as mere prey, so it lunged at them without caution or observation. But against Kettle, it maintained a wary distance, eyeing him cautiously. It didn't see Kettle as prey, but as an enemy. Kettle looked at the white creature quietly. What is that exactly? As I said before, it's a monster from the White Snowfield. It lives in the depths of that place. Is that so? There was indeed a sea in the White Snowfield, and Kettle had ventured there before. He just didn't acknowledge the sea in the White Snowfield as a real sea. The Sea of the White Snowfield. The depths of that place, a very deep place, a place so deep that even the currents didn't move. The monster was one of those living there. We call it Whitey. Excuse me? Aquez's eyes widened at the unexpectedly cute name. Well, I didn't see it much. As it lived in the deep sea, its activity area was different. Yet now such a creature had come here. Kettle looked around. Nearly 1,000 monkey corpses were decaying. It seems that thing crawled up and killed them all. No wonder they seemed too weak. Indeed, 1,000 monkeys would have been quite a threat. About 50 were barely surviving survivors from Whitey. They were like refugees. Kettle examined the monkeys' corpses. The bodies were piled up as if they had tried to escape but were blocked by something. Was the restriction lifted later than in the White Snowfield? It seemed that not all forbidden lands had their restrictions lifted simultaneously. The monkeys had appeared outside a month ago. If Whitey had come here before that, it made sense that the monkeys had been massacred. With its power, there would have been no problem. I had some trouble with it in the snowfield after all. You, Mr. Kettle, this incredibly strong barbarian had trouble with it. Aquez looked at the creature in disbelief. Wag, the monster cried as if displeased with the gaze. It was an unsettling sound like a child mimicking a cry. Ag, it roared. The shockwave shook the surroundings. Aquez and Baker barely held their ground. Clear hostility and killing intent were directed at Kettle. Kettle smiled. You don't know me? Well, since you live in the deep sea, it's true we wouldn't have met unless I came looking for you. Wah! The monster charged. Water exploded as its body accelerated in an instant. Kettle casually turned his body. Boom, the claws slashed through the air. Even without direct contact, the impact left scars on the ground. Baker grabbed Aquez and pulled back in fright. Our retreat, why yes. They quickly distanced themselves and watched the battle. Explosions echoed all around. The monster darted in all directions, seeking Kettle's openings. Even for those of superhuman ability, it was hard to follow its speed with their eyes. And yet, Kettle just looked ahead nonchalantly. At a glance, it seemed like Kettle couldn't keep up with the monster's speed. Baker swallowed hard. Isn't this dangerous? Aquez groaned. Kettle was undoubtedly a monster himself. His power was beyond their comprehension, but so was the monster's. Both possessed power beyond their understanding. Kettle had said he had trouble with this monster, so it could be dangerous. Help was needed, as Aquez decided this and desperately tried to gather the remaining divine power. Wah! The monster finally found an opening and bent its legs. Its muscles swelled significantly and it accelerated. The wall of the seabed cave it used as a foothold shattered. With a deafening noise, the monster flew towards Kettle at high speed, and Kettle reached out his hand, thunk. Kettle lightly leaned back. The claws slashed through the empty air. He extended his arm and grabbed the monster's arm. Crunch. He twisted the captured arm. The monster flailed and resisted, but he overpowered it with greater strength. He then slammed the twisted arm down. Boom, the monster was slammed into the ground. Kettle lifted his foot. The monster groaned in pain. Wah, crunch, crack. Kettle applied more pressure with his foot. The monster's abdomen began to make a strained noise. Boom, the ground, unable to withstand the force, shattered. Momentarily freed, the monster scrambled away. Kettle clicked his tongue. You're lucky, huh? Aquez, who had been gathering power, had eyes wide open in surprise. Not only had Kettle counterattacked the monster's strike, but he had also nearly finished it off. There was a clear disparity in strength. Mr. Kettle, didn't you say you had trouble with it? I did. This thing lives in the deep sea, that's why it was hard to catch. Whitey was quite useful. Its hide, which withstood the deep sea pressure, was extremely tough, and its sharp claws were perfect for making weapons and tools. So he occasionally went down to catch it, but it was always tough to catch it in the deep sea. Oh, Aquez realized something from those words. The monster was a creature of the deep sea. Saying he had trouble with it meant Kettle had gone into the deep sea to catch it. Wait. Without the blessing of a mermaid or the help of divine power, he caught a deep-sea creature with his bare body. She was speechless. Kettle leisurely raised his fist. In the White Snowfield, there was no way to move freely in the water, so hunting was tough, but not anymore. Kettle took a step forward. The monster screamed and flung itself. Boom. From then on, the battle was one-sided. The monster began to scream and flee, but Kettle relentlessly struck, kicked, and swung it. Wow, what kind of strength is this? At first, Aquez and Baker watched the battle in awe. The monster that had overwhelmed them was being mercilessly handled by Kettle. It was a dominating sight, but at some point their expressions hardened. Crunch. Kettle grabbed the monster's arm and slammed it into the ground. Then he swung his other fist. Huge dents appeared in the monster's flesh. Wah! The monster struggled and resisted. Kettle tightened his grip on its arm. With a tearing sound, the monster's arm began to break. In extreme pain, the monster stopped resisting. Kettle then stomped on the monster's chest. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed from the monster's body. The monster let out a scream of pain. Wah! A scream that instinctively made anyone who heard it shiver, but Kettle paid it no mind. Annoyed, he covered the monster's mouth and then shattered its jaw with his strength. Baker slowly backed away. Kettle possessed a power beyond their understanding, and humans tend to fear what they cannot understand. However, they didn't greatly fear Kettle. This was partly because they knew him, but also because Kettle treated his power with such a casual attitude. In every battle, Kettle was always somewhat relaxed and leisurely. His movements were incredible but full of openings, so he never felt too distant. His varied emotional expressions also played a part. In the end, they saw him as a very ordinary human wielding immense power, but Kettle's appearance in this battle was different from any they had seen before. Now, Kettle was purely trying to obliterate the monster from this world. There was no hint of mercy, it was pure killing intent with no room for other emotions. That overwhelmingly intense resolve washed over them. Kettle stomped on the monster and muttered, "You shouldn't have come here." This place was his world. The fantasy world he had longed for. An unpleasant monster from the White Snowfield dared to defile such a place. Kettle could not accept that fact. He smiled a chilling smile. How dare a creature from that place invade my world? That can't be allowed. The White Snowfield is not a fantasy. It should not be a fantasy. It must remain a horrific prison. The creatures from that place should not appear here. You should be confined there. You should not exist in this world. His voice was so cold it gave anyone who heard it chills. The twisted emotions of stubbornness and obsession weighed heavily on the space. Kettle reached out and grabbed the monster's head. One hand on its head, the other on its jaw. The monster tried to resist, but being nearly dead, it could only feebly struggle. Kettle applied more strength. Snap. With a breaking sound, the monster's body went limp. 788th quest completed. Rewards will be given shortly. Kettle looked down at the monster's corpse expressionlessly. Then he turned his head to look at Aquez and Baker. Kettle smiled. The two of them flinched reflexively. The smile wasn't strange or menacing. It was a peaceful smile like that of a person enjoying a journey around the world. It's over. Are you both okay? Chapter 182, Stepping Out into the World, Part 4. Kettle's words left the two unable to respond immediately. Unconsciously, they stepped back. Kettle tilted his head at their reaction. "Why are you doing that?" Kettle asked in a puzzled tone, his expression as nonchalant as ever. There was nothing unusual about his demeanor. It was enough to make them think they were mistaken, but it wasn't a mistake. The image of Kettle brutally killing the monster was vividly imprinted in their minds. Baker swallowed dryly. No. It's okay." His voice trembled enough for anyone to notice. Seeing his reaction, Kettle smiled wryly as if he understood. "I see why. I apologize. I got a bit carried away by my emotions because it was such an unpleasant sight." "Oh, really? I showed you an unsightly side of myself." "I'm sorry." No, thank you." Baker managed to pull himself together. After all, Kettle had helped them. Without him, they would have met their end here. They should be grateful, not fearful. Baker quickly calmed his emotions. Knowing what kind of person Kettle was helped him regain his composure swiftly. Moreover, his curiosity was too piqued to remain scared. Are you really the Barbarian of the White Snowfield?" "Yes." Baker held his breath. Just as he was about to ask an excited question, Aquez interrupted. "Wouldn't it be better to discuss this in detail after we return? The merfolk must be worried about our absence." "Oh right, let's head back." "Yes." "Mr. Baker, thank you for risking your life to protect me." No, it was the natural thing to do as a party member." Baker waved his hand as if it was no big deal. Aquez expressed her gratitude repeatedly before finally standing up. "Then let's go back." They returned to the merfolk city. As expected, Cuculitan was anxiously waiting near the Forbidden Land entrance. He hurried over upon seeing them return. What happened?" Having approached near the Forbidden Land out of concern, Cuculitan felt it, the immense disturbance emanating from within the Forbidden Land. It was like a massive force collision, akin to an underwater volcanic eruption. Cuculitan was horrified. Something was happening inside. However, he lacked the strength to intervene and anxiously waited. Kettle spoke. "There was a monster, a monster. Were there Forbidden Land monkeys hiding?" "No, they were all dead. Another monster had taken their place." "What?" "I'll explain," Aquez began. "The monkeys outside the Forbidden Land were just a small fraction. Inside the Forbidden Land, there were about 1,000 monkeys." Cuculitan's face turned as white as a sheet upon hearing that. Don't worry, they're all dead." "You mean you defeated them all?" "No, not us. The monkeys had been killed by another monster before they arrived. The dozens of monkeys that had come outside were survivors barely escaping from the monster. It was this thing." Kettle showed the corpse of the swaying white creature. Cuculitan was horrified by its strange appearance. "No. How did this?" "Rather than explaining, it's better to see for yourself. All threats inside have been eliminated. The place that was once a forbidden land was no more. The deep-sea realm where primates had long existed had vanished. See it with your own eyes to understand better. That would be easier." Cuculitan nodded with a bewildered expression. Cuculitan led the merfolk down to the Forbidden Land. Soon enough, they must have been horrified at the sight of numerous monkey corpses strewn about. Kettle's party didn't follow. They needed to rest from the fatigue of battle. But that wasn't the only reason. They were inside one of the relatively intact houses in the merfolk city. Kettle spoke quietly. "As I said, I need to explain properly. I come from the place you call the White Snowfield. I spent my entire life there. Outside, people call me the Ashen Barbarian. Huh, really? Baker let out a breathy sound. Is it true, in ancient times, the emperor who ruled the world, he gathered all his forces to conquer the White Snowfield? The forces the emperor assembled were by no means weak. There were dozens of top-tier superhuman warriors and outstanding believers. Even heroes were included. They were equipped with all sorts of artifacts, truly the power of an emperor who ruled the continent. The emperor confidently marched into the White Snowfield. And a few years later, the emperor returned, having lost all his forces and reduced to a cripple. The emperor spoke of countless monsters existing in the White Snowfield, and he mentioned that the most dangerous of them all was the Ashen Barbarian. Since the emperor's legend, many strong individuals and adventurers have challenged the White Snowfield, but most never returned. Those who did come back brought no significant information. As a result, people debated whether the barbarian of the White Snowfield truly existed or if it was just the hallucination of the dying emperor. Now in front of him was the barbarian from such a legend. Baker looked at Kettle with a stunned expression. Even Aquas, who was aware, looked at Kettle with renewed surprise. They were now conversing with a legendary being. Baker, barely recovering from the shock, stammered, "So, when did you come out?" "Not long ago, about a few months ago." "That's around the same time the Forbidden Land entities started emerging. I'm not sure what the connection is, but it seems so." "Have you encountered the monsters the Emperor spoke of?" "I encountered them frequently. Sometimes we clashed." "I see, it was real. He was truly the legendary barbarian." While this was astonishing in a way, it also made sense. Kettle's power was extraordinarily unusual. Without wielding any mystic powers, he had the strength to overwhelm all of them. It was understandable if he was indeed the legendary barbarian. Seeing their reactions, Kettle murmured, seemingly surprised, "You seem all right. I was worried you might attack out of fear." "Well, it's scary, but it's Kettle. We know what kind of person you are." Knowing what kind of person Kettle was, there was no reason to antagonize him just because he was the Ashen Barbarian. Baker, too, though he found Kettle intimidating, seemed more driven by his curiosity as a magician. "That's good." Kettle smiled warmly at their attitude. As the atmosphere calmed down, Baker couldn't hold back his question any longer. "The monster we encountered this time, you called it Whitey. How strong is it compared to the monsters in the White Snowfield?" The monster, with its entirely white body and long claws, was strong. Even though they weren't well prepared, it wasn't an exaggeration to say it toyed with Aquas and Baker. If Kettle hadn't shown up, they would have been brutally killed on the spot. Artifacts worth a castle and the strength of a prodigy from the magic tower meant nothing. There was something else that was hard to understand. It didn't use any mystic powers. It relied purely on physical strength. Someone who doesn't wield mystic powers cannot defeat someone who does. That was a truth in this world. Yet both Kettle and the monster they encountered mocked this truth by showing immense power with just their bodies. Kettle spoke up. "First of all, what you call mystic powers do not exist in there. Are they all strong purely through physical strength?" "No, that's not it. There were also monsters that wielded strange powers. However, those powers were quite different from the mystic powers they spoke of. They were more bizarre and twisted. They didn't feel like powers from this world. Powers not of this world. They were so strange that I can't give a detailed comparison. Anyway, Whitey isn't particularly strong within the White Snowfield. It wasn't a weak monster. It held a high position in the food chain of the deep sea, but considering the entire White Snowfield, it wasn't particularly special. Even excluding the monsters known to the public, there were plenty of creatures stronger than Whitey." "You mean that level of strength isn't special?" Aquas groaned. "Whitey was incredibly strong." It toyed with her and Baker. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it top-tier superhuman. At that level, it would be one of the strongest on the continent, excluding heroes. Yet such a monster wasn't special in the White Snowfield." "The legend was true." Baker swallowed hard. "Researchers believed the Emperor's defeat in the White Snowfield wasn't solely because of monsters. They thought the Emperor's forces were ill-prepared for the extreme cold and lost many troops and supplies due to getting lost. Given the strength of the forces led by the Emperor, it was hard to believe they were annihilated purely by battle, so this was a natural assumption. But hearing Kettle's words, it seemed plausible that they were indeed wiped out by monsters." Aquas cautiously asked, "Do you think those monsters could come outside? I used to think it was impossible, but now I'm not sure." Kettle left the White Snowfield after clearing a quest. Conversely, he thought it was impossible to come out without such a method, but Whitey had come outside. Judging by the state of the monkey corpses, it seemed it had been outside for over a month. It meant it had been out for quite some time. There was no reason other monsters couldn't come out as well, but it's too quiet for that. The beings of the snowfield were strong and huge. If they came outside, there should have been major issues, but the world was eerily quiet. There might be other restrictions, I don't know. "I see," Aquas sighed. "It was fortunate they hadn't shown themselves yet, but it wasn't safe. They needed to prepare for the possibility." So do you have any other questions? Yes, Baker swallowed hard. You've lived in the White Snowfield, right? Yes, and you overwhelmed the monster you called Whitey. You've even given it a nickname, implying you've hunted it often. I occasionally went down to the deep sea to hunt, and you've encountered the legendary monsters too. There were territorial disputes. We clashed often, and those monsters were stronger than Whitey, right? Kettle nodded as if it were obvious. Baker swallowed hard again. With a trembling voice yet unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Then how strong are you?" Chapter 183, Stepping Out into the World, Part 5. How far did Kettle's strength go? Where was his limit? Kettle is strong. Without wielding any mystical powers, he easily subdued formidable opponents with his sheer physical strength alone. It was an established truth and common sense across the continent that one without mystic powers could never defeat one who possessed them. Kettle was an existence shattering that common sense. So where was his limit? Baker swallowed hard. The monster we faced was strong. The white beast is strong. Baker, who had encountered numerous powerful beings at the Magic Tower, knew this. It could easily be said that it was at the pinnacle of the superhuman class. And yet, Kettle overwhelmed it. No, he went beyond simply overwhelming it, he utterly crushed it. The difference in power was so staggering that it was pitiful to witness. What level of power does Kettle possess to toy with a pinnacle-level superhuman as if twisting a child's wrist? The Emperor said that there is an existence more dangerous than the monsters of the White Snowfield. That existence is the Ashen Barbarian. Some researchers thought it was the Emperor's delusion. Even if a mere barbarian was strong, it was inconceivable that he could defeat a serpent connecting the sky and the earth. There were quite a few who believed the Emperor had gone mad from the dreadful environment of the White Snowfield, and this was considered a fairly plausible hypothesis. But in front of their eyes stood the Ashen Barbarian. They could find the answer. Even Aquas, curious about him, quietly waited for Kettle to speak. As you guessed, I am not weak. Compared to the legendary monsters, Kettle said he had occasionally clashed with them while holding his territory. Kettle frowned. They're bothersome. They're big and strong, so when we clash, everything around gets devastated. They're not something I want to fight. Huh, Baker let out a deflated sound. From Kettle's words, he realized. This barbarian had fought and won against legendary monsters. What is he? He defeated a serpent connecting the sky and the earth with a mere human body. Even for them, superhumans, it was incomprehensible. Naturally, one possibility came to mind. A hero class. Even if you call me that, I wouldn't know. I've never seen the true power of those called heroes. He had met the master of the Magic Tower and witnessed his magic. The magic the master of the Magic Tower showed then was extraordinary. With just a flick of his finger, he created a massive barrier encompassing the entire royal castle. It didn't break even under his gust of power. And he cast a spell to put everyone in the capital to sleep very easily. From that alone, one could glimpse a fraction of his power, but since he hadn't actually fought him, he couldn't know his full strength. What if that white beast fought a hero-class warrior? It'd be similar to you, Baker said calmly. The white beast was undoubtedly strong, but between the pinnacle of the superhuman class and a hero, there was an unbridgeable gap. Well, that's probably true, Kettle agreed. In the past, 4 pinnacle-level superhuman demons had descended, and the master of the Magic Tower, who happened to be passing by, dealt with all of them on the spot. It meant there was a definite difference in level. Those called heroes can twist and utilize the laws of the world. It's not an exaggeration to say they've transcended the concept of life. But in the past, hero-class warriors followed the Emperor into the White Snowfield, and none of them returned. Of course, the heroes who followed the Emperor were said to be, so to speak, of a lower tier among heroes. A pinnacle-level superhuman could easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary superhumans. As with superhumans, there were significant differences in power among heroes as well. The disparity was far greater. Originally, heroes are the strongest beings. Even the Emperor who ruled the continent couldn't handle them easily. Conversely, the heroes who followed the Emperor were at a level he could control. Though they were called heroes and possessed incomprehensible powers, there was a clear difference in level. Kettle stroked his chin after hearing the explanation. I don't know what happened to them either. I met someone who seemed to be the Emperor, but he was alone. He had met a deranged man in the snowfield a long time ago. Whether that man was the Emperor or not was unknown, but when Kettle met him, he was alone. The White Snowfield was vast, so he couldn't grasp everything that happened there. If he was indeed the Emperor, it meant everything had ended before they met. He might not have been just a madman. He had dismissed his shouts and ramblings as a madman's nonsense, but perhaps he should have listened more. Oh, Baker's eyes widened at Kettle's words. Kettle was now saying he had met someone who seemed to be the Emperor. Are you sure it's not a mistake? It's a legend, a very old story. I don't know. The concept of day and night is vague in there. I don't know how long I stayed. Still, you probably didn't meet the Emperor. Baker dismissed the idea as nonsense. It's a legend, it happened way too long ago. It's from a time long before the master of the magic tower even created the tower. Are you saying you're older than the master of the magic tower? Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Aquas agreed. There couldn't possibly be someone who had met a figure from legends, not history. Kettle didn't argue but instead changed the subject. Well, I get the gist, so what do you think? Not sure, Baker trailed off. As far as I can tell, that seems to be the case, but we're only at the superhuman level. We're far too inadequate to evaluate anything beyond that. No one had directly witnessed the clash between a hero and the monsters of the White Snowfield. From Baker's perspective, Kettle undoubtedly possessed strength beyond that, but to be sure, Kettle would have to make the comparison himself. Kettle stroked his chin. Hero class, the strongest beings in the world. I'm starting to want to fight. Kettle narrowed his eyes. Aquas and Baker shivered momentarily. As the conversation wrapped up, the merfolk who had gone into the depths of the sea returned. All of them had shocked expressions. Cuculitan stammered. You've seen it then. The corpses of the monkeys, about 1,000 monkeys. If they had all come ashore, not a single survivor would have remained. The merfolk city would have perished without a sound. They were truly horrified. Realizing they had avoided the worst-case scenario, the merfolk felt relieved, and they felt all the more grateful to Kettle and his group. If it weren't for you, even if we had somehow driven away the monkeys, we would have been killed by the white beast. We are sincerely grateful. As the city's restoration was nearly complete and the blocked paths were cleared, Cuculitan prepared rewards for them for saving the city. Please accept this. Cuculitan handed each of them a blue necklace. When we built this city, the kingdom gave us this merfolk artifact to present to our benefactors. With this, you can move freely underwater even without our blessing. Oh, can we try them on? By all means. Kettle put on the necklace and released the false space that enveloped his body. Then he could breathe and speak underwater without any problem. It works. The necklace operated by synchronizing with the wearer's body, therefore Kettle could use it without any issues. Kettle smiled in satisfaction. He could use divine power to move underwater, but it consumed energy, requiring him to occasionally disengage and recharge. It was a hassle, but now with this necklace he could move freely underwater. It was a good artifact for Kettle. He could now travel freely under the sea. Aquas and Baker also looked satisfied. That wasn't the end of it. Cuculitan cautiously presented a blue gemstone. And please accept this. What is it? Baker looked at the gemstone in astonishment. A strong mana presence emanated from within the gemstone. In the deepest part of the ocean, these gemstones are formed by rock condensing over hundreds of years in extreme conditions. And if the gemstone remains in the deep sea for another few hundred years, it naturally absorbs mana. After a further few hundred years, it becomes a catalyst like this. It was a naturally formed catalyst that took 1,000 years to create in the deep sea. Baker swallowed hard. That's amazing. He had seen numerous catalysts at the Magic Tower. As a place where all magicians gathered, they handled very expensive and hard-to-get catalysts. But the blue gemstone before him now made him feel as if all the catalysts he had seen were fake. Such was the intensity of the mana it contained. Its value was immeasurable. Cuculitan's hand, holding out the gemstone, was also trembling. It was an extremely rare and treasured gem in the Merfolk Kingdom. Selling this gemstone alone would be enough to rebuild the city and even expand it twice over. Such a gemstone was now being given to their benefactors. There's only one. Then it's simple. Kettle, you should take it. Aquas spoke calmly. If any of the three were to receive the gemstone, it had to be Kettle. Baker looked longingly at the gemstone but did not let his greed show. Thank you, I'll accept it. Kettle smiled as he took the gemstone. The intense mana it exuded was palpable even to him. Could this allow me to wield mystic powers? Though Kettle had succeeded in acquiring mystic powers, he still couldn't wield them due to the uniqueness of his body. Arkamis had said that obtaining a large amount of mystic energy would solve the issue, so this gemstone might help. He planned to use it later. They had received their reward for saving the city. As time passed and the city's restoration neared completion, Aquas and Baker prepared to leave. Are you going back now? It seems so. The pilgrimage ends here. I should return to the Magic Tower too. The White Snowfield monster was emerging outside. It was necessary to convey this information to their group. There was no time for a pilgrimage. It was urgent to return even one day sooner. Aquas spoke carefully. Well, if you wish, I can keep Kettle a secret for you. That would be best. I don't want unnecessary attention. What he desired was a journey of fantasy. If it got out, various interferences might occur. That would certainly be an unpleasant experience for Kettle. Then what will you do now, Mr. Kettle? I intend to stay here a bit longer. He had yet to fully enjoy the mermaid city. He planned to roam freely under the sea and observe the life of mermaids. Then this is farewell. Mr. Baker, how about traveling together until our paths diverge? Aquas said to Baker. She had dedicated herself to the gods. She didn't desire worldly love or marriage, but she could afford to be a little kinder to the person who risked his life to protect her. I'm okay with that. Baker, surprised that Aquez would say such a thing, nodded in surprise. It was a pleasant journey. Yes, if we get the chance, let's meet again. Come find me if you ever visit the Magic Tower. The two left. Kettle, left alone, stared blankly at the rippling waves. Was it really a pleasant journey? It was ambiguous. At the beginning, it was enjoyable. He conversed with the magician of the Magic Tower, met pirates, sailed the fantasy seas, and even encountered mermaids. It was certainly a journey he should have been satisfied with, but Kettle was not entirely pleased. Disgusting, Kettle muttered, the white one, the White Snowfield monster. It appeared before him. In that moment, Kettle felt intense disgust. How dare it, how dare a being from there set foot in the fantasy, how dare it taint his world? He couldn't accept it. This was his world. The fact that the white one appeared meant that other monsters could also appear. Although for now it seemed there was some restriction and not all monsters showed themselves, they could appear one by one. It's best if you stay out of here, Kettle muttered softly. Chapter 184, To the Elves' Sanctuary. Part 1. Woo-wash. A giant octopus in the sea flailed its tentacles. The sea trembled at the mere movement of its legs, causing violent waves to surge above. This octopus was known as the Kraken. For ages, it was one of the reasons people feared sailing the seas. To subdue it, dozens of ships needed to collide with it, and even then they often failed. The Kraken was a calamity in the form of a living creature, one of the apex predators ruling the sea. And now such a Kraken was desperately fleeing. It kicked the ground with its 8 legs, rushing forward. The sight of the mighty apex predator Kraken fleeing so disgracefully would make anyone doubt their eyes, but the Kraken was desperate. A single human was chasing after it. Wow, how does it find enough prey to sustain that huge body? Kettle marveled. The Kraken waved its legs as if to shoo Kettle away. One of the octopus's massive legs struck Kettle directly. Boom, a tremendous shockwave reverberated. However, instead of being blown away, Kettle grabbed the Kraken's leg and swung it. The Kraken's body floated in the air before crashing down again. Boom, the Kraken screamed. Its small eyes, disproportionate to its size, quivered. Kettle laughed heartily. To think I'd encounter a Kraken, what luck! Kettle had been staying in the City of Mermaids and had gone for a walk in the nearby sea. During the walk, he inadvertently entered the Kraken's territory. Naturally, the Kraken rushed at Kettle to devour him. The Kraken had plenty of experience eating humans. To it, humans were arrogant creatures who dared to come to the sea despite not being able to swim. It would often smash ships and swallow the humans whole when bored. Upon spotting Kettle, the Kraken thought he was another drifting human and approached, and that was the greatest mistake of the Kraken's life. Realizing something was wrong, the Kraken tried to flee, but the human showed no signs of letting it go. No matter how it ran, the human persistently followed. Stop it, the Kraken screamed, shaking its legs. Kettle grabbed it and slammed it down again. Whoosh, the Kraken charged, forced by its desperate circumstances. Kettle opened his arms as if welcoming it. I caught a Kraken. Kettle dragged the Kraken's corpse. Cuculatin, who was on guard, stood with his mouth agape. What? It suddenly attacked me, so I caught it. Is that all? Yes. Kettle had left the city for a walk less than 2 hours ago. This meant he had caught the Kraken within that short period. Cuculatin looked at the Kraken's corpse with a dumbfounded expression. It was one of the apex predators among sea creatures. Even the strongest mermaids found it challenging to confront. Moreover, judging by its size, it wasn't a baby but a fully grown Kraken. Cuculatin snapped out of his stupor and quickly regained his composure. Thank you. It had established its territory near the city and posed a threat. The Kraken was incredibly useful. Its massive body provided a vast amount of food. For mermaids struggling with food supplies, this was a great boon. The mermaids who saw the Kraken's corpse were astonished. They whispered in awe as they looked at Kettle. He caught a Kraken without a scratch. Are barbarians that strong? No, it's not that. That person is special. The mermaids began to dismantle the Kraken's corpse. Kettle watched the scene with joy, and that night Kettle put a piece of boiled Kraken leg into his mouth. The taste was similar to regular octopus but much tougher and harder. It felt like eating dried squid. So this is what Kraken tastes like. He had seen the giant sea monster firsthand and even tasted it. Kettle was very pleased. Compared to its size, the monkeys were also huge, but they were merely creatures of the Forbidden Land. They weren't as intriguing since they lacked distinctiveness like Nano. Still, they're more interesting than the things in the White Snowfield. The worst was undoubtedly the White Snowfield. Kettle squinted his eyes. The White One had left the White Snowfield and was now residing in the deep sea where primates lived. It had been at least a month since then. This meant the monsters from the White Snowfield could come out. However, the world was still relatively peaceful. Given that they weren't the type to stay still, they were likely still in the White Snowfield. Could there still be some restriction? But eventually the White One appeared outside. This meant the monsters from that place could come out. Kettle chewed on the octopus while thinking. Is it because of me? He had cleared a quest to leave the White Snowfield. At that time he didn't pay much attention. He was obsessed with the fact that clearing the quest would allow him to enter the fantasy world he longed for, so he didn't care about anything else. He smashed through anything that stood in his way and completed the quest. At the end of it, he emerged outside, and around the same time, creatures from the Forbidden Land began to emerge into the outside world. Previously, he thought it had nothing to do with him, but now his thoughts had slightly changed. The halted wheel has begun to turn again. Monster, your wish will be fulfilled in the end through distortion. This was what was said to him by the creature he defeated when he cleared the final quest. It said that the halted wheel had begun to turn again. It meant that something that was wrong had been corrected. Does that mean it's right for the creatures of the Forbidden Lands to come outside? If so, then were the creatures coming out because he cleared the quest? Or did he just happen to be involved in a world that was destined for this? There was not enough information. It was difficult to understand the sequence of events. He didn't have a complete understanding of the Forbidden Lands either. If there was such an existence, it would be one. Kettle stared into the void. 788th quest completed. A reward will be given. A quest completion window, it was now clear. The quests only appeared when related to the Forbidden Lands, and this quest had a perfect understanding of the situation. The first quest appeared when he heard from Aquas that primates were appearing in the deep sea. So he thought the quest was telling him to deal with the monkeys, but even after exterminating the monkeys, the quest completion window did not appear. It was completed only after he killed the White One. This meant that the quest knew from the beginning that the White One was residing in the deep sea. After a moment of contemplation, Kettle cleared his mind. I don't know. One lesson he learned from living in the White Snowfield for a long time. Overthinking can actually narrow your perspective. There was too little information to make deductions. Worrying in such a situation would only lead to getting bogged down. What he had to do hadn't changed since he first came into this world. Enjoy the fantasy, and destroy anything that hinders it, that was all. Kettle savored the taste of the boiled kraken. It had been about a week since Kettle stayed in the Mermaid City. The mermaids had become so accustomed to him that they joked around with him, and Kettle was getting bored. The sea was beautiful, but the scenery was always the same. The mermaids, too, seemed less special after seeing them every day for a week. Maybe it's time to go somewhere else. The city's restoration was almost complete. Around the time he was contemplating moving, Cuculatin approached with a cautious expression. Kettle, we did our best with the processing you requested, but it didn't work out, huh? No, I'm sorry. Cuculatin handed Kettle the white leather and claws with an apologetic look. They were the White One's leather and claws. Kettle had asked the mermaids to process them, but they were in the same state as when he handed them over. Was it completely impossible? Yes, what exactly is this? Even with their full effort, they couldn't cut the leather or file the claws. Naturally, processing was out of the question. If it was a catalyst imbued with mystery, it could be understood, but it wasn't. Its sheer hardness was absurdly high. It was puzzling how a living creature could have such toughness. It's like something out of a legend, like dragon scales. We can't process this. No mermaid can. You might need to meet a dwarf. A dwarf? Kettle's face lit up with interest. Dwarves were one of the quintessential fantasy races, just like elves. Do they exist here too? Yes, it's quite a distance from here though. Would you like an introduction? We have a good relationship, so if you mention my name, they'll help you. Please do. Kettle smiled broadly as he listened to Cuculatin describe the location of the dwarven village. Cuculatin continued. But it might be difficult right now. They've also had some issues recently and are not allowing outsiders in. Have you met them? No, I guess you wouldn't know. We have a way of connecting with other races. Although mermaids were sea creatures, they had much interaction with the surface. They had deep relationships with other races. Since humans dominated the land, different races needed to exchange information. Thus, they had established connections with elves and dwarves. Kettle listened with an intrigued expression. I see. Yes, so we received the news, but the last message mentioned that they might not be reachable for a while. It seems it's not just us having problems. Even the elves' sanctuary seems to be in trouble. Trouble? Cuculatin sighed as he spoke. It appears that the Cradle of Darkness is attacking the elves' sanctuary. Kettle paused. The Cradle of Darkness, you mean the group of dark magicians? Yes, they are said to be besieging and attacking the elves' sanctuary. Who knows what will happen to the world? I see, Kettle smiled curiously. It seems they might need help. Pardon? Oh no, they'll be fine. Cuculatin shook his head hastily. The dark magicians alone can't cause any serious harm to the elves' sanctuary. And above all, the sanctuary has a protector. A superhuman-level top-tier warrior. No, Cuculatin replied. The High Elf Queen, the only one contracted with the Spirit King. She's of hero class. Oh, as long as she's guarding it, dark magicians won't be able to set foot in the sanctuary, so Kettle, you don't need to worry, Cuculitan trailed off. Kettle's face showed even greater interest. I see, no need to worry, but if someone offers help, they'd likely appreciate it. Well, yes, but, Cuculitan sensed something odd. He was telling Kettle that the elves' sanctuary didn't really need help. But the more he spoke, the more Kettle seemed interested in the sanctuary. Chapter 185, To the Elves' Sanctuary, Part 2. Cuculitan, having come to his senses, spoke to Kettle about the practical issues. It's the elves' sanctuary. No matter how much you say you'll help, the elves won't accept it. Its location is hidden too. The elves' sanctuary's location was indeed hidden. Cuculitan himself didn't know the exact location. Moreover, entry by outsiders was prohibited. Even if Kettle offered to help, they wouldn't accept it. You don't have to worry about that. Upon hearing those words, Kettle rummaged through his subspace pouch and pulled out a red jewel. Oh, Cuculitan's mouth dropped open. He recognized what that red jewel was. The jewel was an invitation to the elves' sanctuary. It was an extremely rare gem, given perhaps to a queen of a tribe, and only to someone they deeply trusted or considered a lifesaver. And Kettle mentioned he had been invited by a high elf. Cuculitan's eyes widened to their limit. A high elf, I knew one was out there, but I was directly invited by her. What is your relationship with her? We're teacher and student. She's my mentor. Okay, Cuculitan gave up thinking. There was the red jewel, and he was invited by a high elf who had ventured outside. There was no longer any reason or justification to stop him. The merfolk prepared to see Kettle off, and 2 days later, with all preparations complete, Kettle left the city. Cuculitan and the merfolk saw him off. Thank you very much, Kettle, without your help. We would have perished there. I enjoyed it too, so it's fine. Please accept this. Cuculitan handed Kettle a ring. It was an extremely luxurious ring engraved with the image of a mermaid. It's a token of appreciation from us. If you ever meet other merfolk or visit their cities, show them this ring and they will welcome you warmly. Thank you, Kettle smiled broadly. Receiving the final farewell, he left the merfolk city. Despite some disturbances, it had been a thoroughly enjoyable time, and now it was time to start another enjoyable journey. Kettle crossed the sea, leaving a trail with the waves. Around the time Kettle departed for the elves' sanctuary, a group devoted to serving a god arrived at their destination. Is this the place? Yes, Priestess Liltara. This is the sanctuary of Kaloja. I see. Black hair swayed as she looked at the destination with blood-red eyes, a priestess serving the god Federica. She had arrived at Kaloja's sanctuary. Following the commands of the god they served, she was pursuing Kettle. They hadn't gathered much information from Barbosa and had been driven away, but they managed to find out that Kettle was heading to Kaloja's sanctuary. This is the place surrounded by the Cradle of Darkness and where the demon descended. Kaloja's sanctuary was currently a hot topic on the continent. It was the place where the Cradle of Darkness had shown itself to the world and Rubitra had descended. More surprising was that Kaloja's sanctuary had managed to repel their attack without external help. Achieving such a feat, the name of Kaloja was spreading widely across the continent. Liltara, surveying the sanctuary, was slightly taken aback. It looks more intact than I thought. They had successfully repelled the descent of evil, but she thought they wouldn't be in good shape. Given the considerable strength of the opponent, it was likely a victory full of wounds. However, Kaloja's sanctuary appeared to be very intact. No destroyed buildings were visible, and the sanctuary's barrier stood firm. It was an unexpected sight. A barbarian headed to a place like this. It was quite an odd thing. Barbarians usually despised those who served gods. Priestess Liltara. What will you do? A holy knight behind Liltara asked cautiously. Liltara was traveling with 5 holy knights in pursuit of Kettle. Liltara spoke calmly. First, let's enter and gather some information. If possible, I'd like to speak with the saintess as well. Let's go. The holy knights nodded. They approached Kaloja's sanctuary. They revealed their identity to the guards. We are priests serving Lady Federica. Would you allow us entry into the sanctuary of Lord Kaloja? Priests of Lady Federica? The guards were bewildered. The church of Federica was quite a distance from here. They had no particular connection, and naturally didn't expect a visit, so it was only natural they were flustered. Not all priests of one god were welcomed in the sanctuary of another. Clashes were common, and if the nature of the gods they served was opposing, they were often turned away. Please come in. We welcome your visit. However, the followers of Kaloja warmly welcomed them. The Church of Kaloja was a religion that was ostracized and hated on the continent. The Church of Federica was not much different. Even though there was no connection between them, the shared sense of alienation allowed Liltara's group to enter the sanctuary without much difficulty. And that night, Liltara met with Kaloja's saintess, Shadrans. Nice to meet you. I am Shadrans, the unworthy one who has taken the position of Kaloja's saintess. Welcome to the sanctuary. Shadran smiled gently. Liltara inwardly admired her beautiful, almost picture-perfect smile. As expected, one of the two treasures of the Church of Kaloja. One of the treasures was an extraordinary holy knight, Raxa, and the other was the saintess who was closer to sainthood than anyone, Shadran's. Shadran's fame was widely known. She was a saintess closer to sainthood than anyone, nearly perfect, and one who executed the will of God perfectly, serving as a role model for many saintesses. Liltara was impressed by Shadran's perfect demeanor, while Shadran's was inwardly quite bewildered. What is this? Why are they here? The Church of Federica was quite a distance from here. Since there had been no significant exchange, she couldn't figure out why they had visited, but she hid her true feelings with a perfect mask and smiled gently. Liltara greeted her respectfully. Nice to meet you. I am Liltara, a priest serving Lady Federica. I hold the position of judging heretics with my unworthy body. Liltara, I've heard your name. I've heard of a devout and talented believer at a young age. It's a very good day to meet such a person. I am also honored to meet you, Lady Shadrans. Receiving the compliment, Liltara smiled pleasantly. A warm atmosphere flowed. Shadrans calmly got to the point. The reason for your visit is it to gather information about the invasion by the dark magicians. The Cradle of Darkness had revealed itself to the world through an attack on Kaloja's sanctuary. Many churches and kingdoms visited to obtain that information. Shadrans thought Liltara had come all this way for that reason, but Liltara shook her head. No, I would appreciate it if you could tell me, but it is for a different reason. A different reason? Shadrans tilted her head. Even that questioning gesture was perfect, like a painting. Quietly admiring, Liltara spoke. I understand that a barbarian visited this place. Shadrans momentarily hesitated. Liltara continued, I need information about him. When you say a barbarian, you mean Mr. Kettle. I believe that's the name. Did he visit this place? Yes, he did. But this has not been disclosed to the public yet. We have our sources. Liltara narrowed her eyes. Is the barbarian in the sanctuary? If he has left, where did he go? Shadrans fell silent. After gazing at Liltara for a moment, she asked, May I know the reason? Our god, Lady Federica, has commanded us to capture the barbarian and bring him before her. What? Shadrans' eyes widened. Lady Federica personally commanded it? Yes, I am acting on the church. I believe you understand, Lady Shadrans. Where is the barbarian now? Liltara spoke calmly but firmly. Shadrans, who had kept silent, quietly spoke. It seems you are hostile towards Mr. Kettle. The god herself has commanded us to capture him. I see, so you need information. Yes, please. Indeed, I know where Mr. Kettle headed and his purpose. Can you tell me? Shadrans smiled gently. No, thank you. What? Liltara, who was about to thank her, was taken aback. You said no. I am a follower of Lord Kaloja. I have no reason to tell you just because you want to know. Normally, there was no need to show such emotion. She was a saintess of deceit and deception. She could have hidden her true feelings and dealt with it gently with a mask. But she didn't want to. Shadrans displayed pure hostility. Well, that's true. Shadrans' words were logical. She was not a follower of Federica. She had no obligation to share information just because Liltara wanted it, even if it was by a god's decree. But Liltara hadn't considered the possibility of refusal. It was just a barbarian. There was no reason for Kaloja's saintess to hide information about a barbarian. See, can I know the reason? I don't think I need to tell you that either, I'm sorry. I have a lot of work to do, so I can't spare more time. It was a clear dismissal. Liltara was dumbfounded by the stark change in attitude and retreated. She came outside to find the holy knights. They too had bewildered expressions like Liltara. Lady Liltara, what's wrong? Something strange is happening. They had also wandered around inside the sanctuary to gather information. When the followers of Kaloja saw the holy knights of Federica, they initially reacted positively. Sharing the same sense of alienation, they treated them very warmly. But when they learned that they were pursuing Kettle, they clammed up and refused to talk. It's the same for you, same for us, Lady Liltara. Did you experience the same thing? I asked Lady Shadrans about the barbarian, but she refused to tell me. Why? While talking, they fell silent. The followers of Kaloja were glaring at them. Those gazes were filled with clear hostility, as if they were enemies for pursuing Kettle. What's going on? Let's leave. It seems we won't be able to get any information. Under the sharp gazes, they hastily left the sanctuary. Liltara cautiously looked back and swallowed hard. The followers had come out of the sanctuary and were glaring at them. What on earth is going on? They couldn't understand at all. Under the intense gazes, they hurriedly fled the sanctuary. Chapter 186, To the Elves' Sanctuary, Part 3. Yaon, a small rowboat on the sea. On it, a young man was fishing. The young man had a very leisurely expression. Though the existence of the Forbidden Lands had emerged, demons had descended to the earth, and the world was in utter chaos. None of it mattered to the young man living in a small rural village. Come on, bite already. For the young man, the most important thing was whether he could catch a fish for dinner or not. Their parents had lived here all their lives, and he believed without a doubt that he and his children would grow old and die here too. The young man leisurely swung his fishing rod. At that moment, the sea began to ripple. At first, he thought it was just a wave and ignored it, but the rippling grew stronger. The young man squinted and looked out over the sea. Something was approaching him as the sea parted. What the heck, was it a sea monster? The young man hurriedly tried to row away, but the parting sea quickly reached right in front of him. Soon, the sea erupted in front of him. Boom. The young man clung to the violently shaking rowboat and screamed. As the sea finally calmed down, the young man cautiously opened his eyes. His eyes widened. A barbarian was half floating on the water looking at him. He frantically looked around, but there was nothing else. The only thing that had changed was the appearance of the barbarian. Wait a minute. Was the sea parting because this barbarian was swimming? The barbarian, who had been looking at the young man, opened his mouth. I have a question, ask me anything. The young man, trembling, knelt down. He acted as if he were facing a god of the sea. Is there a forest called Schwarzwald around here? Yes, it exists. Oh, where is it? The young man pointed in a direction with his finger. The barbarian smiled. Thank you, here's a gift. The barbarian threw something onto the boat. The young man's eyes widened. It was a giant pearl. It was a very clean and perfect pearl. Selling just that one would allow him to live comfortably for half a year. The young man grasped the gem as if entranced, and the sea roared once more. When the turbulent sea calmed down again, the barbarian was gone. What was that? Did he fall asleep while fishing and have a weird dream? But the wet clothes and the pearl in his hand proved it was real. After staring at the pearl for a long time, the young man finally returned to the village at sunset. He told the villagers what had happened and was treated as a madman. However, it was irrelevant to the fact that the man, who found joy in telling his experience, eventually left the village and became a minstrel. Kettle departed after asking the mermaids for the direction to the sanctuary of the elves. It was quite a long distance. It took several hours to travel. He asked a young man he met along the way to confirm if he was going in the right direction. Fortunately, he got the correct information. Eventually, Kettle arrived at his destination. Here it is. There was a forest in front of Kettle. It was a forest made up of long coniferous trees. A vast forest where those who entered would get lost and never return. The forest was the size of a country, Schwarzwald. Within it lay the sanctuary of the elves, Elfo Sagrado. Kettle joyfully stepped into the forest. At first glance, the forest seemed very ordinary. Trees were thick, insects buzzed, and occasionally the presence of wild animals could be felt. It was an ordinary forest that could exist on Earth, but thinking it was a fantasy made walking through it enjoyable. The sanctuary is supposed to be in here. It wasn't visible yet, but the forest was very wide. It was natural not to grasp it when he had just entered. Kettle kicked off the ground. He ran through the forest. Though the forest was vast, Kettle was equally fast. He explored the forest's interior at high speed, but he saw nothing. Given that the place was under demonic invasion, he should have at least sensed some traces or power fluctuations, but there were none. It felt as if this place was truly an ordinary forest. That only piqued Kettle's interest even more. It must be hidden. Indeed, if merely wandering around could reveal the sanctuary, it wouldn't have remained undiscovered by now. Considering it was under attack by dark magicians, it seemed it couldn't be reached by ordinary means. After contemplating for a moment, Kettle changed his objective. The sanctuary of the elves would feel like a royal castle if seen in the human world. And near a royal castle, there would always be various villages, big and small. So he decided to find a village and ask for directions. If that failed, he could always find a wandering dark magician and kindly ask for the location. Kettle adjusted his goal and moved. It didn't take long before he found it, a small elven village in the midst of the forest. Kettle looked at the village between the trees with interest. At first glance, it looked exactly like the elven village he had first seen. Despite it not being long ago, he felt nostalgic. Will it be okay? If the monster from the White Snowfield appeared, the elves who stayed with him could be in danger. However, the likelihood of any major problem was low. There weren't many strong monsters in that direction. The queen's power would be enough to defeat them. Kettle slowly approached the elven village. As he got closer, Kettle realized something. There was no sign of life in the elven village. It was literally empty. Kettle arrived at the village. The village was half destroyed. What's this? Kettle entered the half-destroyed village. The houses made of wood and grass were completely wrecked. The ground and nearby walls bore traces of battle. Along with bloodstains, elven corpses were scattered around the village. Kettle silently observed the village's interior in this gruesome scene. Were they attacked by dark magicians? The bloodstains hadn't dried yet, meaning the battle hadn't happened long ago. On closer inspection, there were signs of someone being dragged away. Judging by the small footprints, it seemed to be elven children. As he was trying to determine the direction, someone approached quickly. The newcomer was an elf. She was sweating with green hair wet and panting heavily. She glared at the sight of the village. A survivor, you bastard, the elf, seeing Kettle, twisted her face in anger. You damned dark magicians. How dare you attack our village? Kettle realized the elf was misunderstanding him. Unforgivable. Just as the elf was about to shout, Kettle moved. He disappeared and then subdued her, covering her mouth. The elf was shocked, unable to even react. As he restrained the elf, Kettle thought quietly, why do things always start with a misunderstanding with elves? One barbarian in a half-destroyed village amidst elven corpses. Objectively, it was easy to see how she could think that. However, he had no intention of waiting quietly for an attack this time. Kettle spoke calmly, I am not your enemy. I hope we can clear up this misunderstanding. Kettle subdued the elf and explained. He had been invited and had come to help their sanctuary. He also mentioned his acquaintance with the high elf. At first, she looked at him as if he was talking nonsense, but when Kettle showed the red gem and spoke about our commies, her expression gradually softened. Realizing she had misunderstood, the elf lowered her head deeply. I'm sorry. No, I think it's understandable. Are elves a race of misunderstandings? Every elf he encountered seemed to misunderstand him. He even considered jotting down in his notebook that elves often misunderstand. This must be a village near the sanctuary. Yes, there were various elven tribes, each with their own queen. She was the queen of the Blossom Petal tribe. They were a tribe that had lived near the sanctuary for generations. What happened? The dark magicians attacked our village. The queen gritted her teeth. Currently, the dark magicians were attacking the elven sanctuary. Naturally, her nearby village was also in danger. So they were preparing to evacuate to the sanctuary, but the dark magicians had already figured out their location and attacked. To defend against the attack, they emptied the village, but it turned out to be a trap by the dark magicians. They ambushed and devastated the village when she wasn't there. The queen bit her lip. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you, but it seems there are still some you need to protect. Look at these tracks. Kettle showed her the small footprints indicating someone had been dragged. The queen's eyes widened. Did the dark magicians take our children? Seems that way. Those vile slaves of evil, how dare they covet our children? The queen cried out in fury. Her hand, gripping her bow, trembled with rage. Do the dark magicians have any reason to take elven children? I don't know. Perhaps those arrogant fiends, unable to penetrate the sanctuary, thought of taking hostages. Disgusting creatures. The queen grimaced. Kettle stroked his chin. It seems like you're winning. They attacked the sanctuary but failed and retreated into the forest. So that's why I didn't sense anything. Those arrogant creatures. Not only do they target our sanctuary, but now they even take our children. The queen ground her teeth again. Kettle asked, are you planning to go after them? Of course. She was the queen of her tribe, willing to risk her life to protect the children. She intended to follow the tracks and find them. Kettle, looking pleased, spoke up. Good, then I will help you. No, there's no need for that. You are an invited guest. There's no reason for you to undertake such a dangerous task of going to the dark magician's lair. I am already struggling to find the sanctuary's location anyway. The sanctuary is hidden. It might be difficult for an outsider like you to find it right away. To reach the sanctuary, I'll need help, and you're currently preoccupied with finding the children. So it seems more practical for me to help you quickly resolve this and then head to the sanctuary. Hearing this, the queen remained silent for a moment, then expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Despite all the reasons given, this barbarian was willing to help her. It made her feel embarrassed for having misunderstood him earlier. Kettle, on the other hand, had no particular thoughts about it. I just want to try tracking someone down. He felt like a detective. Kettle smiled brightly. No need to apologize. I will definitely ensure the safety of your children and get your revenge. With a brief apology, the queen began to move. How should we proceed? I can't use the spirits. The natural energy tracking is also blocked. The queen frowned. The dark magicians had lured her away with a decoy. They must have anticipated pursuit and thoroughly concealed their tracks. But I am an elf. She was a being of nature, more sensitive to its changes than anyone else. Even if they hid the traces, they couldn't completely cover up the physical signs of movement. She would track those instead. Kettle looked impressed. You can do that, let's follow then. She quickly headed in the direction the children were taken, and Kettle followed with a cheerful face. I'm curious to see how an elf tracks. It was exciting to witness it firsthand. As they continued, the queen suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The trail ends here. The queen bit her lip. Even as an elf, she couldn't detect the traces. She was surprised because she didn't expect the physical signs to be concealed this perfectly. I need to look for the tracks for a while, please wait. The queen began searching the surroundings for clues. Kettle then spoke up. There's no need, it's over there. The trail continues in that direction. Kettle pointed in a direction. The queen was bewildered. How do you know? Look at this. Kettle reached down and picked up one of the many fallen leaves from the ground. There's a footprint on this leaf. Judging by the direction, it's that way. They must have missed this one. Wow, wait, you saw that? Indeed. The queen looked around the area where Kettle had picked up the leaf, but no matter how hard she looked, all the leaves seemed like ordinary, unmarked ones. Finding a single leaf with a trace among tens of thousands of fallen leaves was like finding a needle in a haystack, but Kettle had indeed found that needle. That's incredible. The queen was amazed at Kettle's tracking ability. She judged that with Kettle's help they could track without any problems, and similar situations occurred repeatedly. Every time the queen struggled to find a trace, Kettle pointed something out. There's a small nick on the end of that branch. Did you miss it? I did. After a while the queen started to feel something was odd. Every time she had trouble tracking, Kettle found the clues quickly, almost as if he knew where they were from the beginning. Naturally, one thought came to her mind. He seems to know the tracks from the start, so why is he letting me waste time? From Kettle's perspective, it was only natural for him to wait because he wanted to observe the elves' tracking methods. But from the queen's perspective, it felt quite strange. Is he angry because I attacked him outright? The queen glanced at Kettle. Is something wrong? No, nothing. The queen shook her head. It must be my imagination. She tried to convince herself that Kettle was only noticing the tracks a bit later than she was. Despite the oddities, the queen tried to put her thoughts in order. This pattern repeated several more times. There's a track there, ... indeed. Although it was a peculiar situation for the queen, thanks to Kettle, they reached their destination without much difficulty. They arrived in front of a small cave. Chapter 187, To the Elves' Sanctuary, Part 4. The traces are heading in there. The queen frowned as she looked at a small hidden cave in the forest. The inside was too dark to see. Are they hiding? Wind, deliver the information from inside to me. The queen murmured softly. The wind blew and headed inside the cave. Kettle watched curiously. Is that spirit magic? Yes. It's the power of the wind. There was no way to know what awaited inside the cave. She intended to use the spirits to gather information beforehand, but the wind was blocked at the entrance of the cave and could not go further. The queen tried to penetrate somehow, but it felt as if a stronger wind was blocking it. The queen clicked her tongue and withdrew the wind. They've thoroughly prepared against detection. We'll have to check it ourselves. No. That's not necessary. Kettle stared quietly into the cave and spoke. The passage is longer than expected. There might be traps. There are about 10 dark magicians. It seems there are about 3 rooms. The elf children seem to be in the deepest room. The queen blinked. Did you just figure out the inside of the cave? Yes. How did you do that? The defenses against detection were thorough. Can someone of your level break through that defense? No, I just heard it. What? I judged by the sounds inside the cave. The queen was speechless. The forest was not a quiet place. The sound of leaves shaking in the wind, insects crying, and wild animals moving made it very noisy. He had clearly identified the sounds inside the cave amidst all that noise. No, if it was that easy to figure out, why did he quietly watch her try to detect with spirit magic? Is he still angry because I attacked him? Kettle's attitude had been strange for a while. Kettle wanted to see the elf's skills one by one, but from the queen's perspective, she couldn't help but think that. It seems to be a temporary residence. What do you plan to do? The queen quickly came to her senses. It's right to request cooperation from the sanctuary, but we don't know what will happen to the children. Then we must respond immediately. The queen nodded. She prepared for battle. I call upon you, one who has gained self-awareness after being isolated for thousands of years in the depths. Come forth, one who dwells in the depths, Unduru, ripple. At the same time, water gathered in the air. Kettle's eyes gleamed. A water spirit. It was a human-shaped water spirit. It was short and stubby like it had been chibified. An upper-level spirit, intermediate. Those who contract with upper-level spirits are extremely rare. Unfortunately, I do not have that level of power. Is that so? Indeed, Marsilia, who had contracted with the highest-level spirit, seemed special, but a spirit was still a spirit. It was quite a sight to see a new spirit. Kettle smiled as he watched the summoned water spirit. The spirit shuddered at his gaze, then slowly hid behind the queen. Why is it doing that? It seems frightened by the pressure it feels from you. Does that happen? It does. It's not common, though. The queen could feel a strange pressure emanating from Kettle. Even she occasionally flinched, so the spirit, a being of nature, would be more sensitive. It hasn't happened before. If it hadn't, it might be because the spirit had enough power to ignore it. If an intermediate spirit is like this, weaker spirits might flee to the spirit world at the sight of you. I see. Kettle looked shocked. The queen found his reaction a bit puzzling. She couldn't understand why such a strong person would be so shocked just because a spirit avoided him. Shall we go then? Are you ready? Yes. Kettle snapped out of his shock and clenched his fist. The queen took the lead. She used Unduru's power. A whip of water lashed at the cave. The defensive magic at the entrance shattered, setting off an alarm. What's going on? Intruders! The dark magicians who had been resting inside scrambled to respond. The queen shouted fiercely, "You dare attack the village and kidnap the children, it's time to pay for your crimes." Queen. How did you find this place? All traces were hidden. Did you think such a petty trick would work? Ridiculous, the traces were perfectly hidden, you can't follow us. Their question was valid. Without Kettle, the queen would not have been able to track the dark magicians. Instead of arguing, the queen shot an arrow through the dark magician's shoulder. Ahog, kill them! The dark magicians did not just sit back and take it. They wielded dark magic to summon monsters, and Kettle advanced lightly. Crack! The dark magic that hit his body shattered and the monsters were torn apart. The dark magicians were astonished and the queen let out an exclamation. Boom. The battle was one-sided. The queen's power wasn't extraordinary, but it was stronger than the dark magicians. They reached the depths of the cave without much trouble, and there, the leader of the dark magicians was waiting. The leader shouted harshly, "How dare you interrupt our great secret? Ha, how shameless, you filthy being who sold your soul to a demon, it's time to pay for your crimes." The leader's power was at a top level equal to the queen's. With Kettle present, the dark magician had no chance of winning, but the dark magician laughed at them. "Ha ha ha, how arrogant to come here with just the two of you. Did you think we wouldn't have any countermeasures? Darkness, bzzzt." A prison of darkness formed around Kettle and the queen. The queen's expression changed. They had fallen into a trap. She hurriedly gathered her arrows and struck the walls of the prison, but it didn't shake. "With your power alone, you can't break it. Queen, I've already called for reinforcements. You'll die here trapped. You think I'll let that happen?" The queen gathered her strength and struck the prison, but it was designed by the dark magicians over a long time and didn't break easily. The queen gritted her teeth and pushed her power to the limit. "Unduru, imbue my arrow and explode," she shot the arrow fiercely. Rough waves spread in all directions. The prison cracked with a loud noise, but it didn't break. The queen panted heavily. The dark magician mocked her. "Ha ha ha, it's impossible, you'll die here." The dark magician was sure of his victory. With some leisure, he turned his gaze to the barbarian next to the queen. "Why is a barbarian here?" The dark magician, who had been looking at Kettle curiously, widened his eyes. "Wait a minute, are you that barbarian? So you can imbue spirits into arrows too." The applications are varied. Kettle, who had been enjoying watching the queen's power, raised his arm. "I could break it with strength, but here," bzzzt, a golden light enveloped his fist. Both the queen and the dark magician opened their eyes wide. The divine power was imbued in the fist of a barbarian, a symbol of savagery. Kettle swung his fist lightly. The prison which the queen had desperately tried to break shattered like glass. "What? Oh, a strange silence lingered. Kettle looked at the dark magician. He was going to die. The dark magician, feeling the murderous intent, turned hurriedly. He planned to take the elf children in the room as hostages, but he couldn't. An axe flew and separated the dark magician's body. Kettle reached out and retrieved the axe. "Are you all right?" The queen stared blankly at Kettle. After a moment, she spoke. "If you're angry about me attacking you, I truly apologize. I will sincerely ask for your forgiveness." "Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Aren't you angry at me?" It had been strange from the start. Kettle knew everything but quietly watched her struggle. Even just now, he could have broken the prison immediately, but he let her try with all her might. The queen was sure he was angry because she had tried to attack him and apologized. Kettle shook his head. "No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not angry at you." "Then why? I just wanted to see how you would respond." He thought it might be better to let her misunderstand. Eventually, Kettle changed the subject. "Anyway, I'm not angry, so don't worry about it. I'm not that petty. If that's the case, then good." The queen stood up with a vague expression. "Anyway, it's all over. In the deepest part of the cave, the elf children were there. If I go, they'll surely be scared and cry, so please take care of it." "Understood." The queen entered the room. The trembling children burst into tears at the sight of her. After that, they headed to the sanctuary with the children. Kettle asked with a curious expression, "Aren't we going to bury the bodies?" "We need to get to the sanctuary as soon as possible with the children. More importantly, we are born from nature and return to nature. The bodies will be left in the middle of the forest." "Ah, I see." They followed the queen in the direction of the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the children glanced at Kettle. When their eyes met his, they would let out a squeal and quickly look away, but they didn't run away. Finally, one child gathered the courage to approach. Mr. Barbarian, what is it?" Kettle smiled. The child's face turned pale, but he closed his eyes and shouted, "Thank you for saving us." "Thank you." It was the first time Kettle had heard pure words of gratitude from an elf. He nodded with a strange expression. The child quickly hid among the others. The sight made him chuckle. "Adorable children. They are our treasures. If we had lost even these children, I don't want to imagine it." The entire clan would have been annihilated, the queen sighed. And before long they arrived. "This is the place. But there's nothing here." The place they arrived at looked like any other part of the forest, with dense trees and the sounds of insects. Kettle's senses detected nothing unusual. You'll understand once you take out the jewel. Following the queen's words, Kettle took out the red jewel, BZZZZT. The red jewel began to glow and floated into the air. Oh, Kettle's eyes widened. The separated space began to overlap. A precious place that could only be entered with permission revealed itself on the continent. The ordinary forest scenery began to transform. Brilliantly blossoming flowers appeared. The barren forest gave way to a gentle plain. It was a miraculous transformation. Ah, and most of all, there was something that moved Kettle deeply. He raised his head in awe, his body trembling with emotion. At the end of his gaze was a tree, an extremely tall and thick tree seemingly touching the sky made of gold. Instinctively he knew, it was the world tree. He was now in the sanctuary of the elves. The queen spoke calmly, "Welcome to our sanctuary Elfo Sagrado." Chapter 188, Sanctuary of the Elves, Elfo Sagrado, Part 1. It was an extremely peculiar thing. The space that had transformed outside was small. At most, it was the size of a small park, but what lay before him was an incredibly vast plain. It felt as if the space itself had been compressed. Kettle stood dazed, staring at the scenery unfolding before him. A colossal golden tree tall enough to touch the sky and as thick as a mountain. A village was formed around the world tree. It wasn't in the form of a typical village. It was a village attached to the trunk of the towering world tree. There were several houses made by weaving giant leaves among the branches. Various buildings extended high up along the trunk of the world tree. It was a village that ascended upwards. There were gaps between the trunks for ascending and descending, and flowers blooming in full around the world tree. The smell of nature was so intense that it stung his nose. This was the sacred ground of the elves, Elfo Sagrado. It was a landscape that seemed to materialize a fantasy. Oh, his body trembled with emotion. It felt like he might cry. The queen smiled and walked forward. "Let's go." "Yes," Kettle barely managed to compose himself. They walked towards the world tree. A massive wall surrounded the world tree, seemingly for its protection. There was an elf guarding the entrance. "Chem, aren't you the queen of the Blossom Petal tribe? Why have you brought the children to the sacred ground?" the elf asked with a startled face. The queen spoke with a grave expression. "We were attacked by dark magicians." The queen explained the situation. The village was attacked by dark magicians and many elves were killed. The children here were survivors. The elf was horrified upon hearing the circumstances. That can't be. May we stay in the sacred ground until the dark magicians leave?" "Oh, of course." "Those damn dark magicians, please come in." The elf gritted his teeth and let the children into the sacred ground. The children cautiously entered the wall. "Thank you. No need, we'll hear the details later." "Then who?" "Who is he?" The elf looked at Kettle with curious eyes. Kettle smiled. "Nice to meet you." "Is he someone the queen invited to the sacred ground?" "Each queen of the tribes is given 1 or 2 red gems. They are invitations to bring a trustworthy person from another race to the sacred ground." The elf on guard thought the queen had invited Kettle. The queen shook her head. "It wasn't me. He was invited by another elf." "What?" Kettle stepped forward. The elf instinctively stepped back. "I was invited to the sacred ground by Marsilia Hassian Kaluja, queen of the Brownleaf tribe." "Marsilia?" The elf was visibly startled by the unexpected name. Kettle continued, "And High Elf Arkamis also invited me." "Our Arkamis?" The elf's pupils widened. He looked at Kettle with a very startled face. Kettle spoke calmly. "May I enter your sacred ground?" Kettle sat in a chair in an interrogation room near the wall. He looked around the reception room with a pleased expression. Although it was made by cutting down trees, it didn't have the artificial feeling of human architecture. It felt as if it was made by weaving the natural form of the trees. It was like seeing a unique modern building, which was interesting. Kettle took a teacup with a joyful face. "Oh, this is quite a good tea," Kettle exclaimed after taking a sip. The aroma and taste were excellent. It was a quality he had never experienced, even with the genetically improved teas on Earth. "These tea leaves are grown in the sacred ground. It's a precious tea permitted only to the elves. Drinking something like this feels great." Kettle smiled brightly. The elf sitting in front of him looked at Kettle with a peculiar expression. "My name is Kettle. What is yours?" "I am Ash, captain of the guard protecting the sacred ground of Elfo Sagrado." "Ash, nice to meet you." The elf on guard was visibly flustered upon hearing Kettle's introduction. After stammering for a moment, he soon called his captain. The captain saw Kettle and led him to the reception room, leading to the current situation. "You say you received a gem from Marsilia." "Yes, are they doing well?" "They had settled in a rather dangerous place." "There are no problems, we've been in contact recently." "Ah, that's a relief." He was a bit worried because it was near the snowfield, but fortunately there didn't seem to be any problems. Kettle looked relieved and Ash looked at Kettle even more strangely. Ash, who had been watching Kettle for a while, opened his mouth. "So you know our Kamis as well. I heard from her that you are in a mentor-mentee relationship. Is that correct?" "Oh, you know about that. It seems you talk to our Kamis often." She sometimes grabs me to vent whenever she's stressed. Among those vents there were stories about a peculiar human. You must be that human. Ash looked at Kettle with a very peculiar expression. It was as if he couldn't understand. Is that so? So you are the human that our commies mentioned. You have quite a unique taste. Taste? No. Never mind. Ash shook his head. He thought as he observed Kettle. He doesn't look particularly strong. Ash was the captain of the guard protecting the sacred ground. He was exceptionally skilled. He possessed strength at a superhuman level. But from his perspective, Kettle's strength didn't seem that impressive. No matter how he looked, he could only see third-rate mystical power. But our commies said this human was very strong. A high elf would never lie. Ash scrutinized Kettle more closely. I do feel a strange sense of intimidation. It was an aura like that of a predator, not a human. Ash, being strong himself, could ignore it, but most weaker elves would be terrified and lose their rationality. Third-rate mystical power, and an intimidating aura like that of a predator. He was a very peculiar human. Is something wrong? No, nothing. Ash, who had been silently observing Kettle, quickly came to his senses at Kettle's words and spoke. First of all, I want to thank you for helping the elf tribe. You are fully qualified to enter the sacred ground. He had the red gem given only to queens, and he was invited by the noble high elf. There was no reason or justification to refuse. However, not everyone invited could enter the sacred ground of the elves. From ancient times, few were invited by the elves to the sacred ground, and only a very few of those were granted the right to touch the world tree. You must pass a test. A test, Kettle muttered with an intrigued expression. Marsilia had told him that he would have to pass a divine test in the sacred ground, so he had expected this. What kind of test is it? This is our sacred ground. The elves' sacred ground had existed since before the birth of the elf race. It was a place akin to their origin, and it had remained unchanged from those times to the present. It had to maintain its purity. If the world tree and the sacred ground were to be tainted, the elf race itself could be in danger. They were sensitive to the entry of those tainted from the outside. Whether it was their nature, power, or essence, none of it could be twisted. Purity had to be maintained. What exactly does purity mean? Exactly as it sounds. Your power must be accumulated in a natural way, not through alien methods, and your soul must not be tainted. The same goes for your body. Your character must also be upright. That's strict. It's natural since this is our sacred ground. The purity of your existence must be proven to enter. How do I prove it? It's simple. Ash showed him a prepared pot. In the center of the pot, a seed was planted. This seed is a test seed given to us by the spirit god. Drop 1 drop of your blood on this seed. If your essence is tainted, a rotten plant will sprout. If you are pure, an ordinary flower will bloom. Oh, is that how it works? Kettle looked intrigued. Ash was slightly surprised by his attitude. Normally, one might feel reluctant about being forcefully tested for purity by outsiders, but this barbarian simply looked delighted. I'll provide a tool to draw your blood. No need, it probably won't work anyway, I'll do it myself. If you insist. Ash was puzzled but did not press further. Kettle lightly pressed the tip of his finger with his nail. Blood soon flowed out as the skin was pressed. Is 1 drop enough? It is. 1 drop of blood from Kettle fell onto the seed, and the change happened immediately. Kettle looked at the pot with fascination. A flower has bloomed. I wonder how it works. With just a drop of blood, a flower had bloomed from the seed in an instant. Kettle looked at the flower with a curious expression. Ash frowned. A white flower. Is there something wrong? No, it's not that. Rather, it was more puzzling because there was nothing wrong. Kettle had only been told that either a withered flower or an ordinary flower would bloom, but there were actually more detailed distinctions. The color of the flower was one such indicator. Depending on the color change, one could determine the degree of purity of the subject, and a white flower was the highest grade, which made it even more surprising. Why is it a white flower? A white flower indicated the highest level of purity. For such a flower to bloom, the essence, nature, power, and even the very blood had to be pure. This type of flower usually bloomed for special races like high elves. For humans whose blood is mixed in various ways, it was impossible for a white flower to bloom. Yet the flower that had bloomed in the pot was a perfectly clean white. What is this? Ash was slightly perplexed. But even more astonishing things began to happen. Kettle, looking at the pot, tilted his head. It seems the flower is continuing to grow. What? Ash, regaining his composure, looked at the pot. Just as Kettle said, the flower was slowly growing. Its size increased and the stem continued to lengthen. Is this normal? No, when a flower blooms, that's where it stops. Even if it grows, it usually stops after a slight growth. As soon as those words left his mouth, the flower's growth accelerated. The petals swelled, multiple flowers began to bloom, and the stem stretched further and further. In no time, it started reaching the ceiling. This is, Ash, panicking, pulled out a dagger. He swung it, intending to cut the stem with wind wrapped around the blade. Slash. Ouch, but instead, Ash was repelled. Quickly regaining his balance, his face was filled with shock. No, the flower's role was merely to determine the subject's purity. It was supposed to be an ordinary flower, yet it had repelled his blade. This was an impossible situation. Meanwhile, the flower continued to grow, now filling the room and even starting to spill out the window. It seems this isn't a normal situation. Kettle wielded his axe. The black axe swung down, cutting the stem slice. The stem, which had repelled Ash's dagger, was easily cut by Kettle's axe. The flower fell, squirmed for a moment, then lay still. Ash, in a daze, looked at Kettle with wide eyes. Then he cautiously asked, "Are you perhaps not human but a dragon?" Chapter 189, Sanctuary of the Elves, Elfo Sagrado, Part 2. The seed soaked in blood didn't just bloom, it grew to fill the entire room. There was only one case where this happened. It was when the blood itself was special and acted as a catalyst, and the most representative example of this was the blood of a dragon. It's not like it's dragon's blood or anything. No, could dragon's blood even make the flower grow to fill a room? Ash had never seen a dragon, but he thought it would be difficult. There are no scales or anything. Kettle raised his arm. Though it had wounds, clean skin was visible. "I am human." "Are really?" Kettle denied it, but Ash couldn't stop using honorifics. Stuttering, he said, "Well, it's been confirmed, you may enter." "Oh, is that so?" Kettle smiled. He followed Ash's guidance and entered the sanctuary of the elves. "What should I do from here?" "I will guide you." "Thank you." Kettle followed Ash's lead. As he walked through the sanctuary of the elves, Kettle observed his surroundings. The elven buildings were made of trees and giant leaves. However, they didn't look crude or barbaric. Rather, they were neatly made with simple materials, giving the feel of modern, trendy architecture. And these buildings climbed up the trunk of the world tree. Between them, there were what looked like stairs or platforms, a village surrounding and rising high along the tree. It sounded like it would be very inconvenient to live in, but the world tree was so massive that it didn't really feel that way. And not all the buildings were up in the trees. There were small and large buildings near the base of the world tree where elves rested. Young elves ran around playing in parks while adult elves strolled around. Even older-looking elves walked leisurely. Kettle watched them with a very happy face. He strongly felt like he was in the midst of a fantasy. As he looked at the elves' faces, Kettle murmured in wonder. "They look better than I thought." The sanctuary of the elves was currently under attack by evil. A nearby village had been attacked and burned, a clear and direct threat. But the elves' faces were completely calm. They seemed no different from usual. "This is our sanctuary, evil beings dare not invade here, and most importantly, we have our queen." Ash spoke calmly. "The queen of the high elves, not just any tribe member. The rightful leader of the elves who has made a pact with the spirit king. As long as she is here, the dark magicians cannot invade the sanctuary." "I see." The followers of Kaloja said similar things, so it didn't really resonate much. But if the elf queen was truly a hero-level powerhouse, it made sense. They said there was a huge difference between heroes and superhumans. Kettle walked a bit more and approached the base of the world tree. The resting elves also noticed Kettle's presence. The elves screamed in fright, "See, come this way." "Why, yes." The adult elves quickly took their children and climbed up the world tree. The middle-aged elves were no different. In an instant, all the elves disappeared from the base of the world tree. "That's sad. Please understand." Ash gave a bitter smile. To the elves, Kettle was like a lion. If one had power on Ash's level, they could withstand the intimidation, but otherwise it was difficult. Of course, entering the sanctuary meant he had passed the test. But even if a lion was safely controlled by a handler, it was normal to scream and run away if it was wandering around. Especially if that lion wasn't even on a leash. This is a bit troublesome. If he got close to them, they could overcome the intimidation, but since they hid as soon as they saw Kettle, there was no chance to get close. If this continued, he might not be able to enjoy the sanctuary as he had hoped. Just as Kettle was pondering, footsteps were heard from above in the world tree. Someone was quickly descending to the ground. Kettle turned his head to look at the owner of the footsteps. The person arrived on the ground. Seeing their face, Kettle smiled brightly. "Oh, Arkamis, Kettle, you came." The maverick of the high elves, Arkamis, shouted with a bright face. Arkamis strode towards Kettle. She was a high elf. She must have felt the strongest intimidation from Kettle among anyone here, yet there was no hesitation in her steps. She arrived in front of Kettle in an instant. With a joyful face, she exclaimed, "You came, Kettle, you really came. Did you think it was a lie? I am a person who keeps promises. It's just a way of speaking." "I didn't expect you to come so soon." Arkamis smiled brightly, but she was inwardly anxious. What if he doesn't come? Kettle exuded a powerful intimidation to the elves. Even if he came to the sanctuary, he wouldn't be welcomed. It was a very unpleasant experience to have others avoid you. Arkamis had experienced enough of that unpleasantness outside the sanctuary. Given Kettle's power, he would be treated well wherever he went, so there was no reason for him to come here and have an unpleasant experience. Although it was unthinkable that Kettle wouldn't come to the sanctuary, Archimedes, not knowing his intentions, felt very uneasy. She even resorted to petal divination, something she had never done before, but to think he would come so quickly, the unease she had felt turned into elation. She looked at Kettle with sparkling eyes. Ash, you guided him. Thank you, and no problem, Ash replied reluctantly. When I heard her speak, I thought nothing of it. But that gaze, wasn't it like the gaze of a girl in love? He looked at Archimedes with a curious expression. But Archimedes didn't care and only looked at Kettle. It's awkward to talk while standing here. Will you come to my house? That sounds good. Great, then follow me, Ash. Good work. Understood. It was a clear dismissal. Though he was losing his guest, Ash retreated obediently. He couldn't refuse the words of a high elf, nor did he have a reason to. Archimedes smiled brightly and led Kettle away. Ash watched them leave. When I heard Archimedes speak, I thought he was a peculiar human. Meeting him in person, he was more than expected. A flower large enough to fill a room, an intimidation so strong it made the elves run away. I need to see the queen. Ash started walking. Kettle followed Archimedes up the world tree. The elves they encountered on the way up flinched and backed away at the sight of Kettle. Then seeing Archimedes, they looked at her as if seeing something very strange. What are you looking at? Archimedes shouted confidently. The elves flinched and backed away. You don't seem to get along well. We don't. Returning to the sanctuary after so long, they looked at me like I was a foolish princess. Who are they to judge me? Archimedes grumbled as she climbed the world tree. The world tree was very tall. And Archimedes was going beyond its middle section. It took a long time just to climb. Your house is in a high place. Because I'm a great and mighty high elf, I'm positioned higher than the other elves. It's just tiresome and annoying to climb up. Archimedes scoffed. Kettle laughed at her look of discontent. Before long they reached Archimedes' house. True to her title as a maverick of the high elves, her house was far from the residences of other high elves. She turned around. Here it is, my house, come in. Excuse me. Kettle entered Archimedes' house. Looking around the interior, Kettle murmured, it's not much different from a house in the kingdom of Denian. In the center of the house, a cauldron was boiling and catalysts hung on the walls. It was the same structure as her previous house. Because it's the optimal design I came up with, I remodeled it as soon as I got back. Fortunately, you weren't hindered. Archimedes studied alchemy. But a high elf learning the outside world's technology was not seen favorably by the elves. Just seeing how Parco came to destroy the inside of her house showed that. There was some. The queen kept complaining, but I said I'd leave again if she did. After a few days of fighting, she gave up. Parco supporting me made it a bit easier. Oh, Parco must have granted my request. Kettle had asked Parco to help Archimedes. Though he nodded without any enforcement, he wasn't sure what would happen, but it seemed he did listen. To grant a favor without compensation, I'm grateful. I should thank him later. He would prefer you didn't visit, Archimedes said reluctantly. Parco supported her simply because he feared Kettle's retaliation. He flinched every time he heard Kettle's name, feeling pitiful. Anyway, things worked out. Archimedes led Kettle to a room and asked, so how have you been? I've been well. I helped the sanctuary of Kaloja. After that, I met mermaids while following the Inquisitor of the Sun God. Inquisitor of the Sun God? Who is that? There's someone named Aquez. Archimedes, who had been excitedly asking questions, momentarily paused. The genius Inquisitor? Oh, do you know of her? She's famous, so of course I know. I heard she's young and beautiful. Is it true? She's certainly beautiful. Kettle nodded. Aquez was indeed very beautiful, comparable even to elves. I see you traveled with Aquez. Whom? Archimedes trailed off. Was it just the two of you? No, there was one more person. Why do you ask? You seem uncomfortable. Archimedes' expression was strange. She looked like she might be jealous or perhaps worried. No, it's nothing. Archimedes shook her head vigorously. This is your room. You must be tired from traveling, so rest. Got it. After guiding Kettle to his room, Archimedes stepped out. She clenched her fists as if making a decision. Later that night, Archimedes knocked on the door. Kettle, who had been lounging around, spoke up. What is it? Kettle, want to have a drink? Archimedes shook a bottle of alcohol. Let's have a drink and talk about what's happened. How about it? It's elven liquor. Outsiders don't get to drink this. I'm in. Kettle quickly got up. Elven liquor, there was no reason to refuse. He stepped outside. Archimedes, what is it? Your outfit is different from usual. Archimedes was wearing something similar to human lingerie. Of course, it was only similar with significantly less exposure. At most, her arms and legs were visible, but considering her usual attire, it was quite a change. Archimedes spoke with forced nonchalance. These are comfortable clothes I wear at home. For something like that, it's quite ornate. It just looks that way. It's actually comfortable. I wear it often. Is that so? Didn't you wear more ordinary clothes in the kingdom of Denian? It's a bit warmer here. I see. Since Archimedes insisted, Kettle didn't press further. Let's drink. Sounds good, Kettle smiled. Archimedes turned around, clenching her fists tightly. She looked as if she was aiming for something. Chapter 190, Sanctuary of the Elves, Elfo Sagrado, Part 3. Come sit down. Arkamis unfolded the chair. Kettle sat down on the very luxurious and plush chair. She expertly opened the wine bottle. A fragrant aroma spread out. It smells quite good. It's a very fine wine that only high elves can drink. Consider it an honor. Thank you for that. It's always good to make connections. Kettle smiled. Arkamis smiled back at him, her eyes quietly calm. Kettle, he was the first suitable partner she had found. High elves are solitary. Born in perfect form from the world tree, they only value two things, themselves and the world tree. There was no sense of camaraderie, nor was there familial love. Even if one were the queen of the high elves, they could influence them but could never give orders. They would only comply to an extent. Arkamis disliked that. She wanted to live an ordinary life like in fairy tales. She wanted friends, she wanted companions, she wanted a family, and she wanted to have children. She knew everything about how to achieve that from a biological standpoint. It wasn't anything new to her. That's why she traveled the continent to modify her body. But having children was merely the result she wanted. More important was the process. She wanted not just to have children but to experience love, a poignant love where emotions are exchanged. She decided in her heart that Kettle would be the one for that. He's a good person. They communicated well and he understood her. He was very kind and treated her without prejudice, even knowing she was a high elf. Even if he naturally exuded an intimidating presence, he was a very attractive person. But there was a problem. Love had to be mutual. It meant nothing if it was one-sided. She had no way of knowing how this barbarian felt about her. It seems to be a good feeling, but she couldn't tell if it was love or friendship. In her judgment, it was closer to friendship. Still, since the feelings were good, she thought she could approach him slowly. But upon hearing that Kettle traveled with Aquez, she felt a strong sense of urgency. There might be a competitor. Objectively, Kettle was outstanding and intelligent. Though his intimidating presence was an issue, once that was overcome, he was a very attractive man. Arkamis judged this to be true regardless of what others thought. So she decided to turn Kettle's feelings for her into something deeper before anyone else could intervene. She was a high elf. She was confident in her appearance and had a good rapport with Kettle. She intended to take their relationship to a deeper level during this opportunity. She planned to seduce Kettle. This drinking session was created with that intention. Here, Kettle, Arkamis smiled brightly and poured the drink. Kettle savored the aroma and then drank it down. Wow, he exclaimed in admiration. The drink went down smoothly without any resistance, spreading a fragrant aroma through his nose. It was a high-quality drink he had never tasted before. Tastes good, doesn't it? Amazing. Do high elves always drink like this? Not that often. After a few hundred years, it gets tiresome. Want another glass? Please. The relaxed drinking session continued. Arkamis clenched her fist under the table. Gee good, she had no experience in romance or seducing men, but she had read countless books, literally an entire library's worth of romance novels. She knew perfectly how to set the mood and what lines to say when a man and woman were creating a romantic atmosphere. As she intended, the mood was very good. And what was I supposed to do next? But if there was a problem, it was that she lacked experience in the end. A high elf, noble, perfect in themselves. Naturally, they had no experience of romance or feelings like that. No matter how well-versed in theory she was, without experience, she was bound to be clumsy. As Kettle savored the wine, he looked at Arkamis. Arkamis, your posture seems a bit odd. Oh, does it? Arkamis was sitting with her legs crossed and leaning back in her chair. It would have been a seductive posture if done by someone familiar with it, but since Arkamis had never done it before, it looked awkward. Isn't it attractive? You look like a broken wooden puppet. Arkamis quietly adjusted her posture. She tried various things she had read in books, but she was too inexperienced to execute them well. A toast to your eyes. Huh? Oh, never mind. However, despite this, the atmosphere didn't become awkward. Since they had spent the entire day together in the kingdom of Denian, their conversation flowed smoothly. How's the progress on alchemy? It's still vague, but the outline is starting to take shape. There's plenty of potential. This isn't what I wanted, Arkamis sighed inwardly. It was enjoyable enough, but it wasn't the atmosphere Arkamis had hoped for, Kettle asked leisurely. I heard the sanctuary is under attack by evil, but it looks perfectly fine. Kettle had also visited the sanctuary of Kaloja, which was likewise under attack by evil. While the interior of Kaloja's sanctuary was intact, the outside was completely surrounded and corrupted by evil. In contrast, the elven sanctuary appeared completely unscathed. If he hadn't seen the attacked villages, he would have doubted whether it was truly under attack. The queen is protecting it. Arkamis sipped her drink with a gloomy face. Black magicians have attacked several times. They even tried to burn the forest, but the queen repelled them all. Ho, the high elf queen was a powerful hero. It seemed she had thwarted all the attacks. Kettle's interest grew stronger. And how have you been, Kettle? Could you tell me in detail? Arkamis decided to give up her immediate goal and just enjoy the conversation. Since Kettle would stay in the sanctuary for a while, there would be more opportunities. Kettle calmly recounted his recent experiences. He talked about heading to the sanctuary with the priests of Kaloja, encountering and defeating bandits along the way, and upon reaching the sanctuary, dealing with black magicians. Arkamis listened with fascination. From her perspective, having left to explore the outside world, Kettle's adventures were extremely interesting. The story continued to where Kettle received the blessing of Kaloja. When he mentioned meeting Kaloja and receiving a holy relic, Arkamis was astonished. "You met Lady Kaloja and even received a holy relic?" "Yes, here it is. Thanks to this I can use divine power." Kettle smiled brightly and showed his bracelet. The jet-black bracelet emanated a profound divine aura that anyone could recognize. Arkamis stared at the bracelet in amazement. It was a holy relic that would be preserved by the church. Were there any problems? None at all. Really, that's a relief. From what I know, there was supposed to be a conflict between the gods and beings from the Forbidden Lands. Since you're a being from the Forbidden Lands, I thought there might be an issue, but it seems not. What's that about? I haven't heard of such a thing. It's a very old story. Even for a high elf like me, it's more of a legend. Long ago, except for a few long-lived species, no one remembered it. There had been conflicts between gods and beings from the Forbidden Lands. Each conflict shook the world significantly. It was only after several clashes that the world finally settled. That's a strange tale. Beings from Forbidden Lands can't leave the Forbidden Lands. There were no records of beings from Forbidden Lands coming out of the Forbidden Lands throughout history. Although there had been recent changes, it meant there hadn't been any issues before. Thus, there was no reason for conflict between the gods and beings from Forbidden Lands. Arkamis shook her head. "I don't know the details either. Like I said, it's more of a legend to me. If you haven't had any issues, it might be false. Perhaps the dragons might know something. There are some ancient dragons who have lived since before the era of the Emperor." "Dragons, huh?" Kettle sipped his drink. His eyes grew contemplative. "Where are they?" "I don't know. They haven't shown themselves on the surface for a long time. Maybe the queen knows." Arkamis didn't notice the dangerous glint in Kettle's eyes. "Oh, right." Arkamis clapped her hands as if she remembered something. "I've also been researching the uniqueness of your body." "My body? Your body is very special, you know that, right?" The density crushed under her observation. "The power of severance, a body that could withstand the attacks of high-ranking spirits." She was very curious about how that was possible, so she researched it after returning to the sanctuary. As a result, she discovered a possibility. "What is it?" "Your accumulated deeds and accomplishments known as karma. That's probably the reason." Kettle showed an intrigued expression. Arkamis was saying the same thing as the demon of the demonic lines, Rubitra, whom he had previously fought. "What have you accomplished and what have you built up?" This was what Rubitra had said while facing Kettle. He had asked what Rubitra meant but received no answer. Now Arkamis was claiming to have figured it out. She began her explanation. "Your body is special. It's close to a mystery in itself." Kettle's body had withstood all kinds of powers and mysteries with just its physical form. It meant that his body itself was a mystery and had a certain level of status. "And when I looked into such cases, I found a few examples. Have you ever heard of a story where someone exposed to a beast that eats humans becomes paralyzed?" "I'm aware of it. It was said that a person who encountered a beast that had eaten many humans felt instinctive fear. It implied that beasts that had engaged in cannibalism exuded a unique aura. This wasn't just a story limited to beasts. It was said that an emperor who achieved numerous feats radiated presence no matter where they were. A saint who performed many good deeds exuded a gentle aura around them wherever they went. It was similar. When an individual accomplished and achieved something significant, they accumulated karma and gained a corresponding aura." The story was plausible enough that Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That kind of concept, huh? Even on Earth, there were similar stories, but they were only matters of perception. However, in this world, it seemed to directly influence reality. If approached that way, your body's uniqueness can be explained as well." However, Arkamis looked at Kettle with a puzzled expression. "The problem is that there are still many parts that remain unexplained. Even an emperor who ruled a nation or a saint respected by all could only exude a level of presence. To go beyond simply possessing an aura to having a body that itself held a mystery and status, how much would one have to accomplish? How many great deeds would one have to perform? Even as a high elf, she couldn't grasp it. She swallowed nervously and asked cautiously, "Kettle, what did you do in the White Snowfield?" Chapter 191, Sanctuary of the Elves, Elfo Sagrado, Part 4. A long time ago, in a past so distant that the concept of time itself is faint. In a snow-covered field, a blizzard raged, making it impossible to see even an inch ahead. At the edge of this white expanse stood a barbarian. His name was Kettle. The barbarian gazed silently beyond the snowfield. In the distance, he could faintly see a patch of green vegetation. He stared at it, entranced as if it were the utopia of legends. After a moment, he picked up his axe and swung it roughly. Crack, the axe struck the air, causing it to crack as if space itself was breaking. But the crack quickly repaired itself, vanishing completely as if it had never existed. It was as though this place beyond was forbidden to him. Seeing this, the man's face twisted in agony. He opened his mouth. Why, when will it be allowed? It was a cry of despair, a lament filled with anguish, like the wail of a prisoner in his cell, longing for something he could never attain. The barbarian screamed for a long time in that place. "What have I done?" Kettle muttered as he recalled the memory. His voice carried a faint emotion. Arkamis, frightened by the sudden outburst, flinched. "Oh, I remember you said you didn't like to recall it. You don't have to talk about it if it's too painful." "No, it's fine." Kettle shook his head. Arkamis had done much for him. She had given him the keys to unlocking mysteries and had recognized his unique abilities without asking for anything in return. He couldn't refuse her request so easily. "It's a painful memory, but not one I need to bury." After all, the monster from that place was starting to crawl out, and he couldn't ignore it forever. Kettle began to explain slowly, and Arkamis closed her mouth, focusing intently. "To be honest, I don't remember much of my childhood. The first clear memory I have is of dying. Dying? I wasn't in good shape. Back on Earth, he used to kneel and pray to all the gods for an hour before bed each night, hoping that when he woke up, he would be in a world of fantasy. His wish was granted, but in a very twisted way. When he woke up, he found himself as a barbarian in a snowfield. Whether it was possession or his soul inhabiting a newly created body, he couldn't tell. All he knew was that this body was dying alone in the white wilderness. Half buried in ice and unable to move, his hands and feet had turned blue, and his eyelids were frozen shut. As he realized his situation, a quest window appeared before him. First quest: survive for 1 week. Breaking out of the ice, I found myself in a vast, white world. I probably would have died if I had made even a small mistake. After that, a single quest window appeared. I see. Arkamis was listening to the legendary barbarian's story with bated breath. I wandered alone for a long time after that. He drank from melting ice and hunted unknown monsters for food. In a state where he didn't even understand his situation, he moved solely for survival. After quite a while, I finally found others of my kind. You mean the Ashen Barbarians? Yes, I joined them and began living with them. It was then that Kettle realized he had been thrown into a horrific world. At that point, he didn't recognize it as a fantasy world. All he could see were the white expanse and the alien monsters. He thought the gods had played a cruel joke on him, casting him into this terrible place. Even after finding my kin, life wasn't easy. We were fundamentally prey. Really? Arkamis was shocked. According to the legend, the Ashen Barbarians were considered quite dangerous. Despite any exaggerations, she believed they must have been near the top of the food chain in the White Wilderness. But according to Kettle, the barbarians were actually at the bottom of the food chain. Survival wasn't impossible, but it wasn't easy either. They could hunt weaker monsters, but stronger ones hunted them. Despite having a territory, daily invasions led to many of their kin dying. I lived there without any real purpose. He thought being cast into this horrific place was a punishment for his presumptuous dreams, so he didn't pay much attention to the quests back then. He was ready to accept death whenever it came, but one day he encountered an outsider. There was a man on the brink of death. He seemed like an explorer carrying books. I barely saved him and brought him to the tribe. After nursing him back to health, he learned the language and they talked. And at that moment, Kettle realized that the gods had granted his wish. From then on, I had one goal: to survive and make it outside. Yes, he would leave this dreadful place and enjoy the fantasy world he had longed for. From then on, Kettle lived solely for that purpose. He knew he couldn't leave the White Snowfield through ordinary means. He understood there were restrictions even then, so how could he leave? That's when Kettle turned his attention to the quests he had been ignoring. There were countless conditions and missions presented to him through the quest window. He started working on them with a clear mind and no hesitation. He began clearing the quests rapidly. As a result, the strength of the tribe grew naturally. With his numerous accomplishments, he began to be revered as the chieftain. The territory expanded, and though conflicts arose, he crushed his opponents by any means necessary. A lot happened. There was one quest that he remembered vividly. As Kettle was expanding his territory, a massive snake connecting the sky and earth appeared before him. You are the vermin that have been tainting the snowfield. It was his first encounter with the white snake. As his tribesmen screamed and tried to flee, the quest window calmly informed him of his task. 132nd quest: drive the white snake out of your territory. Kettle immediately picked up his axe and charged at the snake. After days of fierce fighting, with his blood staining the white world and his limbs nearly torn apart, he drove the white snake out. I didn't live to become stronger. He lived to get out of this place and naturally gain strength in the process. Well, after a while, things became more manageable. I obtained the largest territory in the snowfield. My tribesmen became strong enough to follow me. After that, my days were routine. I kept searching for ways to get out and failed repeatedly. And after an immeasurable amount of time, he finally made it out. I see. Arkamis let out a breath she had been holding. She couldn't fully grasp his life. Carefully, she asked, so you clashed with legendary creatures like the white snake and the white bear. I often clashed with them. They were the biggest obstacles to expanding our territory. Who won? I'm here now, Kettle said calmly, a definitive answer to her question. Arkamis swallowed the breath she had released again. My goodness. He had defeated legendary creatures. She knew Kettle was a barbarian of the White Snowfield, but she hadn't thought he was strong enough to defeat such creatures. After all, he was just a human, but that was her arrogant misconception. The Emperor wasn't raving mad after all, he spoke only the truth. Realizing this, she shuddered. Huh, what's wrong? Oh, hold on a moment. Arkamis thought deeply and realized a contradiction. Kettle, when you first met the Ashen Barbarians, you said they were weak, right? They were weak. Probably low on the food chain. Huh, what? The timeline didn't match. According to Kettle, the barbarians grew strong after he joined the tribe and learned about the outside world. From then, they quickly expanded their territory and gained strength befitting legends. But according to the Emperor's legend, the barbarians were already strong when he entered the snowfield. And that was a long time ago, even before she was born. The only explanation was if Kettle had lived since before the Emperor entered the snowfield. Kettle, did you ever meet the Emperor? You mean the legendary Emperor? I don't recall seeing such an army. Oh really, but I did meet someone spouting such nonsense long ago. Whether he was the Emperor, I'm not sure. Arkamis fell silent. No way, really. If that were true, it would mean he had been in this world since before she was born. How old could he possibly be? She tried hard to dismiss that possibility. Have I answered sufficiently? More than enough. She leaned back in her chair with a tired expression. She had just heard first-hand accounts from an Ashen barbarian about that place. The unique satisfaction of knowing this secret alone made her feel a strange sense of elation. Then, I guess that explains the uniqueness of your body, an achievement that allowed him to withstand mysteries with his bare body. It made sense if he had conquered the greatest forbidden land, the White Snowfield, but there were still parts that didn't make sense. How can that small body contain such immense mystery and stature, and why was that stature limited to his body alone? It was puzzling. She had resolved one question only to gain another. Still, having solved the big question, Arkamis felt satisfied. Kettle also seemed oddly relieved. You are the first I have shared my life story with. Oh, really? Does that mean I'm special? Yes. Hearing that, Arkamis couldn't help but smile. After that, they exchanged more minor stories. Arkamis asked Kettle about things she was curious about. Then, are there no mysteries in the snowfield? None at all. Even my tribe didn't know about them. The monsters used strange powers, but they couldn't be called mysteries. That's strange. To Arkamis, this was very odd. Mysteries were fundamental units of this world. Saying there were no mysteries was like saying there was a world without water. So it really is a different world. Your tribe is strong even without mysteries. They aren't weak. At least they are strong enough to follow me. Really? Arkamis paused for a moment. Are your tribe members all as smart and intellectual as you? Not at all. They are stupid and foolish. They don't even listen to me properly. I can't stand the sight of them. Compared to the barbarians outside, the ones inside are even more ignorant. I see. A possibility flashed through her mind. The current world was distorting. The existence of the Forbidden Lands was emerging outside. If that was the case, couldn't the Ashen barbarians of the White Snowfield come out just like Kettle did? Barbarians strong enough to follow Kettle, more ignorant than the barbarians outside, coming out all at once. A chill ran down her spine. The mere thought made her body tremble. Chapter 192, Sanctuary of the Elves, Elfo Sagrado, Part 5. Arkamis cautiously asked Kettle, can your tribe come out into the outside world? Kettle, who was about to refuse, hesitated. I don't know. The existence of the Forbidden Lands was coming out into the outside world. Given that the world wasn't in total chaos, there seemed to be some restrictions, but just as the white creature emerged, other monsters could emerge as well. If that was the case, there was no reason the Ashen barbarians couldn't come out either. I hope they don't come out. Huh, really? You don't get along with them? Kettle had lived in the White Snowfield for a long time. As he had led the barbarians as the chieftain, Arkamis thought he would have some affection for them, so Kettle's unexpected response surprised her. If I had to choose, I'd say I like them, but I don't want to see them again. Barbarians are dumb. He had a really hard time with them. If the barbarians had listened to Kettle even a little, they could have come out into the outside world twice as fast. Kettle's feelings towards the Ashen barbarians were close to love-hate. Can they come out? Kettle was unsure. Unlike Kettle, the Ashen barbarians considered the White Snowfield their home. They had no longing for the outside world, so even if the restrictions were lifted, the likelihood of them coming out was low. But they had clung to him, crying, when he was leaving for the outside. Some had even packed their bags, saying they would follow him. He had beaten them all and sent them away, but a few might find a way to follow. I hope not. The thought of meeting them outside made Kettle's head hurt. He shook his head. I don't know, we'll find out if they come out. If those dumb guys came out into the outside world, they were sure to cause trouble. It would definitely reach Kettle's ears. He could deal with it then. So the peculiarity of my body is likely because of the achievements I've made. Oh yes, it's not certain, but probably. Kettle changed the subject. Arkamis followed his lead, sensing he didn't want to talk about his tribe. So the aura of intimidation I exude is also because of that. Probably. Kettle exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Weak humans felt strong pressure just being near him. As a being of nature, elves were even more sensitive, fearing him like a beast, and high elves would flee in terror. If that intimidation was due to his achievements, it made sense. Turning his body into a mystery could easily result in such an aura. Is there any way to control this? To be honest, it was quite bothersome. Everywhere he went, people would be terrified and he had to explain it. Initially, he found it amusing, but he was getting tired of it. I don't know, it's unprecedented. I see. Kettle was disappointed. Seeing this, Arkamis quickly added, but there is someone who might know. Oh. Who? Our queen? Kettle's eyes widened. The High Elf Queen. Yes, the only one who can control the High Elves, the leader of the sacred ground and the elf who made a pact with the Spirit King. A hero-class powerhouse. She might know, Kettle asked in a trembling voice. Can I meet her? Of course. Normally it's impossible for outsiders to meet her, but you have me right. Arkamis was a noble high elf. With her introduction, Kettle could meet the High Elf Queen. Arkamis said, do you want to meet her? Oh please, haha, Arkamis, thank you so much. Kettle smiled brightly and thanked Arkamis greatly. Arkamis's lips twitched upwards. Well, we're friends, don't mention it. Arkamis emphasized those words. They toasted to their friendship. The next day, Kettle followed Arkamis higher up the world tree. When they reached about halfway up, Kettle looked around in awe. It's high. The incredibly tall tree reached the clouds. From the middle of the tree, Kettle could see the entire forest. It was a magnificent view. Arkamis said proudly, impressive, right? Only high elves can see this view. It's very impressive. I can see black magicians beyond the forest. Judging by their movements, they seem to be preparing for an attack. We should prepare. You can see that? Arkamis squinted. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see beyond the forest. I can see it. That's really unbelievable. Let's keep going. They passed the midpoint and reached the area where the leaves were swaying. They passed the midpoint and reached the area near the swaying leaves. There was a plaza woven broadly from the tree trunks. Arkamis lightly stepped into the plaza. Queen, I'm here. Arkamis, a voice echoed with a small sigh. I've told you before, this is a sacred place. Please be respectful and don't raise your voice. I don't care about that. You know that, right? If you had a problem with it, you shouldn't have brought me here. Why did someone like you appear among the high elves? Come on, I'm the only one who chats with you like this, right? Don't worry too much, Arkamis said casually. The one called the queen let out a small sigh. It seems you are not alone today. Oh, you know, I sensed it from the beginning. How could I not notice someone with such a presence? Green eyes like leaves turned towards Kettle. Brown hair like tree roots swayed gently. Before him stood a hero-class powerhouse. Kettle was meeting a hero-class being for the second time since the Tower Master, and upon facing her he could tell. Kettle lightly marveled. Strong. He was a barbarian from the White Snowfield. Their mysticism didn't exist. Thus, he had the instinctive ability to gauge an opponent's strength upon encountering them. When he met the Tower Master, he didn't feel anything special, but that was because the Tower Master perfectly concealed himself. He specialized in deception. However, unlike the Tower Master, the Queen had no reason to hide her power, so it naturally flowed out. Thus, Kettle could tell, the elf before him was incredibly strong, stronger than anyone he'd seen outside. Few in the White Snowfield could give him such a sense of presence. Kettle and the Queen looked at each other. The Queen took a step back and spoke. I would appreciate it if you could lessen your presence. A being of your strength spreading such an aura has a negative impact here. Presence? Kettle asked with a puzzled face. The Queen's expression changed slightly at his attitude. You don't know? I have a rough idea, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. What? Surprise crossed the Queen's face. She looked as if she'd heard that a mathematician who could solve high-level equations couldn't do basic arithmetic. I'll explain it roughly, Arkamis interjected. Arkamis explained why Kettle had come here. The Queen looked confused but gradually calmed down as she listened. I see. So you want to know the answer about the aura of intimidation. I'd also like to know how to control it if possible. Understood, I believe I can help you with that. Oh, that's good to hear, Kettle smiled broadly. The Queen quietly bowed. Before that, an introduction is in order. I am Karin Yggdrasil, Queen of the High Elves and leader of the Sacred Ground. You can call me Karin. Nice to meet you, Karin. I am Kettle the Barbarian. I know of you well, Arkamis has always been talking about you. Karin looked at Kettle with a peculiar expression. So you are the one Arkamis spoke of. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I had thought of greeting you at some point. This is a good opportunity. Even so, Arkamis, you should have informed me in advance. Too much hassle, what does it matter? You knew the moment we entered the sacred ground anyway, right? Arkamis' words were light, but they couldn't be taken lightly. It meant that the entire sacred ground was within the queen's perception. Karin did not deny it. Still, there are procedures. I don't care about that. Arkamis shook her head as if annoyed. Karin sighed deeply like a parent dealing with an unruly child. First of all, as the leader, I welcome you to the sacred ground. Please rest comfortably, but please be cautious with your actions. Your presence can be a threat to the residents here. Don't worry, I have no intention of causing trouble. Aren't you being too strict with my guest? Arkamis, shut up, Karin said with a smile. Arkamis closed her mouth. She knew better than anyone that pushing further would result in getting scolded. Oh, my apologies for such rudeness in front of a guest, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Kettle laughed as if he found it amusing. This queen was peculiar. On the surface, she was very gentle, but the aura she occasionally emitted was fierce. It felt like a ferocious beast disguised as a herbivore. To get to the point, most of what Arkamis said is probably correct. You have a keen understanding, Arkamis. If you had given up on alchemy and learned spirit magic instead, you could have been my successor. It's truly a pity. I don't like that kind of thing. I like things as they are now. Well, fine. I've given up, so do as you wish. Mr. Kettle, the intimidation you exude is your presence itself. Presence, the weight of your accumulated deeds. A beast that has killed countless people exudes murderous intent. An emperor who has unified a continent radiates a powerful aura. A saint who has done good deeds emits a gentle mercy. The atmosphere created by one's accumulated deeds, this was the essence of Kettle's intimidation. With this mystery solved, Kettle smiled with satisfaction. So that's what it is. But even so, I can't understand it. Karin tilted her head in confusion. The presence she felt from Kettle was intense. It was strong enough that a high elf might mistake him for a dragon. To exude such a presence, one would have to have achieved remarkable feats. Feats that could shake the entire continent. No, even that might not be enough. His presence was that immense, it didn't make sense that Karin didn't know of someone like him. With a puzzled expression, Karin asked, "May I examine you for a moment?" "I don't mind." "Then please relax and open yourself up." Kettle followed Karin's instructions. He released the guard he had instinctively been holding. Karin reached out and placed her hand on Kettle's chest. A gentle breeze swirled around them. Her green eyes looked into Kettle's inner being. It didn't take long for those eyes to fill with shock. Karin instinctively withdrew her hand and stepped back. She couldn't understand her own actions for a moment. Did she instinctively feel intimidated and retreat? Not anyone else but her. With a face filled with astonishment, she looked at Kettle. "Where and what exactly did you achieve?" Chapter 193, The Queen of High Elves, Part 1. Karin had a shocked expression. It was the face of someone who had seen something incomprehensible. "Your body, that is," she murmured softly as she groaned. "A result of karma, perhaps. You noticed immediately." Kettle admired her. It had taken Arkamis quite some time to grasp his essence, but Karin figured it out with just one encounter. As expected, heroes are indeed different, he thought, and Karin was even more surprised by Kettle's reaction. "Really? Your body has changed due to the energy from karma?" "That's what I suspect. I'm not entirely sure yet." "I see, so you came to me for confirmation." Kettle's body was special. It endured mystery and power. Was its uniqueness truly due to the feats he had accomplished, as Arkamis suggested? Karin closed her mouth, contemplating. After a while she spoke cautiously. "It is possible. I know that much. Like the great emperor, like a distinguished saint, when one achieves feats or accomplishments that others cannot, they acquire an aura. But can this aura go beyond simply existing and actually alter the body?" The answer was yes. In the past, there was a similar case with the emperor who ruled the entire continent. The emperor who had conquered the continent. Despite failing in his grand dream of conquering the White Snowfield and returning as a cripple, he had indeed ruled the continent. He was an ordinary human who couldn't wield any mystic powers, yet blades couldn't pierce him and poison didn't affect him. Even after his death, his body remained uncorrupted and maintained its living appearance despite no preservation measures. "Oh, really? I didn't know that. It's not widely known. There hasn't been a precedent since then." The emperor's case showed that it wasn't impossible. Theoretically, it was plausible. Even so, Karin couldn't comprehend it. Since that legendary emperor, no one had exhibited such phenomena. Not even heroes possessed bodies like Kettle's. Thus, a natural question arose. "Who exactly are you, Barbarian Kettle?" "That's not what I meant. I don't know you. To achieve a level where the body itself changes, how many extraordinary feats must one accomplish?" Even the emperor who ruled the continent didn't have a body like Kettle's. This implied he had accomplished feats greater than conquering the entire continent. Yet, as the high elf queen who had lived on the continent for a long time, Karin didn't know Kettle. Who are you? Kettle looked at Arkamis. Arkamis nodded slightly. You said that in the distant past an emperor who conquered the continent had powers similar to mine, and that emperor failed in his attempt to conquer the White Snowfield, right? Yes. Karin was momentarily puzzled by Kettle's repetition, but then her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Kettle. The barbarian with ashen hair, Kettle continued calmly. I come from the place you call the White Snowfield. Karin swallowed hard. She looked at Kettle with incredibly shocked, trembling eyes, but those eyes soon calmed. I see. I understand. Your reaction is quite subdued. Isn't this shocking? There's no other explanation. The aura Kettle possessed was superior to that of the emperor who ruled the continent, and the emperor failed to conquer the White Snowfield. This meant that conquering the White Snowfield was far more difficult than ruling the entire continent. If Kettle was the legendary ashen-haired barbarian, it made sense. Seeing Karin's rather flat reaction, Arkamis looked disappointed. Aw. I thought you'd be more excited. I'm sufficiently surprised. The last time I was this shocked was 500 years ago when I met the Tower Master. 500 years, huh? Kettle laughed. A person who appeared to be in their early 20s was talking about 500 years ago. This small detail reminded him how much he loved fantasy. I'm curious why you, the ashen-haired barbarian, are outside and how you came to know Arkamis. But I should finish explaining first. It's highly likely that the uniqueness of your body is due to the feats you've achieved. Oh, probably no mediocre mysteries or powers could even scratch your body. Oh. So that's why it was only natural. The very aura that Kettle accumulated through his achievements transformed and protected his body. That in itself was a mystery. There weren't many things in this world that could penetrate it. Wait a moment, Arkamis made a strange face as he listened. Does that mean no one can harm Kettle's body? No, that's not the case. It's an aura from his achievements. Since it's not directly handling mystical powers, it's not perfect protection. Just as there are slaves who resist the intimidation of a great emperor or criminals who defile saints revered by everyone, it wasn't absolute. Of course, with the physical protection, most things would be impossible, but someone with a certain level of prowess could potentially harm him. But her words didn't carry much weight. Even she didn't look entirely convinced. I see, so that's how it is. Kettle had a satisfied expression. He finally understood the cause of the uniqueness of his body. As Karin cautiously watched Kettle, she asked carefully, Mr. Kettle, are you human? I am, really. I don't think someone who has achieved such feats can still be human. If the aura from his achievements was enough to protect his very body, he was closer to being an incarnation or a concept rather than a living being. At the very least, it was likely he was a higher dimensional existence than a human. Kettle spoke languidly. I am human. He came to this world as a human. He stepped into the fantasy world as a human. The possibility that he had become something else didn't exist, nor should it. Hearing this, Karin felt one thing. Kettle was denying all possibilities except that he was human. It was both stubbornness and obsession. If you believe so then, Karin judged that it wasn't wise to push further and took a step back. Then could it be that my inability to handle mystic powers is also due to the uniqueness of my body? Karin had mentioned that the Emperor of the distant past couldn't handle mystic powers either. It could be the reason why Kettle still couldn't handle them, but Karin denied this possibility. No, that's not it. The Emperor didn't acquire mystic powers because he believed a great ruler didn't need such physical force. If he had wanted to, he could have acquired them at any time. He could probably handle them more easily than anyone else. Since he was a mystery himself, he was qualified to handle mystic powers. Is that so? Kettle looked disappointed. Why is this separate? Was it really because he had withered like Arkamis said? It wasn't strange for his abilities to have atrophied since he hadn't used mystic powers for a long time. Geez. Couldn't my ancestors have handled mystic powers? Kettle grumbled inwardly, feeling no affinity for his tribe. I see you still can't handle mystic powers. This is unfortunate. Karin shook her head. The common sense she had accumulated over a long time was gradually breaking down in front of Kettle. She looked at him anew. The legendary ashen-haired barbarian. That being was now in the sanctuary right in front of her. As a high elf she was special enough, but she paled in comparison to the ashen-haired barbarian. Although I was surprised, if you came at Arkamis' invitation, there's no reason to refuse you. As long as you don't cause any problems, we will welcome you. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. I have no intention of causing trouble, so don't worry. By the way, could I learn something? What is it? When we first met, you asked me to lower my presence. Is that possible? Kettle naturally exuded an aura of intimidation. It was enough to pressure humans and make elves or high elves, beings of nature, fear approaching him. To be honest, it was getting annoying. He wanted to resolve it since it prevented him from enjoying things properly. Karin made a reluctant face at his words. I see, you don't know how to control your aura. Her expression was as if she was hearing a martial arts master say they didn't know how to hold a sword. If that's the case, I'll teach you how to control your aura. If you wish, I can also teach you about mystic powers. It's late today, so come tomorrow and I'll teach you. Oh, I'd appreciate that, Kettle smiled brightly. Satisfied, he prepared to leave. As Arkamis was about to follow him, Karin spoke. Arkamis, stay here. Huh, Karin was glaring at Arkamis with a serious expression. Kettle chuckled, seems like you have a lot to discuss. I'll head down first. Okay, got it. Arkamis nodded with an uneasy face near the top of the world tree, a wide clearing. There Arkamis the high elf was sprawled on the ground as if being crushed by something. Your Majesty, it's hard. Karin sat elegantly in her chair, sipping tea with a smile, but her eyes weren't smiling at all. You knew he was the Ashen Barbarian, didn't you? Why, yes. And yet you brought him here without telling me beforehand. Why, I wanted to see you surprised. Arkamis' body flattened even more. Karin watched him for a moment, sighed and waved her hand. The wind pressing down on Arkamis dissipated. Oof. That was tough. What if he had ill intentions? Have you forgotten the importance of this place? Don't worry, he's not that kind of person, so what do you think? Impressive, isn't he? Arkamis asked with a beaming smile, as if seeking recognition for Kettle's greatness. Karin didn't want to say what she wanted to hear, but she had no choice. He is impressive, bringing the Ashen Barbarian here. How did you come to know him? He approached me first. Said he wanted to learn alchemy. The Ashen Barbarian alchemy, he actually studied hard, probably at an apprentice level now. That's something. Karin shook her head, unable to understand. Arkamis' eyes sparkled. So what do you think, from your perspective, Your Majesty, how strong is Kettle? Just how strong was Kettle? She was incredibly curious. She had learned that Kettle defeated the monsters of the White Snowfields, but she couldn't gauge the extent of his power. As an entity of heroic rank, the Queen would surely know. Her question was filled with that expectation, but Karin remained silent. When the silence stretched, Arkamis' eyes widened. Huh, you couldn't figure it out either. Really? Be quiet, Karin spoke in a tone that showed her pride was hurt. No, really, Arkamis was genuinely surprised. For her, the High Elf Queen Karin was an absolute being. She existed before she was born and was the only spirit master who had a contract with the Spirit King. She still couldn't forget the sight of Karin displaying her power when she was a child. The world had literally turned upside down. She followed Karin despite her hatred for high elves because she had awe and respect for her power. And yet she couldn't figure out Kettle. It was unbelievable. It's not like I can grasp everything perfectly. When she grabbed Kettle's arm, she instinctively stepped back. She had felt an overwhelming aura from him. As he can't handle mystic powers, his strength is limited to his physical abilities. There was no way to fathom the depth. Karin shook her head as she pondered. He won't be an enemy anyway, there's no need to worry. The Spirit King hasn't said anything either. I guess so. Arkamis nodded with a vague expression. That emotion cracked Karin's face. Right now, Arkamis was comparing her strength to Kettle's. How could this be? Karin had cherished Arkamis immensely when she was young. She quickly recognized her talent and provided all sorts of support and care. After taking care of Arkamis for hundreds of years, Karin began to see her as a daughter. Considering the nature of high elves, it was a very unusual thing. That's why she tolerated Arkamis' mischief as a daughter's prank. She should have immediately brought Arkamis back when she left the sanctuary. But Karin suppressed that with her power. That's how special Arkamis was to Karin, yet now Arkamis was doubting her strength. No matter the mischief, Arkamis never denied that she was the strongest, but now her faith wavered. Karin felt immensely wronged. It was as if she had been betrayed by her daughter. I'm stronger. Who was she? The High Elf Queen and the only contractor with the Spirit King. She was a hero, the strongest existence in this world. Naturally, she had strong pride in her power, Karin thought inwardly. Though that barbarian is unusual, she's stronger. If they fought, she could win. She might not be able to pierce Kettle's body, but without knowing mystic powers, he couldn't reach her. Though Kettle's class was far above hers, he didn't possess matching strength. He couldn't even control his presence. He just wielded overwhelming physical strength. Of course, that alone was an astonishing power, but it had its limits. She didn't think she would lose. I can win, but since he was a friend of Arkamis and they had a good relationship, there was no need to fight. Arkamis saw him as more than a friend, so technically he was like family. Even though she could win, proving it through a duel felt childish. I can win, but there's no need to prove it. She made up her mind, and the next day, Kettle came to see her. Before Karin could explain, Kettle spoke first. Karin, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Could you spar with me? Karin was momentarily breathless. Kettle was looking at her with sparkling, childlike eyes. Chapter 194, The Queen of High Elves, Part 2. I do not know the limits of my physical body. Kettle's body had never been wounded in the outside world. Only once, Rubitra left a mark on his body, but it was just a red mark that would fade over time. Kettle didn't know what level of a strong opponent could pierce his body. It's not a good thing. He couldn't rely solely on his physical body forever. Misjudging an opponent's strength could lead to significant harm. But if it's you, you could figure out my limits. You are the High Elf Queen, a hero among the strong, hero class, one of the strongest beings in the world. That's who is standing before Kettle now. If it was someone that strong, they could identify the limits of his physical body. It makes sense. Our commies, who had been listening, nodded as if it was reasonable. It was indeed necessary. Is it possible? Kettle asked with eyes full of anticipation. Although he mentioned it for those reasons, the truth was he simply wanted to fight. How strong was the strongest person in the world? How would they compare to the monsters of the White Snowfield? Karin was said to be a contractor with the Spirit King. What level of power did the Spirit King possess? He was extremely curious. It was hard to hold back as it was an opportunity to satisfy his long-standing curiosity. Ah, Karin, who had been silent for a moment, spoke softly but quickly. No, it seems difficult. This place is a sanctuary. If you were to spar with someone of your level, we don't know what effects it might have here. Then outside the sanctuary, that also seems difficult. There are malevolent beings outside. Currently, the elf sanctuary was surrounded by dark magicians. It was easy to forget because the sanctuary was very peaceful, but it wasn't a peaceful situation. I have to conserve my strength to protect the sanctuary. It seems difficult. I see. Kettle clicked his tongue in disappointment. Karin's words were very reasonable. Any further insistence would be stubbornness on his part. Arkamis tilted her head curiously. It doesn't really matter, does it? It's not like the dark magicians could break through the queen's defense just because of a sparring match. There is always a chance. There's no chance. Shut up, Arkamis, Karin smiled brightly. Arkamis quickly closed her mouth. Then is it possible after everything is over? Haha, let's talk about that then. It's too urgent right now. That's true, I understand. Kettle clicked his tongue again and stepped back. I would win if they fought. She would win, but there was no need to fight unnecessarily. Fighting to prove strength was a very barbaric act. As a queen, she had to maintain her dignity. I would win, but she concluded that it was only because of the situation that they wouldn't fight. She decided in her heart, but she couldn't help the momentary unease she felt. Trying to calm her emotions, Karin changed the subject. Then let's get to the main point. You came to me to learn how to conceal your aura, didn't you? Ah, yes, please, Kettle smiled. Karin, having successfully diverted his attention, sighed with relief inside. With the atmosphere calmed, Karin began to explain slowly. Currently, Mr. Kettle, you are fully revealing your aura, therefore your presence is overwhelming the surroundings. It's not very desirable. You need to conceal that aura. Concealing one's aura was absolutely necessary. It was like the difference between holding a sword recklessly and holding it with the proper grip. It was the same. I'll show you a simple example. As soon as Karin finished speaking, her presence expanded. In an instant, Karin's presence covered the entire sanctuary. Elves looked up at the world tree in surprise. Kettle showed a surprised expression. Karin's presence was gently but unmistakably spreading throughout the sanctuary. It was similar to the presence Kettle felt from himself. Karin was also a hero-level strong person. She could affect her surroundings with just her presence. She was merely concealing it. You can reveal and conceal yourself in this way. Karin calmly retracted her presence. The presence that had been pressing down on the entire sanctuary disappeared cleanly. Oh, how do I do it? Is it impossible without mystic powers? It has nothing to do with mystic powers. The important thing is you yourself. That's all, Karin explained calmly. Concentrate on yourself as an existence. On myself as an existence, yes, and think of holding that within yourself. Imagine looking at yourself as another person and containing that within you. Kettle closed his eyes and focused his mind. Arkamis watched him with a curious expression. My queen, when did I do that? I think you were about 10 years old. Right, what Kettle was doing now was the basic step that anyone dealing with mysteries must first undertake. It was akin to taking baby steps. For someone as powerful as Kettle to not know how to walk was a very peculiar sight. I think I've got it roughly. That was quick. Now compress it. What do you mean by compress? Enclose all your accomplishments and achievements within yourself. Visualization is important. Think of writing it down in a book. That might make it easier. A book, Kettle followed Arkamis' instructions. He began to write down in his mental book all the things he had achieved in the white snowy plains. This is taking longer than I thought. It does take time. And indeed, the process was quite lengthy. Kettle sat there with his eyes closed for over an hour. It meant that documenting the achievements of the person named Kettle took several hours. Karin looked exasperated. Just how much has he accomplished? As time flowed by and turned into several hours, a change occurred. Arkamis was surprised. The sense of presence emanating from Kettle was slowly diminishing. Kettle opened his eyes. Is this the feeling? Excellent, Karin nodded. Think of it as engraving it more deeply by repeating the process. The goal is to encapsulate everything perfectly without leaving anything out. I see. This process is also essential for you, Kettle, to acquire and handle the mysteries. Gathering energy was crucial for handling mysteries. Without this process, the consumption of mysteries was high, and the concentration of power was not properly achieved. Kettle continued to gather his energy under guidance. After a week, Karin cautiously asked, "Do you not need rest?" For a whole week, Kettle had neither slept nor eaten. He invested all 24 hours of each day into gathering energy. No matter how strong one's stamina was, the mind would still get exhausted. Gathering energy required considerable mental effort. Even for someone as strong as Kettle, it was an impressive feat. "It's just fun, though," Kettle said nonchalantly. Managing and gathering one's own energy and presence. It was like something out of a comic book. He was doing such things in reality, so there was no reason to get tired. It was so enjoyable that he lost track of time. Karin looked at Kettle with mixed feelings. "If that's the case, I will go out on a reconnaissance for a bit. If you have any questions, please ask when I return." "Oh, don't worry. Take your time." Karin descended from the world tree. Left alone, Kettle continued to gather energy with joy. Due to investing all his time, the presence emanating from him had noticeably diminished. At this rate, he would soon be able to gather it completely. Then he would be able to converse with the elves he met for the first time without any misunderstandings. It was very satisfying. As Kettle was gathering his energy, a thought crossed his mind. "If I can reduce my presence, I can also increase it, right?" A strong presence naturally exuded from him, suppressing his surroundings. It was an extremely natural presence, not something he consciously displayed. He was now suppressing and gathering it. Conversely, it meant he could expand that presence and further suppress his surroundings. Didn't Karin also spread her presence across the entire sanctuary? Then he could do it too. After a moment of contemplation, Kettle made a decision. He expanded himself. He released the words of achievements written within him. A powerful presence rapidly spread in all directions. At that moment, Karin was descending the world tree and looking beyond the sanctuary. "There's movement from the dark magicians." "Yes, it seems they will move soon." Captain of the Guardians, Ash nodded. "Relay the battle preparations to the Guardian units." "Understood." But, Ash asked cautiously, "How is the Barbarian doing?" "A barbarian in the Elven Sanctuary." Kettle was currently very famous within the sanctuary. He didn't know because he hadn't come down, but most of the elves' conversations were about him. Not only had a barbarian entered the sanctuary, but he was also staying in the queen's residence. Additionally, Arkamis seemed to show favor towards the barbarian. It was bound to be a topic of conversation. "He's fine. He's doing well." "Is that so?" Ash looked worried. He was an elf, and it was only natural to be concerned since the barbarian was staying in the most important place of the world tree. Karin, reading his mind, spoke confidently. "There is no problem, and even if something were to happen, it wouldn't matter. I'm here." "Indeed, with the queen here, my worries are unnecessary." Ash nodded with a smile. Just as Karin was about to tell him not to worry needlessly, boom. A massive pressure overwhelmed them. Ash's face turned pale in an instant. He unknowingly dropped to his knees and clung to the wall, his entire body trembling like a leaf. It wasn't just Ash. The nearby elves were in the same state. As they were weaker than Ash, their condition was worse. They were breathing heavily, struggling under the pressure. The only one unaffected was Karin. "Hold on," Karin was taken aback. A massive presence and overwhelming pressure was suppressing the entire sanctuary. "What is this? Could it be that a god has descended nearby?" Had the spirit god come down directly, the presence was enough to make one think so. Karin hurriedly located the source of the presence. "What?" Her eyes widened. The presence was emanating from near the leaves of the world tree. "No way!" Karin swiftly moved. She quickly ascended the world tree and reached where Kettle was. Karin involuntarily gasped. The pressure felt there was terrifying. The space itself seemed distorted, and at the center of it was Kettle. Kettle was standing still with his eyes closed. Kettle, stop it," Karin advanced, forcibly suppressing the distorted space. Karin, what's going on? Please gather your energy." My apologies." Kettle slowly gathered his energy. The overwhelming presence that had been pressing down on the entire sanctuary dissipated. She could hear the elves below the world tree exhaling deeply. Karin looked at Kettle in astonishment. "What were you doing?" "Well, didn't you expand your presence? I was curious if I could do it too. Sorry for doing it without warning." "Is that all?" "Yes, was there a problem?" The recent event was just from him releasing his presence. Could he really be the ruler of the White Snow Plains? Karin seriously began to doubt. Chapter 195, The Queen of the High Elves, Part 3. Is it true? Arkamis' face twisted as she rushed up belatedly to grasp the situation. All he did was expand his presence. Yes, as unbelievable as it sounds. Arkamis and Karin were discussing Kettle alone. Kettle wasn't present because Karin had told him to rest. Kettle insisted it wasn't necessary, but her firm attitude left him no choice but to comply. How is this possible? Arkamis was dumbfounded. She had been in the sacred grounds, so she experienced the impact of Kettle's expanded presence directly. In that moment, she felt as if her breath had stopped. She was like a mouse in front of a cat, her entire body stiffened. She could barely blink and her limbs trembled. Even someone as powerful as her struggled to cope with the pressure. Initially, she had mistaken it for the descent of a spirit god, just like Karin had, the immense pressure that covered the entire sacred grounds. It was hard to believe that this was merely the result of expanding his presence. Is he really human? Even Arkamis, who knew Kettle well, started to have doubts. He was far stronger than she had estimated. Karin gave a bitter smile. I don't think so either. But he insists on claiming he's human, so I can't really argue. It doesn't make sense. At that level, isn't he stronger than Her Majesty? No, I am stronger. Karin couldn't say that. She already lacked confidence, and what Kettle had just shown made her even more unsure. I won't be outmatched. Kettle's individual presence was much higher than hers, the Queen of the High Elves. She couldn't deny that fact. However, just because someone's presence was high didn't mean their strength equaled that presence. Even the legendary Emperor was just a frail human. He doesn't possess power that matches his presence. Of course, he wasn't weak. Someone who could suppress the entire sacred grounds with presence alone couldn't be weak, but Kettle's strength seemed more like he was wielding his presence recklessly. He didn't possess power that matched his presence. In contrast, she was a hero among the strong. She could interfere with the laws and principles of the world. This was a power Kettle did not possess. I won't lose ... probably. Karin's voice lacked conviction as she spoke. Arkamis was shocked by her attitude. It was the first time she had seen Karin so lacking in confidence. She swallowed hard. Then what if Kettle gains the mysteries and learns to wield them? If he wasn't limited by his physical body? If he transcended that and began to wield the great mysteries of the world? If he started to handle power that matched his presence? It would be a disaster. Right. Did I perhaps create a monster? Arkamis swallowed. She had helped Kettle realize the mysteries. The thought that she might have created an irreversible monster sent chills down her spine. However, this didn't change her attitude toward Kettle. It was too late to fear him now after all their long relationship. She just realized and respected his power. Karin had gently explained to the elves of the sacred grounds, so there was no confusion. Karin warned Kettle. Please refrain from expanding your presence. It frightens the elves. I apologize. I was curious to see if it was possible. Is that so? He did it just because he could. Karin shook her head. After that, Kettle continued to contain his presence. Spending all his time on it, the speed was incredibly fast. 3 days later, Kettle's presence had significantly decreased. Now when he toured the sacred grounds, the elves kept their distance but didn't flee. Kettle was deeply moved by the change and invested even more time into it. Around that time, a horn sounded. A beautiful yet tense horn sound like a song. Karin and Arkamis' expressions changed. They've finally come, those loathsome ones. What's happening? Enemies, Karin said, her eyes sinking coldly, different from when she faced Kettle or Arkamis. The dark magicians have begun their attack. Just when I thought they were gone, they were preparing. Who? I'll take care of it quickly, so please wait. Karin was about to descend when Kettle stopped her. May I come along too? I don't mind, but then let me join you. I might be of some help. Oh, thank you. Kettle followed Karin with a cheerful smile. It was the first time he would see the power of a hero-level warrior. His face was filled with anticipation. Outside the sacred grounds, the elves were on guard. They smiled brightly when they saw Karin. Your Majesty, you've come. They hesitated for a moment when they saw Kettle. However, unlike before, they didn't seem too bothered. Kettle's presence had diminished significantly. Kettle felt pleased by their changed reactions, but one elf was startled at the sight of Kettle. Oh, Parko. It's you. It was Parko, the high elf knight who had come to take Arkamis away. Kettle approached with a friendly face. Parko's face turned pale. Do you know each other? We met when he came to take Arkamis. We had a light sparring session. A light sparring session? Doesn't seem like it, thought Karin, as Parko looked like he had seen the Grim Reaper. Kettle smiled warmly. I heard you granted my request. I am truly grateful. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. Why, yes, Parko responded in a dying voice. If he could, he would have begged Kettle to pretend he didn't know him. But he was too scared to say it out loud. Karin snapped out of her thoughts and focused. What's going on? The dark magicians have started their invasion. Monsters were running through the forest, Kettle murmured. There are many. Tall trees were being knocked down and broken by the massive monsters. The number was enough to clear the forest area. There were at least over 100, and it wasn't just the number that was alarming. Among the approaching monsters, Kettle noticed some particularly powerful ones, similar to those he had seen at the sacred grounds of Kaloja. The individual strength of the monsters was considerable. There were also many first-rate monsters. Several dark magicians were riding on the backs of the monsters, leading them. There seemed to be superhuman-level dark magicians among them. This attack was twice as powerful as the total assault on Kaloja's sacred grounds. And that wasn't the end. They've even started a fire. The forest was burning. At first glance, it was clear that this wasn't an ordinary flame. It was burning the vegetation at a very fast rate, growing larger as it spread. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the entire forest was consumed. The fire was advancing rapidly with the monsters. The dark magicians and monsters were advancing along with the fire. It was a very tricky situation. If the fire wasn't dealt with quickly, it would spread uncontrollably. But dealing with the fire would mean the monsters and dark magicians would interfere. Their attack was filled with a resolve to burn the forest down even if they were annihilated. Elves, the superhuman-level dark magician at the front, shouted with a face full of madness. "Your forest will burn and disappear." His expression showed a resolve for death. There was no sign of retreat, so they had to be completely defeated. Given the number and strength of the monsters and dark magicians, it wouldn't be easy. Time would inevitably be dragged out, increasing the likelihood of the forest burning. They had to stop the dark magician's attack and deal with the fire. It was clearly a disadvantageous situation for the elves, but Karin laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha." Her laughter, full of mockery, echoed through the forest. "How dare you? Verminous rats of evil. I'll commend you for breaking through our barrier, but you think you can attack our land with just this? Have you sold your brains to the demons too?" Her voice was extremely cold. Kettle whistled softly. Both Arkamis and Karin occasionally showed their temper. High elves have quite the temper. "Yes, you want to burn our forest, don't you? You're even willing to give up your lives for it." "How admirable!" Karin praised the resolve of the dark magicians. She raised her hand. "Then what will you do about this?" With those words, a strange wind gathered behind Karin. Kettle's expression changed. A massive wind was accumulating behind Karin, so much so that even he could feel it. Although the wind itself wasn't visible, it formed a shape. A spirit. Snap. Karin snapped her fingers. Simultaneously, the wind blew. It was a very gentle, soothing breeze. Kettle's eyes widened. At that moment, he was expanding his senses throughout the entire forest. Because of this, he could tell, all the air in the vicinity was being controlled by Karin. The wind that had spread throughout the forest stopped moving in an instant. Huff, the fire went out. The dark magicians, who had been charging with madness in their eyes, hesitated. The fire, which had been spreading to burn the entire forest, disappeared without a trace. Not even a single ember remained. What? Your attempt to burn our forest has failed. So what will you do now? The dark magician hastily tried to turn around. Karin laughed. Trying to run away? Snap. She snapped her fingers again. As the wind blew once more, the dark magicians and monsters stopped moving. No, they didn't just stop. Their bodies were slowly lifted into the air. The dark magician widened his eyes and tried to resist. This can't be. No matter how much dark energy he gathered and wielded, nothing happened. No, to be precise, dark energy was being released, but it had no effect. It was as if the environment itself had changed. The superhuman dark magician could do nothing but flail like a helpless child. "You can't run away now, so what will you do?" Can't do anything, then die." Snap. With a cold voice and another snap of her fingers, the dark magicians and monsters were crushed. The wind itself compressed them into a spherical shape. Karin casually waved her hand. The compressed bodies scattered and disappeared into the wind. Nothing was left. Only the trees felled by the monsters and some charred vegetation remained. If those traces were gone, one might believe nothing had happened at all. The desperate attack of over 100 high-ranking monsters and a superhuman dark magician ended with just 3 snaps of her fingers. The elves stared at Karin with astonished expressions. Karin smiled gently. "It's all over, you can go back to your duties." "Ah, yes," the elves swallowed hard and nodded. The dark magician's desperate attack ended so futilely. The elves praised the queen's power and majesty with great admiration, and Kettle was no different. "Amazing, truly amazing. Really? Absolutely, you're incredibly strong, it's astonishing." Kettle was genuinely impressed. The power Karin had just displayed exceeded his expectations. Everything ended with just 3 snaps of her fingers. That was something even Kettle couldn't do. Although he was undoubtedly strong, his strength was limited to his physical body. He could have beaten all the monsters and blown away the fire with a powerful wind, but it would have devastated the forest in the process. He couldn't handle it as cleanly as Karin did. Moreover, the monsters and dark magicians couldn't put up any resistance. It was an overwhelming difference in power. This is the Queen of the High Elves, a hero-class warrior who had made a pact with the Spirit King, one of the world's greatest. It was a power that elicited admiration. Kettle continually praised Karin's feat, which felt incredibly awkward to her. Why is someone who has accomplished more than I have acting like this? Kettle's presence was far greater than hers. What he had achieved was incomparable to her own feats. It felt very strange for someone like Kettle to be praising her. When you manifested your power, I felt a great wind gather behind you. Was that the power of the Spirit King? Yes. I have made a pact with the Spirit King of the Wind. Oh, so that was it. The wind of the entire forest moved at your command. You probably extinguished the fire by cutting off its oxygen supply. You perfectly immobilized the dark magicians and monsters with the wind. It was like witnessing the authority of nature itself. You have a keen understanding. Thank you. Kettle's eyes sparkled. Could I perhaps experience a fragment of that power myself? No, I don't want to. I see. When Karin firmly refused to spar, Kettle looked disappointed. His reaction, like that of a child, left Karin a bit speechless. He was beyond her understanding in many ways. Kettle continued to seek opportunities to spar with Karin. However, each time Karin, with almost ghostly intuition, avoided him, so his attempts were always thwarted. After some time had passed, Kettle finally succeeded in completely containing his presence. Chapter 196, The Queen of the High Elves, Part 4. It's done. Is it over? Yes, Karin nodded. Kettle succeeded in perfectly containing his aura. Arkamis, how is it? I can't feel anything at all. Arkamis looked at Kettle with amazement. The overwhelming presence she used to feel from Kettle had completely vanished. No matter how much she examined him, she could only sense the level of a third-rate mystic. There was no sense of intimidation or presence. On the surface, he just looked like an oversized third-rate barbarian. Of course, that in itself felt a bit off, but at least the instinctive sense of threat was no longer there. Oh, really? Kettle's face brightened. Then I'll leave for a bit. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Kettle descended from the top of the world tree to the land where the elves lived. Elves were living there, taking walks, children playing, leading their daily lives just like anywhere else. Until now, Kettle's approach would often shatter that daily life, but not anymore. As Kettle walked among them, the elves didn't react much. They were startled, but they didn't run away or avoid him. Instead, some even greeted him first. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Kettle nodded and accepted the greeting. He continued to walk among the elves, and they no longer rejected him. Oh, Kettle was moved. Tears welled up in his eyes. Until now, the elves had always rejected him. Some even attacked him outright. His first encounter with an elf had started with an attack. It felt like a rejection, as if to say, you don't belong here. It was a very sad thing for Kettle, who wanted to live in a fantasy world. But not anymore. The elves no longer rejected him. It was immensely moving. He felt like his existence had become more aligned with the fantasy world. Having fully savored the moment, Kettle returned to the top of the world tree. Arkamis greeted him with a smile. How was it? It was moving, truly. Thank you so much, Karin. I will never forget this favor. Ah, yes, you're welcome, Kettle sincerely thanked Karin. Although slightly flustered by his pure emotion, she accepted it calmly. She was beginning to understand what kind of person Kettle was. Kettle was honest with his emotions and acted according to his heart, like an adventurer. In a way, he was very pure. Considering that people who reached a certain level often ended up broken in some way, it was unusual. Or is it? Had he remained pure and yet become broken? Karin wondered slightly. Whatever the case, Kettle had achieved his goal. He toured the sacred land of the elves. The elves didn't avoid him, allowing him to enjoy the daily life in the sacred land to the fullest. Kettle was very happy. He recorded every bit of their daily life in his notebook. Maybe I should buy another notebook soon. The notebook he had been jotting down in was about halfway filled. Kettle decided to buy a slightly bigger notebook next time. Kettle enjoyed the sacred land of the elves to his heart's content, and soon he realized one thing: there are a lot of spirits here. Spirits which had been suppressed by Kettle's presence were now appearing. The spirits wandered around the sacred land, playing with the elves. There were so many of them that they painted the sky of the sacred land. Kettle was captivated by the beautiful sight. Late at night, Kettle returned home and asked Arkamis about the spirits. Arkamis replied, because the world tree is here, this place is the closest to the spirit world in the Middle Earth. It was the only place where spirits could stay on the ground without any special contracts. It was natural to see many spirits. The elves of the sacred land grow up and live with spirits from childhood. Being beings of nature, the elves' affinity increased as they spent their childhood with spirits. Therefore, it was very easy for them to make contracts with spirits. Simply put, I'm probably the only elf in the sacred land who hasn't made a contract with a spirit. Arkamis could also make a contract with a high-level spirit if she wanted to, though she chose not to. A spirit mage, Kettle murmured, the spirits floating leisurely in beautiful forms. They came in a variety of appearances, most of them cute and beautiful. The sight of green and blue spirits drifting gracefully in the air was truly a spectacle. To be honest, it was very attractive. He loved fantasy. Naturally, he had read many fantasy novels. As a child, he had borrowed books not just from the local rental shop but from across the entire region. And in many of the fantasy novels he read as a child, the protagonist was often a spirit mage. Having had such a childhood, it was only natural that he wanted to make a contract with a spirit himself. Can I make a contract with a spirit too? Huh, Arkamis paused. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke cautiously. It might be difficult. Spirit contracts weren't something just anyone could do. While elves could easily make contracts, humans couldn't even attempt it without innate talent. Human spirit mages were rarer than magicians. Is that so? Kettle's face fell. Seeing his disappointment, Arkamis' heart sank. No, that won't do. She wanted to make Kettle part of her family. Her goal was to build a deep relationship with him and have children. If Kettle felt disappointed and regretful here, it would greatly diminish the chances of her achieving her goal. Feeling pressed, she quickly exclaimed, "But it's not entirely impossible. There's a more special way to attempt a contract with a spirit. You might be able to do it." "Oh, really?" Kettle's face brightened. Arkamis nodded quickly. "Normally, it would be impossible, but who am I? I'm a high elf, one of the few noble and pure elves in the world." That was Arkamis. "I'll talk to the queen about it tomorrow. It might be possible." "Oh. As expected of Arkamis, you're the best. Thank you so much." Kettle beamed and thanked Arkamis. She smiled broadly. The next day, Karin cast a cold glance at Arkamis, who had come to see her. Arkamis. "Are you kidding me?" Arkamis shrank and kept her mouth shut. She was completely different from the confident person who had spoken to Kettle. "I know what you're talking about, but do you really think that's possible? Still, can't we at least try?" "You never know, it might work, right? Come on, can't you do it for me?" HMPH. Karin, who had been about to say something, closed her mouth. As she showed signs of contemplation, Arkamis waited anxiously. "Is all right?" After a moment, Karin nodded. "It won't hurt to try and confirm it. Bring him here." "Yea, as expected of the queen, I'll bring him right away." Arkamis quickly left. Karin gave a wry smile. Shortly after, Kettle came up with an expectant look on his face. Is it really possible? To be honest, he didn't have high hopes. He thought it was impossible, but hearing there was a possibility made his expectations rise. "First, let me explain how to make a contract with a spirit." Karin explained slowly. "A person with sufficient affinity for nature performs a ritual to summon a spirit at the appropriate place. A summoning circle is drawn in the spirit world. Then, spirits sensing the energy of the summoning circle approach. If a spirit among them likes the potential contractor, a contract can be made. It's a contract where the spirit has the choice. Based on what you said, I feel like no spirit would want to contract with me. Probably not. Although he had contained his presence, it didn't mean he had won the spirit's favor. None of the spirits overflowing in the sacred land had approached Kettle. What's this? Didn't that mean it's impossible? Just as disappointment reappeared on Kettle's face, Karin spoke. What I just explained is the typical method of contracting with a spirit, but there is another way to make a contract with a spirit. What is this other method? By going directly to the spirit world. What? Kettle's eyes widened. Karin continued. Move your physical body directly into the spirit world and find a spirit that resonates with you. You can meet far more spirits this way than by drawing a summoning circle. By moving around and conversing directly, the chances of making a contract were higher. Kettle's voice trembled. Is that possible? Normally no, but we have the world tree here. It was the place closest to the spirit world in Middle-earth. The boundary was that faint. And I am here. As an elf contracted with the Spirit King, she could open a passage to the spirit realm. It could be dangerous since you have to go directly to the spirit realm. Are you okay with that? Of course, Kettle nodded vigorously. The spirit realm, the thought of going there directly made his heart race. He almost wanted to beg to be taken there. His enthusiasm slightly flustered Karin. All right then, let's prepare. However, there's one problem. It was that Kettle had very little mystic energy. Mystic energy will be continuously consumed while you stay in the spirit realm. With the current amount you have, it seems you'd only last a few minutes. They needed to increase his mystic energy. Kettle took out a blue gem from his subspace. It was a catalyst he received as a reward from the mermaids. Can I use this? That is, Karin was surprised. The amount of mystic energy emanating from the blue gem was immense. It was a catalyst even the High Elf Queen rarely saw. That should suffice. Then Arkamis, please, got it. With Arkamis' help, Kettle absorbed the mystic energy from the blue gem into his body. As a result, Kettle's mystic energy increased significantly. Comparatively, it was now at a second-rate level. Arkamis was flabbergasted. After using such a catalyst, you're only at a second-rate level. Do you think you can use mystic energy now? No, it still seems impossible. It's still not enough. Why is your mystic energy efficiency so bad? It was likely because the quality and quantity of mystic energy were far insufficient compared to the level of his body. What kind of catalyst would be needed to enable that body to handle mystic energy? Do you need something like a dragon heart? That level of catalyst seems necessary. But at the current level, it's enough for you to stay in the spirit realm. Come to think of it, Queen, don't you know some dragons? Yes, I do, Karin nodded. As the High Elf Queen, she had lived a very long life. Among her acquaintances were a few dragons. It's been a long time since I contacted them, but I know where they are. You know where they are? Kettle's eyes shone dangerously. Karin, do you have any dragons you're on bad terms with? Pardon? Any dragons you want to kill or have a grudge against? I think it's not unusual to have at least one enemy after living such a long life. I do have enemies, but none of them are dragons. Is that so? That's a pity. Kettle looked genuinely disappointed. If you ever have such a dragon in the future, feel free to tell me. You've given me a lot, that's the least I can do. Ah, understood. Karin looked at Kettle with a complicated expression. A suspicion crossed her mind momentarily. Is he seriously thinking about killing a dragon to take its heart? Chapter 197, Spirit World, Part 1. For a moment such doubts crossed her mind, but Karin shook her head. Dragons are mighty beings. Each one is akin to a natural disaster, and even as a hero she could not guarantee victory against them. They were not like bears to be hunted for their hearts or anything of that sort. It can't be, no way. She tried to believe that as she changed the subject. Then let's get ready, we should be done by tomorrow. Please wait for us, Arkamis, you will assist me. Understood. Thank you, truly thank you, Kettle smiled brightly. His face was filled with anticipation, and at that time. While Kettle was eagerly looking forward to moving to the spirit world, the followers of Federica arrived at the coastal city where Kettle had previously been. This is the place where the Barbarian arrived. Having failed to gather information at the holy site of Kaloja, they had somehow managed to trace Kettle's movements to this location. Though they had succeeded, it was evident that they had gone through a lot of hardship as they looked quite shabby. Their clothes were covered in dust and their faces were smeared with grime. Let's go, yes. At the words of the Inquisitor Liltara, the holy knights nodded. They entered the coastal city, revealed their identities, and met with the lord of the city. The city lord, sweating profusely, received Liltara. Oh no, why are followers of Federica here? Their church was far from here. He couldn't understand why they had come. His body trembled more than it did when he had faced Kettle's group. It was inevitable. The Federica church was despised by everyone. Unlike the Church of Kaloja, which was shunned for past deeds, Federica was actively hated in the present. Many lands had been destroyed under their tyranny. They inflicted real damage, so it was only natural to fear them. Nice to meet you, Lord. Yes, yes, Liltara, who was seated, greeted politely. Her appearance was extremely dirty. Her clothes were covered in dust, her face had dark spots, and her hair was rough as if she hadn't washed it. She looked too shabby to be a noble inquisitor. The Lord spoke cautiously. Haven't you been visited by bath attendants? Since he had to deal with a follower of God, he had already sent attendants ahead. At the Lord's words, Liltara's face twisted. Did you say attendants? Ah, no, I misspoke. I apologize. The Lord's face turned pale for a moment. He repeatedly apologized as if sending bath attendants to Liltara was a problem. Indeed, it was an issue. He had effectively denied the values of Federica. Liltara looked at the Lord disapprovingly. Please be careful. Yes, yes, the land here is very prosperous. The faces of the people are lively and clean. The Inquisitor of the Sun God Aquez admired the appearance of the city with warm eyes. But Liltara's face was very cold. She looked at the Lord. His body was 3 times larger than hers. The emotion of loathing was evident in his eyes. The appearance of this city is very displeasing. To possess such prosperity without knowing the great values, I would like to return it to the proper state immediately. At those words, the Lord's heart stopped for a moment. But that is not the purpose of my visit, so I will not interfere. Thank you. The Lord barely let out a breath. It was very hard on his heart. Liltara spoke. The purpose of my visit is simple. I heard that a barbarian visited this place. Oh, how did you know? You do not need to know that. Liltara spoke coldly. There was no reason to be kind to the lord of a small land, unlike a king or saint. The Lord quickly answered. The barbarian party headed to the City of Mermaids. City of Mermaids? There is a City of Mermaids near here, they went there. Is that so? Then could you provide us with a boat? Of course. Please feel free to ask. Thank you for your consideration. Haha, consideration, my foot. She would cause trouble if he didn't provide it. The Lord cursed inwardly but did not make the foolish mistake of saying it out loud. Having achieved her goal, Liltara asked one last question. What kind of atrocities did the barbarian commit here? They were pursuing the barbarian according to the will of God. It meant that the great God had designated the barbarian as their enemy. In other words, the barbarian was evil. Until now, they hadn't been able to gather any cooperation, so they didn't know what kind of evil the barbarian had committed, but now they could find out. The Lord stammered as he answered. Upon hearing his answer, Liltara's expression hardened. You say he helped you, he didn't destroy the land or commit any atrocities. No, he was very gentlemanly. He even headed to the mermaid city to help us. The sea was blocked due to the presence of a demonic creature. Although they had stored provisions, they would be in danger if more time passed. The barbarian went to the sea to help them. Liltara had a bewildered look. What? Seeing as the mermaids reappeared afterwards, I think he resolved the issue well. He's someone we are grateful towards. You're saying that he helped you? Yes. That's correct. The Lord's face suggested he didn't see any problem. Liltara looked puzzled. The next day, everything was ready. At the top of the world tree, there was a strange spatial distortion. Kettle stood in front of it. Are you ready? Absolutely. Kettle replied with a face full of anticipation. Karin explained, with the amount of mystic energy you have, you should be able to stay there for about 30 minutes. 30 minutes, huh, got it. How do I make a contract with a spirit? There are many spirits in the spirit world. You need to wander around and find one, then you'll probably figure it out naturally. Karin's tone was quite peculiar. However, the excited Kettle didn't notice at all. Karin lightly waved her hand. The wind gathered and twisted, expanding the distortion. Whirr, and the space opened. Beyond the distortion, a dimension entirely different from the intermediary world was visible. The connection won't last long, so you'll need to move quickly. You'll return naturally when it's time. Thank you, Kettle smiled and stepped into the passage. He set foot in the spirit world. Immediately, a very strange sensation enveloped Kettle. It felt as if the very world itself was separate. The wind wasn't wind and the air wasn't air. Even the moisture in the atmosphere felt alien as it touched his cheeks. It felt like he was on another planet, which in a sense was true. He was in the spirit world, not the intermediary world. Ha 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 ha, laughter burst out naturally. His eyes glimmered with joy. He was in the spirit world. To think I'd ever come to a place like this. To directly enter the dimension of spirits. It wasn't even on his bucket list because he never imagined it could be possible. That made the emotion even greater. It felt like he might cry. Kettle eagerly looked around. The spirit world was essentially structured like a vast plain. The difference from the ground was that its colors were extremely diverse. The space itself was so tinged with rainbow colors that it felt dizzying. It felt like being in the middle of a fantasy, making Kettle very happy. Kettle, who had been dazedly looking around the spirit world for a moment, quickly came to his senses. No, he came here to make a contract with a spirit. With only 30 minutes, he didn't have time for leisurely sightseeing. He had to move immediately. Feeling a bit disappointed, Kettle quickly started moving. As he expanded his senses and wandered around, he soon found clustered natural energies. They were probably spirits. As Kettle approached, he saw spirits frolicking around. Ooh! Blue and green spirits were playing in the spirit world. It was like a painting. Kettle cautiously approached. Karin said I would know if I met them. Apparently, he needed to approach and converse to build familiarity. As Kettle approached a certain distance, the spirits noticed his presence. Kettle smiled and greeted them. Hello, the spirits were startled. They quickly ran away. Their speed was incomparable to when they had been playing. In an instant, Kettle was left alone. What's going on? They're running away. Kettle thought as he watched their retreating figures for a moment. Instead of having a conversation, should I chase and catch them? Was it a kind of hide-and-seek concept? Did he need to prove his strength? That was also a possibility. Kettle moved. He spotted a new group of spirits. One spirit caught Kettle's eye. It was composed of blue water like a water spirit. Its appearance, resembling a slime, was incredibly cute. Kettle targeted the slime spirit and dashed towards it. In an instant, his body accelerated. I got you, Kettle caught the slime spirit. Startled spirits screamed and fled in panic, but Kettle didn't pay attention and shouted out. Nice to meet you. I am Kettle. What is your name? I hope you'll make a contract with me. The slime spirit was terrified. It was as if it couldn't breathe. It shook violently and tried to escape from Kettle. SCC Creech, and finally, as if unable to bear it any longer, its body burst and dispersed back into nature. It had returned to being a part of nature and fled. Kettle put his hand down with a troubled face. While Kettle was in the spirit world, Karin and Arkamis had a conversation. How do you think it will turn out? It might not be easy. Karin looked doubtful that Kettle would fail to make a spirit contract. Of course, he managed to assert his presence, but that's all. It was merely asserting his presence. Kettle's stature as a being hadn't changed. Spirits are beings of nature. They are more sensitive to such stature than anyone else. It wasn't that ordinary spirits would flee upon sensing Kettle's presence, but they would certainly feel like they encountered a monster when they got close to him. The problem was that Kettle's stature was too high and formidable to contract with ordinary spirits. Arkamis groaned, as expected. Unless he encounters a spirit that can withstand Kettle's stature, it'll be tough in such a vast spirit world. Did I get my hopes up for nothing? Arkamis began to worry about how to comfort Kettle when he returned. And around that time, Kettle began to realize that perhaps his very existence was the problem. What is this? Was he unable to make a contract with a spirit? He felt incredibly despondent. It was when Kettle lowered his head and stopped moving. A formidable flame approached Kettle. It had a power unlike that of ordinary spirits. Its presence alone was enough to change the surrounding environment. "Who dares invade the spirit world?" it shouted loudly. Its command shook the spirit world. Horns burning with flames were visible. Kettle made a delighted expression. "Oh, aren't you Piego? I didn't expect to see you again here." The highest-level fire spirit approached with a roar. Piego turned around in fright. Chapter 198, Spirit World, Part 2, The Sacred Land of the Elves. The Schwarzwald Forest, where Elfo Sagrado is located. At its outskirts was the main base of the Cradle of Darkness. They had annihilated a nearby village and settled there. The leader was using the village chief's house. The blood and flesh scattered across the walls and floor told the fate of the house's original owner. A dark magician quietly approached the leader. "What is it? We failed in the attack." "Of course," the leader muttered calmly. "A few days ago, there had been an attack on the sacred land of the elves by a dark magician. That attack was not conducted by the Cradle of Darkness. It was an action taken independently by a superhuman-level dark magician who disregarded the orders from the main base. Did he think such a foolish suicidal act would work against a hero-level opponent? What a fool." The leader showed disdain for the now-dead dark magician. "The damage? One superhuman-level dark magician. 3 first-class magicians and many high-level monsters." The leader clicked his tongue upon hearing the damage report. It was not a small loss. Had this been the force that attacked the sacred land of Kaloja, they would have had to retreat immediately. "All right, it's not something to worry about." "Yes." However, the leader showed no particular emotion. The current world was distorted. In this broken world, demons were starting to reveal themselves in earnest, and the power of dark magicians grew accordingly. Above all, the Cradle of Darkness was currently investing a significant portion of its power in the elves' sacred land. They had an objective there that they had to achieve at all costs. So the loss of one superhuman-level dark magician was not a significant impact. "How is the preparation for the sacrifice going?" "Almost complete. It will be done in a few days." "Good. Let me know when it's ready." The leader looked up. The ceiling had been broken during the village's annihilation, revealing the moon. "We will fall to hell upon our deaths." His voice was full of excitement. "There we will receive the reward for our sacrifice. Prepare quickly. Everything is for the descent of the great demon king." "For the great demon king," the dark magician echoed. Even though the moonlight shone on the ground, no light entered the village. "Piego," Kettle's face lit up with joy. Piego, the highest-ranked fire spirit, the first spirit Kettle had seen in this world. It had been a long time, and he was delighted to see him again. Of course, Piego was not happy at all. Piego was startled and turned around. He tried to leave quickly. But Kettle was faster in catching Piego than Piego was in fleeing. "Nice to see you." Kettle grabbed Piego's back. At that moment, Piego shuddered. It felt like a lion had sunk its claws into the spine of a bison. In this deadly feeling, Piego reflexively retaliated. Boom, flames erupted. These flames, representing the concept of burning away darkness and bringing bright light to the world, engulfed Kettle. But the flames did not burn a single piece of Kettle's flesh. Piego was horrified. Crazy, to be perfectly fine after being hit by pure flames. He hadn't been able to harm Kettle in their previous encounter either, but he thought it was because his power was diminished in the middle realm. Piego was appalled. Despite being attacked, Kettle seemed unaffected. He didn't even recognize it as an attack. Instead, he was pleased. "Oh, this guy doesn't disappear." Until now, whenever Kettle grabbed spirits in the spirit realm, they would vanish in a fit. But Piego didn't disappear even when Kettle grabbed him. As expected, the highest-ranked spirit, Kettle was satisfied. "What are you, Barbarian?" Momentarily abandoning his escape attempt, Piego, realizing it was futile, asked resignedly. "Why are you in the spirit realm? What the hell did you do? How could a human, especially this barbarian, be in the spirit realm?" Piego couldn't understand it at all. Kettle replied with a beaming smile. "I came with Karin's help." "Karin? Do you mean the High Elf Queen?" Piego's voice was filled with dubious disbelief. Kettle nodded. "Yes, you know her." "Wait, she wouldn't leave Elfo Sagrado, right? I am currently in Elfo Sagrado." "What?" This barbarian was in the sacred land of the elves. Piego felt dizzy. Kettle tilted his head at Piego's reaction. "What, didn't you hear it from Marsilia?" Kettle was the contractor of Piego. Marsilia had invited him to the sacred land of the elves. Naturally, Kettle thought Piego would know, but it seemed he didn't. "Come to think of it, she did mention it. I dismissed it as nonsense. I never thought it was true." "So you did know. How is Marsilia doing?" "I'm worried since the world is in chaos. If there were any problems, she would have summoned me. She hasn't done so recently." "That means there are no problems. That's a relief." Kettle looked genuinely relieved. Meanwhile, Piego still couldn't understand. I understand you were invited to the sacred land, but how did you become acquainted with the High Elf Queen? The High Elf Queen was special and noble. She was the only contractor with the Spirit King and held influence over all elves in this world. Ordinary elves found it difficult even to see her face. Even if invited to the sacred land, an outsider wouldn't be able to meet her. Kettle responded simply, "Oh, I befriended a high elf outside, she helped me." Piego paused. "Befriended a high elf outside. We are in a master-disciple relationship. You could say we're friends. A high elf and a barbarian in a master-disciple relationship, and friends on top of that? Why, nothing, never mind." The information Piego had was vastly different, leaving him bewildered. However, he was a being of the spirit realm. As a highest-ranked spirit, he didn't descend to the earthly realm often, so his information was outdated. Things might have changed since then. The only one who could send a human to the spirit realm was Karin, the contractor of the Spirit King. The fact that Kettle was here proved his words were not lies. Have high elves become more open these days? Did they now roam outside and interact frequently? High elves, who are even more old-fashioned and rigid than spirits, possessing such openness? Piego, amazed, got to the point. So why are you here? Did you come to break the spirit realm? I wouldn't do something so barbaric. I came to form a spirit contract. A spirit contract? Piego pondered for a moment before murmuring as if he understood. You couldn't find a spirit willing to contract with you on Earth, so you came here yourself. Yes. Unfortunately, I've been failing repeatedly. Of course, there's no spirit willing to contract with you, Piego sneered. Weak spirits would flee the moment they see you. Even if you forcibly grab one, they won't withstand your presence and will dissipate into nature. Only strong spirits like me can endure you. Is that so? Kettle confirmed the problem he had anticipated, looking disappointed. His eyes suddenly lit up. In that case, Piego, would you perhaps— I refuse, I haven't even finished speaking. You were going to ask to contract with me. I have no intention of doing so, and it's impossible. Because you're already contracted with Marsilia. That's right. Double contracts are impossible. No matter how hard you try, you can't contract with me. Moreover, you have too little mystic energy. To contract with a strong spirit, one needs a corresponding amount of mystic energy. To contract with a high-level spirit, one needs mystic energy equivalent to a first-rate expert, and for the highest level, it requires superhuman-level mystic energy. Even that is just the minimum requirement. In contrast, Kettle's amount of mystic energy was at most second-rate. He could summon a mid-level spirit, but spirits of that level couldn't endure Kettle's presence. Kettle muttered with a regretful expression. Is that so? If you understand, go back to the middle realm. This place is not for someone like you. Piego started to distance himself. Honestly, being near Kettle was quite burdensome for him. What kind of presence does he have? Previously, he didn't notice because he was reverse summoned so quickly, but now, talking this close, he could tell. Kettle's presence was immense. He concealed his presence perfectly, but this was the spirit realm. In this place, which was nature itself, it was palpable. Even a highest-ranked spirit like Piego felt burdened by his presence. Is he really a barbarian? It felt like looking at a monster in human disguise. Piego started to think the same as those who had encountered Kettle before. Kettle was deep in thought. According to Piego, forming a contract seemed impossible no matter what. Should I go back and discuss this again? As he was about to say, he understood. Piego flinched. Kettle immediately understood why. Something enormous was felt from the distance. A vast presence that crushed everything around it simply by existing, dominating all. It was incomparable to Piego, Kettle muttered. The Spirit King? Piego was a highest-ranked spirit. The only one above him was the Spirit King. Naturally, that thought came to mind. The being with the immense presence was slowly approaching them. At first, Kettle thought it was the Spirit King, but he soon realized it wasn't. It wasn't the Spirit King. He had seen the Spirit King summoned by Karin. Though it wasn't a proper summoning, he could feel the general magnitude of its presence. The presence approaching them now was far greater, incomparably so. It was like the difference between an ant and a human. Kettle had felt such a level of presence before. No, why is that one here? Piego swallowed hard. The powerful presence was overwhelming him. His form began to waver. Simply approaching was enough to make the highest-ranked spirit unable to endure. The being arrived before them. It was a white, human-like figure cloaked in robes. Its size was comparable to a small hill. Its form wavered like mist. As if revealing its true form would cause the world to collapse, its shape was not fixed. Kettle smiled broadly. Nice to meet you, I am the barbarian Kettle. What is your name? Beatrice. A languid voice resounded. No, it wasn't a voice. The sound was made from overlapping the resonance of water, the rustling of the wind, and the cracking of rocks. Spirit God Beatrice. Lady Beatrice. Piego swallowed hard and bowed his head. As Beatrice approached, Piego's form was on the verge of collapsing. Beatrice glanced at Piego and reigned in her presence. Only then did Piego's form stabilize. Thank you, Piego spoke in a trembling voice. Beatrice did not respond. The spirit god silently gazed at Kettle. Chapter 199 Spirit World Part 3. No, why? Piego's mind raced madly as he bowed his head. The spirit god, Beatrice. The master of all spirits and the very essence of the spirit realm. By nature, she didn't reveal herself directly in the spirit realm. She was a presence that observed from beyond. She only showed herself in the spirit realm very rarely, perhaps once in several centuries. But suddenly appearing when a barbarian visited the spirit realm was shocking timing. How could I have such bad luck? Piego felt a cold sweat trickling down, even though he wasn't actually sweating. The deathly silence made his head spin, and whether Piego felt that way or not, Kettle was in a good mood. The spirit god, she was the second god he saw after Kaloja. Considering that Kaloja descended by borrowing the body of the saintess, it was the first time he faced a god directly. Kettle observed Beatrice with pleasure. Beatrice also observed Kettle. It was Beatrice who broke the silence first. You famous one, do you know me? I know, the one from inside, Beatrice spoke languidly. Piego was shocked at her words. It was hard to believe that the great Beatrice recognized a mere barbarian. What business do you have in my world? I came to make a contract with a spirit. A contract? Why? Beatrice's words carried a tone of puzzlement. As if questioning why something like that was necessary, it was a feeling similar to hearing an adult collect toys meant for children. Kettle replied confidently, just because I want to. There was a peculiar look from Beatrice. As if she hadn't expected such an answer. But unfortunately I was told it's impossible, moreover it's about time. Kettle's body began to fade slowly. He could no longer stay in the spirit realm as his mystical energy was depleting. What a pity, in the end he couldn't make a contract with a spirit. It was very disappointing. Still, having explored the spirit realm and met the spirit god, he intended to be reasonably satisfied. Kettle's body started returning to the physical world. Piego sighed in relief as he finally began to leave. You, Beatrice spoke, come back here again. Why, to make a deal. Be Beatrice, ma'am, Piego spoke out involuntarily, knowing it was extremely disrespectful. But Beatrice didn't even glance at him. Does that mean there's something to trade? Beatrice answered with silence. Kettle, understanding it as a positive sign, showed an intrigued expression. The spirit god wanted to make a deal with him. He felt a strong interest rising. He wanted to ask about the details right away, but his body could no longer stay. In that case, fine, I'll come back soon. I'll be waiting. With those words, Kettle's body returned to the physical world. Arkamis and Karin, who had been waiting, greeted him. You're back. Yes, nice to see you again. So, Key Kettle, how did it go? Unfortunately, I failed. Yes, I thought so, Arkamis fumbled as she tried to comfort Kettle. It's okay, Kettle, it couldn't be helped. In fact, it's something to be proud of. It means you're so strong that spirits can't even attempt to make a contract with you. But if you're really sad about it, I can teach you my secret alchemy technique. That's kind of you. But it seems I need to go back to the spirit realm. Karin gave a wry smile. I understand it's hard to give up, but it's impossible. There is no spirit that can form a contract with you. That's not the reason. The spirit god told me to come back to make a deal. At Kettle's words, both Karin and Arkamis fell silent. After a long moment, they barely managed to speak. The spirit god, are you referring to Lady Beatrice? Yes, wait a minute. Arkamis hastily raised her hand. She looked at Kettle with eyes filled with astonishment. Did you see the spirit god? Yes. She came to see me. What? Wait a minute, what do you mean? I mean it literally. Can you explain in detail? Kettle began to explain. He met Piego, the highest-ranking spirit of fire in the spirit realm. Piego explained why he couldn't make a contract with a spirit, and when he was saddened and trying to figure out a solution, the spirit god came to him directly. Karin, having listened up to that point, swallowed hard. You mean Beatrice herself appeared and came to see you? Is that even possible? It seems to be quite rare. Of course it is, Karin shouted, losing her composure. The spirit god appearing in the spirit realm, let alone moving to meet an individual, is unprecedented, the spirit god. Beatrice, the origin and beginning of all spirits. She was closer to being the personification of nature itself rather than an independent entity. She was the ruler managing the entire vast spirit realm. Just her appearance could shake the spirit realm, so she usually dispersed into nature and observed the realm. For such a spirit god to reveal herself to meet someone directly was unheard of. Even Karin, who had a contract with the Spirit King, had never met or spoken with the spirit god directly. I see, so that's why her manner of speaking was strange. If she doesn't usually talk to others, that makes sense. Kettle murmured with an intrigued expression. Karin was at a loss for words at his incredibly nonchalant attitude. Are you really saying she came to see you? You didn't mistake her for a Spirit King. It was definitely Beatrice. It wasn't the presence of a Spirit King. Oh my, Karin pressed her forehead. After calming down for a moment, she asked in a trembling voice. Why did she say she wanted to meet you? She said she wanted to make a deal. A deal? The spirit god making a deal with a human? Karin let out a hollow laugh. What kind of deal? The moment she started talking about it, my mystical energy ran out. So that's why you said you need to go back to the spirit realm. Is it possible? I'll make it possible even if it's impossible. The spirit god revealing herself and requesting a deal. It wasn't an ordinary matter, it was likely something very significant. As an elf, she couldn't just stand by and watch. I'll prepare everything by tomorrow. Kettle, please rest and recover as much of your mystical energy as possible. If you'd like, we can take you to our sanctuary. Oh, please do, Kettle nodded with a smile. That night, Kettle spent time in the elf sanctuary. It was a very beautiful place. Since it was a space full of mystical energy, his recovery was quick. The next day, Kettle met with Karin again. Having finished all the preparations, Karin immediately opened a portal to the spirit realm. Kettle arrived in the spirit realm once more. Beatrice was waiting for him. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, so what kind of deal is it? Kettle asked with an intrigued face. Beatrice spoke. You want to make a contract with a spirit. But it's impossible. Unfortunately, that's true. Kettle couldn't make a contract with a spirit. Weak spirits couldn't withstand his level, and his mystical energy was insufficient for strong spirits. Increasing his mystical energy was the most definite solution, but that was impossible unless he consumed something like a dragon heart. Kettle was shocked by Beatrice's next words. I can make it possible for you to make a contract. You'll make it possible for me to make a contract with a spirit. Yes. Is that possible? I am the master of this place. Her words were calm but definite. Do you want the contract? Of course I do. Excitement appeared on Kettle's face. Being able to make a contract he thought was impossible and was about to give up on was thrilling. Naturally, he was excited. I accept, Kettle responded immediately with an attitude that clearly showed he wanted a spirit contract. Strange, Beatrice muttered in a puzzled tone. An existence from inside is the enemy of the world. Yet you desire a spirit contract, you wish to make a deal with me, I cannot understand. Isn't that the charm of life? It's boring if everything goes according to plan. Kettle laughed lightly. I accept. What are the terms of the deal? Simple, Beatrice said. Protection of Elfo Sagrado, safeguarding the world tree, elimination of enemies. Kettle's eyes widened. When Kettle was called back to the spirit realm by the spirit god, the elf guardians were patrolling the perimeter of the sanctuary. Their expressions weren't tense. Just a few days ago, Karin had resolved the Black Magician's attack with just 3 snaps of her fingers. As long as the queen was guarding them, enemies couldn't even approach the sanctuary. That was the thought in the elves' minds. Just as they were maintaining their lax patrol, something happened. Wait, enemy, the guard captain Ash raised his hand. The guardians hastily drew their bows. Is it an intrusion? Yes, but something strange, Ash squinted. Black magicians were approaching from beyond the forest, but it wasn't just black magicians, there were countless figures with them. The number was easily in the hundreds. Ash swallowed hard as he observed their faces. Our kin? What? Dozens of elves were being held captive by the black magicians, and it wasn't just elves. There were hundreds of humans who seemed to be hostages. Some were dressed in noble attire. Ash ground his teeth. Are they planning to use hostages to pressure us? Maintain your guard. I'll go to the queen. Yes. As Ash turned to head toward the world tree, the black magicians moved. They grasped their swords and swung. Swick, Ash froze. He thought the black magicians would use the hostages to attack the sanctuary. But they didn't. They slaughtered all the hostages. What are they doing? Oh, great darkness, demon that devours space and creates rifts, the black magicians chanted. It was a dark spell. A grand ritual that involved offering numerous sacrifices and their own lives. Ash was horrified. A vast malevolence, something any earthly being would feel, was emanating. It was a ritual to bring back those banished from the world. Please, descend upon this place. Crack, the space where the sacrifices lay twisted like a vortex. The bodies of the sacrifices and the black magicians mixed and contorted. It was a grotesque sight, as if someone had crumpled the space itself like paper. Then the fractured space expanded as if it burst. The elves' faces turned pale. The expanded space was alien. It wasn't a summoning circle to call a demon to the earth. It was a dark passage, a passage connecting hell and earth, a sinful path that allowed the entities of hell to come here. Its very existence was a problem, but there was a bigger issue. The sheer size of it, the passage to hell, was as large as a small mountain. The shadow cast from that place was enough to cover the entire elf sanctuary. The elves felt it, that this forest was now connected to hell. Whip. A massive eye opened, filling the enormous passage. Chapter 200, Passage of Hell, Part 1. Your Majesty, what do you think will happen? Karin trailed off. Honestly, she had no idea. It was rare for the spirit god to show herself directly. Even having a conversation with her was almost unheard of. In fact, even though she was the contractor of the Spirit King, she had never faced the Spirit God herself. And now they were going beyond that to make a deal. Moreover, the other party was the Barbarian of the White Snowfield. She couldn't help but feel anxious. I hope everything ends well. While the two were anxiously waiting for Kettle to return from the spirit realm, they sensed something. What? Their expressions changed as they stood up and looked outside the sanctuary. They felt it. A terrible sin was being committed on this land. An attack, it seems beyond that level. While they were in confusion, a rift opened up. A passage to hell comparable to a small mountain swallowed a part of the forest. The shadow cast by it covered the sanctuary. What? Wait a minute, Karin was shocked. This was not the time to wait idly for Kettle's return. She swiftly moved, with Arkamis hastily following her. As they reached the outer part of the sanctuary, they saw elves with pale faces, bewildered. What's going on? The elves were relieved at the sight of Karin. Your Majesty, the black magicians have sacrificed offerings. A passage to hell has opened. I can see that. The passage was so large that it cast a shadow over the sanctuary. In her long life, Karin had never seen a passage of this size. She bit her lip. Did you see what offerings were sacrificed? Why yes, dozens of elves, hundreds of humans, and dozens of black magicians. There seemed to be superhuman-level black magicians among them. What? Karin's face twisted. Is that all? It was not a small number of offerings. It was enough to summon a top-tier demon. They could have even opened a small passage to hell. But this scale seemed absolutely impossible. The passage before them was enormous. It was uncertain if an entire kingdom's population would suffice to open a passage this large. How on earth? A ceremony of this scale must have taken a very long time to prepare. And yet she hadn't noticed a thing. No, it wasn't just her who didn't notice. Even the gods and spirits hadn't shown any reaction. I did hear that the oracle system was broken. To think it could conceal a ceremony of this magnitude. Karin ground her teeth. The eyes beyond the passage continued to watch them. Every time those eyes landed on the elves, they reflexively shrank back. Why, Your Majesty? Is there no way to close the passage before the enemies come through? Once the passage has opened, it's impossible. If we tamper with it, the passage might grow larger. It's better to deal with the demons that appear. I see. Moreover, it seems we don't have time for that. No sooner had the queen finished speaking than the hellish eyes observing the ground closed. The queen clicked her tongue. They don't intend to give us any time to prepare. With that, the sound of flames was heard. Something in human form, cloaked in pitch-black flames, appeared. Karin's pupils trembled. An incarnation of hellfire. Shoot! As soon as the monster appeared, Ash shouted. The elves drew their bows. Arrows and the power of the spirits poured out simultaneously. It was the full-scale attack of the elves guarding the sanctuary. Among them were quite a few with superhuman abilities. It was an attack powerful enough to pulverize a fortress. The incarnation raised its hand toward the oncoming attacks. Black flames burst forth from its hand. They burned and melted all the elves' attacks, yet its momentum did not diminish. On the contrary, it grew even larger. Black flames engulfed the sky. At this rate, the entire sanctuary would be consumed by the flames. Karin hurriedly waved her hand. The wind fiercely swirled and gathered all the pouring black flames, compressing them as if sealing them. The incarnation of hellfire moved forward, and the plants trampled underfoot were instantly consumed by black flames. The elves attempted to attack again, but all their efforts were swallowed by the black flames wielded by the incarnation. Rather than being ineffective, their attacks seemed to fuel the flames, making them even fiercer. Karin quickly shouted, "Everyone stop attacking, that entity controls hellfire, ordinary attacks won't work." Sorry. Hellfire is a pure flame burning in the deepest part of hell, capable of incinerating the concepts of the middle world. This flame never extinguishes. Any attempt to put it out would only make it grow larger. Even a single spark could burn an entire continent. The incarnation of hellfire is a being formed by the aggregation of hellfire, able to wield its power. Such a concept of hell could never normally manifest in this world. How on earth? Karin ground her teeth. The flames wielded by the incarnation burned the very concepts of the world. These flames couldn't be extinguished or stopped by the concepts of this world. However, she was a hero of great strength, able to interfere with the world's laws. Come forth, she uttered, her hair swaying. The wind of the entire forest came under her control. The wind she wielded did not burn even against hellfire. Create a path according to my will. Whoosh, a fierce wind whipped through the forest. In an instant, the wind moved to suppress and control the black flames spreading through the forest. Karin pointed her finger, slamming the rampaging incarnation to the ground. Die, just as she was about to crush the incarnation, a massive dark trajectory flew in from beyond the passage of hell. The trajectory, as thick as the circumference of a giant tree, tore through the forest and rushed towards the sanctuary. Even Karin couldn't underestimate the power contained within it. She clasped her hands and the wind gathered. Boom! The trajectory was blocked by the wind and exploded. The aftermath uprooted trees in the forest. Woe, as expected of the queen, the elves marveled at the queen's power, but Karin clicked her tongue. I should have dealt with the incarnation first. Despite the appearance of the incarnation, the massive passage still remained. This meant more would keep coming through. She had failed to deal with even one. The entity that had unleashed the huge trajectory revealed itself, as expected of the famous High Elf Queen. If I had been a little late, the hard-earned incarnation would have been destroyed. Ha ha ha, everything seems to be going according to plan. Once it's all over, I should kindly take care of the souls of the black magicians. The nest of the elves hasn't changed with time. How nostalgic, three voices echoed. Karin's eyes widened. Aerial fortress, Quicklon, an aerial fortress, black in form and the size of a royal castle. It was a device that assisted and amplified the power of powerful demons. She had only known of its existence, never having seen it. It appeared only in the ancient great war of gods and demons, and never since. Just one could destroy an entire church, as it was controlled only by the highest-ranking demons. Now 3 such aerial fortresses had appeared in the world. 3 top-tier superhuman demons, plus 3 aerial fortresses, and even the incarnation. She involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. It was a force reminiscent of the great war of gods and demons. Could such a force be sent to the ground with just that number of sacrifices? Even so, the passage of hell was now much smaller. However, it hadn't closed. The demons introduced themselves. I am Abaddon, the demon of destruction. I am Steno, the demon of rotation. I am Baal, the demon of fall. At the same time, monsters from hell began to pour out of the shrunken passage. Yuwo, Yuwo, in honor of those who need our power, we will destroy the land you must protect. The Quicklons activated, and attacks imbued with the powers of the respective demons began to pour out. The incarnation spewed hellfire, burning the forest, and the 3 demons used the aerial fortresses to unleash demonic trajectories. The ground was filled with numerous monsters. It was a scene of utter disaster. Karin shouted loudly. I summon thee, the one born from the primordial wind's condensation. I summon thee, the one who governs and controls the wind, observer of the world's laws, appear before us. Minerva, spirit king of the wind. With her declaration, the air settled. The very concept of wind took shape. Boom, the demon's attacks clashed with the wind. Despite being a very gentle, almost breeze-like wind, it completely neutralized the powerful demon's attacks. It's been a while. I'd love to have a leisurely chat, but it seems we don't have the time for that. A light voice echoed. Blue hair swayed. The spirit king of the wind was a beautiful female spirit. What should we do? Karin was deep in thought. 3 top-tier demons were using the Quicklon to attack the sanctuary. The incarnation was scattering hellfire everywhere, and monsters were charging in. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't handle everything at once. Karin made her decision. Please control the hellfire, suppress the incarnation, and protect the elves from dying in battle. The incarnation of hellfire was hellfire itself given form. It would eventually burn itself out quickly, but until then it wielded immense power. The spreading flames needed to be controlled. The elves' lives were also precious and needed protection. Is it possible? It's possible, but are you sure? You'll have to face those things alone for a while. I don't mind. Well, I guess that's a needless worry. Got it. Minerva moved swiftly. The wind blew fiercely. Although the incarnation scattered hellfire violently, it no longer spread. The hellfire that had burned half the forest couldn't spread any further and gradually lost its strength. The incarnation was also suppressed by the Spirit King's power. The wind of the earth and the flames of hell intertwined chaotically. Just as expected, the demons remained calm as if they had anticipated this. They had summoned the incarnation to bind the powerful Spirit King. A spirit master's power wasn't solely their own, they drew it out by synchronizing with spirits. With such a spirit gone, the spirit master's power was significantly reduced. Ki-ing, dozens of trajectories simultaneously poured toward the sanctuary as if they had been waiting for this moment. Even one missed attack would cause the sanctuary to be half destroyed. Karin had to respond to all the attacks. You may have the power of a hero, but you're not perfect without your spirit. How long do you think you can protect the sanctuary alone? For a lifetime, Karin smirked. She raised her hand. The wind swirled and gathered, sweeping toward the incoming dark trajectories. The top-tier demon's power was supported by the aerial fortress. Each dark trajectory carried a force comparable to the demon Rubitra. Dozens of such trajectories collided with a single whirlwind. Boom. And it was the dark trajectories that shattered. The whirlwind destroyed every one of the demon's attacks without leaving a single one behind. It didn't stop there, it raced toward the demons. The demons hurriedly defended themselves, but the wind tore through their defenses. The Quicklon, which had been directly hit, staggered greatly, and chunks of the hellish rock that made up the Quicklon fell. Karin clicked her tongue, displeased with the result. Is this all? It seems I have indeed weakened. Did you think you could handle me without the Spirit King? That's insulting. Fierce winds swirled around her entire body. Dozens of whirlwinds manifested simultaneously. Each one had the same power as the previous whirlwind. I'll make you regret targeting this place. I'll crush and kill you. The demons hurriedly gathered their strength. The wind tore through the darkness. Chapter 201, Passage of Hell, Part 2, Boom. Schwarzwald Forest, one of the largest forests on the continent. Now it was in chaos. Half of the forest had been burned by hellfire. If the Spirit King of the Wind had not controlled it, the entire forest would have been destroyed. And the elven holy land, Elfo Sagrado, had turned into a battlefield. A sanctuary that had been peaceful for centuries had become the frontline. Monsters were charging in with screams. Elves were desperately moving to protect the sanctuary. Among the elves, there were also strong individuals of superhuman level. But the monsters were so strong that even those elves could not easily defeat them. In most places, they would have been the main players of the battlefield. But not here. They were merely side characters. A massive power was sweeping over their heads. Boom, dark trajectories poured out from three quicklons. The attack was truly powerful. The power contained in just one trajectory was enough to burn down a magically protected castle. Dozens of such trajectories were pouring out simultaneously. It was an attack that literally shook the continent. Boom. But it did not penetrate even a single person's defense. Despite the relentless bombardment, all of it was blocked by the shaking wind. Boom. The demons were trying to somehow break through Karin's defense. The dark trajectories poured out once again. This time, they drew curves and aimed to directly strike the interior of the sanctuary. The trajectories surrounded the sanctuary in branches. At this rate, the sanctuary would be directly hit and turned into ruins. Such a trivial trick. But Karin lightly sneered and stomped her foot. Whoosh, the wind spread out. The spreading wind began to rotate around the sanctuary. The rotation accelerated, and then, rumble, a massive typhoon surrounded the sanctuary. The trajectories that were drawing curves were blocked by the typhoon and disappeared without a trace. The demons were at a loss for words due to such overwhelming power. What? Die, Karin swung her arm. Dozens of spears of wind were simultaneously created and flew towards the quicklon. The demon of destruction, Abaddon, gathered darkness to defend. The quicklon was not just a fortress that strengthened attacks. Rather, its power was specialized in strengthening defense. A top-tier superhuman demon formed a powerful dark barrier with the support of the quicklon. Crack, but the moment it touched the spears of wind, it cracked and shattered in an instant. Abaddon, other demons urgently attacked the spears of wind. It took the combined strength of three demons to barely block Karin's attack. Karin clicked her tongue. Demons with a sense of camaraderie, huh? Unbelievable. The demon of Fall, Baal, laughed dryly. They were currently fighting in a very advantageous situation. They had used hellfire to exclude the Spirit King of the Wind, Minerva, from the battle. Considering that most of a spirit master's power comes from spirits, it was a significant penalty. And Karin was not alone. Behind her was the elven sanctuary, the World Tree. Considering the purity of the World Tree, even a trace of demonic energy was not allowed. She had to pay considerable attention to its protection. It was no exaggeration to say her hands and feet were tied. On the other hand, the demons were very free. They had succeeded in a perfect descent with no significant power restrictions. They could draw out greater power using the airborne fortress quicklon. It was not much different from three fully armored knights fighting a bare-handed warrior with bound limbs. But they could not penetrate. No, not only could they not penetrate, but they were also being pushed back. If even one condition had been lacking, they would have already been annihilated. A hero is still a hero after all. We can't break through even after capturing the Spirit King. Damn, this is humiliating. The demon of rotation, Steno, grumbled. This quicklon is useless. I'm not the type to pour out this much power. The quicklon was an airborne fortress that assisted demons. Its power was specialized in bombardment and defense, but each demon had their own powers. Steno's power was rotation, a wielder of twisted, rotating power. He was not a demon who could handle the quicklon well. Originally, the demon of the demonic lines, Rubitra, was supposed to come right. Why was I needed? Originally, yes, but unfortunately he got injured and needs to rest. He had no strength left. Ah, you said he lost to some barbarian. That's really something. Things are quite strange on the surface. Stop chatting and help me, Baal screamed. The demons came to their senses and started wielding their demonic energy. Boom, however, no matter how hard they fought, it didn't seem possible to break through Karin's defense. At this rate, they would slowly be pushed back. Damn. This is really humiliating. She's a hero and a strong one at that. We can't win unless someone of a higher rank moves. Besides, we didn't come here to overpower her with brute strength. That's true, Baal readily agreed with Abaddon. Their goal wasn't to defeat Karin, it was to draw her attention to themselves. Baal muttered, I wish they would hurry up and deal with this. Boom, the battle continued outside the holy ground. Nothing had significantly changed from before. The demons were busy defending against Karin's attacks and couldn't mount a proper counterattack. At this rate, Karin would win without much difficulty. Therefore, Karin frowned. Something is off. 3 top-tier demons, Quicklon and the incarnate of Hellfire. It was a powerful force. It could easily destroy several kingdoms. It was a force capable of shaking the entire continent. But against her, a hero, it was insufficient. Even if they used the incarnate to hold down the Spirit King, they couldn't reach her. Hell must have known this too, yet there were no further movements from them. What is this? They didn't come here just to burn the forest. They had some purpose, but she couldn't guess what it was. The passage to Hell had also become very small. Monsters could appear, but not enough to change the course of the battle. Karin shook her head after a moment of contemplation. The demons were aiming for something, but she couldn't figure it out. In that case, her task was simple: kill the enemies in front of her. Her eyes grew cold. Rumble. The wind blowing towards the demons became even stronger. It was now becoming difficult for the demons to defend. Karin raised her hand towards the sky. Come, winds from above the clouds. Fierce winds existing at the edge of the planet. The wind descended from the sky. It was a wind that couldn't exist on this earth, coming from above the clouds. It was a savage wind that tore everything apart and allowed nothing to exist above it, descending upon this world by Karin's will. Rumble, the wind pressed down on the earth. Hundreds of small and large whirlwinds struck all at once. Yet the trees of the forest remained unharmed. The force was concentrated solely on the enemies, the demons. It was neither an exaggeration nor a metaphor. The winds of this world were being controlled by a single elf. In the face of this overwhelming power, Bale screamed, "This is crazy." The demons abandoned their attacks and put all their strength into defense. The massive aerial fortress Quicklon entered defense mode. Crunch, their defenses were quickly eroded. The descending wind was literally shaking the entire ground. No matter how powerful the demons' aerial fortress was, it was impossible to defend. Boom, the aerial fortresses were destroyed in an instant. The demons' faces turned pale. They finally realized. They had only been able to withstand Karin's attacks because she had been holding back, wary of Hell's plans. Karin gathered the swirling wind into one place. Descend. And at the same time, the Quicklon ceased to function. The demons wanted to scream, but they couldn't. Their bodies lost all freedom. They were perfectly bound and couldn't even blink. Insane. Even a hero, to overpower the 3 of them like this, it was unacceptable. But Karin lightly gathered the wind as if it were no big deal. Just die. She spoke coldly and was about to use the concentrated wind to destroy the aerial fortress when rumble, a wave of energy spread from within the holy ground. It was a wave of terrible demonic energy. Karin's eyes widened. What? Why was there a wave of demonic energy inside the holy ground? Startled, she inadvertently released her power. The demons, who had barely regained their freedom, sighed in relief. Phew, we almost died. Why did it take so long? Hurry up already. How is this possible? She had surrounded the entire holy ground with a typhoon. It was a wind that could even block Quicklon's attacks. It was impenetrable, and even if it was breached, she would immediately notice. Yet she didn't realize that a demon had infiltrated the holy ground. The demons mocked her. There's a demon as sneaky as a rat. We were worried whether he could blind a hero, but it was worth the effort to divert your attention. 3 top-tier named demons. Quicklon supporting them, and the incarnate. It was a force strong enough to shake the entire continent, but even so they couldn't defeat a hero of her caliber. Hell also knew this fact. They weren't after Karin's life. They had a different goal. There was a named demon. This demon had committed numerous atrocities on this earth. He had corrupted religious churches, destroyed nations, and led people to ruin, yet he had never fully revealed himself. His name was Bruno, the demon of shadows. He was entirely unknown on this earth. Even the leaders of the dark wizards were unaware of his existence. He was one of Hell's trump cards. Damn it, she realized. While she was blocking the demons, another demon had infiltrated the holy ground without her noticing. The attack from outside the holy ground was just a distraction. She hurriedly tried to return to the holy ground, but the demons didn't miss the opportunity. Trajectories of attacks poured toward the holy ground. She wielded the wind to defend. It's already too late. You've lost, Abaddon taunted Karin. The world tree will be defiled. The connection between the earth and the spirits will be severed, and you will lose your power, all for the Great One's descent. Karin couldn't refute. The demonic energy was spreading inside the holy ground. It meant it was already too late. She shouted with a sorrowful face. Ah, I failed to protect the world tree. Such a disastrous mistake. Why so upset? I failed to protect the world tree. I allowed the intrusion of evil. That's unfortunate, but it's okay, I stopped it. What? Only then did Karin realize. Kettle was right beside her. Kettle smiled warmly. It's good to see you again. Oh, have you returned? I just got back. Can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Could you take care of this guy? Karin looked at where Kettle was pointing. There, an ordinary-looking man was held by the head in Kettle's hand. Let me go, you bastard." He was struggling to escape Kettle's grip, but Kettle's hand didn't budge. As she looked closely at the man, Karen could feel the demonic energy emanating from him. "Kettle, who is this demon? When I returned, he was up to no good in front of the world tree. I couldn't ignore it due to our deal, so I subdued him right away." Kettle's face looked very satisfied as he said this. Karen could only stare at him in a daze. Chapter 202, Passage of Hell, Part 3. Just a few minutes before Kettle, holding the demon's head, arrived at Karen. It was during the fierce battle between the demons and Karen. "Whoa, this is chaotic." A man stood right next to the typhoon that raged in the sanctuary. Outwardly, he looked very ordinary. He had such a forgettable face that one would forget it upon passing by. There were no horns symbolizing a demon, and no demonic energy could be felt. He was Bruno, the demon of shadows. He had slipped through the Hell's Passage amidst the demons. "You seem to be struggling." Bruno looked at the three demons desperately blocking Karen's attacks with a pitying face. "Everyone struggle a bit more for my performance." Bruno inserted himself into the typhoon. A demon was attempting to invade the sanctuary, Avatar, three demons, and the flying fortress Quicklon. All of these were merely bait for Bruno to infiltrate the elven sanctuary. Under normal circumstances, Karen would have noticed, but she was preoccupied with the demons. Bruno's presence was so insignificant that Karen did not detect him as he penetrated the typhoon. Thus, the elven sanctuary allowed the demon to infiltrate, quite futilely. Bruno twisted his lips as he set his dirty foot in the sanctuary. As expected, the spirit barrier has weakened. Bruno leisurely moved toward the world tree. He sensed the gathered elves. The non-combatant elves were gathered in the shelter, praying to the spirit god and the queen. A sadistic glint momentarily appeared on Bruno's face. He wanted to go and tear the elves apart right away. No, but Bruno suppressed that urge. He had come with a significant purpose, not just to defile the ground. Suppressing his emotions, he leaped up, tap, tap, he climbed the world tree. With all the forces focused on the outskirts of the sanctuary, no one was there to stop him. Bruno reached the top, where the high elf Karen had stayed without any interference. Bruno let out a sound involuntarily at the intense natural energy, the purest tree in this world, the world tree. Its mere existence purified the air of the entire continent. This one tree produced enough oxygen to rival the entire Schwarzwald forest, and the world tree had a crucial role. It connected the spirit world and the mortal realm. If the world tree were destroyed or tainted, the connection between the spirit world and the middle realm would be severed. It was a giant mechanism maintaining the balance. Bruno reached out for his purpose. Demonic energy gathered in his hand. He swung it at the world tree's branch. The branch was cut off effortlessly, leaves scattered. Bruno caught the falling branch and leaves. "Here you go." Bruno opened a space. A small summoning circle to hell opened, and he sent the world tree's branch through it, cutting off a branch of the world tree and sending it to hell. That was Bruno's first mission. That's done, and his second mission was to defile the world tree. Bruno twisted his smile. Demonic energy began to gather in his hand. It feels good. He was doing something grand, defiling this world and meeting the conditions for the Demon King's descent. He was extremely satisfied. Bruno continued to gather demonic energy. Despite a demon leisurely gathering demonic energy in the sanctuary, there was no interference. Bruno looked at the world tree with a sneer. "Damn gods. Damn spirits, frustrated because you can't activate the all-seeing eye as before. This world is no longer yours, it's about to become ours." And that giant step was about to be accomplished through his hands. Time passed and the demonic energy was sufficiently condensed. It was enough to defile the world tree. Thrust. Bruno thrust his arm into the world tree. Demonic energy slowly infiltrated the inside of the world tree. Finally, the pure world tree, untainted even in the ancient divine demonic war, was being defiled. This great feat was being accomplished through his hands. Bruno trembled with emotion. He intended to explode the demonic energy to completely engulf the world tree. His entire focus was on the world tree, neglecting his surroundings. Therefore, Bruno only realized there was someone behind him when his shoulder was tapped. Bruno turned his head. A giant barbarian was staring at him blankly. Seems like a mess after returning from the spirit world. You look like a demon, but do you know where Karen or Arkamis is? Bruno couldn't comprehend the situation. What, a barbarian? Why was a barbarian here? Kettle blankly looked at Bruno's blackened hand embedded in the world tree. You don't seem willing to answer. You appear to be doing something really bad. Bruno withdrew his hand from the world tree. He swung the gathered demonic energy at Kettle. Kettle casually reached out and twisted Bruno's wrist. The demonic energy grazed past Kettle's head and dissipated into Karen's storm. What? Bruno tried to withdraw his arm, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like his arm was embedded in a cliff. Sorry, but since we've made a deal, it can't be like this. Kettle raised his axe. The axe gleamed with a holy light. Bruno, horrified, tried to shield himself. Slash. The axe separated Bruno's head from his body, and now, Kettle was beside Karin holding Bruno's head. Karin, stumbling, spoke. You seem in a good mood. Of course, Kettle smiled brightly. Until now he could overwhelm demons but could not subdue or reverse summon them. It was because he lacked divine power. However, this time he used the sanctity of Kalosha's holy relic to subdue the demon and prevent it from escaping. It was a very satisfying change. Initially, I tried to reverse summon it completely, but it was impossible due to the lack of divine power. So I brought it here. Can I leave it to you? Ah yes, Karin waved her finger. A spear of wind materialized and pierced the man's torso. This damned, the demon of shadows, Bruno, was thus reverse summoned to hell. A peculiar silence fell amidst the chaotic battlefield. Karin was quite perplexed, but the demons were even more so. Wait a minute. What? Why is Bruno captured by that guy? The world tree isn't fully corrupted. Did he fail? Kettle gazed at the three floating fortresses in the sky. Impressive, Kettle murmured. The floating fortresses in the sky were quite impressive, truly a fantastical sight. It looks like the demons are invading. Is that correct? Ah, yes. Then I need to destroy those, right? Pardon, is it okay to leave things as they are? It seems the demon did something to the world tree. Ah, she hastily turned her gaze to the world tree. Demonic energy could be felt from the world tree. It was very faint compared to the entire world tree but noticeable. For the world tree, which must remain pure, it was a significant corruption. Moreover, if left alone, the corruption would grow and eventually engulf the entire world tree. It needed to be purified immediately, and only Karin could purify the world tree. Kettle, could you handle the demons for me? I made a deal with the spirit god, don't worry. Then please, I'm really sorry. Karin hurriedly ran toward the world tree. I don't know what's happening, but the demons regrouped. The Elven Queen went to purify the corruption in the world tree. They decided to cause as much damage as possible during this opportunity. As the demons made that judgment, Kettle raised his axe. It's a shame to destroy such a fantastical sight with my own hands, but a deal is a deal. Kettle planted his feet firmly. Boom, the ground shook as if a crater had been formed. Kettle's body soared through the air. The demons immediately responded to the barbarian flying toward them. Kill him, Screech. A massive dark trajectory shot from Quicklon toward Kettle. His body disappeared as it was engulfed by the trajectory. What an idiot, the demon of rotation, Stano, shouted. Despite being overpowered by a hero, the trajectories they unleashed were far from weak. Each shot was powerful enough to turn a magically protected wall into dust. Being hit directly by such a force without any defense meant the barbarian would surely be obliterated without a trace. So the demons thought. The trajectory passed through the air, revealing Kettle's unscathed form. What? He looked exactly the same as before being engulfed by the trajectory. Without losing speed, he flew toward the flying fortress controlled by Stano. Kettle gripped his axe tightly. As he reached Quicklon, he swung it. Boom, with a deafening roar, Quicklon was shattered. Unable to withstand the force, it quickly lost its shape and functionality, collapsing. The hellish rocks forming Quicklon began to fall slowly toward the ground. In a single strike, the mighty hellish flying fortress was falling apart. Amidst the falling debris, a figure leaped out. Kettle grabbed Stano, who was on the fortress, and forcibly dragged her out. He slammed her body to the ground and swung his axe. The axe embedded itself in Stano's chest. Blutka, Screech. With a small murmur, a holy light enveloped the axe. It burned Stano's body. Stano gritted her teeth and swung her arm. Crack, demonic energy swirled, forming a small vortex that pushed Kettle away. Barely free, Stano hurriedly put some distance between herself and Kettle. Still lacking in divine power, Kettle clicked his tongue regretfully. The level of divine power from the holy relic was insufficient to reverse summon demons. At best, it could only subdue them. Stano, barely escaping, stared at Kettle with eyes filled with shock. What is this? Bruno had been captured by this barbarian. Bruno was not weak. Though he didn't show himself often, his power was on par with the best of them. And this barbarian had destroyed her flying fortress with a single blow and forcibly dragged her out. His level of divine power is only second-rate. As Steno observed Kettle for a moment, her eyes widened. Are you the barbarian Kettle? Oh, you know me. It's hard not to, Steno gritted her teeth. The demon of gravity, Ashishire, had cried Kettle's name toward hell. Due to the peculiarity of his body, he had not been branded, but his name had spread throughout hell. Continuously, Kettle had hindered the demon's plans in the kingdom of Denayan and the sanctuary of Kalosha. Nearly half of the plans executed on the mortal realm were thwarted by Kettle. Most inhabitants of hell now knew Kettle's name. Hearing this, Kettle smiled pleasantly. My fame has spread that far, not a bad feeling. Barbarian, how dare you interfere with us? No, it just happened by chance. If I got in the way, I apologize. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate, Steno was momentarily taken aback by their conversation. They were demons, the absolute enemies of this world. Any being from the middle realm would instinctively hate and oppose them. But Kettle was conversing with them quite amiably. There was no trace of hostility in his eyes. Steno, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure. Enough, if you are in front of me there is only one thing to do. Steno took a deep breath and shouted harshly. Creatures of hell, our plan has failed, but right now in front of us, there is a marked being from this world. The demon's declaration rang out. Steno shouted with a twisted face. Kill the sinner with the mark. At the same time the monsters attacking the elves turned. They rushed at Kettle to kill him. The incarnate did the same. The incarnate shook its body violently. Hellfire scattered like landmines exploding everywhere. What a shallow trick! The king of the wind spirits contained and controlled all the erupting hellfire. Seizing the opportunity, the incarnate rushed straight at Kettle. The demons did the same. The flying fortress exploded violently. It was a kind of self-destruction. Damn it, Arkami's expression changed as she fought the monsters. The massive flying fortress exploded, scattering debris everywhere. If left unchecked, the entire land would be drenched in darkness. Moreover, these elements were not favorable against the spirits. The elves couldn't stop it. Karin could have stopped it, but she had gone to purify the world tree. The elves hurriedly wielded their spirits to block the explosion of the flying fortress, but they were not enough. Arkami bit her lip as if making a resolution. She unfolded her clothes. All sorts of catalysts flew out from there. She stomped the ground fiercely. Harmonize, screech. The catalysts flew through the air, harmonizing with Arkami's. The elves' eyes widened at the enormous power manifesting. Huh, wait, why does Lady Arkami's have those things? An alchemist handles catalysts and materials. And this was the sanctuary of the elves. There were precious catalysts that could not be seen outside. Each one was worth more than a whole castle. She hadn't known before, but now that she had learned alchemy, she recognized their value and coveted them. So she secretly took some catalysts little by little. If the sanctuary's elves knew, they would be furious and imprison her, even if she were a high elf. Karin knew this but remained silent, considering it a cute prank. Now those pilfered catalysts were manifesting their power. Do that formed at the tip of the world tree's leaf, root of the ancient rotten tree born with the world tree, cocoon of the caterpillar that fed on the world tree's leaves. Powder of the root where high elves are born. Each catalyst would cause an uproar if taken outside. And now they were being handled by Arkami's. An alchemist manipulates catalysts. Depending on the grade and quality of the catalysts, they could easily surpass their limits. Skriech, the processed catalysts harmonized with Arkami's magic. A translucent barrier unfolded. Quicklan's fragments pounded on it fiercely. Urig, Arkami's groaned. Blood flowed from between her clenched teeth, but she did not fall and desperately blocked the attacks. The elves watched her with wide eyes. Meanwhile, all the creatures of hell were rushing at Kettle to kill him. Kettle raised his axe joyfully. Crunch. The rushing monsters were literally smashed to pulp. The demons unleashed their powers. Destruction, rotation, and fall struck Kettle's body. The incarnate, who had approached unnoticed, also swung its hellfire at Kettle, but his body was unyielding. Despite the onslaught, he did not waver an inch. The incarnate, now close to Kettle, grabbed his head. Hellfire engulfed Kettle's entire body. The flames only burned his clothes and could not penetrate his flesh. That's hot, Kettle cheerfully swung his axe. With a single strike, the incarnate's body was split in half. The hellfire forming the incarnate was forcibly extinguished. Boom, he swung his axe, deflecting the demon's powers. Steno could not believe it. He was blocking their desperate attacks so nonchalantly. Instead, he was smiling as if he was having fun. A human figure burning black, very cool. The outside is truly interesting. Outside, Steno paused at the strange word. The hellfire burned Kettle's clothes, revealing a grotesque scar on his chest. Steno's eyes widened. You that scar, you're from the White Snowfield. What, you just realized? You're slower to catch on than I thought. Impossible, Steno shouted in denial. With a contorted face, she spoke accusingly. You are the enemy of the world, taking one side against the other. That's impossible. I don't think you have the right to define me. Kettle replied indifferently and leaped. He deflected the demon's attacks and grabbed its head, applying pressure. The demon's head burst. Chapter 203. Passage of Hell Part 4. Boom, power exploded, monsters were crushed. The entire plane, once teeming with monsters, was suddenly cleared. You bastard! 3 demons simultaneously rushed at Kettle. They unleashed their powers. Abaddon's power, which brings all things to ruin. Steno's power, which twists and distorts the world. Baal's power, which devalues and degrades everything. The powers of the 3 top-tier superhuman demons converged on Kettle. Yet his body remained unchanged. The demonic powers shattered against Kettle's body. Kettle charged forward, arriving instantly in front of Abaddon. Abaddon swiftly swung his spear, imbued with his power. A single stab from it would bring complete annihilation to any flesh, rendering it irrecoverable. Crack, Kettle grabbed the spear with his bare hands and broke it. He then swung his axe, splitting Abaddon in half. Crash. The other demons attacked Kettle's back. He casually turned, deflecting their powers with his axe. Clang. Kettle stomped his foot and instantly reached the other demons, splitting their bodies before they could react. You crazy? Steno, having restored her body, looked incredulous. We can't do anything even with the three of us together. They were being overwhelmed like children. Steno couldn't accept it. SBE felt no significant difference compared to when they faced the High Elf Queen. This guy is supposed to be a hero. Rubitra had claimed to face him alone to some extent, but that was natural. After confronting Rubitra, Kettle had identified demons as his enemies. If they were his enemies, he would face them as such. Kettle charged at the restored Steno. Steno erected a barrier of demonic energy, a defense of absolute strength made by intertwining countless layers of demonic power. Kettle muttered softly. Blutka, divinity enveloped Kettle's axe. The divinely charged axe shattered Steno's defense and butchered his body. Kettle laughed in satisfaction. Is this the power of divinity? I like it, don't be ridiculous. Steno, having restored her body again, gritted her teeth. Her defense couldn't have been pierced by such a thin layer of divinity. It was Kettle's strength that had shattered her defense. The divinity was just an aid. What is that axe? The black axe Kettle wielded was also strange. Despite blocking their attacks and breaking through defenses, the axe blade remained unscathed. At this rate, killing Kettle seemed impossible. The High Elf Queen would soon clear all the corruption and arrive. If that happened, it would be the end. Even without the High Elf Queen, it was unclear if they could manage. She couldn't see any way to pierce that body. No, Rubitra had left a red mark on Kettle's body. Although it would disappear over time, it proved that his body wasn't invincible. They were demons of the same rank as Rubitra. If the three of them combined their full power, they could break through. Steno signaled to the other demons. They nodded slightly. Huff, the demons exerted all their power. The ground around Kettle began to collapse and crumble. Kettle's body started to sink into the earth. Kettle's eyes gleamed. Oh, die! The demons concentrated their powers, forming a single line of ruin, rotation, and fall aimed at Kettle's heart. The full power of the three top-tier superhuman demons was indeed formidable. Perhaps it could pierce Kettle's body. Oops. Kettle twisted his body lightly. His floating body moved, his arm reached out. He slightly touched the tip of the converging line of power. Screech. The angled line pierced the sky. The demon's combined attack was effortlessly deflected. Kettle landed on the crumbling ground, laughing heartily. That last attack was quite decent. I'll give you that. Ah, right, Steno chuckled hollowly. A sharp sword can indeed cut through human flesh. But a novice holding a sword couldn't pierce a martial arts master. Every attempt would be deflected or blocked. Even if it could pierce, hitting the target was another matter entirely. This barbarian wasn't just pushing with sheer strength. He knew how to use techniques and strategies. They never had a chance from the beginning. Steno realized this, as did the other two demons, who also laughed hollowly while lying on the ground. Is it over? It was fun, but a bit boring. Kettle climbed out of the collapsed ground, seemingly disappointed. Steno muttered weakly. You shouldn't side with the surface world. You're the enemies of both sides. You're quite sure of yourself. I'm curious about what you mean. At that moment, the wind settled. How dare you? Karin, who had returned unnoticed, spoke coldly. How dare worms like you target our sanctuary, the world tree? Karin snapped her fingers lightly. The wind bound the demons' bodies entirely. They couldn't even blink of their own volition. You will pay dearly for this crime. Is all the corruption removed? I couldn't remove it completely right away, so I isolated it for now. We'll have to remove it slowly, but the major threat is gone. Thank you, Kettle, and huff, huff, huff. Karin looked at the nearly dead Arkamis. Arkamis, you did well too. If it weren't for you, the damage would have been greater. I didn't expect the hidden catalyst to be so effective here. Then make sure to take care of me next time. Arkamis, are you okay? No, help me. Kettle readily supported Arkamis, who, despite being near death, managed a faint smile. Karin watched them with a peculiar expression. What will you do with these guys? Capture them and extract information? I'd like to, but demons won't say anything. Even if it meant their own destruction, demons would never aid the beings of the surface world. That was the nature of demons, the eternal enemies of the middle world. I see. Kettle smacked his lips in disappointment. The demons seemed to know something about him, but finding out was impossible. Karin lightly snapped her fingers, opening Steno's mouth. Speak. Though we failed this time, we will continue to target the surface, reverse summon us. Steno's expression was calm. They were demons, beings of hell, fundamentally not of this world. The concept of death didn't apply to them. The best the surface dwellers could do was send them back to hell. They would need some time to recover their demonic energy, but that was all. Thus, the demons remained calm even in their restrained state. Karin's lips twisted in displeasure. You seem confident. Do you think going back to hell is an easy escape? She moved her slender fingers above Steno's head. Daring to defile our sanctuary and invade the world tree, you think you can just walk away. Not a chance. The wind flowed through Karin's fingers into Steno's body. Steno, who had been looking up in confusion, suddenly widened his eyes. Area, a terrible scream erupted. Steno's eyes trembled wildly. He struggled to escape, but Karin's restraint held firm. The other demons, seeing this, widened their eyes in disbelief. A demon, screaming in pain inflicted by a being of the surface world, was unimaginable. Kettle asked with interest, "What are you doing?" "I am called a hero." She could interfere with essence and laws. "Even if they are beings of hell, I can disrupt their essence, while complete annihilation is impossible. I can ruin their very nature." Steno's body shook violently. Unable to endure the pain, his eyes rolled back and his body slowly began to disintegrate. Karin cheerfully dusted her hands. "He won't die. But he will suffer unimaginable pain for centuries. Now it's your turn," she smiled brightly. For the first time, fear appeared on the demons' faces. After the situation was resolved, the elves began restoring the damaged forest. Karin stood atop the world tree and Kettle spoke to her. "How extensive is the damage? Considering their full force, it's minimal. Though some elves were injured, none had died. Half of the vast Schwarzwald forest had burned, but given the power of hellfire, the damage was relatively insignificant, and they failed in their primary objective. The demons' main goal was to corrupt the world tree. But the world tree remained intact. Though slightly tainted, immediate action had prevented major problems. It was still an issue, but much better than the worst-case scenario. The demons were driven back to hell without achieving their goal, making the defense a success. However, there was still some damage. They took a branch of the world tree. Karin bit her lip as she looked at the severed branch. They must have needed it for something. I can't imagine what demons would do with a branch of the world tree. There are many uses for it. The world tree was one of the purest entities in the world. Whether corrupted or kept pure, it had numerous applications. For instance, using the severed branch to summon demons could bring forth several named demons. Such a thing in the hands of hell was very bad news for the surface world. Karin's mouth tasted bitter. As the queen, she had to protect the world tree, but she had allowed it to be wounded. Without Kettle, the corruption would have spread beyond her control. The mere thought gave her chills. "Thank you very much, Kettle." "It's nothing," Kettle smiled brightly. "I have my own reasons, but do you really have time for a leisurely conversation?" "Well, no." As the leader of the sanctuary, she had to deal with not only the corruption of the world tree but also the forest's damage. Kettle spoke, "Go on, I'll wait patiently." "Thank you very much." Karin bowed her head deeply. The elves began restoring the forest. Despite the damage, the Wind Spirit King's power helped the recovery process. A few days later, Kettle and Karin met again. "It seems it's almost over." "Yes, there's still some work to do, but nature will take care of the rest." "You seem relaxed. May I ask you something now?" "Yes." "What would you like to know?" Kettle asked her. Karin hesitated at the question. "The demons told me that I cannot take sides with you. They said I am the enemy of the world. Do you know anything about that?" Chapter 204. Enemies of the world. After a brief silence, Karin cautiously asked, Can you tell me exactly what was said?" "This is what was said. You are the enemies of the world, taking one side and opposing the other." "That's impossible." It was what a demon who realized Kettle was the barbarian of the White Snowfield had said. Karin quietly mulled over the words. Could it be because of the existence of the Forbidden Lands? The existence of the Forbidden Lands wasn't aligned with any side. They couldn't be controlled and there was no way to communicate with them. They just destroy the world. I think that's why it was said that way. But the tone was oddly confident. The existence of the Forbidden Lands was the enemy of the world. The demon's voice had a tone as if that was an established truth. The existence of the Forbidden Lands should not side with anyone. It was as if the world's laws were set that way. Karin fell into contemplation, thinking there was some merit to it. I heard from our commies. A very long time ago there was a conflict between the gods and the Forbidden Lands. Do you know anything about that?" "No," Karin shook her head. "I've also only heard stories about it." She had lived for a very long time as the High Elf Queen, but even for her it was a story close to legend. She didn't have detailed information about it. "Then do you know when that period was?" I'm not sure." After pondering for a while, Karin said, "I've always thought it was after the Great War of the Gods and Demons." That assumption was natural. Because before the gods descended, the world belonged to the demons. Unable to bear the demons using the middle world as a playground, the gods descended. After a long war, they finally managed to drive the evil out of the world. After that, humanity made remarkable progress. That was the history they knew. In other words, for the gods and the Forbidden Lands to clash, it had to be after the Great War of the Gods and Demons. But if that were the case, it was hard to understand the demons' words. It was a clash between the gods and the Forbidden Lands. It should have nothing to do with the demons. But the demons spoke as if the demons and the Forbidden Lands were related. Karin cautiously spoke. Could it be that even before the gods appeared in the world, when the demons were occupying it, there were clashes with the Forbidden Lands? That's possible. But if that were the case, there was something else that was hard to understand. The current world was in chaos. The presence of evil was appearing in the world, and at the same time, entities of the Forbidden Lands were being released. Since both were happening simultaneously, it was hard not to think there was a correlation. The inhabitants of the continent were internally thinking that the Forbidden Lands and the demons were allies. While Kettle was assisting them, that was only because Kettle was an exception. Other entities of the Forbidden Lands were seen as being on the same side as the demons. Karin thought so too, but according to the demon, the Forbidden Lands was also the enemy of the demons. It was a kind of contradiction. Karin's head was getting complicated. Could it be that they released the entities of the Forbidden Lands to throw the world into chaos? It was a reasonable hypothesis. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The current world was the realm of the gods, so there was nothing to lose for the demons even if the Forbidden Lands was released. Or, was the release of the Forbidden Lands unexpected even for the demons? It was thought that the chaos in the world was orchestrated by the demons. But what if it wasn't? What if the chaos wasn't orchestrated by the demons? What if they were just taking advantage of chaos they hadn't orchestrated? Countless possibilities came to mind. Karin shook her head. I don't know, is that so? Honestly, I don't know much about the world. Though she was a long-lived species as the High Elf Queen, she stayed in the Holy Land for a long time without venturing out. While various information came in from outside, there was information that could only be obtained by traveling the world personally. Perhaps the master of the magic tower or someone like that would know better. Kettle had a lot to think about as well. If the demon's words were true, then the existence of the Forbidden Lands was the enemy of the world. It wasn't exactly wrong. The first entity of the Forbidden Lands they encountered, Nano, could communicate but couldn't be understood in terms of values. Trying to replace all beings, that was certainly an enemy of the world. The monkeys in the deep sea were the same. They had high intelligence but were nothing more than monsters. The monsters of the White Snowfield were not much different. To them, everything except themselves was an enemy. There was no thought that they would show goodwill towards demons. Is there some kind of law? The existence of the Forbidden Lands cannot coexist with the existence of this world. It is an absolute truth, like the opposite poles of a magnet. The demon's voice was so confident that it made one think that way, but even so, there was something strange. I don't really have one, do I? To him, this world was a playground. Now, demons were his enemies, but in time they could become allies. There was no mindset that he was the enemy of the world. Nothing was controlling him. There was no quest being forced upon him. I don't know, he would find out in time. After all, demons were popping out one by one so he could catch and interrogate them. If that didn't work, he could seek out the master of the magic tower. Kettle cleared his thoughts neatly. Karin also let out a small sigh as if she felt the same. I should look into this as well. Thank you for doing that. Considering what you've done, Kettle, it's not a big deal. Without Kettle, the world tree might have been contaminated. No, it probably would have been. Even imagining it again was terrifying. I will prepare a reward for you. Oh, that's okay, Kettle smiled. I already have one coming. What, from whom? The spirit god wanted to make a deal with me. The deal was to protect the world tree. Karin's eyes widened at that. What, the spirit god? Yes, I'd appreciate it if you could open the passage again. Wait a moment, does that mean? The spirit god knew about it. The spirit god knew that the demons were targeting the world tree. It could only be thought that way, therefore Karin was very surprised. Then why didn't he tell us in advance? I don't know. I'll have to meet and ask. Kettle grinned. The next day, with Karin's help, Kettle moved to the spirit realm. There, Piego was waiting. You're here, follow me. Like a guide, Piego took Kettle through the spirit realm. Before long, they could meet Beatrice. Nice to see you again. Hello, the spirit god spoke in a still fragmented tone. I was watching. You've been watching, then why didn't you intervene? Karin was wondering. The middle world. Originally ours, the cracks in the world, no longer ours. They can intervene too, not easy. Kettle nodded understandingly. Cracks had appeared in the world, now even the beings of hell could intervene in the world. But on the other hand, it meant that the situation had been very favorable to the gods until now. In fact, unlike demons, the gods had been freely spreading their divinity in scriptures. With the cracks, now even the gods couldn't intervene recklessly. The spirit god affirmed Kettle's speculation. The same intervention as before is possible, but excessive involvement is difficult. The beings of this world must do their best. Right. You did well, I am satisfied. Kettle had fulfilled the deal, now it was time to receive the reward. I will give you a spirit. Oh, finally he could get a spirit. Kettle's eyes sparkled. Is the spirit's power okay? Of course it's okay. Kettle just wanted to make a contract with a spirit. He didn't care much about the spirit's power itself. But I heard that weak spirits cannot withstand my level. Is there a problem? No problem, I will attach a spirit that can withstand. I've also heard that my lack of mystery makes it difficult to contract. No problem, the spirit god spoke calmly as if such constraints had no meaning to her. Oh, finally he was getting a spirit. Kettle was deeply moved. Piego watched the scene with a somewhat sullen expression. She really intends to give a spirit. He knew that the barbarian wanted a spirit contract but thought it was impossible. Kettle had very little mystery and there was no spirit that could contract with him, but if the spirit god personally formed the contract, it was entirely possible. Which poor spirit will be contracted, I wonder? Piego felt a sense of pity for the spirit that would end up contracting with Kettle. He had no idea that he would be the target. This was because he had already formed a contract with an elf on Earth. It was impossible for a spirit with an existing contract to form another. While he was annoyed by his contract with the elf, he was now grateful for it. However, Piego had forgotten one crucial fact. The spirit god could change such rules at will. Do you know any spirits? It's better if it's someone familiar, right? Well, it's better than meeting a spirit for the first time. Good, the spirit god looked at Piego lightly. You form a contract with him. What, you know him, you've talked with him, he's strong enough. Conditions met, the spirit god spoke calmly. Form the contract. Piego's eyes widened in shock. The spirit god was trying to make him contract with this barbarian. Terrified, Piego hurriedly spoke. Oh spirit god. I already have a contract. Dual contracts are possible, but just in case. No problem, I'll send another spirit, form the contract with him. No, he wanted to argue that this was nonsense, but the opponent was the spirit god. The spirit god seemed unwilling to change her mind, so as a spirit he had no choice but to comply. Do I really have to contract with this barbarian? He hated it, but there was nothing he could do. With tears in his eyes, Piego bowed his head. I will comply. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come in the first place. He had moved out of curiosity about the power arising in the spirit realm. Piego deeply regretted his curious decision. This sentiment was felt by Kettle as well. He looks like a child being sold off. He looked pitiful, though it had nothing to do with him. With a brief contract, Piego left with a gloomy face. The spirit god let out a short sound of satisfaction. Task completed. Good, thank you. May I ask a few questions? Sure. The demons called me the enemy of the world. You said something similar, is that true? After a brief silence, the spirit god spoke. Yes, I see. The god confirmed the demon's words. The existence of the Forbidden Lands was indeed an enemy to the world. Then, I wonder. Why do you support us? There was a question in the spirit god's voice. It was a voice that truly did not understand. Why talk to us? Why make deals? Why protect the sacred ground? Why fight the demons? Why protect the world? There's no particular reason. Kettle spoke lightly, because I want to. At those words, a sparkle appeared in the spirit god's eyes. We ponder how to deal with you, each with their own methods, indifference, favor. Hostility, control, I haven't decided yet. And now the spirit god made a decision. I abstain, no interference, I let you be. That's fine with me. Kettle smiled, his body began to fade. The mystery had run out, returning him to the middle realm. May I ask one last question? Speak. It's perhaps the most important question. You are the spirit god. A being that watches over this world. Looking at the spirit god, Kettle asked, how was I able to come out in the first place? Is the world's chaos because of me? The spirit god remained silent. Even as his body completely disappeared, returning to the earth, she did not answer. Judging that the spirit god had no intention of answering, Kettle was about to return with a regretful face. It was then that the spirit god spoke softly. I don't know, the great god acknowledged her ignorance. Kettle smiled. Thank you, I mean it, I hope we can meet again. With those words, Kettle returned to the middle realm. After watching him for a moment, the spirit god soon moved somewhere. It was not the spirit realm she headed to, it was a different place. A place where beings equal to her existed. The spirit god moved to the pantheon. Chapter 205, Duel, Part 1, You're back. Yeah, I had a pleasant conversation and I got a reward. I see. A being from the earth saying that a conversation with a god was pleasant. Karin felt a slight dissonance but quickly erased that feeling. What did you receive? Karin didn't know what Kettle received as a reward for the transaction, she could only guess. Kettle smiled brightly and showed what he had received. I'm sure. This is how you do it, call forth. The one who holds the ancient purity, call forth. The one who burns the dark shadows, come forth. The one who holds the horn of pure flame, Piego. The incantation of summoning was completed. Simultaneously flames arose, a flaming bull appeared. Did you call for me? Oh, Kettle trembled at the sight of Piego. He had summoned a spirit. He had achieved the mystery of fantasy directly. It was an overwhelming feeling. Karin was astonished. A spirit contract, and a high-tier spirit at that. She had roughly guessed that Kettle would receive a spirit as a reward, but she never imagined he would make a contract with a highest-ranking spirit. She thought at best it would be a high-ranking one. The reason was simple. Don't you lack the mystic energy to handle it? I was worried about that too, but the spirit god said it would be fine. And indeed, I can summon him without any significant burden. Ah, well, now that I think about it, that makes sense. When summoning a spirit to the earth, mystic energy corresponding to its power is consumed. A price must be paid to bring an external being to the earth. But the contract between Kettle and Piego was directly facilitated by the spirit god. Since the owner of the world from which the reward came directly connected them, no price was necessary. However, that was merely a theoretical story. This was her first time seeing it in practice. She looked at Piego with a mixture of awe and caution and spoke carefully. As far as I know, the queen of another elven clan is contracted with Piego. That has also been resolved. She will make a contract with another highest-ranking spirit. The follow-up was perfect. I see, to replace a contracted spirit with another, it was literally an almost tyrannical act. Neither the consumption of mystic energy nor the contracts made sense, but if the spirit god had done it directly, it wasn't incomprehensible. After all, the master of the spirit world was the spirit god. If she wished it, the common sense they knew was meaningless. Karin accepted it that way. So why did you call me? Piego spoke in a disgruntled tone. Kettle answered with a smile. I wanted to show off. Is that all? Yes, Kettle nodded lightly. For a moment, Piego's flames seemed to flicker as if in anger, but he showed no further action. With a voice that seemed to calm down, he said, Then can I go back now? Yes. For now, you can return. I'll call you again later. Damn you, Piego spat out his displeasure but obediently returned to the spirit world. Karin watched the process with a sense of unease. He listens well. Highest-ranking spirits had a pride as strong as their power. Even the contractor couldn't handle them easily and had to treat them with respect. If another contractor had summoned him for such a trivial reason, they might have demanded to break the contract. Moreover, Piego was notorious even among highest-ranking spirits for his bad temper, yet he obeyed Kettle so meekly. It seemed that, as it was a contract personally conducted by the spirit god, he had no choice but to comply. He looks pitiful, a highest-ranking spirit with high pride being manipulated like that. He must have been fuming. Still, I have no intention of letting him go. This was the first spirit he had obtained. He intended to stay with him until the end. Seeing Kettle's expression, Karin silently prayed for Piego. In any case, you can now summon spirits, and there's hardly any consumption of mystic energy. With this, many things became possible for Kettle. Spirits themselves possessed mystic energy. Moreover, the power of a highest-ranking spirit could reach the level of the highest-ranking superhumans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had become able to handle that level of mystic energy. You'll probably have much fewer difficulties due to a lack of mystic energy from now on. At those words, Kettle's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, that's true. Whenever he needed mystic energy in the future, he could summon Piego to solve it. He could use him as a sort of mystic energy storage. It would have been an infuriating situation for Piego, who was being treated as storage, but it was of no concern to Kettle. Well then, Kettle's eyes sparkled as he looked at Karin. Can I ask you now? Yes, Karin nodded reluctantly, looking like she had no choice. Karin and Kettle moved to the training ground within the sanctuary. There was no one around. Arkamis whined about wanting to watch, but Karin adamantly refused, citing safety concerns. Kettle chuckled heartily as he loosened up. I never thought you would actually agree. Ever since meeting Karin, Kettle had persistently asked her for a duel. He wanted to experience the strength of a hero firsthand. Each time, Karin declined, citing danger and lack of interest. Since he couldn't force someone who was unwilling, Kettle had half given up. After the demon invasion ended, Kettle jokingly asked Karin if he could request a duel as a reward. After much contemplation, Karin had accepted. Karin spoke calmly. You've done so much for us, Kettle, I can do at least this much. Considering that without him, the world tree would have been corrupted, a duel was nothing. I won't lose, Karin thought to herself. Even if she fought with all her might, she wouldn't lose, because she was a hero, but it's just a simple duel. It must end at the level of testing strength. If it gets too heated, we'll stop immediately. She spoke quickly. If Arkamis had been watching, she would have thought she was making excuses in advance. Kettle laughed and replied. That's the plan, so don't worry. Who? Karin's eyes settled. She was more tense than when the demons invaded the sanctuary. Well then, let's begin. As soon as those words left his mouth, Kettle moved incredibly fast. Even the highest-level warriors would struggle to respond, but Karin reacted immediately. She extended her hand, forming a staff out of gathered wind. Whoosh! Kettle's fist collided with Karin's staff. The impact reverberated throughout the sanctuary. Elves, startled, instinctively flinched. Oh ho! Kettle laughed cheerfully. His attack had been blocked perfectly. He launched a fierce assault. Karin's hands moved deftly. Crash, crash, crash. Karin blocked all his attacks. Kettle was impressed. You're quite good at close combat. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't handle this much. Karin spoke calmly, but inside she was anything but. How is he so fast? It was an onslaught that would be impossible to counter if her reactions were even slightly slower. Kettle suddenly lunged forward. He broke through Karin's defense and grabbed her shoulder. At that moment, wind burst from Karin's body. Kettle's hand slipped as if he had grabbed oil. Karin seized her staff and thrust it towards Kettle. The wind forming the staff exploded, sweeping over Kettle's body. Boom. Kettle's body was pushed back. He laughed heartily. I'm being pushed back, amazing. Is that so? He's only being pushed back. Karin was inwardly stunned. The power in that wind could have killed even a top-tier superhuman. For him to only be pushed back after taking it head-on. Is this even possible? Even with the protection of the status, it was an incomprehensible level of toughness. Boom, the battle continued. Kettle's strength and speed gradually increased. It was becoming burdensome for Karin. At this rate, she had to end it. Making that decision, she launched herself into the air. She was a hero, a being strong enough to influence the very concept of the world. Fall under my control. The wind subsided. All the wind in the area fell under Karin's command. The spirit king Karin had contracted with was Minerva, the spirit king of wind. Though it was simply referred to as wind, it actually encompassed a much broader range. The atmosphere of the entire planet, that was the domain Minerva controlled. Karin twisted the properties of the air around Kettle, changing his environment. At the same time, Kettle's body floated gently in the air. Kettle's eyes widened as his body did not obey his will. Oh, I have taken control of the atmosphere in the area. Kettle had been moving solely with his physical strength. His limits were clear. Therefore, Karin, who could intervene in the laws of the world, had a simple way to respond. Karin created a space around Kettle where no force could work and no resistance occurred. She had created a vacuum state where even gravity didn't apply. No matter how much he tried to move, there was nothing to react to, so he could only flail. Karin felt a bit relieved that the battle was over. Meanwhile, Kettle found the state fascinating. What is this? Would it feel like this if a person were thrown into space without a suit? It was an incredibly strange sensation. He marveled at the fact that heroes could do such things. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced even in the White Snow Plains. Kettle couldn't ignore it. If it's at this level, Kettle's eyes gleamed, seriousness reflected in his eyes. Just as Karin was about to declare the end, Kettle's body tensed. Crack, his muscles swelled momentarily. Karin realized Kettle was trying to move forcibly. It was impossible. If she had been suppressing Kettle using mystical power, he could have broken through with sheer force. But that wasn't the case. She was a hero-level warrior. She could interfere with the laws and order of the world. She had literally controlled the atmosphere to change the environment. Kettle's status could only assist and protect his body. They couldn't overcome physical limits. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to move in space with his strength alone. Without using mystical power, he couldn't escape. That was what she thought, crack. As Kettle moved, the space itself began to compress. The perfectly controlled air slowly started to shift. Wait, Karin couldn't believe her eyes. The air she controlled was defying her will. Impossible. Simple force was violating the laws of this world. No, that wasn't it. Kettle's very existence was attempting to defy the laws of the world, as if he wasn't of this world. Impossible, such a thing couldn't be. At least with the abilities Kettle had shown so far, it was impossible, but the impossible was happening before her eyes, as if he hadn't been serious until now. Damn, Karin hastily erected a barrier of wind. At that moment, power exploded. Boom, the air exploded. Condensed force burst in all directions. The force shattered the barrier and spread beyond the sanctuary into the forest. Well, what is this? The elves restoring the forest stumbled as a massive wind suddenly surged. Trees shook as if about to be uprooted. Did Lady Karin do something? The backlash was so strong that they thought the spirit mage who had contracted with the spirit king of wind had done something. What? Karin stared wide-eyed. Kettle, now free, was massaging his shoulders. That was a very peculiar feeling. So many things are possible. Kettle grinned as if he had just been on a fun ride. Can I ask for another round? Karin could only stare at him in a daze. Chapter 206, Duel Part 2. After the sparring ended, Kettle asked Karin what she had done. Karin said that she had changed the very environment of the air around Kettle, creating an empty space where no force could affect him. Kettle was astonished. Is something like that possible? The spirit king I have a contract with is Minerva, the spirit king of wind. I can control and manipulate the very concept of wind. Wow, Kettle was impressed. Just a moment ago, Kettle felt like he was thrown into outer space. No matter how much strength he used to move, he could only flail around. He couldn't move properly. It was an immensely powerful and mysterious force. So a hero can do things like that. A hero was capable of embodying mysticism. They could make their will affect the very concept of the world. He had been curious about how it worked, but it seemed they could change the very concept itself. Kettle asked curiously, "Can other heroes interfere in the same way as you?" "No. I can interfere in this way because I am the contractor of the Spirit King of Wind. There are differences for each person. The scope and method of influence varied depending on how one reached the level of a hero. I've heard that a hero who reached that level with a sword can kill their opponent with just their will. The Master of the Tower can intervene and restructure the basic structure of the world." Heart sword. "There's something like that too," Kettle murmured cheerfully. While enjoying the conversation, Kettle noticed something strange. "But why was I able to escape your control?" According to Karin, it should have been impossible. She hadn't controlled Kettle with power, but had interfered with the very concept of the air. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to move in outer space with his own power. Karin spoke cautiously. "Maybe it's a matter of status." Kettle's status allowed him to escape the environment she had altered. At least that's what she thought. Is such a thing possible with status? No. "As far as I know, it should be impossible, but," Karin trailed off, "no matter how high one's status, it should still be within the bounds of this world. If the laws and concepts were changed, one shouldn't be able to do anything." However, Kettle forcibly broke free from her interference. It was as if Kettle's status was not of this world. Is it because of the White Snowfield? Was it because he accumulated status in the alien forbidden land? Even looking again, it felt alien, as if he wasn't of this world. Kettle stroked his chin with interest. "But I still couldn't move immediately. It took some time to break free. It seems that immediate escape is impossible for you." In other words, even a hero could be restricted in their actions. There seemed to be a time limit, but it was a definite restriction. Is there any way to deal with this? Wouldn't it be through handling mysticism? Kettle's body was certainly special. Protected by status, it could escape the world's interference. But that was it. He wasn't in a state where he could materialize or handle that status. Even though he could control his presence, that fact didn't change. Kettle was ultimately not handling mysticism. The sacred relic of Kalosia and the highest-ranking fire spirit Piego were fundamentally someone else's power. The current Kettle was akin to an uncut gem, special and hard in itself but still unpolished. The power of this world. Only by handling mysticism, controlling his own status, and managing his power could he be truly free from interference. Only then would the gem called Kettle be sharpened to find its true value. If that happens, what kind of power would Kettle possess? Even Karin, called a hero, found it hard to guess. Kettle narrowed his eyes. Mysticism, the mysterious power of this world, the source of aura, magic, and spirits. In the end, it was that. I want it. Kettle licked his lips. He really wanted it now. Until now, his journey through the world had come first, but his priority for mysticism was significantly moving forward. "Anyway, thank you. My curiosity has been somewhat satisfied. I'm glad you are satisfied. It was really enjoyable." He met a powerful hero. He toured the holy land of the elves and lived beside the towering world tree. He went to the spirit realm, met the spirit god, and even obtained spirits. He blocked a demon invasion and faced a burning humanoid monster, and he even sparred with a powerful hero. This journey was also immensely satisfying. And now it was time to leave. Kettle told Arkamis and Karin that he was leaving. Arkamis was shocked. "Leaving? I've had a thoroughly enjoyable time. I think it's time to move on to another place." "Oh, really?" Arkamis's eyes darted around quickly. She screamed internally. "I haven't seduced him yet." She had been trying to make Kettle have a deep affection for her. That's why she even attempted clumsy seduction that she had only read about in books. She thought she was getting the hang of it, but now he was suddenly leaving. From her perspective, it was a bolt from the blue. "Well, don't you think about staying a bit longer? Or maybe even settling down here? That doesn't sound bad, but I still want to travel the world a bit more." Kettle laughed joyfully. With a face full of innocent anticipation for the upcoming journey, Arkamis couldn't bring herself to stop him. Karin spoke calmly. "It is foolish to try and hold back the steps of a free traveler. It's unfortunate but inevitable. Kettle, can't I come along?" Arkamis. "You can't." Karin firmly rejected Arkamis's attempt to join the journey. "Demons are still targeting high elves. You must not go outside recklessly. You can't leave the sanctuary until the chaos subsides." Arkamis pouted but didn't argue. Karin's words were not wrong. The demons were revealing their ambitions on the surface, and among their targets were the high elves. No matter how safe it would be by Kettle's side, going outside was madness. Karin spoke soothingly. "There will no longer be the public opinion pressuring you as before. You can act freely." Until now, Arkamis's position in the sanctuary wasn't good. She had the crime of going outside as she pleased and handled alchemy and outside technology despite being an elf. If it weren't for Karin's protection, it wouldn't have been strange for her to be imprisoned. But that was no longer the case. She used alchemy to prevent Quicklan's self-destruction during the demonic invasion. Considering that the other elves' power didn't help much, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she blocked it alone. Without her, the contamination of the earth would have been much more severe. Because of that, her treatment greatly improved. She could now study alchemy as much as she wanted, training in alchemy freely in a sanctuary overflowing with noble materials. For an alchemist, it was a dream come true. But, however, Archimedes hesitated and looked at Kettle. Kettle spoke calmly. Archimedes, you have a great goal. I do. Her goal was to modify her body to be able to bear children. That is your goal. I have a sense of it. I think I'll be certain within a year. Then it would be good to focus on that for now. But I'm not going anywhere, Archimedes. Kettle smiled. Archimedes's eyes widened. I will come back whenever you call for me. Losing sight of your goal because of present attachments is a sad story. Right, Archimedes nodded as if she had made up her mind. Got it, Kettle. Are you leaving now? You're not leaving right this moment, are you? I'll say goodbye later. I'll go back to my research for now. See you next time. Archimedes quickly went down. She seemed determined. Watching her back, Karin murmured, she is a kind child. She has always struggled to adapt among her kind. As a child, she always cried to me, saying she couldn't accept it. She said her kind looked like monsters who resembled her. I see. I wondered how to ease her suffering, but she found a solution outside. She has affection for you. Please, I hope she doesn't get hurt. I have no hobby of hurting those I have a connection with. Kettle spoke calmly. Karin smiled faintly. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. And the next day, Kettle prepared to leave. You're really going, Archimedes. I know, I understand. It's farewell, Kettle. When we meet again, you'll see me in a different form. I hope so, truly, Kettle said with a smile. Karin approached Kettle. Before you go, I have something to give you, the remains of Quicklon that you requested. Oh, thank you. Kettle accepted the black rock fragments, the remains of the aerial fortress Quicklon. Karin looked puzzled. Why did you ask for something like this? Kettle had specifically requested a piece of Quicklon. He had asked Karin if it was possible to obtain a fragment. Since it wasn't difficult, she had agreed, but she couldn't understand why he wanted it. I just wanted to have it. Like people who collect soil from places they visit as souvenirs. It was that kind of feeling. Kettle cheerfully accepted the fragment of Quicklon. Watching him with a bewildered expression, Karin pulled out another item from her belongings. It was a green leaf. And please take this as well. I didn't ask for this. This is a personal token of gratitude. Oh. Your Majesty, Archimedes's eyes widened. Isn't that a leaf from the world tree? Is it okay to give that to someone else? Are you in a position to say that after secretly using the sanctuary's catalysts? Well, what I used is on a completely different level from that. The catalysts Archimedes used were very precious, but a leaf from the world tree was incomparable. The world tree had grown to perfection and did not grow any further. As such, each leaf was extremely valuable. Even though she had stolen various catalysts, she had never dared to touch the world tree itself. After hearing the explanation, Kettle was surprised. Is it really okay to give this to me? Considering that the demons already took away a whole branch, one leaf isn't a problem. Karin spoke lightly. Even though you made a deal with the spirit god, I would feel guilty if I didn't give you something. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Kettle was strong, not only that, he was special. It wouldn't hurt to give such a powerful person a gift. It would be great if their already friendly relationship became even more special. There were practical reasons too. It will be of great help when you seek the mysteries later. Please take it without hesitation. In that case, Kettle gladly accepted the leaf with a smile. Now it was truly time to leave. Kettle headed towards the outskirts of the sanctuary. Archimedes and Karin saw him off. Karin bowed respectfully. Queen of the High Elves, leader of Elfo Sagrado, Karin Yggdrasil bids farewell to her benefactor. As long as I am queen, all elves in this world will welcome and treat you well. A gentle breeze enveloped Kettle's body. It was the declaration of the Queen of the High Elves. The only contractor of the Spirit King and the elf closest to the World Tree was sending a declaration to her kin. We elves will support you. Thank you for that. Kettle, as you said, I will focus on achieving my goal for now. Archimedes stepped forward with serious eyes. Her golden eyes looked at Kettle. And then, I have something serious to tell you. Will you listen? Of course, I'll wait as long as it takes, Kettle replied with a smile. Archimedes stepped back satisfied. Then that's enough. We have plenty of time. Let's focus on the future. Archimedes patted her cheeks. They said their final goodbyes, then until we meet again. See you later. Leaving their farewells behind, Kettle left the sanctuary. He walked through the forest with joy. Where should I go now? His immediate goal was to obtain the mysteries. Should he go to the magic tower? There he could meet the tower master and gain clues about the mysteries. Or he could head to the underground city. In that place where all criminals gathered, he could find special artifacts. He might even obtain information about dragons. But there was one place he needed to visit first. Kettle emerged from the forest.